The narrative opens with a profound proclamation that each individual possesses a fundamental instinct for survival. In a desolate terrain strewn with skeletal remains, the somber oration reflects on the arduous odyssey that has led our protagonist to this juncture. 99 endeavors have been undertaken before this moment, culminating in a resolute determination to conquer the final challenge. Positioned at the threshold of the 20th trial, he encounters a host of celestial entities serving as formidable guardians. Observing these beings, he hypothesizes that the final trial may be shielded by sentinel golems tasked with defending a secretive portal in the distance. It is clear that these sentinels will not facilitate an effortless passage. Consequently, our hero summons a weapon of a deep crimson shade, akin to a scythe. In response, the guardians prepare for confrontation, brandishing their arms as one initiates the attack. Unleashing the seal of death, our protagonist evokes a scarlet, skull-shaped aura enveloping the golem, signaling the commencement of an epic confrontation. With exceptional agility, he strikes the golem, aware that his skill enhances damage by 100 following its successful execution on a foe. The guardians converge on him, prompting him to activate the Night of Death skill, which engulfs the area in complete darkness. This tactic effectively blinds the golems, enabling him to slice through them with ease, as though they were insubstantial. Just as triumph appears imminent, a massive golem emerges, offering no opportunity for rest. This formidable adversary initiates a rapid onslaught, combining icy and fiery assaults. Concurrently, a barrage from additional golems intensifies the pressure. Necessitated by the situation, he accelerates beyond normal limits, generating spectral doubles that surround the giant golem. As it prepares to unleash a fiery salvo, akin to an arrow storm, the flaming projectiles seem to consume our hero in their descent. Fortuitously, the blistering onslaught only annihilates his ethereal clones, sparing him from harm. In retaliation, he goads the golem, signaling that overcoming him would be an arduous task. The environment, previously aglow with fiery hues, shifts to a vibrant blue as the golem inscribes a mystical rune beneath him, trapping him in a glacial enclosure. Despite the precarious situation, he remains unfazed, anticipating the golem's aerial offensive. At the critical juncture, the icy confines start to fracture when he unleashes his moonlight destruction skill, severing the ice and the golem in one seamless strike. Unharmed, he mentally concedes the close call and discerns that a protracted conflict with the golems would be futile if faced individually. With resolute determination, he resolves to conclude the conflict with a singular, definitive action. The golems prepare their elemental onslaught of fire and ice, targeting him directly. In response, he initiates his moonlight destruction, Red Moon skill, executing a majestic arc with his weapon. He cleaves through the assembled golems, obliterating them in one comprehensive strike. The moment had arrived for him to unveil the mysteries safeguarded by the formidable guardians. As he entered the room, he was engulfed by a sense of awe, observing that the environment mirrored a consecrated temple. The doorway, emanating an aura of mystery, intensified his curiosity about the concealed realms beyond. He speculated on the significance of his journey and the potential of a pivotal encounter awaiting him. His visage was adorned with an anticipatory smile as he entertained the thought of concluding the game. Yet his optimism was abruptly thwarted by a pop-up notification, revealing that the entry requirement for the boss chamber was merely 1 out of 5, indicating the necessity of 5 players to access the boss room. This revelation left our protagonist in a state of bewilderment, questioning the unexpected prerequisite. The system dispassionately announced that he was the sole player before the boss room and ominously intimated that demise would befall him in 5 seconds. Should he fail to satisfy the prerequisites, overwhelmed by frustration and indignation, he exclaimed in dismay, perplexed by the undisclosed requirement. As the countdown inexorably decreased from 5 to 1, feelings of powerlessness and despair overwhelmed him. Observing his own figure beginning to dissipate, he recognized the futility of resistance. With vanishing hands and a resigned demeanor, he acquiesced to his apparent destiny. Upon the countdown cessation, he disappeared completely, and the system chillingly confirmed his demise. Subsequently, a message appeared, indicating that he had activated the Rune of Regression. The system then revealed its intention to revert time to the juncture preceding the initial round and noted that all 100 uses of the rune had been expended. The system subsequently declared that the Rune of Regression would disappear. A final alert then signified the onset of our protagonist's 100th regression. The narrative transitions to a magnificent city, alive with a crowd brimming with excitement for an impending event. As the atmosphere thickened with anticipation, a proclamation resonated, initiating a collective countdown. With only 5 seconds remaining, the assembled masses enthusiastically participated, counting down from 5 to 1. Concurrently, our protagonist, immersed within the crowd, internally lamented his return to the instant preceding his entanglement in this relentless pursuit. Observing his clenched fists, he harbored a desire to arrest the passage of time. Despite having advanced to the formidable 20th round, an alert materialized, indicating the depletion of all 100 uses of his time reversal rune. With renewed resolve, he pledged to conclude the game on his final attempt. He realized he needed to recruit 4 additional participants for the final round. Reflecting on his options, he recalled a recent conversation among friends about transitioning to adulthood. One friend had cheerfully remarked on the obsolescence of fake eds post-graduation. Another was considering a career as a delivery person, subsequently seeking advice from Young Min. Declaring his intention to lead a life as a gangster, Young Min faced skepticism and worry from his peers. Undeterred, he expressed his aspiration for an unconventional existence, citing the mantra, "We only live once." Privately, his peers deemed him impetuous and contemplated distancing themselves post-graduation, querying about the protagonist's future and his shuttle endeavors. Young Min, referring to the protagonist, admitted a reluctance to sever ties, suggesting that the protagonist harbored apprehensions about post-graduation life. His friends, in a jesting manner, likened Young Min to a mischievous entity, while he, amused, committed to prolonging their shared escapades. Our protagonist attracted attention, prompting one of Young Min's friends to alert him. Concurrently, an announcer indicated the pivotal moment's arrival, initiating a countdown from 5. Young Min recognized the protagonist, noting an unusual demeanor as the latter revealed his face and stared intently at Young Min, causing bewilderment due to the unfamiliar intensity. Amid the announcement of the new year, Young Min contemplated the protagonist's penetrating gaze. His companions suggested overlooking the matter for the time being, highlighting the significance of the New Year's commencement and future encounters. Young Min, albeit with some reluctance and whispered complaints, conceded to give the protagonist some space. In the backdrop, another friend celebrated their entry into adulthood, and the atmosphere resonated with Happy New Year exultations. An enigmatic voice suddenly interrupted, pondering the oddity of humanity's New Year celebrations without full awareness of their situation. Young Min turned towards his companion, suspecting the voice was his, but the friend disclaimed any utterance. They collectively looked upwards, bewildered by the source of the mysterious sound. An angelic entity appeared, amused by the naivete of humans, comparing them to confined primates. Observing from an angel's viewpoint, the crowd was taken aback, with some speculating whether the celestial figure was genuinely an angel or part of a New Year's spectacle. One person expressed readiness to accept the apparition as reality, while another commented on the angel's remarkable allure. Although our protagonist had grown familiar with her visage, he continued to nurse a profound animosity. Despite experiencing this scenario 99 times, the angel found amusement in the human's reactions, derisively referring to them as insignificant and suggesting their infatuation with her appearance. She expressed her disinterest in their presence, deeming them as inconsequential. With a disconcerting smile, she mocked their silent astonishment, hinting at their mesmerization by her presence. Yet her conceit attracted the attention of a man in the crowd, who vocally questioned her identity, insinuating that she was merely masquerading as an angel. He disparaged her, leading to a tense moment. The protagonist observed the scene with quiet regret. The angel's demeanor momentarily shifted to silence, then her expression darkened, her eyes adopting a threatening red hue. The man who had challenged her suffered a violent end, causing pandemonium as the crowd dispersed in terror. Overcome with astonishment, Young Min quietly expressed his confusion. The angel, adopting a threatening demeanor, rebuked the humans for their informal manner of address. She declared that questioning her authority was beyond their rights and warned that the consequences witnessed could extend to others. She grudgingly agreed to elucidate the situation, advising them to listen carefully. Despite her protagonist's dismay, the angel revealed that they were to participate in a 20-round game, occurring on the first day of each month. She detailed that their spirits would be transported to an alternate realm to undertake quests and overcome challenges. Successful individuals would gain rewards and re-enter the real world. Confusion spread among the crowd, and in seeking understanding, one person interpreted her announcement as offering a survival opportunity. Yet, she clarified that not all completers of the quests would be spared. The angel specified her selection process. She would save only half of the participants based on the order in which they finished the quests. Attempting to allay the crowd's alarm, she assured them that not everyone would be taken. She specified that only individuals aged between 15 and 29 globally would participate in the game. The protagonist contemplated the repetitive nature of this game, which he had experienced 100 times, each time he reached the age of 20. Within the crowd, an elderly man's expression of relief at his exemption sparked annoyance among others, who perceived his comment as exacerbating the situation. Young Min stepped in, emphasizing the seriousness of the context and reminding them of the earlier casualty. After tallying, the angel announced the game's vast scale with 1,812,912,290 participants. Upon concluding her briefing, she initiated the game. Abruptly, the protagonist was enveloped in a vast expanse of white. The angel explained that each participant had been isolated in their unique space, unseen by others, where they must configure their physiques in readiness for the soul transfer. This was a singular opportunity for customization, and she advised careful selection. Internally, the protagonist chose to retain his previous incarnation's attributes, adopting the moniker Black Scythe. In this landscape, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, orchestrating a serene symphony of nature. Black Scythe materialized in this realm, musing over his unchanged appearance for the 100th time since his 12th attempt, which now felt like his genuine form. As others materialized, some were perplexed about their location, while others were astonished by the tangible alterations in their physiques. One individual boastfully disclosed his choice of a celebrity's visage, leading to a peer's validation of his decision. Observing silently, the protagonist noted the collective effort to appear appealing but considered it imprudent. Given the survival of the fittest rule in this domain where allure could render one vulnerable, the consequence of demise in this alternate reality was an actual death in the real world. He recognized that the commencement was imminent. Young Min appeared, now with an enhanced muscular build. The angel arrived, remarking on the evident joy in their expressions upon witnessing their newly fashioned avatars. She announced that 1,829,110 individuals were present, representing all the human entities in Seoul. This revelation elicited astonishment from one and skepticism from another regarding the count. The angel responded with amusement at their limited comprehension, elucidating that individuals were dispersed across different realms, each overseen by various angels and advancing through their rounds. She exhorted them to focus on their personal progression and commenced a straightforward briefing. They were instructed to open their status window, which appeared before them. Black Scythe, familiar with this interface from his numerous game cycles, inwardly sighed. The angel pointed out their nascent capabilities, noting that their previous gaming experiences might underscore the paucity of their current powers. She motivated them to enhance their strength, promising liberation from the survival game, and the fulfillment of a wish for those who persevered and triumphed in the 20th round. The announcement of a potential wish spurred shock and interest among the participants, though they quickly recognized that this boon would be exclusive to the top achiever. Subsequently, the angel advised them to inspect their inventory, hinting at a special item awaiting them. Adhering to the angel's guidance, they explored their inventory, uncovering a rune fragment. The angel clarified that this randomly assigned rune fragment, a one-time use artifact for level 1, was the initial item allocated to them. To utilize it, participants were instructed to hold it and mentally command use, their anticipation for the game's enigmatic mechanics growing. Upon activating the rune fragment, they observed its gradual dissipation in astonishment. The angel commented on their varied reactions, signifying the divergence of their destinies, and advised them to embrace the outcomes as a matter of fortune. Announcing the completion of the rune imprinting, she signaled the commencement of the game with a snap of her fingers, eliciting a system notification. This notification disclosed the first-round quest, to vanquish 100 goblins. As the goblins appeared and advanced, the participants were left in awe. Questions arose about the reality of the goblins, while others pondered the eerily game-like scenario. Speculation within the group ranged from theories of an elaborate virtual reality game to secretive experimental activities. The angel tempered the growing excitement with a caution that the full contingent of goblins had yet to be revealed. As the number of goblins swelled, so did the participants' apprehension. Ken darkened as she declared an immense conflict. 10,000 humans pitted against 50,000 goblins in a mortal struggle. The advancing goblins incited widespread panic. Amidst the turmoil, the protagonist courageously moved forward, confronting the goblin horde. Observers, worried about the peril of his proximity, speculated on his motives, yet he remained focused, initiating combat by striking a goblin forcefully in the head. In such a collective scenario, making a strong initial impact is crucial. Intent on establishing his dominance, the protagonist aimed to solidify his presence in the collective consciousness. His decisive action against the goblins served to highlight his formidable strength, capturing the crowd's attention and aiming for a performance that resonated with authority. As he adeptly eliminated the advancing goblins, onlookers watched in admiration. A girl in the crowd, intrigued by his prowess, speculated on his identity, comparing him to an elite operative, while his moniker, Black Scythes, earned widespread respect. The encroaching goblins prompted speculation about the player's proficiency in the game, yet there was an initial assurance in their capacity to manage the threat, particularly with Black Scythe's presence. However, this assurance crumbled as a goblin's fatal assault claimed one of their own, triggering widespread panic and disorderly retreat. The protagonist, deeply engaged in combat, was acutely aware of the horrifying screams of those succumbing to the goblins. The situation had escalated into a dire reality, with survival becoming the paramount concern for everyone involved. He pondered his early misjudgment, acknowledging the inescapability of this realm. Those unaccustomed to combat found themselves significantly challenged by the goblins. To endure in this game, adapting and tapping into their survival instincts became essential. The battleground was saturated with blood, scattered with the lifeless and the desperate escapees or those caught in the goblins' ruthless advance. Observing the havoc, an angel's laughter resonated, her amusement evident at the stark contrast between the small-statured goblins and the humans, who were armed only with basic daggers. The protagonist's performance sparked the angel's curiosity. leading her to covertly track his quest achievements. She expressed silent dissatisfaction with the system's limited data on players, yet found the human's endeavors and resilience intriguing. A notification appeared for the protagonist, acknowledging his triumph over a goblin with rewards of add 4 experience and add 10 gold, and heralding his level advancement. He needed to vanquish 25 more goblins to complete his quest. When a goblin attacked, he deftly avoided it, efficiently eliminating the oncoming swarm. The goblins eventually hesitated, intimidated by the formidable, blood-drenched warrior who seized this pause to recuperate. He consulted his status window, which displayed his name, Ryrene, with the alias Black Scythe at level 4 and holding a beginner rank. He had not yet selected a class and all his attributes were at 3 points. Determined to prioritize agility, he recognized its critical role in enhancing dodge rate, attack speed, and mobility. For him, agility was crucial in the initial phases of the game. Leveraging his increased speed and advancements, he sought to draw the angel's notice and validate his strategy. He hurled his dagger at a goblin, signaling the others to dare an attack. They froze, allowing him to dash towards his weapon. He then quickly eliminated the remaining goblins, accumulating experience, gold, and another level up. This feat marked the completion of his quest to eliminate 100 goblins, signifying the end of the first round. He internally assessed the first round as an uncomplicated victory, driven by his focus on aggressively hunting the goblins to gain the angel's observation. Although it initially appeared that his efforts were futile, a notification soon confirmed his achievement of the highest rank in quest completion within his zone, and impressively, across all zones. Reflecting on this accomplishment, he understood the importance of completing quests promptly. The quicker the completion, the greater the rewards, with bonuses distributed up to the 3rd rank. For his first place finish in his zone, he received the highly sought-after low-rank rare weapon selection coupon. He realized the reward structure was divided between specific zone, achievements, and overall performance, with a special reward selection box granted for his all-zones first-place finish. As he reviewed the weapons available for his zone reward, he felt grateful for acquiring such a significant asset early in the game, ultimately choosing the stiletto. After confirming his selection with the system, he set aside his old dagger and saved the special reward selection box for future use. Reflecting on a unique title he had earned earlier, he found it to be a novel distinction in his extensive experience of 99 game cycles. He activated the orb, and the system acknowledged his receipt of the rune of Regresso. The system intended to embed the rune in his body, yet reported a malfunction in the integration process, possibly due to the ramifications of establishing a new imprint that might facilitate endless regression. Internally, he deemed the failure as somewhat anticipated, given the hint of infinite regression linked with the new imprint. Subsequently, the system acknowledged the presence of the rune's remnants within his soul, confirming his status as a 100th-time imprint, and granted him the title of last-time regressor. Surprised by this discovery, he recognized that titles in this game represent profound concepts of runes, with their significance escalating in relation to the acquisition difficulty. He noted that the more arduous a title is to obtain, the more potent its influence, contrasting with the first priest's ability, which only restored up to 30 of health. In comparison, the last-time regressor offered a complete health restoration capability. With a gratified expression, he contemplated the extraordinary nature of his reward, emblematic of the exceptional outcomes of his persistent endeavors. Privately, he acknowledged the importance of safeguarding this newfound secret. As he stretched, his thoughts shifted to the quest's conclusion, pondering Youngmin's outcome. He observed Youngmin from afar, silently acknowledging his survival. Shortly after, the angel voiced her dissatisfaction with the diminishing human numbers compared to the goblins, apologizing before suggesting an intensification of the ordeal. A participant queried what more fun entailed, and in response, the deceased combatants and their remains were erased from the battlefield, bewildering the survivors. As the goblin forces pressed forward, a palpable sense of dread filled the atmosphere. The angel then summoned an additional 50,000 goblins, precipitating a horrific conflict. Initially, only 1210 out of 5,143 participants successfully completed the quest. As the struggle continued, the count of survivors incrementally increased to 2019. During this turmoil, the protagonist remained calm, witnessing others as they were overwhelmed by the goblin horde. The number of quest completers eventually rose to 3,533. The angel delighted in the unfolding chaos, and swiftly, the total reached 5,143. Subsequently, all goblins disappeared, confounding those who had not finished the quest. The angel then displayed the final count of completions, stating that half had prevailed, while the remainder faced elimination, adhering to the game's stringent regulations. The participants who failed began vanishing, much to the astonishment of those remaining. The angel commented on the survivors' success and granted them the privilege to return, lauding their triumph in the inaugural round. She playfully hinted at the forthcoming challenges of the second round before departing. The results of the first round were then displayed through a system notification, showing Black Scythe at the pinnacle of the leaderboard across all zones, with competitors Stupid Idiots and Heavenly Demon trailing, all having completed the quest in less than 20 minutes. In the protagonist's specific zone, Black Scythe was at the forefront, succeeded by Life is a documentary and Black Flame Dragon. The system acknowledged Black Scythe's overall top position, awarding him a low-rank rare weapon selection coupon, a special reward box, and an additional 1,000 gold soon to be added to his inventory. He was also informed that the shop would become available upon reaching level 10. The crowd's attention shifted towards the protagonist, who internally recognized his established lead. The angel also acknowledged an individual in her domain who had achieved the highest rankings in multiple areas. Impressed by his performance, the angel turned her focus to Black Scythe, politely inquiring about the source of his remarkable strength and pondering the possibility of special runes. However, she quickly checked herself, recognizing the abruptness of her query. Our protagonist deftly responded, hinting at whether she could ascertain the details of her runes through her own stat window. The angel, somewhat embarrassed, hastily affirmed that her angelic insights allowed her such observations, insisting her question was merely rhetorical. Yet the protagonist's knowing smile hinted at a deeper understanding. He subtly indicated a request, piquing her interest about what favor he might ask. His forthright commentary on the perceived inadequacy of the first-place rewards stirred astonishment among the onlookers. The angel's expression turned foreboding as she sternly asked him to elaborate on his assertion. Unperturbed, the protagonist confidently articulated his request for a more significant reward, candidly expressing dissatisfaction with the current one. A tense silence enveloped the scene, with the angel's features darkening, now mirroring a demonic visage. In a sinister voice, she inquired whether he, a mere human, dared to solicit additional favors from her. She noted her vigilant observation of his performance from the outset, questioning whether he had underestimated her based on his success against the goblins. The angel initially threatened violence, then realized she had forfeited that power, resorting to labeling him as presumptuous. However, she swiftly shifted her stance, suggesting an alternative approach. She acknowledged that such demands would typically be dismissed, but voiced a willingness to entertain his request. She then invited the protagonist for a private discussion, leaving the other participants to speculate enviously. Whispers of jealousy and curious glances emerged, with some considering whether to negotiate for enhanced rewards themselves. They deliberated on the possible extent of such rewards, envying the protagonist's exclusive chance. As he walked past, the protagonist shared a significant glance with young Min, his expression smug. Secluded in the forest, the angel inquired about his cautious distance, expressing a need to affirm his presence and asking him to remain nearby, to which he nonchalantly agreed with a sure. Internally, the angel lamented the necessity of raising her voice to communicate with these seemingly dense humans. Her frustration mounted as she internally criticized their inherent greed and misunderstanding. She acknowledged her lack of authority in determining the rewards and admitted her reluctance to alter them, particularly for the protagonist. With a critical look, she decided to impart a lesson of humility to the protagonist, determined to make him regret his greed. She toyed with the idea of terminating his existence beyond a certain threshold, but then considered the possible ramifications of such an action. Executing a player for personal grievances, especially over fairness complaints, could result in dire consequences. She feared that the higher authorities might hold her accountable for jeopardizing the game's stability, thus contemplating the necessity of leaving no witnesses. With a malevolent smirk, she derisively addressed the protagonist as a foolish human, suggesting that he should have kept his aspirations private. As she turned to query about his preferred recompense, she was unexpectedly struck by a forceful blow from the protagonist, rendering her astonished and disoriented. Now prostrate on the ground with pain pulsating through her, she pondered whether the protagonist had assaulted her with a rapid, irate ascent. Her search for him proved futile, heightening her confusion about his possible disappearance. Unbeknownst to her, he was behind her, grappling with her wings. Experiencing intense pain, she pleaded for cessation, inquiring about his intentions. Her agony was amplified when he extracted one of her wings, to which he jeeringly commented on her theatrical reaction. As he poised to detach the second wing, he callously stated, "Your flight is now precluded," inquiring with mockery if she was in pain. Her response to the evident pain elicited his derisive laughter. With a sneer, he remarked on her unasked question, continuing with his mirthful mockery. She questioned his sanity, seeking clarification on his cryptic words. Seizing her wings, he alleged her possession of a hidden dagger aimed at his demise. Struck by this assertion, she lapsed into silence, and he professed to discern her guilt from her expression. He even addressed her by her name, Brielle, causing her bewilderment at his knowledge of her identity. He disregarded her questions. Unsheathing a dagger, she inquired about his actions and the necessity of the weapon. Sidestepping her queries, she then menaced to unleash her powers and annihilate him. Yet he merely smirked, asserting her incapacity for such feats. Her indignation surged, and she cautioned him of the unforgiving nature of her celestial brethren. He derided the notion, labeling all angels as self-centered, indifferent to her fate. Confounded, she sought clarification. yet he bluntly stated her impending demise. She implored him, arguing the lack of benefit for him, to which he retorted that it indeed served his purpose. She warned him of future remorse and the impossibility of returning home. He disclosed their automatic return mechanism, piquing her curiosity about his knowledge, offering to divulge any information in exchange for her life. He dismissed the need, revealing he had already gleaned essential insights through the ordeal he inflicted upon her. He had uncovered their customs, objectives, and her role as a mere instrument in their grand design, merely serving as a navigator. Without hesitation, he executed a lethal strike to her heart, culminating her existence. An alert promptly surfaced, proclaiming his distinction as the inaugural vanquisher of an angel. This feat bestowed upon him the illustrious title of first-ever angel slayer. Internally, he acknowledged his pioneering status, as the system declared his reward, the esteemed rune of slaughter. This unique rune was destined to integrate with his essence. Reflecting on his 13th quest, he recognized these accolades were reserved solely for the pioneer angel slayer, each as singular as an artifact. The title granted him a considerable advantage, doubling his stats against divine-type adversaries. The rune of slaughter, conversely, incrementally boosted his stats by 1% up to a maximum of 100%, with each adversary he defeated. This increment continued until the round's conclusion, providing him a significant strategic benefit. Amid these reflections, he pondered the celestial being's response to his newly acquired rune. Nonetheless, his primary incentive for the angel's demise was the enigmatic angel's blood. This exceptional item, accessible solely to the inaugural angel slayer, bestowed the capability to advance to the coveted Grim Reaper class, starting from level 10. He elucidated that players typically unlocked class options at level 10, with 30 varied choices. Class transition was generally attained through in-game accomplishments or precise conditions. However, there existed special items enabling unique class changes. He highlighted the rarity of class alteration items, attainable by a single individual under particular circumstances. Within the appropriate context, these exclusive classes provided by such items were superior, offering not just enhanced stats, but also multiple class transition opportunities and unique selections like skull options. This system was unparalleled, with every element meticulously optimized. Despite not yet triumphing in the final round, he was resolute in his ambition to dominate every zone. His primary goal was to rapidly advance to level 10, thereby unlocking the intriguing possibilities of class changes. The system presented him with 3 compelling choices for his subsequent action: a triple experience boost exclusive to the second round, a significant reward of 2,000 gold, or crucial insights into the next round. Faced with a pivotal decision, he selected the experience boost without hesitation. The system immediately confirmed that this bonus would be applied automatically upon his entrance into the second round. He was acutely aware of the stakes, recognizing this as a potentially pivotal opportunity to enhance his strength. Shortly thereafter, a notification marked the conclusion of the first round, revealing that all 900,514,645 survivors would imminently revert to their physical forms on Earth. Confusion prevailed as individuals grappled with the reality of their experiences, with many pondering whether others had shared this extraordinary ordeal. He observed the time on his mobile device, which indicated 5:20, signifying the length of his extraordinary journey. His companions awakened, expressing discomfort with headaches and muscular pain, and a peer inquired if he had also lost consciousness, to which he affirmed that all in attendance had shared the experience. Their dialogue explored the peculiar, dreamlike occurrences they had faced, confirming these were beyond mere figments of imagination. As they recounted the encounters with goblins and the initial round, they realized the obligation to reconvene on February 1st for the subsequent segment of this mysterious adventure. Suddenly, he noticed an unresponsive individual nearby and tried unsuccessfully to awaken them. A comrade ascertained the absence of a pulse and respiration, leading to the somber declaration of the individual's demise. This prompted speculation about the lethal consequences of the game, suggesting that only a fraction had survived. Amidst this turmoil, he was engulfed by a wave of intense feelings, his reaction encapsulated by the sentiment, "This is awesome." Young Min's introspection led him to the notion that life's challenges are universal, irrespective of personal history, and pondered the futility of lamenting life's injustices. Amidst a friend's panic about unfulfilled life experiences, another companion offered solace, acknowledging their shared adversities and posited that even in the face of mortality, they wouldn't regard their demise as unjust. Yet aspirations remained unfulfilled among them. The absence of their protagonist, last seen before unconsciousness, caught Young Min's attention, leading him to speculate on the possibility of the protagonist's failure in the initial round. Considering past defeats, his focus shifted to an individual adorned in peculiar armor, sparking curiosity about the source of such distinctive attire. This observation prompted Young Min to access his status window to glean more information. To his astonishment, Young Min's status window opened, leading his peers to check their own, surmising that these interfaces were visible only to the individual user. They pondered the applicability of their in-game attributes and possessions in the real world. Young Min decided to validate his enhanced abilities by smoothly crushing a small rock with his hand, his face alight with excitement. Concurrently, a news broadcast reported a bewildering incident at the Bosingate Pavilion in the Jongro district, where approximately 10,000 individuals abruptly lost consciousness during a bell-tolling event. Footage depicted a woman, angelic in appearance, addressing the crowd. Shortly thereafter, a spectator who identified the celestial figure met with a sudden, unexplained demise. The angel-like woman then gestured, causing around 10,000 people to faint. The journalist highlighted that this phenomenon was not isolated, occurring in 128 other nations. Despite this, public reaction on social media was largely incredulous, with many deeming the reports as fantastical or suspecting an elaborate hoax. Despite the unfolding chaos, our protagonist inwardly concedes that these occurrences signal the onset of something far more substantial, hinting at broader implications yet to unfold. The news coverage expanded, stating that approximately 520,000 of those initially affected by sleep paralysis had awakened, while the others had tragically died from cardiac arrest. The high-profile demise of celebrity Miss A in the Plaza underscored the severity of the situation, with 11% of the national population having been lost. Our protagonist contemplates that the real challenge transcends these immediate tragedies. The broadcast then shifted focus to the survivors, categorizing them as players and evaluating their count, suggesting a deeper narrative intertwined with the events. Our protagonist acknowledges the current minimal impact of players' emerging abilities in the real world, attributing it to their initial low stats. However, he foresees that as they advance in levels, they will transform into powerful entities, potentially exceeding modern military capabilities, committed to preventing global turmoil. He surmises that Earth may not endure until the 20th round. He considers establishing dominance over the players through superior strength, adopting a strategy different from his past experiences. While he contemplates potential allies and recruitment tactics, he prioritizes an imminent task. Upon returning to his apartment, he finds his habitual meal of instant noodles. Moving to another room, he observes his younger brother Young Min deeply asleep, unaffected by his absence. Young Min, a middle school third year, and our protagonist have faced drastic familial shifts after their parents' tragic demise in an accident. Our protagonist assumed the role of sole protector for his younger sibling, marking a profound transformation in their lives. Observing the scar on his brother's palm, our protagonist tenderly caressed it, signaling the end of their serene and routine existence. He proceeded to the light switch, illuminating the room and rousing Ruon. With the onset of morning, our protagonist initiated the day's activities, urging his brother to rise. As the younger boy groggily checked his phone, questioning the early disturbance, our protagonist decisively removed the bedding, emphasizing the urgency of the situation. He assured his brother that an explanation would follow and stressed the necessity for prompt readiness, as their imminent departure loomed. Perplexed, Young Min, stifling a yawn, inquired about their early departure. He speculated whether our protagonist intended to observe the sunrise, suggesting he could have proceeded alone. Our protagonist, with a grave demeanor, clarified the urgency, stating the lack of leisure for sleep or rest amidst global turmoil. Young Min, puzzled, recalled our protagonist's plan to attend the New Year's ceremony, questioning the gravity of the situation. Our protagonist, turning, assured him that all would be explained en route, emphasizing the necessity of their immediate departure. Subsequently, the brothers advanced in silence along the street, with Young Min reflecting on the situation, noting our protagonist's somber expression. Our protagonist, observing his brother's confusion, addressed the lack of awareness regarding the world's current state. Expressing concern, Young Min conveyed to his brother that he felt alarmed and sought clarification on the events transpired during his slumber. Our protagonist, advancing without glancing back, suggested Young Min consult the top trending topics online. Promptly, Young Min retrieved his smartphone and accessed the latest news updates, pausing in astonishment to question their significance. As they continued their journey, our protagonist elucidated that an angel had manifested, transporting individuals to an alternate realm, rectifying the notion of abduction to that of soul transference. Skeptical about the unfolding events, Young Min inquired if his brother was also a participant in this extraordinary occurrence. Confirming his involvement, the elder sibling disclosed his survival contingent upon vanquishing 100 goblins. Through concern evident, Young Min hastened to our protagonist, inquiring about his well-being. Our protagonist, facing his brother, urged him not to fret. Young Min, impassioned, expressed his deep concern, highlighting the recent loss of their parents and the vital role our protagonist played in his life. He acknowledged our protagonist's strength, but differentiated between mental resilience and the physical act of defeating numerous foes, acknowledging our protagonist's vulnerabilities. Our protagonist, offering a warm smile, reassured his brother, understanding his concerns. He revealed that in the alternate dimension, a game-like characterization system existed, making physical prowess less critical. He assured Young Min that upon witnessing his brother's capabilities in that realm, any initial apprehensions would dissipate. Querying our protagonist's intentions, Young Min received an invitation to accompany him to uncover the truth. However, Young Min, adamant, demanded to know their destination before proceeding, halting in his tracks and seeking a candid explanation. Our protagonist, with a glance at his own wound, reflected a somber mood in his gaze. He succinctly mentioned Bandu and revealed their destination as Bandu Lair, hinting at his awareness of the adversity Young Min faced. Surprised by his brother's knowledge, Young Min inquired how our protagonist was privy to this information. Affirming his role as the elder sibling, indicated his inherent responsibility to be aware of such matters. Subtly acknowledging Young Min's desire to shield him from additional burdens, our protagonist was consumed by regret upon seeing Young Min's distressed expression, acknowledging his initial ignorance of the true events. He became aware of the dire situation a few hours after returning from his first mission. On the day Young Min encountered Bandu, Ryaman, resting in his apartment, was jolted awake by a phone call, urgently summoning him to the hospital. There, he discovered Young Min had been mercilessly assaulted and blinded by Bandu. Ryaman criticized himself for his perceived inadequacies, feeling responsible for not safeguarding his brother and yearning to extend an apology, vowing to prevent any further mockery towards Young Min. In a different scene within the city, an abandoned hangar served as the backdrop for Bandu's tyranny. He violently attacked an individual, demanding a ransom of 200,000 and furiously assaulted the defenseless victims for their silence, questioning their defiance. Observing this brutality were three men, acknowledging Bandu's notorious ruthlessness, recognized even by counterparts from other factions, highlighting his feared status. Bandu approached the trio, labeling them as ineffective, expressing his frustration over the thwarted motorcycle purchase due to insufficient funds. He questioned them about potential money sources, allowing them a moment to devise a plan. One of the group suggested targeting our protagonist, described as tall with curly hair, prompting Bandu to recall his intention to confront him, viewing it as an auspicious beginning to the new year. The suggestion to exploit our protagonist financially gained temporary consensus, until Bandu, turning to his associates, clarified the futility of such action given our protagonist's impoverished state and dilapidated dwelling. He mentioned Young Min's lack of parental support, living solely with Ryamin. Mid-discussion, Bandu's attention shifted abruptly, casting a fearful glance towards the entrance, sensing an unusual presence. At the entrance of the hangar, Young Min and an unknown individual appeared, causing Bandu to initially react with laughter, masking his fear. He derisively addressed Young Min, acknowledging his unexpected arrival. Bandu's outburst was interrupted as he noticed the unfamiliar figure beside Young Min. With irritation, he questioned the identity of this new companion, insinuating that Young Min sought addition and then revealed himself assertively as Young Min's elder sibling, casting an ominous glance at the aggressors, and subtly chastised Young Min for his earlier reticence, reminding him of a previous directive to remain silent and forbearing. Resolved to a grim fate, Bandu signaled his minions to eliminate what he deemed as vermin. Amidst the chaos, a thug questioned Young Min about our protagonist's combat prowess while taunting him. However, his mockery was abruptly silenced by our protagonist's formidable punch, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this, another assailant charged at our protagonist, who deftly avoided the attack with a sidestep and countered with a swift strike, propelling the attacker into the surrounding clutter, causing a tumultuous collapse. The swift incapacitation of their allies spurred the remaining thugs into a collective assault, attempting to overpower our protagonist through sheer numbers. Yet their efforts were futile as our protagonist dispatched them with precise and forceful strikes, leaving Bandu as the sole standing adversary. Unperturbed by the swift defeat of his underlings, Bandu remained defiant, facing our protagonist without evident concern. Bandu, addressing Yamin with disdain, questioned his boxing capabilities, implying they were insufficient for a real confrontation. As Bandu approached, he mocked our protagonist's acquired skills, questioning their effectiveness. Bandu, towering over Yamin, insinuated the importance of physical strength in boxing. Yamin in response referenced recent news events which only confused Bandu, leading to his enraged inquiry and an attempted punch. Our protagonist effortlessly dodged the attack, initiating a flurry of strikes, yet surprisingly, none made contact with Bandu. This anomaly led Bandu to suspect an unusual advantage on our protagonist's part. Gasping for air, Young Min was baffled by his inability to hit Bandu. It was then our protagonist, with an air of indignation, revealed a glowing blue aura around his hand, hinting at a formidable power and suggesting that knowledge of current events would dissuade Bandu from the confrontation. After proclaiming his intent, our protagonist unleashed a formidable punch directly onto Bandu's visage, demonstrating extraordinary power. Despite the forceful impact, Bandu remarkably remained upright and attempted a swift counter. To his astonishment, his fist passed through air as our protagonist seemingly vanished, reappearing behind him in an impressively brief interval. Bandu, reeling from a subsequent solid strike to his cheek, verbally disparaged our protagonist in a shaken tone, only to be shocked upon discovering a dislodged tooth in his hand. Bandu's anger escalated, threatening our protagonist with dire consequences. His attempt at another assault was notably sluggish, providing Rurimin with ample opportunity to evade and subsequently secure Bandu's wrist. Our protagonist then delivered 2 decisive punches to Bandu's face, an action that left onlookers, particularly those previously victimized by Bandu, in astonished silence. Bandu, barely maintaining consciousness, glared at our protagonist with frustration, recognizing his deliberate focus on attacking the face. Convinced that a single successful strike would turn the tide, Bandu mustered all his residual energy for a final assault. However, his efforts were in vain against our protagonist, who, as a player, possessed superior abilities. With a swift motion, our protagonist neutralized Bandu's attack using his leg, then delivered a powerful kick. The force of our protagonist's strike propelled Bandu across the hangar, causing him to collide with the distant wall. Our protagonist approached Bandu, who's kneeling and trembling from the pain. Struggling to breathe, he coldly questioned Bandu's state. Reflecting on the past anguish of witnessing his brother's severe beating and subsequent blindness, determined to prevent a recurrence of such torment, our protagonist felt compelled to act decisively. He knelt beside the wounded Bandu, gripping his hand with a deceptive gentleness. Our protagonist's expression, a mix of resolution and retribution, conveyed his underlying motive for retribution, stating the cause of Bandu's current plight. In that moment, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Bandu howled in agony, staring at his crushed fingers. Min then seized Bandu's other hand, prompting young Min to express distress, imploring our protagonist to cease his actions. Simultaneously, another outcry pierced the air, as the revived bandits hastily fled the hangar. Young Min, positioned at the entrance, could not endure the dreadful sounds and turned away, eyes tightly shut. Her protagonist, observing Bandu's tearful examination of his mangled fingers, inquired about the consequences should Bandu menace young Min again. Through his tears, Bandu hastily vowed to refrain from harming the boy. Pleased, our protagonist acknowledged this assurance, his smile belying a mocking intent. He cautioned the necessity of reinforcing the lesson to prevent forgetfulness. Seizing young Min's arm, another bone-crunching sound resonated, followed by a raw cry of anguish within the hangar's confines. Outside the hangar, young Min expressed astonishment at his brother's combat prowess, questioning the source of our protagonist's remarkable fighting skills. Our protagonist, responding, hinted that young Min had overlooked significant information in the news, revealing that players could manifest their skills in reality. Young Min, puzzled by this revelation, sought clarification. Demonstrating his point, our protagonist summoned a bright yellow light from his palm, materializing a black, sharp dagger from another dimension, astonishing young Min with the weapon's sudden appearance. Our protagonist elucidated that he possessed the ability to summon the acquired weapon into the physical world, then discreetly returned it to his inventory. Young Min, intrigued, inquired if our protagonist's adept evasion of the attacks was also due to skills from this other realm. Our protagonist affirmed, disclosing that he had accrued 11 dexterity points, contrasting with the average human's 3 and professional athletes' 10, underscoring the extraordinary nature of his abilities as they continued their journey. As the lottery numbers commenced, the first was 3, followed by 18, then 9 and 38 as the fourth. Witnessing these, young Min's anxiety transformed into disbelief. The complete sequence for the Nat 1049 lottery was disclosed. 318, 938 with 211 as the bonus number. Overwhelmed by astonishment, young Min, verifying the numbers on their ticket, exclaimed their improbable victory. He turned to our protagonist, his eyes brimming with emotion, requesting a pinch to confirm reality. Our protagonist, with a bemused expression, suggested young Min ascertain the truth himself. Questioning the reality of their situation, young Min wondered if they were in a dream. Yin, with a hint of curiosity, posed whether young Min preferred the scenario to be a dream, which the younger brother denied. Min, with a smile, affirmed the reality of their win, dispelling any doubts. Convinced, young Min leapt up, elated, only to be gently cautioned by Ryumin to moderate his excitement to avoid disturbing their neighbors. As they sat together, Ryumin inquired about young Min's happiness, who in turn queried our protagonist's feelings of joy. Our protagonist acknowledged his happiness, reflecting on his initial reaction to similar experiences, which had become routine over time. He explained the necessity of amassing wealth swiftly, especially in light of the turbulent economy anticipated due to the significant loss of lives. Our protagonist highlighted the impending increase in player-to-player item trading for cash as a critical future activity. Struggling to grasp the enormity of holding 100 winning lottery tickets, young Min inquired about their potential financial gain. Our protagonist, however, found it challenging to estimate the vast sum they would receive, speculating that it might be substantial enough to impact the world. Later that day at Non-Hop Bank, our protagonist displayed no signs of anxiety. His familiarity with claiming the lottery prize had rendered the experience routine. Approaching the service counter, he confidently requested the first-place payout for the Enwa lottery, receiving a congratulatory response from the bank employee. The bank employee, scrutinizing our protagonist, was intrigued by his youthful appearance, pondering why a student would engage in lottery gambling. After verifying the details on his monitor, the employee inquired about the purchase location of the lottery ticket. Our protagonist specified the QS24 store, affiliated with Manhwa, which visibly astonished the employee. He recalled a recent conversation with a colleague who mentioned that an unprecedented total of 115 tickets had won, and astonishingly, 100 of those were acquired from a single outlet by presumably one individual. This revelation prompted the colleague to suggest an urgent communication with the bank's president, emphasizing that anyone claiming ticket purchases from that branch should be treated as exceptionally important clients. After a brief, apologetic interlude, the bank employee requested our protagonist to wait momentarily. Shortly thereafter, Jun, the president of Non-Hop Bank, descended to the lobby. Upon arrival, he cordially greeted our protagonist with a handshake and introduced himself. In return, our protagonist shared his own introduction. Jun acknowledged our protagonist's significant lottery win at Nado, extending his formal congratulations. He then suggested moving to a more secluded area for privacy and led our protagonist to the lottery ticket department. Inside, a staff member, upon noticing their entry, respectfully stood and bowed to Jun. Observing Ryamin with curiosity, she speculated about his identity, wondering if he was related to the president. Jun clarified to her that our protagonist was a distinguished visitor, present to claim his lottery prize. Jun instructed the employee to extend full courtesy towards our protagonist. After parting with our protagonist, he encouraged him to manage his affairs unreservedly. The employee, recognizing our protagonist as the individual who claimed the 100-ticket jackpot, aimed to maintain her composure. She respectfully greeted him and invited him to sit opposite her. Promptly inquiring about his preference for a beverage, she received his decline and noted his request to expedite the prize collection process. She complied without hesitation, asking to verify the Nat lottery tickets. Our protagonist produced the 100 tickets from his possession, presenting them to her. As she meticulously examined the tickets, astonishment took over, realizing the extent of our protagonist's achievement and pondering if he possessed foresight, given the uniformity and success of the numbers chosen. After completing her verification, the staff member confirmed that all 100 tickets were indeed winners of the first-place prize. Our protagonist, curious about the total sum, inquired about the amount of money he would receive. The employee, still in disbelief, informed him that his total winnings amounted to approximately 22.5 billion won. After taxes, our protagonist would retain about 15 billion won. With the financial gains secured, our protagonist expedited his next actions. He sought a new residence and by evening had initiated a brokerage account anticipating a significant rise in Bitcoin value. Planning to invest in Bitcoin, our protagonist aimed to further augment his newfound wealth. Subsequently, he arranged for a new housing accommodation, preparing for relocation with his brother. Prior to the move, our protagonist decided to revisit their former apartment to collect essential belongings. Our protagonist inquired whether Youngmin was pleased with the images of their imminent new residence. Youngmin expressed awe at the mansion's grandeur and the promising description of its locality and security. His confusion arose regarding the decision to rent instead of purchasing property, given their substantial financial windfall. Our protagonist disclosed that he had allocated merely 1 billion won for immediate use, investing the remaining 14 billion in Bitcoin, leaving Youngmin perplexed. He, understanding his brother's astonishment, assured him that the investment was not reckless. He comforted Youngmin, explaining that even in the event of a cryptocurrency loss, they could secure additional funds through NATO, emphasizing the strategic thought behind his financial decisions. Our protagonist shared with Youngmin that he had envisioned 4 sets of numbers in a dream, which sparked excitement in Youngmin, familiar with tales of prophetic lottery dreams. Eagerly, he implored his brother to retain the numbers, fearing their loss. He, overwhelmed by his brother's fervent reaction, experienced a moment of dizziness, gently requesting Youngmin to ease his grip. He reassured Youngmin that the numbers were etched in his memory from repeated experiences. Suggesting a change of activity, he recommended grabbing a bite before preparing for their day. Confused, Youngmin queried about their plans, to which our protagonist, with a grin, revealed their immediate relocation. In a separate event, a powerful individual known as Mine demonstrated his formidable strength by demolishing a stone wall with a single punch, testing the extent of his newly enhanced physical capabilities. Mike allocated all his experience points to enhance his strength, a decision he has yet to regret. Additionally, he acquired a power rune that amplified his strength twofold, fortuitously securing an initial rune whose potency could even stir envy in someone of Mike Tyson's stature. After testing his formidable power by demolishing a wall, Mike felt an urge to validate his enhanced strength in actual combat. Hours later, he found himself at the entrance of our protagonist's apartment, persistently knocking. Despite his patience, Mike began to harbor feelings of awkwardness, puzzled by the lack of response from within, questioning the resilience of the person he sought to confront. Consumed with indignation, Mine intensified his assault on the door, fueled by the belief that our protagonist had slighted him. Convinced of our protagonist's inferiority, despite both being players, Mike was determined to impart a stern lesson. His continuous pounding on the door solidified his belief that our protagonist was deliberately avoiding a confrontation. Mike then decided to employ a deceptive tactic, loudly proclaiming his departure, hoping to provoke any sign of life from within. As he pressed his ear against the door for any sound, he was interrupted by the inquiry of an elderly man emerging from the adjacent apartment. The man, adorned with glasses, questioned Mike's intentions, disrupting his plot and adding an unexpected twist to his weight. Faced with the inquisitive elderly man, Young Min defensively questioned the relevance of the man's concern, noting that he was not the apartment owner. To his surprise, the old man adjusted his glasses and clarified that he was indeed the owner. As the man probed about Young Min's purpose, suspecting a visit to a friend, Young Min seized the opportunity to affirm his intention of meeting a friend, urging the owner to grant him access. He elaborated on his prolonged lack of communication with his friend, emphasizing the urgency of entering the apartment. The owner, expressing sympathy, suggested that Young Min's friend might have left him behind, revealing that the apartment was currently vacant as his former occupant had relocated earlier that day. Young Min, startled by this revelation, sought clarification, to which the elderly man admitted his ignorance of the former tenant's new address. This disclosure incited Young Min's frustration as he was aggrieved by the abrupt disappearance of the person he sought without any prior notification. Our protagonist and Young Min arrived at the premises of their new residence, a towering edifice that left Young Min in awe. As they exited the cab, Young Min gazed up at the structure, his disbelief palpable. Entering through the revolving doors, he expressed amazement at the security features, including pass cards and guards. Young Min continued to express his wonderment, questioning the reality of their luxurious surroundings while awaiting the elevator. Ascending to the 43rd floor, they proceeded to their apartment. Inside, Young Min, overwhelmed by excitement, inquired about the size of their new home. Our protagonist nonchalantly informed him that the apartment spanned approximately 330 square meters. Young Min remarked on the spaciousness, considering their duo, to which our protagonist responded, highlighting their substantial financial resources as justification for the grandeur of their accommodation. Young Min inquired about the financial commitment for their new residence. Our protagonist disclosed that the initial deposit was $500 million, with a monthly rental of $22 million. Young Min was astounded by these figures, especially the monthly rent, recalling his recent concern over a modest expenditure at a convenience store. As our protagonist surveyed the rooms, Young Min approached, expressing his apprehension about the high costs and suggested relocating to a more economical dwelling. Our protagonist, however, clarified the necessity of the expense, emphasizing the paramount importance of security. He explained that on the first of each month, players enter a vulnerable state due to comas, exposing them to potential hazards like fires, earthquakes, or attacks by adversaries. The high rent was justified by the enhanced security measures essential for protecting players during these critical periods. Our protagonist stressed that survival in the real world was crucial, irrespective of one's prowess in alternate realms. Upon setting down his bag, Young Min was queried by our protagonist about his feelings toward their new home. Young Min affirmed his contentment, which elicited a somber reaction from our protagonist. Observing his brother's melancholy, Young Min felt a pang of guilt. Our protagonist, with a heavy heart, reflected on the impending separation due to his return to the combative realm, contrasting with Young Min's peaceful life here. This thought made him apologize for his perceived selfishness. During this exchange, our protagonist approached Young Min, offering a comforting gesture on his shoulder, questioning the source of his brother's gloom. He reassured Young Min of his return from the next combat cycle. Attempting to lighten the mood, he proposed they dine out, recommending a notable Korean restaurant located on the second floor of their building, diverting the conversation to a more uplifting topic. As he was about to leave the apartment, his phone rang. Recognizing the caller, he surmised that Young Min had discovered his relocation. Opting to disregard the call, he considered the slim probability of their real-world paths crossing again, though acknowledging potential encounters in the alternate realm. The following morning, he emerged from his room, yawning, to find Young Min ready in the living room, briefcase in hand, inquiring about his brother's plans. He learned that Young Min was on his way to collect a rice cake he had ordered. This revelation left him bewildered, as he could not recall any prior instance of Young Min buying rice cake in the morning. Reflecting on the variability inherent in time regression, he pondered the novelty of this event, considering whether this was the first occurrence of such an errand. He pondered the reason behind the purchase of a rice cake, leading Young Min to explain that it was a gesture of goodwill towards their new neighbors, a mark of good etiquette. He, upon reflection, recognized the merit in fostering positive relations with the neighbors, appreciating his brother's thoughtful initiative. Young Min, ready to leave with his messenger bag, offered to fetch the rice cake solo, suggesting our protagonist relax at home. Contrarily, he proposed that they should jointly introduce themselves to the neighbors. Consequently, they proceeded to purchase the rice cake together. Upon returning to their building, they made their way to the neighbor's apartment to extend greetings and share the treat. A woman's voice inquired from the speaker about their identity. Our protagonist, with a friendly tone, introduced themselves as the new neighbors. The door was opened by a woman who greeted them with a smile, remarking on the brothers' resemblance and guessing their twin status, which Young Min confirmed. He then presented a warm rice cake to her, receiving thanks and a promise of enjoyment from the neighbor. Continuing their introductions, the brothers visited another apartment, informing the resident of their recent move to apartment 4302. Upon the door's opening, Young Min offered the rice cake, maintaining a friendly demeanor. They proceeded to distribute gifts to various neighbors, including an elderly woman, gradually acquainting themselves with the community. Feeling fatigued, Young Min, while entering the elevator, expressed a desire to conclude their introductions promptly. Our protagonist mentioned that they were approaching the penthouse, an expansive space encompassing the 44th and 45th floors, leading Young Min to comment on the affluence of the residents there. While attempting to contact the final apartment, he speculated about the occupants, suggesting they might be either celebrities or a wealthy family. However, no response came from the apartment, leading Young Min to assume it was unoccupied. Despite a second attempt to call, the lack of answer reinforced their belief that the apartment was empty. Pondering their next move, Young Min was about to propose returning to their own apartment when he noticed an unexpected sight behind our protagonist. Young Min, holding a rice cake, was startled to see a group approaching. Among them, he recognized the renowned actress Cyan, whose beauty he likened to that of an angel. Suddenly, a bodyguard stepped forward, obstructing their view and inquiring about their identity, suspecting them to be fans. Our protagonists clarified their status as neighbors from a lower floor. Approaching the bewildered bodyguard, Young Min offered the rice cake. The bodyguard, realizing his mistake, acknowledged the misunderstanding. Young Min then extended the offer of the rice cake to the penthouse residents, but the bodyguard, referring to someone named Aaron, declined, stating his disinterest in such treats. He then proceeded to unlock the penthouse door with a passguard, ushering the actress inside while she cast a contemplative look back at the brothers. Our protagonist expressed frustration over the dismissive encounter as the penthouse door shut. He noticed Young Min, who seemed captivated by the recent interaction, and suggested they move past the incident. Holding the rice cake, Young Min assured he was unbothered. Then his expression brightened as he turned to Ryu Min, who, incredulous that his brother appeared unfazed by their brush with fame. Excitedly, Young Min clarified that they had encountered the famous Cyan, bewildering our protagonist who was unfamiliar with the celebrity. Concurrently, the media was abuzz with reports of sudden fatalities among well-known personalities, particularly heart attack incidents within the celebrity circle. Aaron, seated in her penthouse living room, perused the news with a heavy heart, pondering the world's unchanging pace amidst recent turmoil. Her contemplation was interrupted by a text from Hong Song inquiring if she had heard about Gong Sojan's death. Confirming her awareness, Aaron was then asked about attending the funeral, to which she responded affirmatively, citing her close relationship with Gong Sojan. Reflecting on the reality of losing a peer so accomplished, Aaron acknowledged the precariousness of her own situation. She attributed her survival to acquiring a potent rune, realizing the gravity of her journey and the role of external support in her ascent. The thought of her own potential obituary unsettled her, acknowledging the significant backing from her company, even for her penthouse residence, highlighting the intertwined nature of her success and external investments. Observing Aaron's distressed expression, the bodyguard inquired about her concerns. Aaron reassured him, attempting to mask her anxiety. The bodyguard, sitting beside her, probed further, reminding her of their agreement to share worries openly. Aaron, troubled, questioned the harsh realities of their world and her own survival prospects. The bodyguard counseled her not to fret about forthcoming challenges, asserting his protective presence as a reason for her to be at ease. He encouraged her to trust in him and relax. Ain, turning with a smile of gratitude, acknowledged her reliance on him, expressing her readiness to entrust her safety to the bodyguard with a sense of tranquility. Initially skeptical about the company's decision to assign her a manager and bodyguard, Aaron felt they were meant to monitor her activities. Yet, she recognized the crucial role the bodyguard played in her survival during the first round. The bodyguard assured her of his unwavering protection, promising not to let her down. Aaron expressed her gratitude with a smile and shifted the conversation to the recent visit from their new neighbors who offered rice cake. She reminisced about the tempting appearance of the cake, prompting a light-hearted warning from the bodyguard about the potential for weight gain. Aaron then reflected on the effort the brothers made to introduce themselves and speculated they might have felt disheartened by the indifferent reception they received. The bodyguard advised Aaron to disregard the neighbor's gesture, suspecting their friendly approach might have ulterior motives. Despite his skepticism, Aaron felt the brothers did not exhibit malevolent intentions. She realized that at their age, they must have each defeated 100 goblins to survive, which contradicted the bodyguard's wary perspective. Acknowledging their ordeal, Aaron marveled at how such individuals could maintain normalcy after experiencing significant violence. The bodyguard, reflecting on Aaron's thoughts, questioned the difficulty of the task, dismissively suggesting that only the inept would fail at such a challenge. Eren, however, recognized the bodyguard's ease in overcoming the other world's trials stemmed from his exceptional skills, yet she believed he still fell short of the prowess exhibited by Black Scythe, whose efficiency almost elicited sympathy for the goblins. Contemplating the guard's possible occupation in the other realm, Eren speculated on her chances of surviving another round, pondering the necessity of allying with formidable individuals like Black Scythe, given her reliance on fortune for previous survival. On a Tuesday morning, January 31st, while tidying the living room, Youngmin heard the front door open and saw our protagonist returning from the bank. Turning off the vacuum cleaner, he inquired about the financial transaction. He, checking his phone, confirmed the receipt of funds, noting a lesser amount than anticipated, approximately 15 billion, compared to the 17 billion received previously. Youngmin, astounded by the figures mentioned, playfully accused his brother of jesting and queried if there were any complications encountered at the bank. Securing his fourth consecutive lottery win, he was now deemed a lucky customer by Guan Jun, the president of Non-Hyatt Bank. The president, encountering our protagonist once again, inquired about his winning strategy. He, maintaining consistency in his response, attributed his success to a divine revelation in a dream, a claim readily accepted by the bank director, given the universal desire for such fortuitous dreams. After listening to the account, observed his brother with an expression of perplexity and hesitance before inquiring about the plans for the newly acquired wealth, and whether it would again be allocated to Bitcoin investments. Our protagonist, revealing a staggering balance of approximately 1.5 trillion won in his account, addressed Youngmin concern about potential Bitcoin depreciation, advising patience and assuring his brother of his vigilance in financial management. He proposed dining out, leading to a delightful meal at a high-end restaurant. As evening enveloped the city, they explored the streets, engaging in lively conversation. With the night advancing, he retired to bed while an anxious Youngmin joined him, clasping his hand in a moment of brotherly concern, urging him to ensure his safe return from the imminent challenge. He reassured him, referencing his previous triumph over Bontaegu as proof of his capability. He affectionately encouraged Youngmin to rest, promising that upon awakening, he would find our protagonist already by his side, signaling a temporary farewell as he prepared for the impending journey to the other world. An angel spread her wings against the vast sky and observed the surroundings. Once she confirmed that all players were present, she revealed the second round's mission. Suddenly, a status window appeared before the players. The main task of this round was for each player to select a regional representative within 3 hours. A bald man boldly guessed that the game might involve them fighting monsters, but before he could finish, another young man interrupted. He urged everyone to pay attention to the status window, explaining that if the number of completed missions equaled the number of participants, nobody would have to die. The angel mockingly laughed at the players' confusion and said she would explain. She pointed upwards with her nails, which many would envy, and declared that this challenge had nothing to do with fighting. You just need to choose a representative, she added. She further explained that the representative would have the power to command others, deciding who must crawl or even who must die. While the angel relished this power, the players grimaced in disgust. She mentioned that after 3 hours, all players would receive their ballots, and they simply had to nominate their representative on it. A man with blue hair and narrow eyes wondered about the simplicity of this task and asked if there were no other rules. The angel confirmed, yes, just vote, and you can consider it a break from the game. The players sighed in relief, knowing they only had to vote and not engage in any combat, which was easier than the first round they had endured. The angel stood in a radiant halo of light and began timing the 3-hour voting period. All the players seemed to enjoy the ease of the task, and even fantasized about becoming regional representatives with the power to manipulate others. In contrast, Youngmin was irritable because he had prepared to fight goblins. A friend tried to console him by saying that surviving through votes was not so bad. However, his kindness was not appreciated because of Youngmin's selfish nature. He was annoyed that he had invested all his attributes in strength, but had no chance to show it. Standing not far away, our protagonist wondered why Youngmin focused so much on strength. Could it be that the old proverb would come into play this time? He recalled that Youngmin's proverb and the current situation were exactly like something from his memories of previous returns. Despite all the players gathering to debate and select a regional representative, our protagonist chose his own path into the forest, knowing that there were always side and hidden tasks in the second round. Holding a sharp iron knife, he knew he needed to reach level 10 to advance and earn his profession. Suddenly, a red-scarfed goblin charged at him. He jumped up and decapitated it with one strike. Killing the hobgoblin increased all his attributes by 1% due to the effect of the ancient proverb. Our protagonist knew that hunting goblins was the right decision, as there were still more in the deep forest. As soon as he thought of goblins, a group with ferocious red eyes targeted him. Our protagonist smiled slightly and calmly faced the horde. After 7,749 strikes, he had killed 50 out of 100 goblins, and all his attributes had increased by 50%. Only 30 minutes had passed, and he checked his status window, which immediately appeared, showing he had leveled up to 9. Our protagonist chose agility, because although increasing strength like Yangmin could be effective, putting all attributes into it made survival difficult. His agility increased, and he thought that no matter how strong one is, if one can't dodge a critical hit, it's all over. In this game, each player only has 4 attributes: strength, intelligence, agility, and luck. It's crucial not to neglect any attributes, especially against the Grim Reaper, as they use both the physical damage from strength and the magical damage from intelligence, so evenly increasing all attributes is ideal. Suddenly, a noise from behind caught our protagonist's attention. He realized he was being followed because he had been careless while hunting. Cautiously, our protagonist raised his bloodstained knife toward the bushes and said, "I don't know who you are, but show yourself. If you don't reveal your intentions, you will lose your life." From behind a large tree, a girl with orange hair stepped forward. Our protagonist quickly recognized her as the actress Sel-Erin because she looked like her real-life counterpart. Eren apologized for following him. Not only was Sel-Erin there, but another man approached. He was Eren's companion. He explained that they meant no harm and hoped our protagonist would not be upset. Our protagonist realized he was in Sangshul and was shocked that he was the right-hand man of Maegyung-luk. Maegyung-luk, the eldest son of the country's largest company known as Sky Devil in the game, was one of our protagonist's targets because recruiting Sky Devil would be highly beneficial. However, our protagonist's real goal was to recruit a priest associated with Sky Devil in the 20th round. He was surprised to encounter Sangshul, the right-hand man of Sky Devil, so early in round 1. He also wondered why Sangshul was accompanying Sel-Erin, and then realized that Sangshul was Eren's bodyguard in real life. Our protagonist remembered hearing rumors that Maegyung-luk had sponsored a newsletter for business purposes. More importantly, the future was changing in an unexpected way. Our protagonist questioned how long they had been following him. Sel-Erin replied that they started following him at the beginning when they saw him enter the forest. Our protagonist asked them why they were following him, and Arun apologized again, explaining that they had no ill intentions but had a proposal for our protagonist. Siren's hopeful eyes looked at our protagonist as she mentioned that he had ranked first in round 1, so they wanted to collaborate with him. Our protagonist laughed at their unrealistic expectations of gaining without effort and said, "Cooperation is a term used when both parties need each other." Amidst the scattered goblin corpses on the ground, he declared that he needed nothing from them and advised them to leave quickly and not waste his time any further. Our protagonist rejected their offer and turned to leave. Watching his departing figure, Sangshul felt annoyed and angry at his arrogance. Meanwhile, Sel-Erin, unable to persuade our protagonist, sighed wearily and slumped to the ground. Eren commented, "It's no wonder he's at the top. The pressure from him is intense." Sangshul remarked that if our protagonist stared and pointed a sword at her, feeling pressure was normal. Regretfully, Sel-Erin mentioned she had hoped to form a team with the top player, but things had not gone as planned. Sangshul had anticipated this outcome, believing that someone as proud as our protagonist wouldn't need allies. He suggested that they should not waste time on such matters. Surprised by the type of monsters in the forest, Eren declared it was time they started hunting them as well. Sel-Erin and Sangshul set out to hunt goblins in a dense thicket. Something dangerous seemed to be lurking. A goblin wearing a fabric hat and wielding a sword was scouting around for prey. Suddenly, from above, our protagonist swooped down with blazing red eyes. Catching the goblin off guard, he thought, "Busy as I am, why bother with cooperation?" The goblin was quickly killed, its blue blood splattering everywhere. Our protagonist's priority was to level up alone to gain experience faster. He pulled his sword from the goblin, and his attributes increased by 60%, corresponding to the 60 goblins he had killed. Suddenly, numerous fierce wolves with glowing yellow eyes, baring their teeth, approached him, armed with dangerous weapons. Our protagonist simply said, "Oh," remaining remarkably calm. He smirked when he saw 5 gnolls, feeling lucky to encounter them, knowing their end was near with him around. The gnolls leaped towards him with fierce eyes and weapons poised to strike. Yet, before they could even touch a hair on him, they were swiftly defeated by his slashes. The gnolls fell to the ground in succession, and the system announced that he had defeated them. He had taken down a total of 65, increasing all his attributes by 65%. Our protagonist leveled up, reaching level 10, and had met the requirements to advance. He met the requirements to use the store function and unlocked a hidden quest. The side quest required him to level up before the voting time, acquire an upgrade item, and receive a profession. If successful, he would receive a 50% discount on daily items. All players were initially confused upon seeing the side quest. They understood that obtaining a profession was beneficial, but no one knew how to get the upgrade item, as it was only available if they met specific conditions. Warriors needed to increase their strength attribute to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within that time to qualify for the upgrade item. Berserkers also had to hunt and spill blood during the specified time. Assassins needed to successfully assassinate multiple monsters. In short, everyone had to complete tasks related to their professions to level up. Initially, our protagonist continuously hunted monsters and hid in the forest, which is how he initially obtained the hunter profession. However, when he learned about the Grim Reaper profession, it became his goal. Our protagonist used an upgrade item, which was a glowing yellow flask. The system announced that once a profession was chosen, it could not be changed, so he had to choose carefully. The system asked if he wanted to upgrade to the Grim Reaper profession. When our protagonist chose yes, the flask in his hand instantly lit up, and a brilliant golden light enveloped his body. The system announced that he had successfully upgraded to the Grim Reaper profession. The upgrade reward for our protagonist was the Grim Reaper's proverb, which doubles the weapon's attack power during the day. At night, the attack speed increases by 50%, and the likelihood of being detected by enemies while resting at night decreases significantly. The death proverb is a red stone that emits a red glow around our protagonist and has automatically imprinted itself on his body. Additionally, our protagonist received another upgrade reward, the Grim Reaper's Scythe. Now he possesses both the proverb and the weapon. Moreover, he received a 50% discount voucher for daily items for completing the side quest, which moved him from beginner to apprentice level. Truly, completing quests brings many benefits. The status window displayed his impressive stats, befitting our protagonist's formidable presence. Let me explain further. Players are divided into 6 ranks, including the highest Grandmaster at level 99, Master at level 60, Expert at level 40, Intermediate at level 20, Apprentice at level 10, which is our protagonist's current level, and Beginner at level 1. Like other games, as you level up, the rewards increase and new skills are unlocked. Our protagonist learned the Grim Reaper profession skill called Death Mark. This profession creates a mark visible only to the target and the user, displaying the target's remaining stamina. The target suffers an additional 100% damage whenever the user attacks, while the effect is active, but it only works with a single target at a time. Furthermore, it allows for equipping even more advanced items. Our protagonist thinks that without leveling up, one would remain a beginner forever, so it is crucial to level up quickly. The system announced that our protagonist was the first among the players to level up, so his reward was a random bag of gold. Another reward for being the first to level up was that he learned a neutral skill called tracking, which allows him to detect the location of a tracked target, provided the face and nickname match and are considered valid. The cost of this skill is 20,000 gold. Our protagonist smiled and chose this skill to track Huang Yangmin, a valid target, and he successfully tracked Yangmin. The system reported that Huang Yangmin's location was determined to be 190 meters from our protagonist. An arrow directed him to Yangmin's location, who had ventured deep into the forest. Our protagonist calculated that from the initial 2 kilometers, the distance had reduced to just 190 meters. He hesitated, unsure whether to secretly follow him or not. Meanwhile, Sangchul and Aaron were running hurriedly and gasping for air due to exhaustion. Suddenly, Aaron tripped and tumbled on the ground because she was running too fast. A fall injured her leg, and she painfully stated that she could not continue. Sangchul urged Aaron to keep moving or they would be caught by the monsters. He helped Aaron up and encouraged her to endure the pain. Aaron felt guilty for slowing down Sangchul because the pain from where the arrow had struck was exhausting her. Sangchul reassured her that it was just a simulation, as injuries in the game would not appear in the real world, and no matter how severe the injury, their real bodies would remain unharmed. He added that if there was any way to survive, they could leave this place. After Sangchul's encouraging words, Celerin stood up and said she would try to endure the pain and keep going. Suddenly, a voice from behind them said, "Where do you think you're going with those injuries?" This startled them, and they quickly turned around. They saw a group of 4 men, led by Yangmin, all looking menacing and thuggish. Sangchul clenched his teeth and muttered under his breath. Despite his respectable appearance, Sangchul frowned fiercely and cursed under his breath at Aaron for moving too slowly and causing them trouble. With no other choice, as they were forced into a defensive position, Sangchul prepared to fight. Yangmin saw this and mockingly said, "Big brother wants to fight us, huh?" The thugs, fearless and bold, drew their weapons and said, "Open your eyes and look. See how many of us there are before you try to fight." Sangchul confronted them, asking why they were attacking them when they had done nothing wrong. Yangmin sneered and said, "Of course you did nothing," to which Sangchul quickly replied, "Then why are you attacking us out of nowhere?" Yangmin stated they only needed one thing from them, leaving Sangchul and Aaron bewildered. Pointing at Aaron, Yangmin implied she was their target, which left her shocked and afraid. Yangmin told Sangchul, "We're both men. I don't care about you. We want Celerin." Yangmin's associates questioned if that was really the famous actress Celerin. Another confirmed it, saying her face was unmistakably Aaron's, and speculated that someone might have chosen to look like her to mimic her. Aaron's beauty truly attracts trouble. Frozen in fear, Aaron panicked upon realizing that the group intended to kidnap her with malicious intentions. Yangmin stated that if Sangchul handed over Aaron, he would be allowed to leave safely. Sangchul grimly thought that if they had declared Aaron as their target from the start, he would have left her without hesitation, proving that appearances can be deceiving. Sangchul believed he shouldn't risk his life for Aaron. However, life isn't like dreams. If he abandoned Aaron, director Meg Young-lok would surely be disappointed in him. Therefore, despite his reluctance, Sangchul prepared to fight. Yang Min mockingly laughed at Sangchul's stance. Sangchul glared and asked, "Do you realize that what you are doing now is criminal?" Yang Min burst into laughter as if he had never laughed before. He mocked Sangchul humorously, saying, "What laws are there here to obey? Are you planning to call the police when you return to the real world?" He further taunted that Sangchul could try to report him to the authorities, but scoffed at the idea, doubting that his current face was his real one in the real world. Both were wary and fearful, and Sangchul realized that words alone couldn't drive them away, so he decided to face the four of them alone. Suddenly, a noise surprised everyone present. Our protagonist made a cool entrance from behind a tree, standing with his arms crossed and exuding calm, which surprised Sangchul. Youngmin was also taken aback by our protagonist's presence and wondered how long he had been there. Our protagonist asked Aaron and Sangchul, "What are you two doing here?" Youngmin told him, "Mind your own business," but our protagonist, without even looking at him, dismissively said, "Who asked you?" and continued to inquire about the situation of the other two. Sangchul quickly shouted, "These guys are after Celerin, they ambushed us. If you help us, I'll never forget this favor, main character." Youngin clicked his tongue in annoyance at being interrupted. Our protagonist pressed Youngin, asking if what Sangchul said was true, to which he replied, "Whether it's true or not, what does it matter to you? This isn't your business." Frustrated by Youngmin's evasive and rambling response, our protagonist lost patience and said, "What do you mean? I know these people." At that moment, a dark red smoke surrounded him, stunning the others. Seeing the ominous smoke, a cautious and fearful Youngin asked, "What do you intend to do?" To everyone's surprise, our protagonist summoned the Grim Reaper's scythe in his hand and said, "I won't let them get hurt." To the surprise of the thugs, our protagonist declared that he would not let the other two get hurt. Sangchul and Aaron were overjoyed and thanked him profusely. However, our protagonist's actions were not without self-interest. He knew he would benefit from helping them. If he assisted them, Ma Jianglok would have a favorable impression of him. A positive relationship with Ma Jianglok's major corporation could lead to significant rewards and gratitude. Additionally, our protagonist did not have any affection for Youngin Group. Seeing our protagonist with his menacing scythe, the thugs cowered in fear like mice. Youngmin boldly threatened, "I will kill you if you come any closer," but our protagonist remained calm in the face of the threat. He smirked coldly and taunted Youngmin, "What's the matter? Don't want to fight anymore." Youngmin was infuriated by the provocation but also turned pale. He remembered that our protagonist had effortlessly slain goblins, and even topped the leaderboard previously. He questioned whether he really wanted to fight such a formidable opponent. Youngmin's eyes widened in amazement, and his mouth fell open. Our protagonist placed the Dark Grim Reaper's scythe on the ground under the watchful eyes of everyone and said, "If you don't want to fight, just say so." Youngmin Group, sweating profusely, asked our protagonist if he would let them go if they chose not to fight. Our protagonist crossed his arms and calmly said with a smile, "I'll consider it if you kneel down and beg for your life." Youngmin assessed the situation and realized that our protagonist wanted him to humiliate himself. Fuming, Youngmin thought about begging in front of his friends and Aaron. He faked a smile, thinking he did not want to fight our protagonist as it would be like an egg fighting a rock, and he became annoyed by our protagonist's words and actions. But suddenly Youngmin remembered his own strength, so powerful he could punch through a wall with his bare hands. He fantasized that, with some luck, he could take down our protagonist with just one punch. Youngmin smirked slyly. Flexing his fists, he menacingly said, "You've crossed the line, you scoundrel," as his friends looked on in astonishment. He then taunted our protagonist, "What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg? You want to die?" His plan was to approach our protagonist and punch him straight in the face. Youngin imagined knocking out our protagonist with this punch. Raising his fist, he was confident that his wall-breaking punch would take him down. However, the reality was different from his delusions, as our protagonist calmly retracted his Grim Reaper's scythe, confusing Youngmin. Looking cool and composed, our protagonist said, "It would be unfair to fight you unarmed while I have a weapon, right? Winning too easily is just boring." This successfully infuriated Youngmin to the breaking point, his face turning red with bulging veins as he glared at our protagonist. Without further ado, our protagonist swiftly moved like a flash of lightning from his spot, stunning Youngmin with his speed as he charged at him. Youngmin, with a mocking laugh, threw a punch at our protagonist, aiming directly at his handsome face while cursing. However, he had overestimated himself, and our protagonist easily dodged his punch. Youngmin then received a full combo of punches to his stomach from our protagonist. Youngmin was sent flying several meters to the astonishment of the onlookers. Our protagonist, still composed and handsome, gently landed on the ground. In pain, Youngmin clutched his stomach and hurled insults, calling our protagonist derogatory names. Seeing him continue to spew insults, our protagonist said, "Stop swearing." It's polluting the air, and delivered a kick to Yangmin's chin. Yangmin was completely overpowered, looking defeated and pathetic. However, our protagonist had no intention of letting him off easily. He grabbed Yangmin by the collar and delivered a series of punches to his detestable face, leaving Yangmin unable to retaliate. It was indeed a meaningful gift of a different kind. Yangmin, in pain, thought the punches felt like being hammered in the face, unable to do anything but sit and take the blows. At this point, Yangmin still deluded himself into thinking he was as strong as our protagonist, believing he matched our protagonist's strength. It was indeed hopeless to cure such delusions. Yangmin, thoroughly beaten and unable to rise, still fantasized that his strength was equal to our protagonist. Suddenly, Yangmin thought, he doesn't have a strength proverb like me, so how is he this strong? While deluding himself about his strength, Yang was about to receive a critical hit to the face. His face was nearly disfigured, while our protagonist remained alert and cool. Fortunately for him, his close friends were ready with bows to protect him, or it would have been the day of his memorial. An arrow shot towards our protagonist, and Sel Aaron, panicked, yelled for him to dodge it, but he easily avoided it as it was nothing to him. The archer, undeterred, prepared to shoot again. But before he could act, our protagonist moved swiftly like a tornado towards him. Our protagonist quickly reached the archer and mocked, "I guess your hunting and getting a bow were just lucky breaks, huh?" At this moment, our protagonist was incredibly suave and handsome, making many hearts flutter. He pulled out his Grim Reaper's scythe and said, "Unfortunately for you, you've now run into me." To the archer's astonishment, our protagonist deftly disarmed him, causing blood to spray everywhere. Realizing his arm was severely injured, the archer screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground, a consequence of messing with the wrong person and challenging our protagonist. The remaining two gritted their teeth and said, "Do you think you can mess with us and just walk away?" These men were clearly in denial, seeing how badly their friends were beaten yet still talking tough. One of them, with a spiked hairstyle, charged at our protagonist with a sharp knife, yelling, "Die, you fool." Our protagonist, still calm, smiled and said, "You think so?" Then, using the technique called death gaze, a black skull appeared above the spiked-haired man's head. Their protagonist swung his scythe and unleashed a terrifying red aura with a single slash. Needless to say, the outcome was clear for anyone foolish enough to stir up a hornet's nest. The terrifying force of the strike barely missed Yangmin's head. In a flash, his leg was severed and he screamed in agony, falling to the ground as the others watched in shock. The man with the split hair trembled with fear upon seeing the severed legs. The hero made sure he didn't miss out, swiftly moving towards him, because it would be unfair if he didn't share the fate of his three badly beaten friends. With a cold expression, the hero said, "You dared to attack me with a weapon. You must have some skills." Soon after, the man with the split hair also lost an arm. Above his head appeared a skull mark, and the hero thought to himself that this truly was a death mark, having a damage effect of double, meaning one strike could break through armor. The thugs finally experienced the painful sting of disturbing a hornet's nest. The hero looked at them writhing on the ground and thought this was all too easy. However, he didn't stop there. To teach them a lesson, he decided to instill more fear so they wouldn't dare approach him again. They had to remember their place and not overestimate their strength. The hero grabbed the scythe of death, turning the thugs pale with fear. The severed body parts quickly retached themselves as the thugs pleaded for their lives. The hero spoke profoundly, "Save your breath, a little blood won't kill you yet." As he swung the scythe playfully, one of them flinched in fear. The hero didn't continue to torment them since they were already in a dire state. Then he turned his icy gaze to the tree where Yangmin was hiding and said, "Hiding is useless." He wouldn't spare Yangmin as he was the leader. He swung his scythe at Yangmin's arm, which was carelessly exposed, and it was beyond saving. What followed was inevitable. The arm was severed, blood splattered everywhere, and Yangmin screamed in excruciating pain. Her protagonist glared at him and coldly said, "Stop crying like a child. What you're going through is nothing compared to the pain they caused me before." In the real world, our protagonist had been cruelly tortured and bullied by them, forced to kneel in a tragic state before the gloating Yangmin. Back in the present, after losing his arm, Yangmin was screaming in pain under the worried gazes of Sangchul and Aaron. Sangchul shuddered as he watched our protagonist ruthlessly cut off the opponent's arm, even though they had lost all will to fight. Sangchul thought that to many people, this might seem cruel, but he admired someone as cool-headed as our protagonist. He was amazed to see our protagonist, who dared to stand against the whole assembly. After dealing thoroughly with the thugs, our protagonist asked Sangchul and Aaron if they were alright. Sangchul replied that thanks to our protagonist, they had escaped the trouble. Our protagonist straightened his clothes and told them they didn't need to worry about the thugs anymore because they were already crippled. He said their job now was to spend time voting for the regional representative. Aaron and Sangchul bowed their heads in gratitude for his help. Aaron asked if the thugs would die soon. Our protagonist, not looking at her, calmly replied, "So what if they do? They are no better than beasts." He looked at Aaron and silently thought she was too soft. He believed Sel Aaron was overly concerned about the lives of the thugs. acting as if she was a saint, always forgiving everyone, probably because she needed to maintain her public image as a celebrity. Sangchul said he had a question if our protagonist didn't mind, and our protagonist responded, "What is it?" Sangchul asked why he had spared the lives of the thugs, saying that in this world, it wouldn't be a problem if he had killed them. Yang Min was lying in a heap, his skin crawling with goosebumps after hearing those words. He was visibly startled. Our protagonist smiled and responded, "The reason?" Well, and he also sized up Sangchul through his question, recognizing him as the right-hand man of Ma Gyeongluk. Our protagonist calmly stated, "Simply because killing them wouldn't benefit me," as he noticed the fearful and timid looks of the thugs. Sangchul continued to advise our protagonist that nonetheless, leaving them alive could still cause future trouble. Our protagonist looked at the pitiful group on the ground and countered, "Can they really cause trouble?" He smiled warmly and added, "Reducing the number of players isn't good, as it would decrease the number of participants who succeed." Sangchul replied with an A, as if he understood the issue. Sangchul pondered our protagonist's analysis, agreeing that if the number of successful participants decreased, so would the number of available spots for advancing. Sangchul was also amazed by our protagonist's strategic thinking, recognizing how his understanding of the game differed significantly, leaving a strong impression on him. Sangchul sighed and said to our protagonist, "I understand now. We will stop worrying about this trash." Hearing this, our protagonist turned to leave, saying, "Then I'll be going," but Sangchul quickly stopped him. He told our protagonist to leave his bank account number, promising to transfer a generous amount once back in the real world. However, our protagonist, being both handsome and wealthy, declined the generous offer, saying he didn't need the money. "But if it were me, I wouldn't hesitate to accept it. Being poor is truly hard, my friends." Aaron and Sangchul watched as our protagonist, with the scythe in hand, walked away. They thought to themselves, he helps others without expecting anything in return. Sangchul even planned to report this to the leader immediately. Suddenly, Yang Min, who had been silent, groaned in severe pain from his wounds. Sangchul glared at him and thought, "I really want to kill them." But as our protagonist said, there's no benefit in doing so. He spat on Yang Min's head and cursed at him. Then, Sangchul and Aaron left the chaotic scene. At the gathering place, players were debating intensely. Everyone wanted to become the regional representative and were loudly convincing others. They all sought power and vied for this influential position. A skinny man grabbed the collar of a fat man and insulted him deeply, saying, "Hey you, this fat pig." Despite the tension, I had to pause to laugh. Some people intervened to prevent a fight from breaking out. A woman, seizing the chaos, manipulated the crowd, saying those easily provoked are not fit to represent. Let me do it. However, another confidently claimed, "My father is a member of parliament. Shouldn't I be more suitable to represent?" But his words did not gain the trust of the others, who began to question his statement. Suddenly, a loud call made the noisy atmosphere go silent, and everyone's attention turned to the speaker. A man with green hair and narrow eyes, nicknamed My Chocolate Boy, calmly said, "There are only 2 hours left to vote. We shouldn't waste time like this. We need to vote quickly." Some asked him, "So, how should we decide to vote? Do you have any suggestions?" The green-haired man replied, "Yes, I have a very good proposal." Everyone buzzed with excitement at his words. The green-haired man then revealed his true nature. He smiled cunningly, thinking, "These people hang on my every word. You can't judge a book by its cover." He looked innocent but turned out to be quite cunning. The green-haired man used his persuasive ancient language to manipulate everyone to follow his lead, and now everyone's eyes were completely dominated by him. As mentioned in a previous chapter, the man with green hair used ancient persuasive language to manipulate everyone into following his commands. He recalled the moment he acquired the ancient language of persuasion from a random ancient language segment. Holding a stone the same blue-green as his hair, he had a look of disdain on his face. The persuasive language has the effect of enhancing the persuasiveness of the speaker, but it does not apply to individuals of a higher rank than the spellcaster. The green-haired man had obtained this language during a battle with goblins, but he was perplexed because it couldn't be used on the adorable, non-verbal goblins. Eventually, he figured out how to use it effectively during combat with the goblins. The green-haired man looked towards the players struggling against the goblins. He quickly pointed to a woman who was losing the battle and shouted loudly, "Everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Leave those dwarfs and help her." Upon hearing this, all the players immediately ran towards the woman to assist her. While appearing to be helpful, the green-haired man actually took advantage of the distraction and stole the opportunity to kill the nearly dead goblins, which should have been the chance for other players. He easily killed 100 goblins while others struggled, and he stole their chance. He silently sneered and thought that if he was lucky, he might become the regional representative. Let's see how he manipulates the other players next. The green-haired man suggested to the crowd that they should select candidates first, by narrowing down the number of candidates to about 5 to make voting easier. After hearing him speak, everyone nodded in agreement with his idea, because if they just shouted and voted for themselves, it wouldn't accomplish much. The green-haired man continued with his plan, saying, "Let's reduce the number of choices then." If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point them out. And the chubby man quickly raised his hand to nominate himself. But the green-haired man added a rule that self-nomination wasn't allowed, as it would just be the same as before. The chubby man, annoyed, clicked his tongue and lowered his hand. The surrounding players began to unanimously agree with the green-haired man's opinion, and he covered his mouth, smiling, as he thought to himself how easy it was to persuade this inferior group. The players were confused about whom to nominate since they didn't know anyone well and each wanted to be the regional representative themselves. The green-haired man remained calm and smiled because everything was going according to his plan. He thought that only those who stood out could now be nominated. He grinned and felt a stroke of luck when a player stood up and nominated him, known as the I Made Chocolate Boy. The nickname was cute but inversely proportional to his cunning nature. The player continued, saying that representatives should ultimately be someone logical and with leadership abilities. The green-haired man, feigning innocence, said, "Me?" The same player praised him for managing the situation well, but sadly, he had misplaced his trust in the wrong person as the green-haired man sneered and thought of them as fools. He cheerfully said, "Thank you, everyone, for such high regard," and he was about to ask if there were any other opinions when someone else interrupted, saying, "I want to nominate." The green-haired man gave a friendly smile and thought it would be ridiculous if the person who ranked first in the first round was not nominated. Hearing this, the other players then raised their hands, nominating various candidates like the person ranked second, known as the documentary filmmaker, or the one ranked third, known as the black dragon on the right hand. The green-haired man announced that there were now 4 candidates, so there was 1 spot left for nomination, but it seemed no other hands were raised beyond those already mentioned. The green-haired man clapped his hands and decided to finalize the number at 4 candidates. He then suggested, "Before we vote, can each person give a speech? If it were me, I'd be quite frustrated, having come all this way only to stand up and make speeches." He confidently volunteered to speak first, believing he could easily persuade the others. However, before he could delve into the main point, another person interrupted him, saying, "Stop the nonsense." Everyone was shocked and turned towards the speaker. It was the player who ranked second in the first round, known as the documentary filmmaker, with a fierce face, a large build, and hair slicked back, even twiddling his ear. He glared at the green-haired man and with a threatening tone said he did not want to hear the nonsense the green-haired man was spouting. The green-haired man, irritated, asked what he was doing. The documentary filmmaker then tauntingly called him by his nickname. "Hey, Mint Chocolate Boy." The documentary filmmaker provocatively asked the green-haired man, "Do you think the world is so simple that everyone will just follow whatever you spit out?" The green-haired man was startled, fearing his skills had been discovered, but he quickly dismissed the thought, assuming the other was just talking nonsense. The documentary filmmaker got angry when the green-haired man dared decide who would become the regional representative. The green-haired man started using manipulative language. "You're crossing the line. There's a saying that words reflect your face and character. Do you need to spew such insults?" However, his persuasive ancient language seemed to have no effect on the man but instead made him angrier. The man, grinding his teeth and glaring, said, "You dare to lecture me on life. Are you sick of living?" The green-haired man was agape when his skills had no effect on the documentary filmmaker. The documentary filmmaker then turned to the other players and threatened that they must vote for him, or he would send them all to meet their ancestors. As he was menacingly threatening, the green-haired man sighed and said, "You really are beyond saving." Despite being visibly scared and sweating profusely, he remained calm and said, "Do you think people will follow you if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and back off." The documentary filmmaker, upon hearing this, was silent and wore a grim expression, offering no response. But then, he ruthlessly slashed the green-haired man with a knife, splattering blood everywhere. The green-haired man was shocked and fell backwards, speechless. As he realized he was about to meet his end, he panicked and held his neck, moaning in pain. Documentary filmmaker, knife in hand, said, "I told you, mess with me and you're done for." The green-haired man's eyes widened in pain before he passed away. The documentary filmmaker aggressively told the crowd that if they didn't vote for him, they might as well dig their graves because he would personally send each one to meet their ancestors. The other players were shocked to discover that the green-haired man was dead and cursed the documentary filmmaker as a murderer. Holding the bloody knife, the filmmaker faced the crowd and challenged, "So, any objections? Come at me." A player, extremely upset, yelled at the filmmaker under the shocked gaze of many, calling him crazy and suggesting he must be out of his mind. The filmmaker smiled, showing his teeth, and responded in a friendly tone, "If you don't come at me, then I'll come to you instead." This aggressive man drew a slashing line. Wherever he went, he left wounds on other players, effortlessly ending numerous lives. He became uncontrollable, his face smeared with blood and looking terrifyingly satisfied. He thought this was fantastic, with no police reporters or cameras to witness. He continued like a monstrous villain, indiscriminately killing the innocent. After a spree of killing, he pointed his bloody knife at the remaining players and threatened, "If you don't vote for me, you'll be next in the upcoming round, got it?" The remaining players, having witnessed the brutal scene, turned pale with fear and dared not defy him. The documentary filmmakers smirked evilly, thinking that because they feared being killed, they would vote for him and if possible he would become the regional representative. Delusionally, he also contemplated killing the handsome and cool main character first, achieving that would make him the top player. Meanwhile, blood splattered everywhere as our protagonist took down many more gnolls, now totaling 265 out of 100. All his stats had increased by a 100% thanks to the ancient language of butchery, which applied a triple experience buff. The system announced that our protagonist had leveled up to level 16, which surprised him. He looked at the gnolls scattered around and thought, the higher the level, the slower the leveling up becomes. Although I've killed over 200 monsters in 2 hours, I've only leveled up 6 times. Our protagonist reflected that monster hunting had become significantly easier, clearly because he possessed both the ancient language of death and butchery. These languages doubled his weapon damage and stats. Holding the Scythe of Death, he thought it might be time. The Scythe emitted a bright golden light and then disappeared, signaling it was time for our protagonist to leave. The voting time had ended, and it was time to cast votes. A golden vortex surrounded our protagonist to summon players in the region to the starting point. It was time to vote, and all players were summoned to the starting point. Youngmin's gang, battered and bruised, was also summoned by the system. Other players appeared, including Aaron and Sangchul. These later arrivals were shocked and horrified to witness the scene before them. They were confused to see the bodies of players scattered around, killed by the documentary filmmaker. Aaron concluded that it must have been the documentary filmmaker who killed them all, as he was standing among the corpses. Our protagonist saw this and thought it looked like Cho Jung-sik was in charge again. Cho Jung-sik, the leader of the Jung-sik gang and the strongest fighter in our protagonist's district, was known for his terrible character. Our protagonist saw Cho Jung-sik smiling wickedly with his face covered in blood and thought it best to defuse that bomb before it exploded. However, he knew it was not the right time to act. Cho Jung-sik approached our protagonist and said in a friendly manner, "Hey, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time." Our protagonist calmly replied, "What do you want?" Cho Jung-sik, his face still smeared with blood, smiled wickedly and said, "Nothing much. I just have one question." He twirled his knife confidently and added, "Why don't you join me? I'll spare your life if you do." But then he was surprised to hear laughter. Our protagonist asked, "So, do you want to start fighting now?" The handsome and muscular main character speaks sternly. Kneel down and beg me, then I might spare you." His smile disappears. Jung-sik, gritting his teeth and glaring at our protagonist, replies, "It seems you still don't grasp the situation." He continues to argue that he could represent the region, but before he can finish, our protagonist interjects, "Is it hard to understand what I'm saying?" Our protagonist dislikes slow, tedious talks and quickly summons the Grim Reaper's scythe, coldly telling Jung-sik, "Or would you rather die here?" Jung-sik turns pale with fear upon seeing the formidable weapon, realizing he has provoked the wrong person. Fortunately for him, he knows when to retreat, unlike Youngmin who had faced a grim fate before. And our protagonist, noticing Jung-sik's silence, taunts, "What's the matter? Did the cat get your tongue?" Jung-sik clenches his teeth in anger at the remark. He retorts, "I am Cho Jung-sik, leader of the Jung-sik gang. Do you think I would kneel before someone like you?" He shouts angrily, "Take that weapon and come here, you dog!" Our protagonist smiles, thinking he is as stubborn as ever. Well, enough joking around. He looks at Jung-sik, who is ready to fight with a knife in hand, and thinks, if I show my power and it gets recognized, things might get complicated. Our protagonist's goal is to make Jung-sik a regional representative to exploit him in round 3. Moreover, it's now time for an angel to appear. As if on cue, an angel with magnificent wings appears in the sky. Our protagonist tells Jung-sik, "Your ancestors don't want to see you just yet. You're lucky." He sheathes the Reaper's scythe and walks away, leaving Jung-sik with a warning. "The next time before you challenge someone, make sure you know who they are unless you want to meet your ancestors early." These words left Cho Jung-sik seething with frustration, unable to do anything. Grinding his teeth in anger, he thought, "Damn it, I almost had a heart attack. I'll let this one slide, but just wait and see." It has to be said that Cho Jung-sik is weaker, but always likes to act tough. Cho Jung-sik also harbored another plan. If he became the representative, he would make our protagonist pay 100 times over for the insults he had hurled at him. The angel, with a beautiful smile, asked, "Have you chosen a representative yet?" After observing the scene below, the angel chuckled and said, "I see. It seems that in the past 3 hours, you've done more than just talk. Of course, if you rubbish were to die, I wouldn't care." This angel is indeed both cruel and ruthless. The angel raised a finger, signaling the start of the voting session. The system announced that the voting for the representative would now officially begin, and immediately, voting panels appeared before each player. The popular rule was that they each had only one vote, and the player with the most votes would become the representative. Their task was to look at the person they wanted to vote for and think the word of votes in their minds. Additionally, players who did not complete their voting within 5 minutes would be eliminated from the round and disappear. The remaining time to vote was 4 minutes and 59 seconds, and the players began to seek out their chosen candidates. Reluctantly, they turned their attention towards Cho Jong-sik exactly as he wanted. Suddenly, his gaze collided with another player, causing him surprise. He pointed directly at a plump woman and shouted, "Hey, you, the chubby steamed bun lady over there." Startled by his words, the woman panicked. He bellowed, "Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me?" Terrified, the woman quickly replied, "No, I voted for you already," while our protagonist paid no attention to the chaos. Cho Jong-sik threatened the other players, "If you don't look at me, consider yourselves done for." Finally, the voting time ended. The angel announced that time was up, and, fortunately, all players had managed to vote in time. She clapped her hands, her long, sharp nails clicking together, and began to tally the votes. The regional representative selection board appeared, revealing that Cho Jong-sik had received the highest number of votes, with 2412, followed by our protagonist with 2077. The last 3 spots were occupied by the black dragon in my right hand, the chubby steamed bun, and the cute little bird who received the fewest votes. Cho Jink was surprised to be in first place, yet his vote count wasn't as high as he expected, and our protagonist was a close second. If he hadn't threatened everyone, our protagonist might well have become the regional representative. He glared at those who hadn't voted for him, causing them to turn pale with fear and look away. The angel declared Cho Jong-sik as the regional representative. Smiling, she said, "I will grant you the authority to command everyone." Cho Jong-sik grinned triumphantly. Now in power, and thought to himself, "I will make you regret not killing me," as he considered ordering everyone to kill our protagonist. Lost in his thoughts, he suddenly realized that the command authority was only a temporary skill, and it allowed him to issue orders to the players and control them. Players could not defy his orders under any circumstances, but the skill was limited to being used only 10 times on a player at once, especially since this skill does not apply to level players. Cho Jong-sik was shocked to learn that he could use it only 10 times. Furthermore, he received another blow when he found out that this skill does not apply to level players, meaning all those at that level could ignore his commands. The angel smirked mischievously and said, "Now, my dear humans, you probably thought the voting was all there is to it." She flapped her wings in the sky and continued, "Well, think again, there's a hidden task in this round." Upon hearing this, the players were extremely confused and anxious about the hidden task ahead. And then the hidden mission appeared. Players must level up before voting. They need to reach level A and find an upgrade item. If successful, they will receive a 50 discount coupon for today's item. The announcement of the hidden mission left everyone bewildered and amazed. The angel smiled and said the mission window was set up to appear like this at level 10. But you didn't notice, did you? A player questioned how they could level up without monsters. The angel's smile faded, her eyes blazed as she angrily replied, "What do you mean? The forest is full of monsters." She continued, "Don't be too gloomy about it. Only 80,000 people can advance to level A in this round." She also revealed that someone in this area had successfully reached level A, surprising all the players. The angel snapped her fingers and said, "Let's review the results of the side mission and find that person." The results window displayed the outcomes from round 2 across all areas. It showed that our protagonist reached the Grim Reaper level 16 in just 39 minutes and 42 seconds. The second place Dark Knight reached level 10 in just over 2 hours, followed by a player nicknamed The Fools who reached Wizard level 10, only 10 seconds behind the second place. In Area ESC-45, only our protagonist reached the Grim Reaper level 16. All players realized that the first to level up was our protagonist. Everyone looked at our protagonist with great surprise, even more so when they discovered he was also a Grim Reaper. The players were surprised to learn that our protagonist was a Grim Reaper. They marveled at his profession, considering it to be powerful and impressive. Some even commented that this explained why our protagonist was seen wielding a large scythe everywhere. Cho Jong-sik cursed under his breath, thinking he could use his authority to make our protagonist retaliate against himself. But life is not like a dream, and our protagonist would change his profession at this exact moment. The angel said that in round 2, the ranking would be based on the order of completing the side mission. She looked at the results window and announced, "So, the player who changed professions in our area is our protagonist." The angel was also surprised that our protagonist not only topped the rankings in the current region, but also led the overall board. She told our protagonist, "You are impressive. Your Grim Reaper profession is unique, and even your nickname suits it." The angel, smiling, asked how he came up with the nickname. The angel chuckled, "Did you know beforehand that you would receive the Grim Reaper profession?" Our protagonist calmly denied, "I had no idea I would get a profession that fits my nickname." The angel replied, "Then perhaps becoming a Grim Reaper was destiny." To which our protagonist simply said, "Indeed." The players were still surprised and bewildered. Our protagonist smiled, knowing that even the angels did not know how to obtain the Grim Reaper profession. They just knew it was a special one. The angel giggled and mused, "Is this destiny? How interesting." She revealed her glowing golden eyes and continued, "And yet in this region, There's one who has changed professions, so you are the only one who will not be affected by authority. The other players, astonished that our protagonist would not be affected by authority, asked the angel what this meant. The angel, grinning, explained, since we're on the subject, I might as well explain. Authority does not apply to humans with professions, so the regional representative cannot order our protagonist around. That's how it is. She further explained that the regional representative only had 10 opportunities to use authority, meaning that becoming a regional representative did not grant unlimited decision-making power. Upon hearing this, the players understood the limits of the authority Cho Jung-sik held. Cho Jung-sik, upon seeing his secret exposed, was furious, grinding his teeth and cursing the angel for revealing this to all the players. The angel said, "Then we must reward our protagonist, the first to receive his profession." She snapped her fingers and a notification window appeared, informing our protagonist that he had completed the mission as the top-ranked player in the current region. Sim's system awarded him with a low-tier rare armor and a special prize. Our protagonist clicked on the low-tier rare armor. The system prompted him to choose one from 3 types of armor: medieval warrior's metal armor, professional hunter's leather armor, and a mage's breathable robe. Without much thought, as the first option was too heavy and the third offered little protection, he chose the professional hunter's leather armor. For the special reward, the system presented 3 options, of which our protagonist could only choose one. The first was a triple experience effect for round 3, the second was 3,000 gold, and the third was information about round 3. Knowing that round 3 would be filled with monsters, he naturally chose the triple experience effect. After the rewards were selected, the angel announced that the players could return, adding that round 3 would be very interesting. She smirked and assured, "I guarantee it." A notification window appeared summarizing the results of round 2. There were 873,500,205 survivors across all regions, with only 4,988 remaining in the current region. The souls of the players would be transferred to bodies in the existing dimension, with the next round starting on March 1, 2023. Yangmin woke up startled in the real world, relieved to find his body intact and free of blood. He was glad to see his hand was unharmed, and as he had guessed, as long as he did not die, his body would remain whole upon returning. Suddenly, Yangmin's face turned pale and cold, and he learned a lesson that he would never mess with our protagonist again, because he did not want to get involved with our protagonist, admitting that this guy was wise to turn around at the right moment. In the luxurious penthouse, Aaron sat on the sofa, holding a glass of water, while Sang-chul, dressed in a suit, looked like a bodyguard. He said, "You've had a tough time, Aaron." Aaron replied, "What have I done? You're the one who's taken on everything." Aaron smiled gratefully at Sang-chul for protecting her. Sang-chul adjusted his tie, looking slightly uncomfortable, and avoided eye contact as he responded, "I am your manager and bodyguard, after all. It's only natural." Aaron mentioned that she also wanted to thank our protagonist but wasn't sure how. Sang-chul explained, "We don't know his real appearance, so there's no way to find him. It seems our protagonist doesn't want his identity revealed." Wondering why, Sang-chul theorized, "Did I ask him for his bank account details to compensate him?" However, the way he immediately refused shows that Ryamin knows his real identity could be traced through his bank account. Aaron sighed upon hearing this. Sang-chul smiled and suggested to Aryan that she could thank our protagonist by finding an item and giving it to him in the next round. Aaron agreed that it was a good idea and thought about how to properly repay our protagonist. Sang-chul said goodbye to Aaron and left for home. As he entered the elevator, he received a call. On the other end was Chairman Ma, who addressed him as director, and Sang-chul. Sang-chul asked if he hadn't gone to bed yet, to which Chairman Ma replied that he had just gotten home and had a drink of whiskey. Sang-chul said he had seen the final results and congratulated the chairman on changing his profession to Dark Knight. The elevator stopped at floor B4, and the chairman responded, "There's nothing to congratulate me for. Did something happen on your end?" As the elevator doors opened, Sang-chul answered, "Aaron and I only reached level 8. We were injured and couldn't hunt anymore." The chairman, concerned, asked, "Injured how?" Stepping into the parking lot, Sang-chul replied, "Actually, I was about to report this incident to you. Are you available?" The scene shifts to show half of Chairman Ma's face as he listens to Sang-chul say that this matter involves our protagonist. Chairman Ma was admiring the city's nighttime view and said, "Come to the hotel. I will hear it directly." Sang-chul replied that he would be there in 20 minutes. After saying this, Sang-chul opened his car door and sat in the driver's seat, unaware that a few steps away, a stranger was watching him. The stranger observed Sang-chul's car as it drove away, and that stranger was none other than our protagonist in the real world, thinking, "Just as I suspected, he's going to meet Ma Gyung-luk." Let's rewind the clock by 10 minutes. After returning to the real world, our protagonist woke up next to his sleeping brother. A notification window appeared and instructed, "Please think of the target you want to locate and say their name." Our protagonist thought of Sang-chul, and the system confirmed the match of the name and face, now locating the target's position. After a few seconds, our protagonist received Sang-chul's location, just 9 meters away, wondering if Sang-chul is still in the penthouse floor. However, the location soon changed to 23 meters, then to 56 meters. Our protagonist realized that Sangchul must be using the elevator and wondered where he was heading so early in the morning. Quickly, our protagonist guessed that Sangchul was going to meet Manhwa. Without wasting more words, our protagonist put on a coat to verify his guess while his brother slept soundly. Back to the present, our protagonist smiled, pleased that upon returning to the real world, he immediately investigated Sangchul. In the quiet night under a bright full moon obscured by misty clouds, Manhwa looked at the moon and thought, tonight is a perfect night to follow someone. Oh, just looking at that stance makes my heart flutter. Manhwa turned his expensive leather shoes to go inside thinking, for now, I'll endure and check the report first. He sat on the sofa, picked up a glass of whiskey, and thought about our protagonist, who doesn't know him. The player who ranked first in both the first and second rounds, Manhwa tapped his finger hard on the chair and murmured, something about being first doesn't feel right. He tapped his finger lightly again, pondering whether our protagonist had caused trouble with one of his subordinates. Manhwa stopped tapping and calculated, if that's the case, I can't just sit back and take it. Messing with my right-hand man is as good as challenging me. And Manhwa decided he wouldn't let anyone obstruct his path, not even the top ranker, sitting cross-legged with a sharp gaze, his handsome, cold face making many hearts skip a beat. Manhwa was deep in thought, holding a glass of golden whiskey. Suddenly there was a call from outside. Chairman, are you in there? It's in Sangchul. Manhwa invited him in. Standing up to greet him, Manhwa said, Chief An, it's a pleasure to see you again. Sangchul smiled and replied that it was all thanks to Manhwa. Manhwa modestly responded, I didn't do anything. We aren't even in the same area anymore. Sangchul expressed his admiration, saying just seeing Manhwa filled him with enthusiasm. Manhwa chuckled, calling Sangchul a master of flattery, and invited him to sit down for some cake, tea, and moon viewing with whiskey. Sangchul insisted his words weren't mere flattery and congratulated Manhwa on surviving. Manhwa nonchalantly replied that the second round was as simple as a child's game, so surviving was no big deal. Sangchul congratulated him again for leveling up, but Manhwa humbly said, not at all, it was just luck. Sangchul noted that luck is also a skill, and that being ranked second and third across all regions was no small feat. He added that serving Manhwa was his greatest honor, making the young chairman smile. Manhwa set his glass down and responded to Sangchul's compliments. With all this flattery, I guess you're trying to get something from me. The sharp and handsome chairman Massachusetts had seen through Sangchul's intentions, prompting him to ask what he wanted. Embarrassed, Sangchul admitted his purpose. Can you tell me where to find the level-up items? Manhwa smiled and casually replied, oh, it's nothing. They just dropped while I was hunting monsters. In reality, it was all thanks to a random piece of the Ancient Knight's rune that Manhwa had acquired. Manhwa recalled his gaming days under the nickname Heavenly Demon. The angel had said, one last thing, look into the inventory. We have a gift for you. Manhwa received the Dark Knight rune, which boosts all stats and envelops the player's weapon in a dark aura capable of damaging enemies. Upon reaching level 10, the player can automatically become a Dark Knight. Gazing at the purple stone radiating energy in his hand, Manhwa was astonished at the prospect of becoming a Dark Knight at level 10. Back in the present, Manhwa felt fortunate to have obtained such a rare item in the first round. Despite his trust in his subordinates, whom he considered family or his right hand, he knew he couldn't reveal this secret due to the unpredictable nature of people, who could change as quickly as an ex-lover. Manhwa asked Sangchul about the person who injured him. With a cold look, he inquired, was it Black Hook? Sangchul hurriedly replied that Black Hook had actually saved them from danger. Manhwa was surprised and asked for the full story. After hearing the details, Manhwa concluded that thugs had targeted actress SEO Erin, and if Black Hook hadn't intervened, both Erin and Sangchul might have ended up dead. Sangchul seriously noted that while Erin survived, she was psychologically traumatized, making it difficult for her to continue in the entertainment industry. Manhwa pondered, realizing he almost lost a valuable subordinate and a business venture. Placing his glass on the table, he asked Sangchul if the thugs had been dealt with. Sangchul responded that, although Black Hook made them suffer greatly, he left them alive. Manhwa was curious why Black Hook didn't finish them off, and Sangchul explained that Black Hook believed killing them wouldn't be beneficial. Moreover, reducing the number of people would decrease the number of survivors in the next round. Manhwa acknowledged Black Hook's reasoning but wondered what trouble the thugs might cause in the future. Despite this, Manhwa recognized that Sangchul and Erin survived thanks to Black Hook, making him indebted to Black Hook. He mentioned compensating Black Hook, but Sangchul quickly said that he had brought it up with Black Hook, who declined and left immediately. Ma Yanglok wondered why Black Hook declined the compensation and guessed it was because he feared revealing his identity. He also appreciated Black Hook's cautious nature. Ma Yanglok instructed Sangchul to thank Black Hook on his behalf if they met in the next round, to which Sangchul agreed. Ma Yanglok then told Sangchul to keep an eye on the main character and find opportunities to help him, as Chairman Massachusetts didn't like owing anyone. Sangchul nodded in agreement. Ma Yanglok then said he had one more important matter to discuss. With a cold, menacing aura and sharp eyes, he asked Sangchul for the nicknames of the thugs who attacked them. Meanwhile, Black Hook stood behind a tree outside the hotel, gazing up at the highest lit room. He thought about Sangchul, noting his loyalty for visiting Jianglok immediately after returning to reality. Black Hook knew he had to return quickly too, as lingering around would raise suspicion. He hailed a taxi and mused about the celebrity sponsored by Jianglok living in the same complex as him. He felt grateful to his brother, thinking that if they hadn't gone around gifting rice cakes to introduce themselves to neighbors, they wouldn't have encountered SEO Aaron or understood her relationship with Sangchul. Black Hook considered that pretending to be a neighbor might help gain Ma Yanglok's trust, but he still needed to decide whether to include Ma Yanglok in round 20. The Dark Knight rune Yanglok possessed was incredibly powerful, almost like cheating, but it wasn't perfect. The rune had significant drawbacks, such as not providing level-up rewards and forcing the user to become a Dark Knight. The biggest disadvantage was that to use the Dark Aura, one needed to accumulate a special type of mana called Dark Mana, which couldn't be obtained through ordinary means. Black Hook thought that, in a way, this skill was perfect for someone with Yanglok's twisted tendencies. He chuckled to himself, realizing that teaming up with someone so unconventional could be dangerous. Sitting in the taxi, Black Hook considered Yanglok as a potential ally he could use whenever necessary. After all, there were many other talented individuals besides Ma Yanglok. As soon as dawn broke, Black Hook got to work. In a convenience store, an elderly man sighed in exhaustion. The lack of customers worried him, fearing that sales might drop by half. Suddenly, a lively young woman with black hair entered and called him Dad. This was Julie, his daughter. Julie asked why he was sighing so heavily. Her father explained that lottery tickets had been completely banned, with the government providing a plausible excuse. They claimed it was because they couldn't understand how players like Black Hook could win the lottery 4 times in a row, amassing tens of millions of dollars. Her father lamented that with rent and labor costs, things were tough, and he didn't know what to do. Julie reassured him, saying she was about to graduate and could help him out. She wondered if getting a part-time job to increase the family income would help. Her father smiled and told her to focus on her studies, as her grades were excellent, and she should pursue her dream of becoming a doctor. Julie revealed she had given up on that dream, saying that in their current situation, school was no longer important. Her father was shocked and saddened by this. He agreed that money wasn't everything, but he worried about the danger she might face in the next round. He buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by recent thoughts. Julie took his hand and comforted him, smiling brightly. She assured him she would be fine, having survived the second round and even gained a new profession. Her father was surprised to hear about her profession. Julie demonstrated her skill by placing her hand on his forehead, causing a green energy to appear, much to his amazement. He touched his forehead and asked Julie about the phenomenon. Julie explained that the skill, called Blessing, was part of her support profession. It boosted all stats slightly and would enhance the vitality of ordinary people. Julie's father said that thanks to her skill, he felt energized. Julie smiled and promised to use the skill on him regularly. She beamed and encouraged her father to stay positive. Her father, now uplifted, smiled joyfully. As they were talking, a customer entered the convenience store. Julie's father was stunned to see that the customer was none other than the main character, Black Hook. Julie whispered to her father, "Dad, do you know him? He's the winner who guessed the same number for 100 tickets." Black Hook walked in and greeted the convenience store owner. "Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 100,000 won worth of lottery tickets." Julie's father, the store owner, was puzzled but remembered him and asked why he was there. Black Hook bowed and apologized, surprising the store owner. "I saw the news. Because of me, your store had to stop selling lottery tickets." "I'm sorry for the trouble I caused," he said. Julie was equally surprised by what Black Hook was saying. The store owner smiled awkwardly and assured Black Hook it wasn't his fault and that they wouldn't starve without selling lottery tickets. In front of Julie and her father, Black Hook searched his pocket and said, "Even so, I feel responsible for the inconvenience." He pulled out a thick envelope and handed it to the store owner. "This envelope contains 10 million won," he said, shocking Julie and her father into speechlessness. The store owner hurriedly tried to refuse the large sum, but Black Hook left the envelope on the counter and quickly exited, leaving the two stunned. Holding the large sum of money, the store owner was visibly confused. Julie told her father she would catch up to Black Hook and return the money. She ran after him and called out, "Wait a minute." Black Hook turned to see who was chasing him. Julie quickly asked, "Ryu Min, is that you?" But he seemed not to recognize her. Julie smiled and introduced herself as Min Julie, saying they were classmates, but Black Hook still looked puzzled. Julie was surprised he didn't remember her. Black Hook smiled gently and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not good at remembering faces." But he was lying, he remembered exactly who Julie was. Min Julie, the store owner's daughter, was also his classmate and possessed a special profession called Buffer, specializing in boosting team effects. When Black Hook first discovered she was his classmate, he was astonished and saw it as fate. He used their chance meeting to try to recruit her to his team, recognizing the advantage of having such a powerful ally. Julie invited Black Hook to go somewhere to catch up and discuss their lives. Contrary to his usual cold and indifferent demeanor, Black Hook nodded and agreed. Instead of choosing a fancy place, they opted for a quiet park to talk. It was practical, no cost, and plenty of privacy. Julie handed the envelope containing 10 million won back to Black Hook. When he questioned why they wouldn't accept it, Julie explained that they couldn't accept such a large sum of money. Black Hook knew that they wouldn't take it anyway, because Julie was the type who, no matter how difficult things got, didn't like being indebted to others. Julie urged Black Hook to take the money because her hand was starting to hurt from holding it. She joked that holding a lot of money made her hand ache, so he should take it back. Despite this, Black Hook still refused, insisting that he needed to compensate them to ease his guilty conscience. Julie, flustered by the large amount, tried to return it, but Black Hook kept persuading her to keep it so he wouldn't feel guilty. It was a comedic struggle, one trying to give the money, the other trying to return it. Eventually, Black Hook mentioned that to him, the money wasn't much, so Julie should keep it without worry. Julie sighed at his stubbornness and finally accepted the money, thinking it would have been quicker if she'd agreed from the start. After resolving the matter, Black Hook stood up to leave, but Julie stopped him. She suggested 10 million won is really too much. I'll only take 1 million, okay? The remaining 9 million can stay with you. Black Hook replied, "Is that your decision to make? You should ask your father." Julie responded, "But I'm sure my dad won't be comfortable with this amount." Black Hook was surprised to hear her call the store owner dad, even though he already knew she was the owner's daughter. Julie found it amusing that the lottery winner was her classmate. Hearing the word classmate, Black Hook paused. Julie asked, "Do you really not know we're classmates? I recognized you the moment you walked into the store." Black Hook smiled apologetically, saying he wasn't good at remembering faces. He gently smiled and said this was the first time they had a proper conversation. Julie, feeling a bit down, said, "So, this is the first time you're hearing my name." Despite feeling guilty for pretending not to recognize her, Black Hook had to play along to pique Julie's interest. Julie reintroduced herself to the main character, pointing to her face and saying, "This is my face. Do you remember now?" Black Hook smiled and said he would remember, making Julie blush at his sunny smile. Feeling embarrassed, Julie commented on the irony of having to reintroduce herself to a classmate just before graduation. Black Hook's charming smile won over many hearts, and he asked for Julie's phone number, causing her to blush even more. He handed his phone to Julie, who, flustered, entered her number and gave it back to him. Black Hook said their meeting felt like fate and suggested they stay in touch. As Black Hook left to attend to urgent matters, Julie, still flustered by the handsome main character, realized she still had the envelope with 10 million won and hadn't returned it. Eventually, Black Hook departed, and Julie ended up with a large sum of money. Julie's heart raced as if struck by Cupid's arrow when Black Hook asked for her phone number. She felt shy thinking about him, knowing he probably only saw her as a friend, but she had developed special feelings for him. It's hard not to fall for someone who is both handsome and gently aloof. She reminisced about the first time they met. It wasn't in a romantic, flower-filled setting like in dramas, but rather during a troubling moment when Black Hook was being bullied. Thugs were beating him up for not paying protection money. Julie, hiding behind a wall, witnessed the scene and immediately called the police. After the police arrived and freed Black Hook, Julie followed him home to ensure his safety. She wasn't sure if she felt pity for him, or if she felt responsible because she had called the police. But when she saw Black Hook smiling and interacting with everyone, as if nothing had happened while working his part-time job, Julie realized that he was much stronger than he appeared. From that day on, Julie became interested in Black Hook. However, she didn't have the courage to talk to him. Over time, her feelings for him grew, and she developed a crush on the main character, but she only dared to watch him from afar. Now, meeting Black Hook again, Julie felt braver. She saw this as a precious opportunity given to her by fate. She knew she couldn't pretend not to know Black Hook after accepting his 10 million won. With this in mind, Julie wondered if she should invite Black Hook out for a meal. Black Hook was resting on his bed when he received a message from Julie. She asked if he had eaten yet and invited him out for a meal. Black Hook agreed and offered to pay, but Julie insisted on paying herself. Black Hook mentioned he had plenty of money, but Julie replied that she didn't like freeloading. Black Hook thought to himself that he would have swallowed his pride and freeloaded. He saw this invitation as a good sign, thinking it would be easier to get Julie on his side if their friendship developed naturally. Getting up from his bed, Black Hook thought about helping Julie and getting her through to round 20. Meanwhile, his younger brother, sitting on the couch watching TV, noticed his brother was getting ready to go out. He saw that his brother, who usually dressed casually, was looking exceptionally handsome today, like a movie star. "Where are you going?" he asked. Black Hook nonchalantly replied, "I'm meeting a friend." His younger brother was surprised to hear him mention a friend. Black Hook casually said, "What? Can't I go out and meet a few girls?" He smiled and told his brother not to skip dinner because he'd be eating out. As Black Hook left, his younger brother sat on the couch looking bewildered, trying to process the idea that his brother might be going on a date. At a restaurant in town, Black Hook asked Julie if she liked steak. Julie, too busy admiring him, forgot to answer. Flustered, she said she loved steak, and Black Hook told her to eat as much as she liked. Julie felt incredibly lucky to be dining with her crush today. They ate in silence for a while, and Julie noticed the atmosphere growing awkward. She encouraged herself to say something. Julie asked Black Hook about his secret to winning the lottery 4 times in a row. Black Hook jokingly said it was thanks to his ancestors who appeared in his dreams. Julie was surprised and asked how much money he had made with their help. Black Hook smiled and said it was enough to live comfortably for the rest of his life without worrying about money, but he still had to worry about keeping himself safe. Talking about the game, Julie eagerly asked Black Hook about the first round he went through, guessing that killing goblins must have been really exhausting. Black Hook admitted it was, but he was just being humble and lying to Julie for him. Killing goblins was easier than eating candy. Julie then asked about the area he was in, and Black Hook mentioned he wasn't sure, but he thought the last digit was 5. Julie said her area ended with a 7, so it was a shame they couldn't meet. Black Hook thought to himself that there was no need to be disappointed since the areas would merge as the number of survivors decreased. Julie asked about his level, and when she found out he was also level 10, she inquired about his profession. Black Hook said he didn't have one yet, not wanting to reveal his Grim Reaper profession. Julie excitedly shared that she had a profession-changing item called Buffer. Black Hook asked if her profession allowed her to buff skills for teammates like in games. He felt lucky that Julie was a buffer in this timeline, just like in his previous regressions. Julie enthusiastically said she wanted to show him a skill called Blessing, which increased all of another player's stats. She created a green symbol on Black Hook's forehead with her hand. His status window notified him that all his stats had increased by 50% for 3 hours. Black Hook was very impressed with this skill, knowing that when Julie reached her maximum level, the buff would increase to 100%. Satisfied, Black Hook felt pleased that Julie had buffed his stats, as this had been his main goal from the beginning. The reward he received from the initial profession change quest was a random gold pouch, which gave a random amount of gold influenced by his luck stat. The higher his luck, the more gold he would receive. Black Hook thanked Julie for buffing him, making her blush. Black Hook asked Julie, "Didn't you say you had something to talk about?" Julie remembered and said she had meant to discuss it earlier. She wanted to sincerely thank him for the 10 million won. She also mentioned that she would try her best to pay him back soon, no matter what. Black Hook could only chuckle helplessly as Julie insisted on returning the money, even though he didn't need it. Julie said that if he didn't need the money, there might be something else he wanted. She took out a glowing item, leaving Black Hook puzzled. It was a purple stone, and Julie explained that she found it while hunting. Since he didn't need the money, she wanted to give him this instead, as a token of her appreciation. She hoped he wouldn't refuse her heartfelt gift. After enjoying their lunch and pleasant conversation, they each went their separate ways. They smiled and bid each other farewell, vowing to survive the next round and meet again. Black Hook walked alone down a quiet path in the park. He summoned his inventory, and the status window appeared. The item Julie gave him was a low-grade dark magic crystal, a beautiful purple stone emanating a delicate mana. It was a valuable gem used to enhance items by increasing their stats. Black Hook was astonished that Julie had given it to him so readily. When you have a crush, you don't hesitate to give anything away. Just by glancing at the brief description, it was hard to grasp its true value. Black Hook thought to himself that once he reached level 20, he would realize just how rare this item was. The combining feature would be unlocked at level 20, allowing players to fuse a weapon with a magic crystal and even upgrade it. There were 7 types of magic crystals, each corresponding to a color of the rainbow: red for damage, orange for strength, yellow for luck, green for agility, blue for intelligence, indigo for damage reduction, and the rarest, the purple dark magic crystal, which increased all stats. Feeling lucky, Black Hook thought today was a fortunate day to receive such a rare gem without any effort. He mused that his luck stat in reality must be very high, thinking to himself how sometimes the main character seemed blissfully unaware of his good fortune. Black Hook thought that he would use the magic crystal before reaching level 20. With the buff time running out, he needed to open the gold pouch quickly. But first, he needed to increase his stats using the Butcher's Rune. From his pocket, Black Hook pulled out something that would make anyone's skin crawl: 100 mealworms. Whether real or fake, the sight alone was enough to give anyone goosebumps, but Black Hook handled them nonchalantly, even stuffing them into his pocket. The Butcher's Rune increased stats by 1% for every target killed, even insects. As long as they were living creatures, they counted. If I had this rune, those flies and mosquitoes wouldn't stand a chance. In the other world where the game took place, there were no living insects, so he could only hunt monsters. But now, in the real world, Black Hook could seize the opportunity. He dumped the pack of mealworms on the ground, apologized to them, and raised his foot. We all know what happened next. The mealworms were crushed, and Black Hook's kill count increased to 45 out of 100, boosting his stats by 45% due to the Butcher's Rune. With each worm killed, his stats kept rising until they reached 100%. He checked his status window. His initial luck stat of 15 had now increased to 45. Confident of a favorable outcome, Black Hook retrieved the gold pouch from his inventory. The game required players to use the gold pouch before the next round started, or it would disappear. With his luck stat at its peak, it was the perfect time to open the random gold pouch. Black Hook requested to use the gold pouch, curious about the amount of gold he would receive. Despite having the same stats, the amount of gold varied due to individual luck. Confident in his good fortune, Black Hook estimated he would receive between 3,000 and 6,000 gold. But then, his face showed utter surprise. How much gold did he receive to shock him so profoundly? It turned out Black Hook was surprised because he received the maximum amount of gold minus 9,999 gold coins, far exceeding his expectations. It seems that Julie's blessing was incredibly beneficial. Our main character is indeed very lucky, don't you think? Black Hook now had over 16,000 gold coins, enough to purchase epic-level items. However, since the item he wanted wouldn't be available for another 2 weeks, he had to think carefully before making a decision. Back at the luxurious home where Black Hook and his brother lived, Black Hook returned after his meal with Julie. His brother's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked about the date, but Black Hook was puzzled by his question. "Wasn't that a date with your girlfriend?" his brother asked. Black Hook, feeling exasperated, told him to stop talking nonsense. His brother mentioned that his lunch was just black bean noodles. Black Hook smiled and suggested he should order something better. His brother pouted and said he had longed to eat black bean noodles for ages, but their past financial struggles had prevented it. Black Hook remembered how they were very poor just a month ago. Now they were truly wealthy. Black Hook's Bitcoin investment had risen to $150 million, but as in previous regressions, it was likely to drop in 2 weeks. He planned to cash out before the decline. While Black Hook was deep in thought, his brother's eyes gleamed at the TV screen displaying a luxury car. Black Hook decided he should get a driver's license before the stock market crash. Determined, Black Hook registered for driving lessons and the theory test. He sighed, having taken this test countless times in past regressions, so he just went through the motions. The test proctor was surprised to see him leave so early, thinking he had given up. However, the proctor was astonished to see Black Hook had scored 95 points in a short time, meaning he had passed the theory test for a commercial driver's license. Black Hook had mastered the answers from his numerous previous attempts. Black Hook proudly showed off his shiny new driver's license to his younger brother, dazzling him. It only took Black Hook 4 days to get the license because he had more driving experience than anyone else. Reflecting on how many years he had lived through countless regressions, he wondered how old he really was. We might need to call him Grandpa. With his new driver's license, Black Hook immediately bought a bright red Lamborghini Aventador to cruise the streets. He didn't need much time to decide because he had driven this car in previous lives. The car was like an eternal lover to him. He asked the dealer how long it would take to import the supercar, and the manager cheerfully replied that if he bought it today, he would receive it within a month. Without hesitation, Black Hook made the purchase. The manager, realizing he was dealing with a wealthy customer, smiled brightly and complimented Black Hook on his excellent taste. Time flew by, and 2 weeks later, it was time for Black Hook to say goodbye to his Bitcoin holdings. His younger brother noticed him grinning mischievously and asked if something good had happened. Black Hook replied that he had just sold all his Bitcoins. His brother asked about the current value, and Black Hook revealed it had risen to $300 million. Hearing this, Black Hook's brother, 1, was utterly shocked. Black Hook had initially invested only $60 million, but now he was boasting about $300 million, far beyond his brother's imagination. A month ago, when Black Hook wanted to invest in Bitcoin, his brother tried to stop him, but now Black Hook had made a fortune. Even Black Hook was surprised at how much it had increased, recalling that in a previous life, it had only gone up to $280 million. One asked if Black Hook was done now, and Black Hook confirmed it. Relieved, one smiled and took a sip of water, glad his brother wouldn't have to stress over these matters anymore. Before he could swallow, Black Hook announced it was time to invest in the stock market, causing one to choke on his water. His younger brother felt helpless because he knew Black Hook didn't have a clue about the stock market. He admired his brother's audacity and guts. Black Hook reassured him, saying, "Don't worry about it." Confidently, Black Hook claimed that his dreams had revealed this opportunity to him, making his brother marvel at his seemingly divine luck. Black Hook said that in his dream, he saw that buying stocks now would yield great profits later. Hearing his brother's certainty, his younger brother could only sigh and tell him to do as he wished. Black Hook understood his brother's concern; such things weren't guaranteed. But this time, Black Hook knew the future, so he had everything under control. The company Black Hook planned to invest in was ranked 85th on Kosdaq, valued at around $900 million. It was Heavenly Demon Consulting, owned by Ma Jianglok. Although not yet well known, it would introduce a special system and grow rapidly after round 4. Knowing this company's future potential, Black Hook saw no reason not to invest. By acquiring significant shares and gaining operational control, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and reap substantial profits. Black Hook's strategic thinking was truly impressive. He decided to invest $280 million to acquire a 31% ownership stake. As he was calculating his moves, he heard prayers nearby. His younger brother was clasping his hands, praying for their ancestors to bless his brother's dreams once again. Seeing this, Black Hook could only smile helplessly. Black Hook's phone notified him that the transaction was successful. Now, he only needed to buy some items. It was late at night, and everyone was asleep, except in Black Hook's house, where the lights were still on. He wanted to browse the shop, and the store window appeared with countless items. Lying in bed, he thought about how today was the day to spend all the gold he had saved. With gold, he could buy both regular items and skills, making shopping incredibly convenient. Black Hook felt a sense of satisfaction as he browsed through the online shop, ready to spend his amassed wealth on whatever he needed. Although most of the gold is for regular items, that doesn't mean you can't buy rare and epic materials. Money can buy almost anything. Black Hook decided to check the items available today. This feature lets you buy a randomly changing item each day. Usually it's hard to get what you want because you never know what the store will offer, but for Black Hook, it's no problem. He knew from his accumulated experience in previous regressions exactly when specific items would be available. Today, the epic item he needed was on sale. The epic item was a skull necklace, which increases intelligence by 3% and attack speed by 1% each time you defeat an enemy, up to a maximum of 25% effectiveness until the round ends. However, it has the limitation that it can only be used from apprentice level onwards. This item costs 4,600 gold. Given its benefits, it was quite affordable. With the item in hand, Black Hook was ready to use it. He checked his inventory and found a 50% discount coupon for today's item, which he earned after completing a level-up quest. He bought the skull necklace and realized he still had a lot of gold left. Initially, he planned to buy a regular set of equipment with the remaining gold. However, Black Hook reconsidered and thought that if he saved an additional 6,000 gold, he could buy another skill. Skills are generally more valuable than regular equipment. Determined to quickly earn another 6,000 gold, Black Hook knew that round 3 would have plenty of monsters to defeat. Time flew by, and the day of round 3 arrived. All the players gathered in one place, ready for the next challenge. Chapter 22. This time, the players were gathered in a different place, not a forest like in round 2. The surrounding buildings were destroyed, making the area look like a ruined village. After some discussion, everyone noticed that the village was surrounded by a massive wall. Base in the center, a giant glowing crystal stood. Black Hook observed the unfamiliar place from a distance, noticing the confusion among the players. However, one person seemed indifferent: Cho Jung-sik. Some players recognized him as the representative of their area. Amid the whispers and conversations, Jung-sik noticed their recognition. They identified him as a player whose life was documented in a film, and some even mentioned that he was a gang leader. Jung-sik had used a sword to threaten players into voting for him. Some players commented that Black Hook should have been the area representative instead of Jung-sik, showing that a bad reputation follows you everywhere. One player advised his friend to keep his negative comments quiet in case Jung-sik overheard, as he currently held power. The friend nonchalantly replied that Jung-sik could only use his authority 10 times, so there was nothing to fear. Hearing enough insults, Jung-sik angrily shouted for everyone to shut up. The players, seeing his rage, pretended to know nothing. Jungsik knew the situation would arise because the angel had revealed the limitation of his authority. It could only be used 10 times. A man approached and bowed to Jungsik, surprising him. It was Yongmin, who expressed admiration, saying he loved documentaries and respected gang leader Cho Jungsik. He greeted him respectfully, calling him senior. Jungsik asked if Yongmin was his subordinate, to which Yongmin replied that he wasn't yet but was a young man dreaming of becoming a gangster. Jungsik was puzzled by Yongmin's desire to become a gangster and thought he was crazy. Yongmin said that Jungsik was his role model and expressed his wish to join Jungsik's gang. Before Jungsik could ask more questions, Yongmin knelt at his feet, pledging to follow him for life and asking to be accepted. Jungsik smiled, thinking he had met many crazy people in his life but never someone as devotedly mad as Yongmin. He found Yongmin's enthusiasm amusing and intriguing. Jungsik told Yongmin to stand up, and Yongmin complied. He pointed at the surrounding people and said to Yongmin, "Are you blind? Don't you know my reputation has gone downhill? And you still want to follow me?" Yongmin thumped his chest and replied, "I don't care. You're someone I respect. As long as you accept me, I don't care what others think." These words convinced Cho Jungsik to take responsibility for and mentor Yongmin. Hearing this, Yongmin bowed repeatedly, expressing his gratitude, calling it an honor. The other players were shocked to see someone willing to team up with Jungsik and thought Yongmin must be crazy. Black Hook, observing from a distance, knew that Yongmin had teamed up with Jungsik again and considered it a good thing. Amidst the murmuring, an angel suddenly appeared and asked if everyone was gathered. The angel looked around and noticed that 90 people were missing. The players were alarmed upon hearing that people were missing. Status windows appeared before the players to explain the third round. In this round, the main task was to protect the sacred relic for 3 hours. Realizing that people were indeed missing, everyone panicked. The angel smiled and said, "It's not possible for people to just die out of nowhere. It seems some of you have been killing each other in the real world. I was curious about the level of competition among you." One player noted the unusual number of survivors, realizing that only 1,225 players were left, a quarter of the total. Players were worried and asked the angel if there had been an error. The angel laughed mockingly at the mention of an error. She said, "What do you want? There's no error. It seems you're worried because fewer people can complete the task, but you forget that each round only half of you can survive." The angel continued, "Everyone survived the last round, so having only a quarter of the players left for this round makes sense." The players turned pale upon hearing this. The angel said, "There's nothing unfair about it. You just need to work hard to be in the top 25%. With that, the angel began to explain the rules of the third round. In this round, every 30 minutes, monsters from an army would appear at the castle gates, aiming to attack the sacred relic in the village's center, which was the glowing purple crystal. There will be a total of 4 attack waves. If the players fail to protect the crystal, they will face severe penalties. However, regardless of whether they succeed in defending it or not, their rankings will be determined by the number of monsters they defeat. Due to the nature of this round, there will be more monsters than usual, but they will only have their strength left, making them easier to defeat. Of course, this means the gold and experience earned will also be reduced accordingly. Jungsik thought that he just needed to kill a lot of monsters, as his authority made this round a piece of cake. The angel clapped her hands and said she almost forgot. She asked, "Isn't the representative chosen from the previous round the one whose life is like a documentary?" The angel said that from this round onward, Jungsik could use his command authority, but she bet the other players were curious about what would happen. The angel explained that if the representative died from monsters or other external factors, their position would be vacant. However, what if they were killed by another player? In that case, the killer would immediately become the new representative and receive the full 10 uses of command authority. Hearing this, all the players glanced at Jungsik. After finishing the explanation, the angel said that monsters would appear in 10 minutes and advised the players to cooperate for the next 3 hours to survive. She then disappeared into the air, leaving Jungsik shaking with anger. He screamed in rage. Jungsik looked at the players, who were all pointing their weapons at him. He decided to fight anyone who intended to oppose him. The players were no longer afraid of him and mocked, "You act tough, but you can only use your command authority 10 times. The angel said whoever kills this jerk will become the new representative. Amid the tension, they noticed someone approaching. It was the main character, Black Hook, in an incredibly cool outfit with a cold, indifferent expression. Seeing Black Hook approach, Jungsik hesitated, too scared to act. Black Hook told him, "Don't be afraid, I just want to talk." Jungsik, clearly frightened but trying to hide it, demanded they talk right there. He started to say that if Black Hook intended to make him bow, but before he could finish, Black Hook interrupted, "I have a proposal." Black Hook said to Jungsik, "I guess you're in a bit of a tough spot." He slung the Grim Reaper's scythe over his shoulder and added, How about I protect you? Seeing Jungsik still confused, Black Hook explained, I'll protect you from the other players. I'll be your personal bodyguard. All the players were taken aback by Black Hook's statement, realizing that they would have to face him if they wanted to confront Jungsik. This made them wary, as facing Black Hook was not an easy task. Jungsik noticed their reactions and thought, I never expected Black Hook to have such influence. This offer is really appealing, but he also knew that everything comes with a price and nothing is free. He asked Black Hook what he wanted in return for helping him. Black Hook replied, Nothing much. You just have to follow all my orders. That's the condition. Jungsik was taken aback, realizing that Black Hook wanted him to become his subordinate. He asked for the reason behind Black Hook's proposal, but Black Hook didn't reveal his motives. When Jungsik inquired about the type of orders, Black Hook simply said, You just need to follow my commands unconditionally. Jungsik felt humiliated at the thought of serving under Black Hook, but also considered the consequences of refusing the offer. Black Hook pressed Jungsik to decide quickly, as the other players were waiting for his decision. Jungsik hesitated, torn between his pride and the reality of the situation. Ultimately, he decided to reject Black Hook's proposal. Black Hook silently stared at him with cold, red eyes, thinking, as expected, there's no way this bastard would easily lower his pride. The other players laughed, mocking Jungsik for his high ego and unwillingness to take orders. They prepared for battle, ready to fight Jungsik. Black Hook observed the scene, noting that it was unfolding exactly like in his past life. He needed to draw a line now. He told Jungsik, Fine, if you refuse, there's nothing more I can do. I won't concern myself with what happens here. As he walked away, Black Hook added, Whether you live or die is no longer my concern. Hearing this, the other players began planning to take Jungsik down. Jungsik gritted his teeth, frustrated by the players turning against him and regretting not accepting Black Hook's offer. The system announced that the first wave would begin soon and instructed the players to prepare for the appearance of the monsters to protect the relic. Regardless of how many monsters were dealt with in 30 minutes, the second wave would begin. With 3 hours left, all the players got into position to defend the relic. Jungsik knew he couldn't fight alongside the players who had grudges against him. He decided to act alone, considering it a personal mission anyway. Looking around, he saw Black Hook calmly walking away. Curious, Jungsik followed him into a deserted area. He thought Black Hook was planning to fight alone and was heading towards the castle gate. Suddenly, a violent tremor signaled the start of the first wave. The castle gate slowly opened, releasing an ominous aura. The system announced there were 4,900 players and 9,800 weakened goblins. The goblins poured out like a broken dam, shocking everyone with their overwhelming numbers, nearly double the number of players. The system mentioned that due to the nature of this challenge, the goblins only had 1/3 of their usual strength. After wishing the players good luck, the system left them to fend for themselves. Jungsik thought this was crazy, but he decided to hide and observe the situation first. He ran up to the upper floor of an abandoned house and watched. He noticed Black Hook wasn't moving, seemingly planning to fight the goblins alone at the gate. Even though the gate was narrow, it was still wide enough for at least 10 people to pass through at once. Jungsik opened a window to get a better view and thought, does Black Hook really think he can take on 10 goblins at a time? From his vantage point, he saw Black Hook standing calmly as the goblins charged towards him. Jungsik thought Black Hook was overestimating his abilities and would soon run away after a brief fight, clearly unaware of Black Hook's true strength. The goblins, brandishing their weapons and snarling viciously, rushed towards Black Hook. With a swift motion, Black Hook raised the Grim Reaper's scythe and swung it towards the goblins. In one clean strike, he cut down several goblins, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Black Hook's face remained calm and impressively cool, showing no fear. After this group of goblins, another group rushed forward, but everyone knew what their fate would be against Hakkaw's scythe of death. Hakkaw took a running leap. The goblins were incredibly fierce, but with a skillful slash, Hakkaw quickly cut each one down. Jungsik, watching from above, was astonished by Hakkaw's strength. He wondered if he would be as strong as the main character when he reached level 16. Clenching the railing, Jungsik resolved to level up quickly and become more powerful. The battle between the players and the goblins grew intense. At the western gate, countless goblins swarmed in like ants, nearly overwhelming the players who stood their ground to protect the sacred relic. Jungsik, who had been observing from a high vantage point, knew it was time to descend and fight. He yelled at the goblins to draw their attention. As one goblin lunged at him, he slashed it across the belly. Glaring ahead, he swiftly dealt with another goblin. Jungsik smiled, thinking that thanks to the ancient script, he could predict the goblin's movements. Just when he felt everything was under control, something whisked past his cheek, drawing blood. It was a mysterious arrow, not from the goblins who had never used bows. Furious, Jong-sik cursed the unknown attacker, vowing to tear them apart if he caught them. In his confusion, another player stabbed him in the side with a spear. Grabbing the spear, Jong-sik cursed the player and yanked it out, causing the player to panic. Jong-sik then brutally killed the player. Suddenly, he nearly got hit by another arrow. Spotting the archer, he threw the spear at him, killing the archer instantly. He clutched his wound and realized that the real threat was other players, not monsters. If he weren't the regional representative, he wouldn't have to be a target for so many other players. Jong-sik loathed his position as the regional representative and would have gladly handed it over to someone else if he could. He wondered if he should seek Black Hook's help, but quickly dismissed the idea. Jong-sik was determined not to rely on the main character's assistance. He thought there must be some way to hunt in peace without being bothered by other players. While deep in thought, he noticed a player taking down a goblin. Jong-sik recognized him as the third-ranked player in the region, known as Black Dragon on the right hand. Jong-sik grinned maliciously at the sight of him. He called out to Black Dragon on the right hand, startling him. Jong-sik pointed at Black Dragon on the right hand and demanded that he protect him. Thanks to the dry bone necklace effect, Black Hook's attack speed increased by 25%. He had already defeated 502 goblins and used a level 3 experience buff, doubling all his stats due to the Butcher's Ancient Script effect. The gold earned from each goblin was accumulating, along with additional reward gold. Black Hook called up his status window. After defeating the goblins, our main character had amassed nearly 2,000 gold. At this rate, he would easily collect 20,000 gold in the second wave. But for now, he needed to gather as much gold as possible in this round to buy 2 essential skills, which would grant him the True Heart Ancient Script. Black Hook sensed the goblins charging toward him. With a swift slash, he sent them to meet their ancestors. The other goblins, seeing this, hesitated and didn't dare to advance. Seeing them frozen in place, Black Hook decided to finish them off where they stood. He leaped, slashing toward the goblins. The players heard a strange sound and were confused about what was happening. Suddenly, the goblins vanished and the system announced that they had successfully stopped the first wave. The players sighed in relief. After the intense battle, 967 players had died, and those who survived received a reward of 500 gold. Black Hook looked at the bodies strewn across the ground and thought that while the players had weakened the goblins, they still couldn't be underestimated. As he pondered, he remembered someone he hadn't seen in a while. Quickly, Black Hook located Jong-sik, unsurprised to find him still alive. Jong-sik looked around, feeling tense. The players weren't targeting the goblins, they were targeting him. One player tried to attack Jong-sik from behind, but Black Dragon on the right hand and Youngmin quickly took him down. Jong-sik grinned smugly, knowing that his position as regional representative afforded him protection and allowed him to survive the first wave. Youngmin asked Jong-sik if he was okay, and Jong-sik thought that Youngmin was still following and protecting him even without orders. Suddenly, the wound on his side began to ache. The wound was causing him to lose a lot of blood, making him wonder if he could survive in this state. Despite the pain, he remained determined to make it through this round. Suddenly, a noise caught the attention of the players. The system announced that the second wave had begun with 3,933 players and 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins had only normal strength. The monsters charged at the main character in waves. Black Hook calmly and coldly swung his weapon, swiftly taking down the monsters. He didn't stop, continuously slashing through numerous goblins. The system notified him that he had reached level 20, raising his rank from novice to standard, and he could now use the combine function. Black Hook smiled with satisfaction. After all his efforts, he had finally reached level 20. Now, he could use the combine function to create unique items that couldn't be bought in the store. To celebrate his level up, his Death Scythe had been enhanced, increasing its additional damage from 100% to 120%. Additionally, he learned a unique skill called Dark Night, which had an effect within a 500 meter radius, creating an artificial night using dark energy. This skill could be customized as desired, and the next skill would be available at level 40. Black Hook thought that Dark Night perfectly complemented the Death Reaper Ancient Script because it became stronger at night. As the monsters swarmed in like a tsunami, Black Hook smiled and said, "Welcome, I've just learned a new skill. It's time to put it to practice." He used the Dark Night skill, causing confusion among the goblins, whose heads were soon severed. One swift slash left the monsters defenseless and quickly defeated. The number of slain goblins piled up, and Black Hook didn't even break a sweat. The system announced that they had successfully stopped the second wave with 590 players killed. The surviving players received a reward of 500 gold each. Black Hook pondered whether to buy a few common skills during the break. He decided to do some shopping and bought the detection skill, which allowed him to identify targets within a 30-meter radius. Seeing that the area within 30 meters was filled with goblin corpses, Black Hook wondered if he should save up the remaining 20,000 gold. Wave 3 began with 3,343 players and 6,686 weakened hobgoblins. The players fought fiercely against the monsters and successfully stopped the third attack wave. The fourth wave started with 3,001 players and 6,002 weakened hobgoblins. The players coordinated their efforts and finally managed to stop the fourth attack wave. Jung-sik was now utterly exhausted. He thought to himself that if he could endure just one more hour, he could leave this place. Despite having used up all his privileges, his position as the regional representative had allowed him to command players to protect him. Wave 5 began, with only 2,700 players remaining, but the number of weakened gnolls had surged to nearly 11,000, shocking everyone. As the players started fighting the gnolls, Jung-sik thought that this was actually an opportunity to set a record. He gritted his teeth, determined to become stronger and tear apart anyone who had underestimated him. While he was deep in thought, he heard the screams of other players. To his horror, the players were attacking his protectors, aiming to kill him and take the title of regional representative. Panicked, Jung-sik ordered his guards to protect him, but they were quickly overwhelmed by the other players. Now, only he and a few remaining guards were left. Jung-sik realized he was doomed. It was no longer the time to fight but to run. He sprinted away with the other players in hot pursuit, knowing he just needed to survive this attack wave. He ran to where Black Hook stood calmly amidst the bodies of fallen monsters, waiting for the gnolls to come to him. Desperate, Jung-sik begged Black Hook for help and agreed to any conditions. He pleaded to be protected, promising to accept whatever terms Black Hook set. But Black Hook coldly refused, saying, "I decline." He told the stunned Jung-sik, "I already told you, I don't care if you live or die. Take care of yourself." As Black Hook turned to leave, Jung-sik screamed, "Wait, but you suggested it? I said I'd be your subordinate, what do you mean by refusing?" But it was too late. Black Hook replied, "I don't need a subordinate without authority." Jung-sik gritted his teeth, thinking that the main character saw him as useless. He wished he had agreed earlier. The other players, overhearing Black Hook's words, began to mock Jung-sik, calling him a living documentary of failure. Realizing he had no escape, Jung-sik decided to fight back, determined to take at least one of them down with him. Suddenly, a voice called out. Senior Youngman approached, asking if Jung-sik was tired and offering his help. Jung-sik felt smug, thinking he still had Youngman's protection, and promised to take good care of him if they survived. But to his shock, the supposedly loyal Youngman punched him in the face. After being punched by Youngman, Jung-sik fell flat on his back, clutching his face in pain. Youngman revealed his true nature, smiling maliciously as he said, "I'll kill you now to put you out of your misery." Then, he delivered several more punches to Jung-sik's face, leaving it battered and bloody. Jung-sik, completely helpless and bitter from Youngman's betrayal, watched as Youngman raised his foot and ended his life. His chaotic life ended in bitterness and betrayal, as Youngman, the one who killed him, became the new regional representative. Youngman laughed maniacally, reveling in his new status. He smirked at the thought of being able to control SEO Aaron at will. Looking at Jung-sik's corpse, he thought, "I'll use this command power wisely, so don't be too mad. It's your own fault for running away all the time." Suddenly, he felt a twinge of shame but quickly turned to his friends, boasting, "Hey, did you see that? I beat him to a pulp. Didn't I say I would win?" His friends, tense and scared, responded nervously. They looked at his bloodied hands and shuddered, realizing he had killed someone with his bare hands. The other players were horrified by Youngman's actions. They had initially thought he approached Jung-sik to help him but now saw his true intentions. Disgusted by Youngman's nature, they believed he didn't deserve to be the regional representative. Youngman laughed sinisterly as he noticed the others targeting him, but he knew he had a way out. He quickly ran, leaving many confused. Youngman went to find Black Hook. He confidently informed the main character that he had become the new regional representative and had command authority. He offered to accept the proposal Black Hook had made to Jung-sik, essentially agreeing to follow Black Hook's orders in exchange for protection. Youngman naively believed that Jung-sik's downfall was due to his rejection of Black Hook's offer, thinking the main character would surely accept his proposal. However, Black Hook expressed his displeasure with Youngman's attitude. He suggested that if Youngman knelt and begged, he might reconsider. Youngman, flustered, argued that he had command authority, but Black Hook was unfazed, knowing that the one at a disadvantage was Youngman, not him. Black Hook smiled and said to Youngman, "If you want my protection, kneel and beg." Seeing the hostile glares from the players behind him, Youngman felt extremely conflicted. But he made up his mind. Youngman knelt at Black Hook's feet and said, "I'll do whatever you want, so please let me be your subordinate." Seeing him beg, Black Hook remained silent. He had seen this scenario many times before in previous regressions, but he figured Youngman was more useful than Jung-sik for now, so he could take advantage of him temporarily. Black Hook agreed to Youngman's plea, making him bow repeatedly in gratitude. Enough, Black Hook said coldly, I don't want to see your pathetic face. Yongmin felt awkward as Black Hook stepped over him and walked away indifferently. The other players were in turmoil, knowing that Black Hook had agreed to protect Yongmin. One player suggested, why don't we all attack him at once? But another protested, haven't you seen Black Hook fight? He can take on multiple opponents at the same time. We don't stand a chance against a monster like him. As they debated, Black Hook said, let me help you decide. His words startled the nearby players. The main character offered them two choices. They could either give up the title of regional representative and go back to hunting monsters, or they could die by his hand. Raising his scythe, Black Hook said coldly, I recommend the first option, but the second is fine too. Anyone who dares to draw their weapon against me is no longer human in my eyes. The players quickly hid their weapons behind their backs. They turned and hurried away, not daring to approach him again. Yongmin witnessed everything and was deeply impressed by Black Hook's influence. With just a few words, he had made the players back down. Yongmin felt smug, thinking that while Black Hook was a formidable opponent, there was no one more reliable as an ally. Black Hook, sensing the atmosphere, thought that things were about to come to an end. So the players safely cleared the fifth wave, but if it ended like this, wouldn't it be too easy? Black Hook called out to Yongmin, who quickly responded. Black Hook reminded him to follow his orders as promised. Yongmin asked what he wanted to do. Coldly, Black Hook said, use your command authority 10 times and destroy the relic. Yongmin was stunned. If the relic was destroyed, they would face severe punishment, as foretold by the angel. Yongmin was irritated, knowing that using all 10 command attempts would prevent him from making SEO Aaron his own. He tried to negotiate, suggesting he use the authority 9 times instead, but Black Hook cut him off coldly. I won't repeat myself. If you don't want to die, make your choice. Confused, Yongmin reluctantly agreed. Black Hook then specified who Yongmin should command: Shim Sunju, Little Chili, Don't Bother Me, Spring Summer Fall, and a few others. Black Hook ordered Yongmin to command these 10 people to destroy the relic, leaving Yongmin bewildered since some of them were his friends. Yongmin's friends panicked, but he shrugged and said, sorry guys, it's Black Hook's order. I hope you understand. He began using his authority to command those chosen to destroy the relic. The system warned that the relic was under attack, causing confusion among the other players. The 10 commanded players furiously attacked the relic, enraging the others. They rushed to stop the 10, terrified as the relic began to crack. Some players started killing those destroying the relic, but it was too late. The purple crystal shattered into rubble. The system announced that the relic was destroyed and the main quest had failed. As punishment for failing, the incarnation of the punishment god would be summoned in 30 minutes, throwing everyone into a panic, unsure if this incarnation was the boss. Black Hook smiled as he heard the system announce a hidden subquest to survive the incarnation of the punishment god. The reward for completion was 3,000 gold, with 30 minutes remaining. The third round of the side quest is now available to everyone. This time, all players are required to fight against the incarnation of the punishment god and survive for 30 minutes. Completing this will reward each player with 3,000 gold. Upon hearing this news, the players were quite excited. Surviving for 30 minutes would earn them 3,000 gold, which seemed like a great deal. Some players were skeptical, others were surprised, and many were excited. This reward was much better than the reward for clearing the fifth wave. That's why Ryum ordered Hwang Yongmin to break the relic. Moreover, Ryum didn't break the relic himself because the system would identify the player attacking it. The 10 players attacking the relic would be punished, with all their stats permanently reduced by 50%. This shocking news left Hwang Yongmin's team members dumbfounded. They couldn't understand why their stats were reduced. They were just following orders. One player, enraged, pointed at Hwang Yongmin and called him a bastard. Hwang Yongmin, with his limited knowledge, could only apologize. Who could have known there would be such a penalty? At this moment, the system also announced to the regional representative that failing to protect the relic would also result in punishment. Hwang Yongmin was startled and exclaimed, "What?" He was the representative, which meant his stats would also be reduced by 50% permanently. This directly impacted his survival, making him furious. He started venting his anger on the innocent wall. Losing stats permanently was a critical blow, especially for someone as arrogant as him. Observing this, Ryum thought it was time to prepare to face the incarnation of punishment. First, Ryum opened the system menu and went to the shop to buy common items with his remaining gold. His first choice was the assassin's hood, followed by the clever boots. Although these items only slightly increased his stats, Ryum thought they would help him manage better. After purchasing, he proceeded to combine items. He inserted a skull ring and combined it with a mana stone. The system quickly announced a successful combination, increasing all stats of the bone necklace by 1. Ryum could attach 1 mana stone to each piece of equipment, so he applied the same process to the remaining items. As a result, successful combination notifications kept appearing. The skilled hunter's leather armor increased by 1 damage reduction point. Death Reaper Ryumin boots increased by 2 strength points. Although the lowest level mana stones didn't help much, Ryumin thought having them was better than nothing. The sky gradually turned dark, and strong gusts of wind started to stir the atmosphere. Everyone thought this was the sign at the beginning. They couldn't help but feel nervous and anxious. At this moment, a member stepped forward, clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, and reminded them that they only needed to hold out for 30 minutes to survive. He was right. They just needed to keep running. But that's easier said than done. Escaping the incarnation of the punishment god wasn't going to be easy. Running in this game was not the best strategy. In Ryumin past life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. This number shows how challenging the game is. Just trying to stay alive was already very difficult. Initially, the incarnation of the punishment god was a monster so tough that it took 5 level 40 players to stand a chance against it. However, Ryumin had planned to kill it to get a big reward. He was that confident because he had the title from killing Brio, the first slayer of an angel. This title doubled Ryumin's stats when fighting divine creatures. Since the incarnation of the punishment god was a divine creature, this title would be extremely useful. Before all the players, the incarnation of the punishment god appeared from above with a blinding light. Its majestic form, along with large wings radiating an eerie light, slowly descended among the small players. Seeing the incarnation for the first time, everyone was quite surprised. After a few seconds with no further movements, they thought they just needed to avoid it to survive. It seemed too easy. They even expected some monsters to appear at least. The players began to relax, and some even sneered, thinking this quest wasn't as tough as they had imagined. Damn, Huang Yangmian thought it was something terrifying that had scared him, he muttered. The 30-minute countdown started, and the incarnation of the punishment god didn't hesitate. It raised its staff high, gently ringing a warning bell. Then it took a few steps forward and stopped. It slammed the staff hard onto the ground, causing a shockwave. A protective light emerged around it, growing stronger and expanding to cover the surrounding area. The system notified the players the incarnation of the punishment god has established a limited area. Within this area, all players' movement abilities will be restricted. No one can leave unless the creator of the area removes it. This caused panic among the players because their freedom to act and strategize was significantly hindered. Furthermore, the system also revealed that the players' stats inside the area would be reduced by 50%. To receiving this bad news, the players inside desperately pounded on the protective barrier, shouting, "Help us get out of here!" Ryumin stayed outside the control zone. Unlike the ordinary players, he calmly observed and analyzed the situation. He estimated that nearly 300 people were trapped within the boundary. Unfortunately, he couldn't save those 300 people. Inside the area, the players faced harsh realities. The incarnation of the punishment god started to raise its large wings high and then spread them wide. With this motion, countless small streaks of light appeared in the sky, creating a bright and menacing glow. Ryumin couldn't watch any longer. He quickly turned away. It had begun. The streaks of light swiftly turned into spears that attacked the players at lightning speed. Screams and cries for help echoed everywhere as the spears of light pierced through the players mercilessly. The players began to panic as they realized the true danger. They cursed the system, saying it was too cruel. Seeing these lights with the naked eye was already hard enough. How could they possibly run and dodge at the same time? However, there was no mercy here. The rain of spears continued to pour down like a heavy shower, targeting the players. Once trapped inside, dodging these spears of light was almost impossible. In other words, avoiding them was the only real challenge. While everyone was distracted, it was Ryumin's perfect chance. He quickly ran around behind the enemy. Just as he predicted, when it was hunting humans, it was completely off guard. Ryumin only needed to wait for it to lower its shield before attacking. After claiming several lives, the gate started to open gradually. This was the moment Ryumin had been waiting for. He dashed forward without worrying about it turning back. It had lost both ears and couldn't hear anything. Ryumin raised the scythe of death high and leaped like a predator. His eyes shone with determination and desire. Based on his estimation, the distance between Ryumin and the enemy was 5 meters. He quickly summoned the death mark, telling himself he had to strike a fatal blow on the first try. The incarnation of the punishment god suddenly sensed a seal above its head. It reflexively turned to check, but it was too late. Ryumin Anchi, in all his glory, successfully struck the enemy's eye, making it scream in agony. Feeling the accuracy through the scythe of death and hearing the horrible screams, Ryumin judged this move to be a perfect technique. However, Ryumin didn't take the chance to attack again. Instead, he stepped back to avoid the enemy tightening its range. Thanks to the death mark, the incarnation of the punishment god only had 60% of its stamina left. Dealing such a significant blow with one strike was not bad at all. Ryumin appreciated the effectiveness of his movie, but he knew it would soon set up a new limited area to find him. As he predicted, it slammed the staff down again, creating a new boundary. However, Ryumin was already familiar with this pattern. He knew that once it realized the boundary hadn't trapped anything, it would dismantle it. Additionally, Ryumin had already destroyed one of its eyes. To balance the fight, he decided to go for the remaining eye. Without hesitation, he dashed forward like the wind, the scythe of death gleaming in his hand. With unstoppable speed and strength, he aimed directly at the remaining eye of the incarnation. The decisive strike was powerful and precise, hitting the target perfectly. The incarnation of the punishment god was at a disadvantage, with blood pouring from its wounds and its agonizing screams echoing everywhere. The pain and loss caused it to lose control. It quickly established a new limited area, but this time, Ryumin couldn't escape. Like everyone else, his stats were reduced by 50%. Ryumin didn't flinch or feel afraid. He looked back at the incarnation of the punishment god with a confident expression. By now, the situation had completely changed. Out its eyes, the incarnation was just punching bag, nothing more. At that moment, it raised its staff high and summoned countless arrows in the air. From behind, Ryumin guessed that it was planning to shoot light arrows in all directions to kill him. But no one would be foolish enough to stand still and accept death, especially not in front of an enemy whose eyes they had destroyed. Ryumin instantly used the knee-death veil and vanished in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a shadow streaked past the sharp, bright arrows. The incarnation of the punishment god panicked and kept turning around to search for him. Moreover, light could never overcome darkness. That's how this world system was set up. With another perfect leap, Ryumin once again swung the scythe of death from above, feeling his strength and willpower merge into the scythe. He was ready to deliver the final blow. Ryumin thought it was time to end it. Ryumin put all his strength into the slash, and the scythe of death sliced through its left wing with unstoppable speed and power. A piercing scream echoed as the wing fell. The incarnation of the punishment god moaned in pain but didn't give up. It grabbed its staff and swung it forcefully at Ryumin. However, its movements were slower than a player who had just lost 50% of their stats. Ryumin simply bent his legs and lightly jumped to avoid the attack. But he wasn't done yet. He used dark magic to perform a flawless flip into the air. From above, Ryumin aimed at the remaining wing. The scythe of death glowed with a bright red light as it cut off the other wing. It cried out in agony, with blood gushing from the wounds like a waterfall. As the wing dropped, Ryumin landed successfully. He turned to look at his opponent, now wingless and with its health reduced to 10%. However, this wasn't the time to finish it off. Ryumin reminded himself to keep a safe distance. He knew that even in such a pathetic state, the enemy could still be dangerous if cornered. The incarnation of the punishment god, standing tall like a statue, had now met the conditions to activate its passive skill, the last radiant glow. This skill granted it immortality once its health dropped below 10%. That's why Ryumin chose to step back instead of cutting off its head earlier. If he had gone for the head, he wouldn't have been able to kill it afterward. With the support of the gods and its immortality feature, it screamed and unleashed countless dark orbs at Ryumin at an alarming speed. But Ryumin remained unfazed. He quickly moved, dodging each orb with remarkable agility and skill. These orbs were not the real concern. Ryumin was more interested in seeing its final effort. Just then, the system announced, the last radiant glow remain. 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, 5 seconds, 1 second. The immortality state was lifted, leaving the incarnation with just 10% of its health. Realizing the moment had come, Ryumin didn't give the enemy a chance to escape. He dashed forward like lightning, the scythe of death firm in his hand. The incarnation, just losing its immortal state, couldn't react to the decisive attack. Ryumin swung the scythe with all his strength, severing the enemy's head. The glowing red blade cut through, sending the head flying far away. The system quickly registered the result and announced, Ryumin has defeated the incarnation of the punishment god and leveled up continuously. Thanks to this battle, he received 8,200 gold, plus an additional reward of 4,100 gold. More importantly, Ryumin was recognized as the first person to defeat the incarnation of the punishment god, an incredible achievement. Along with this came the title Challenger of the Punishment God. This title has an effect that reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%, a significant advantage in future battles. Additionally, Ryumin was rewarded with refined ether and the Rune of Light. Realizing the great value of these rewards, Ryumin decided to use the Rune of Light first. He held the Rune of Light tightly in his hand, feeling the latent power from the item. The rune then automatically engraved itself onto his body. Just as Ryumin had predicted, he received refined ether, a high-quality item that had undergone multiple refinements. Depending on the angle, it displayed a rainbow of colors. This was the main reason Ryumin decided to kill the incarnation of the punishment god. He needed refined ether to create a god-tier item. Additionally, he received the Rune of Light, a rare item that grants significant power. This rune increases intelligence points by 1 and boosts the effectiveness of divine skills by 1% per level. Currently, Ryumin is at level 30. which means his intelligence will increase by 30 points and his skill effectiveness will go up by 30%. With refined ether and the Ruin of Light in hand, Riemann became stronger than ever. He knew that the upcoming battles wouldn't be easy, but with this new power, he felt quite confident. The system then announced that all surviving players had completed the hidden quest. Everyone received 3,000 gold. Those who survived the rain of arrows and gained a large amount of gold were thrilled. Some shouted, "Wow, it's over," while others couldn't believe they survived the terrifying battle. Most notably, the fact that Riemann single-handedly defeated the incarnation of the punishment god left a strong impression. Before, they saw the incarnation as a monstrous killer, shooting thousands of deadly arrows. But Riemann took its head with ease. Besides admiration, they also saw him as a true monster. At that moment, an excited angelic voice echoed from above, making everyone look up. Olive seemed surprised and couldn't believe what was happening. She stood still, placing her hands on her chest, and asked if Ryu had really defeated the incarnation of the punishment god. This is the first time Olive acknowledged the strengths of a human. Seeing Riemann ignoring her words, Olive descended near him, crossing her arms with interest. She wondered if she should interview this player a bit, but before Yumi could respond, she asked why he wanted to kill the incarnation of the punishment god. Wasn't it obvious? Riemann sighed in frustration, wondering how she could ask such a pointless question. He simply said it was because he wanted to, that's all. However, Olive emphasized that Riemann could have just survived to receive the reward, but he risked everything to achieve that goal. Riemann explained that he couldn't just stand by and watch while the incarnation of the punishment god slaughtered other players. These words left everyone around him stunned and grateful. They realized that beneath his strong and arrogant exterior, Riemann is actually a very kind and noble person. Hearing this, Olive, feeling dissatisfied, put her hand on her chin and tilted her head in thought. She had heard about people stepping in to help those in the same situation. It seemed the rumors about humans being strange were true. They could ignore past conflicts and come together when facing difficulties. This made no sense to Olive. She couldn't understand it. Riemann smirked, believing that the demonic angels would never understand this way of life. Olive then remarked that all the players had tried very hard to survive. However, she reminded them that it wasn't time to relax yet. Whether they were eliminated or not would be reflected in their overall performance. With a mischievous smile, Olive thought it was time to show them the results. The Round 3 results board quickly appeared. Across all regions, Riemann was still at the top. It was astonishing that Riemann had killed more than 3,600 monsters on his own, while the second place hadn't even reached 1,000. Moreover, the board revealed Riemann's level. Riemann had reached level 30, while the second and third place players in the entire region were only at level 13. In the ESC-45 area, the 5 players behind Riemann were only at level 11. It was insane. The experience points seemed almost suspiciously high. The scores were unbelievably impressive. Riemann knew he had gained experience points when he defeated the incarnation of the punishment god, but it wasn't until he topped the leaderboard in all regions that everyone knew his level. The system sent Riemann numerous congratulatory messages for his achievements. He also received these special reward selection chests for being ranked first in all regions. The reward for being first in his current region was a rare mid-level ring selection ticket, the item he had been looking forward to the most. Riemann quickly used the ring selection ticket. The notification screen offered him 3 choices: the wind speed ring, the blue magic ring, and the resistance ring. Judging by the names alone, the resistance ring seemed the weakest, but Riemann decisively selected it. The detailed information showed that this ring helped resist negative status effects. Riemann knew that no matter how high his stats were, being affected by negative status effects could put him on the brink of life and death. Resistance couldn't be increased by stats. Therefore, Riemann thought this was the best choice. Even though he didn't need it much right now, monsters mainly attacked to deal damage and negative status effects were rare and not significant enough to affect him. Next was the special reward selection chest. This chest also offered 3 choices. The first option was a 50% stat boost for round 4. The second was 4,000 gold. The last was essential information about the 4th round. As expected, the chest didn't contain a triple experience points buff. But that didn't matter because the goal of round 4 wasn't monster hunting. Riemann thought the second choice was the best, so he decided to take the 4,000 gold. The ranking review time had ended. Olive appeared with a wicked smile and a mocking tone. "So humans, have you all seen your rankings?" "I'm sure you have," she said, before bluntly declaring that she would eliminate players ranked below 1225. Her announcement hit like a bomb, causing extreme panic and anxiety. The players exchanged anxious glances, unable to believe what they had heard. Those ranked below 1225 pleaded, insisting that the system had made a mistake and they needed to be rechecked. Amidst the desperate pleas, Olive looked down at them with disdain. She thought these insects weren't worthy of pity. She eyed those who didn't make it to the top 1225, like a lion watching a trembling flock of sheep. Then, without hesitation, she snapped her fingers. Instantly, the players who didn't make the cut began to vanish in a blinding light. Their screams and cries faded into the air, leaving a chilling silence. And so round 3 ended with 214,550 survivors across all regions. In the ESC-45, 5 region alone, 1225 people survived. The souls were then transferred back to their bodies in the current dimension. The system also announced that the next round would begin on November 21, 2023. After completing the 3rd round, everyone returned to their normal lives. In her bedroom, Cell Erin woke up suddenly and sighed deeply. She looked around the familiar room, feeling a sense of peace. Still feeling disoriented, she glanced at her body and touched her face to ensure she was really there. Cell Erin wondered if she had really returned. Had she survived round 3? Not only that, but she also achieved the profession of summoner. To verify the CEO, Erin quickly got out of bed and summoned a fairy. Instantly, a tiny creature appeared, glowing with a divine light, hovering in front of her. Erin looked at it with a happy face, realizing she had safely completed round 3, thanks to these cute fairies that created shields. However, she also acknowledged that her bodyguard had drawn the enemy's attention. Remarkably, Cell Erin was now ranked in the top 3. After reviewing the information on the notification board, she took out a pink stone. Looking at it, Cell Erin wondered if Ryumin would like the magical stone she had received as a reward. Meanwhile, a man's hand swiftly grabbed the lamp and hurled it against the wall. The lamp shattered into pieces as Hwang Yongmin screamed in frustration. "Damn you!" He stood there, panting, his eyes filled with rage. Hwang Yongmin couldn't take it anymore. The system had imposed a penalty on him, reducing all his stats by 50% permanently. After venting his anger, he turned towards the bed, muttering curses under his breath. If he had known he would end up at the bottom of society, he wouldn't have ordered the others to destroy the relic. Just then, he noticed his phone screen lighting up. He turned and walked over to check it. Seeing the message, his already angry face grew even more contorted. He thought his life was over. The phone screen showed an incoming call from Kim Seunin. Even though he knew this call could end badly, Hwang Yongmin took a deep breath and answered. He put the phone to his ear and asked Sunghan. On the other end, Kim Sihan couldn't contain his anger. Hearing Yongmin's voice, he immediately shouted, "Yongmin, are you out of your mind?" Trying to stay calm, Hwang Yongmin stammered, asking how everyone else was. This only made Sunghan angrier. His hand shook with rage as he held the phone, clenching his teeth before unleashing his fury. "Don't play dumb with me. Do you realize that because of you, we're all screwed? How could you use your command to manipulate your friends? Do you even call yourself human?" Hwang Yongmin, now angry, raised his voice, saying he had no other choice. If he hadn't followed orders, Ryumin would have killed him too. In the end, Hwang Yongmin felt no remorse, always thinking about himself. Seuin spat back, saying Yongmin should have died. Hwang Yongmin was left speechless by Sunghan's harsh words. As the call ended, he gritted his teeth in frustration, slamming his fingers against the phone screen. He couldn't believe that what he did was bad enough to end their friendship. He felt like a victim too. As the team leader, he couldn't just let Seunghan walk all over him. In his anger, Hwang Yongmin tried to call another friend to rally against Sunghan, but when he put the phone to his ear, his hopes were crushed. The message, "The number you have dialed is not reachable," was like a second knife to his heart. He threw the phone onto the bed and shouted, "Those bastards!" But then he paused. Friends, who needs them? Everyone has their own life, so why should he care about them? He recalled Seunghan's threat that if they ever met again, he would surely kill him. Did he look like he was afraid of someone like Sunghan, Yongmin thought. If Sunghan wanted to fight, next time they met, he would kill all of them. At the Imperial Hotel, and Sangchul arrived quickly. Hearing a knock, Ma Kyung-rok responded promptly, "Come in, Unit Leader Ahon." Seeing Sangchul looking neat and handsome, Kyung-rok cheerfully asked, "So you survived again?" After greeting him, Sangchul stood straight and said he felt lucky this time. Hearing this, Ma Kyung-rok leaned back from his desk, looking pleased. He thought the 3rd round was tough and asked if Sangchul was okay. Sangchul quickly replied that the fight wasn't too difficult. The monsters seemed weaker. Feeling satisfied with Sangchul's confidence, Chayun-rok asked about his level and profession. Sangchul replied seriously, "Sir, I am level 11. My profession is knight." He also mentioned Cell Erin, who was at the same level as him. However, unlike him, Cell Erin was a summoner. This news surprised Ma Kyung-rok. He exclaimed, "A summoner? That's amazing." He thought it wasn't a typical profession. Like Chairman Ma, Sangchul expressed his surprise. After her profession changed, Seo Erin summoned fairies to create shields. Thanks to her, Sangchul was able to hunt safely. This was good news, and Emma Kyung-grok was delighted to hear it. He suggested that Sangchul should maintain a good relationship with Cell Erin. If Sangchul liked, he could even consider dating her. Hearing this, Sangchul was flustered. He asked, "Dating, what do you mean by that?" Ma Kyung-rok explained that dating could help them discover each other's weaknesses. He didn't mean for Sangchul to be serious with Cell Erin, but to use the relationship to gather valuable information. Sangchul was still confused. He had never done anything like this before and wasn't sure if Ma Kyung-rock was serious or joking. Hesitantly, he asked if he should date her. Sangchul's awkward demeanor made Ma Kyung-rock laugh. It had been a long time since he had seen Sangchul so flustered. However, if Sangchul felt uncomfortable, he thought it wasn't necessary. Sangchul sighed in relief, realizing it wasn't a requirement. He had thought it was part of his duty. After all, he doubted that Sel Aaron would like someone like him. Ma Kyung-rock, noticing Sangchul's demeanor, said he wasn't so bad, handsome, trustworthy, and masculine. He asked Sangchul why she wouldn't like him. Sangchul admitted that it bothered him that she always called him Mr. Bodyguard. Finishing his thoughts, Ma Kyung-rock decided Sangchul had a valid reason, so he didn't hold him responsible. Hearing this, Sangchul could only apologize. What he had just heard was enough to give Ma Kyung-rock a headache, and he didn't want to make a big deal out of it. Ma Kyung-rock picked up his glass of wine, his eyes turning cold, and said, "That's enough. What's the status on tracking down those thugs?" Sangchul opened his phone and reported, "The first name we found is Hwang Yang-min." Assuming that's his real name, there are dozens of people with that name across the country. But if he's in his 20s and lives around Seoul, that narrows it down to about 5 people. Ma Kyung-rock wanted to know their addresses. Sangchul hadn't updated that information yet. He explained that the detective agency said it would take a month to determine their home addresses. Hearing this, Ma Kyung-rock sighed, guessing they might not know until the 4th round. As Sangchul poured more wine, he calmly responded, "Yes, I think so too. There's no rush right now, so we can take our time." Ma Kyung-rock changed the subject and asked how much gold Sangchul had saved up. Sangchul replied that he currently had about 10,000 gold. Ma Kyung-rock noted that he was halfway to his goal. He reminded Sangchul that there was a common skill called tracking in the shop and that he should learn it as soon as he reached 20,000 gold. Sangchul had remembered all of these instructions, but there was one more thing. Due to being a bit distracted, he had forgotten to mention it earlier. Last month, a group of people purchased a large number of shares in the company. Ma Kyung-rock paused for a moment. Managing so many companies, he wasn't sure which one Sangchul was referring to. Seeing this, Sangchul clarified that he was talking about the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company, the one Ma Kyung-rock was focusing on. Hearing this, Ma Kyung-rock exclaimed, "Oh," and put down his wine glass, asking how many shares the person owned. Before revealing the number, Sangchul warned him not to be too surprised. The new investor had bought 31% of the company's shares. Despite the warning, Ma Kyung-rock was still shocked. He frowned in disbelief and asked what? Someone bought 31% of the shares. Sangchul confirmed it was true. When he first saw the figures on the screen, he couldn't believe his eyes. Ma Kyung-rock fell into deep thought. The market value of his Heavenly Demon Consulting Company was 900 billion won. Converting 31% meant this person had invested 280 billion won. This wasn't a small amount. It was a massive investment. He wondered who this wealthy individual could be. Why would someone he didn't know make such a huge transaction? Could it be one of his subordinates? Regardless of who it was, Ma Kyung-rock knew this person could directly join the management board. This news made Ma Kyung-rock anxious. He picked up his phone and asked unit leader Aeon for the contact information of this major shareholder. Meanwhile, Ryu-min was lying on his bed checking his phone. He thought it was about time the guy contacted him. After all, he couldn't be the one to call first. As the major shareholder, Ryu-min felt he needed to maintain some dignity. Lost in thought, he was suddenly startled when Ryo-won burst into the room, loudly asking what level he was at. This made Ryo-min jump, and he dropped his phone on his face. Sitting up with a pained expression, Ryu-min gently asked, "Why are you asking all of a sudden?" Ryu-won, feeling upset, explained that he had met an arrogant kid who bragged about his brother's high level. They'd mocked Ryu-won, saying their brother had just reached level 11 and gained a profession. Thinking it was a bigger issue, Ryu-min sighed and reassured his brother, "Don't worry, my level is much higher." Hearing this, Ryu-won calmed down, but still looked at his brother seriously. "Really? What level are you?" Ryu-min scratched his head, pondering. He wasn't sure how to tell his brother the truth without causing trouble. After a moment, he decided to say he was at level 12. Ryu-won couldn't hide his excitement. He clenched his fists and asked, "Really? So, do you have a profession too?" Seeing his brother so happy, Ryu-min replied, "Of course." Ryu-won's eyes lit up and he jumped up in joy. "What is it? What's your profession?" he asked eagerly. However, Ryu-min was no longer in the mood to entertain questions. He quickly lay down and pulled the blanket over himself, saying, "It's a secret." Ryu-won, feeling disappointed, sighed and said, "Come on, we're brothers. There shouldn't be any secrets between us." But for Ryu-min, there were definitely secrets. He firmly told his brother to leave, saying he wanted to sleep a bit more. Realizing he wouldn't get any more information, Ryu-won left reluctantly. As the door closed, Ryu-min continued to wait for something new on his phone. This time, it finally happened. His phone buzzed intensely, notifying him of an incoming call. Ryu-min quickly got out of bed and answered. "Hello?" The voice on the other end politely asked, "Is this Ryu-min?" He responded, "Yes, who is this?" Confirming it was indeed him. The caller introduced himself. "This is Maki Youngbrok, the CEO of Heavenly Demon Consulting Company." While listening to the introduction, Ryumin started planning his next steps. He thought it would be best to play naive at first. The more he seemed like an easy target, the more likely Maki Youngbrok would let his guard down. Ryumin calmly replied, "Oh, hello." Maki Youngbrok got straight to the point. He mentioned that last month Ryumin had invested a significant amount of money in the company he manages. Hearing this, Ryumin hesitated and asked, "Oh yes, is there a problem?" Mei Kyung-grok informed Ryumin that he had become the largest shareholder of Heavenly Demon Consulting. Therefore, he wanted to meet him and treat him to a meal. As expected, Ryumin remained reserved but accepted the invitation. Maki Youngbrok, sounding excited as if he had been looking forward to this, responded, "Great, how about this Friday?" Ryumin quickly checked his calendar. However, this Friday was crucial for obtaining the internal reflection rune. He couldn't miss out on such a rare item for a meal. He told Maki Youngbrok that he already had plans for Friday and couldn't make it. He then suggested meeting on Saturday instead. Maki Youngbrok agreed and arranged to meet Ryumin on Saturday. With that, the call ended. After the call, Ryumin looked at his phone, feeling that everything was going according to plan. He had known Maki Youngbrok would call him. Based on his research, he understood that Heavenly Demon Consulting was created by Maki Youngbrok to prove his abilities and gain his father's recognition. Because of this, Maki Youngbrok would never treat a major shareholder poorly. While that wasn't a concern, Ryumin knew he needed to acquire the rune before meeting Chairman Ma. In reality, there are many ways to obtain runes. Players can find them in certain locations during specific rounds or as special rewards. They can also drop from bosses after defeating them, or very rarely, from regular monsters. There's another method that not many people know about. You can also find runes in real life. Ryumin was at building E1 to seek a run this way. The conditions for a rune to appear were complex, but didn't hesitate to go to the upper floors of the abandoned building. He hid in a corner with a good view of the main entrance, expecting Jang Selkun to show up soon. This player used his real name as his in-game nickname. Just thinking about him made Ryumin feel cold and tense. He would never forget that name. Jang Selkun was the criminal who kidnapped Ryu-1. Ryumin vividly remembered his voice. Recalling the past, the man named Jang Selkun, with his cold and malicious eyes, had pointed a sharp knife directly at Ryu-1. Jang Selkun demanded that if Ryumin wanted to see his brother safe, he had to pay a significant price. The price Jang Selkun demanded was not simple. He wanted Ryumin to reveal hidden information about the game that no one else knew. This information could make him invincible in the virtual world and potentially change his real life. Seeing Ryu-1 tied up and blindfolded, Ryumin's heart ached. He thought this demand was absurd. How could he possibly know such information? Jang Selkun laughed loudly, his voice echoing in the dim space, making Ryumin even more tense. Moments later, Jang Selkun's eyes widened as he warned Ryumin in a harsh tone not to lie to him. He knew that Ryumin was a regressor, Ryumin thought to himself. How does he know? Jang Selkun, seeming to read Ryumin's thoughts, asked, "Ryumin, are you wondering how I know?" Ryumin's heart pounded, and he felt a rush of fear at being exposed. Jang Selkun, holding the upper hand, began to explain. He said he possessed the internal reflection rune, which allowed him to read people's thoughts, including those of Ryumin's brother. Naturally, he also knew what Ryumin was thinking. Since that incident, Ryumin had been seeking revenge against Jang Selkun from his 11th regression until now. That's why his intentions were so focused and determined. To prepare for the main event, Ryumin quickly put on a mask to conceal his identity. He was determined to take the internal reflection rune from Jang Selkun today, right here. As expected, Jang Selkun walked in through the main entrance, carrying someone over his shoulder. He roughly threw the woman onto the hard ground. Being a woman, bound and gagged, she had no means to fight back. Jang Selkun crouched down to remove the tape from her mouth but warned her not to scream. However, as soon as the tape was removed, her survival instincts kicked in. She continuously begged Jang Selkun for mercy, pleading for his compassion. Jang Selkun was losing his mind, shouting, "Damn it! I let you speak, and that's all you can say. Try saying something else." The woman begged for mercy, saying she had a young child. She promised to give him money if he let her go. But Jang Selkun didn't remove the tape to hear such dull pleas. Seeing this, the woman apologized. Jang Selkun asked what she was apologizing for. She quickly knelt, clasping her hands, and said it was because she had looked at him disrespectfully the other day. She was very sorry for that. Getting the exact response he wanted, he moved closer and demanded why she had done something she felt guilty about. That day, he was in a terrible mood, but her attitude seemed cheerful. 2 nights ago, Jang Selkun was confidently strolling down the street with his hands in his pockets, thinking about which pretty girl he should choose for the night. He believed that a bit of female company would solve all his problems. At that moment, He spotted a young woman engrossed in her phone. She had a good figure and a beautiful face, so he decided to add her to his menu. He followed her into a dark alley. Unaware of his presence, she continued to focus on her phone. Jang Selkun followed her, gradually quickening his pace. When the moment seemed right, he rushed ahead to block her path. His body began to emit a bright light, startling the woman. The blinding light caused her eyes to hurt intensely. She cried out in pain, saying she couldn't see anything. Before she was blinded, she had seen Jang Selkun's figure and screamed, asking who he was. Her loud scream made the person on the other end of the phone call worry and call out, "Shihan," but Shihan was being attacked and couldn't fight back. After he was satisfied, Jang Selkun turned his back to leave, but glanced back at the girl with a smug smile. He enjoyed this feeling immensely. To him, the situation was perfect. The girl was still kneeling on the ground, yet he could do whatever he wanted without consequences. Unlike his dull life before, where he had to attend a reformatory center, he had once thought he might as well die. But now things were different. The glowing run he possessed allowed him to make his body emit light and blind his opponents. For him, this run was perfect for finding amusement. After finishing his business, Jang Selkun went to a nearby coffee shop. The staff greeted him warmly. "Welcome." The employee's beauty was not ordinary, and her radiant smile captivated him. He quickly smiled back, thinking she was quite pretty. For now, Jang Selkun ordered a large iced Americano for 5,000 won. After ordering and receiving his change, he took the opportunity to ask if she was a part-time worker. Seeing her confused expression, he explained that he was a regular customer but hadn't seen her before. She awkwardly smiled and explained that she didn't know him. Additionally, all the part-time workers had quit, probably due to the strange state of the world. Hearing this, Jang Selkun pondered. She had a point. People could die at any moment, so no one wanted to spend their time on part-time jobs for meager wages. Jang Selkun still didn't go to his table to wait. Instead, he leaned down on the counter and asked, "Are you the owner of this place?" When she replied that she was, he then asked her age, noting she looked quite young. While making his drink, she replied that she was 32 years old. Surprised, Jang Selkun let out an impressed, "Oh." He guessed she wasn't a player. Moreover, he liked her, so he asked for her phone number. Hearing this, the woman couldn't hide her surprise. She hesitated, looking at him, and inadvertently exclaimed, "What?" Seeing her reluctance, Jang Selkun asked, "What's wrong?" But instead of responding, she was so scared that she froze. Jang Selkun particularly disliked this reaction. He leaned one hand on the counter and demanded to know why she was making that face. He asked if she hated him that much. His sudden anger left her unable to respond, and she didn't understand what he was talking about. Jang Selkun, feeling insecure, yelled, asking if she was disgusted by the spots on his face. Before she could say anything, he clenched his fist and slammed it down on the counter. Jang Selkun said he wouldn't drink the coffee. He demanded she return his money because he felt disgusted. Sure, the woman, trembling with fear and confusion, reluctantly turned to get his money. With shaking hands, she handed the refund to Jang Selkun. He snatched the money and stormed out of the cafe like a wild animal. He cursed under his breath, calling her a worthless whore, upset that she judged him by his appearance. He felt she had looked down on him because of his looks. Determined to make her pay for looking at him with those disdainful eyes, Jang Selkun decided to take action. He waited outside the cafe, hidden in the shadows. He gripped a baseball bat in his hand, his eyes cold and filled with malice. And that was the beginning of this situation. The woman was now kneeling, hands clasped, begging for his forgiveness. Jang Selkun squatted down, watching her grovel, and reminded her not to judge people by their appearance. Hearing this, she stammered, Yes, I won't do it again." She thought this would be the end of it, but Jang Selkun suddenly turned away and changed his mind. He felt that this wasn't enough, that he couldn't sense her sincerity. The woman was startled by his sudden change of heart. Before she could react further, Jang Selkun pushed her to the ground. He grabbed her wrist with one hand, not fooled by her apology. He knew she was just pretending to be sorry to get away. The woman screamed, "Please, let me go." Seeing her fragile state, Jang Selkun's face twisted into a sinister smile. He reached out and asked, "Didn't you just say you knew your mistake? If you know it, you have to pay for it." Feeling utterly helpless, the woman admitted all the blame. She said, "I was wrong. It's all my fault, okay?" That was what Jang Selkun wanted to hear, but it wasn't enough. He grabbed her slender wrists with both hands and told her to stay still. However, at that moment, Rumin stepped in and told Jang Selkun that he was the one who should stay put. Jang Selkun's face went pale, and he jumped in surprise, wondering what was happening. He thought there was no one else here. So is this person a detective? Unable to sit still any longer, Jang Selkun stood up and shouted, "Who the hell are you?" Rumin, holding the Reaper's scythe over his shoulder, calmly reminded him not to use foul language. He added that soon enough, he would let him scream and curse all he wanted. Jang Selkun noticed the enormous scythe in the man's white mask, feeling a sudden chill, but he quickly dismissed it, thinking this guy was crazy to bring a toy to a fight. Rumin raised the Reaper's scythe high, signaling the start of their confrontation. Coldly, he responded, "You still don't understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a toy?" With that, Ryumin swung the scythe powerfully. The blade flashed in the dim light, slicing through the air with incredible speed. Jang Selkun staggered back in horror, finally realizing it was real. Stammering, he asked, "Are you a player?" Ryumin wondered if he was genuinely clueless or just pretending. To get things moving quickly, he looked at the woman and said politely, "You can leave now. This is your only chance." Jang Selkun snapped back, saying, "Who gave you permission? I'm still standing right here." Ryumin didn't waste time arguing. He took a running start and leaped into the air, aiming a deadly strike at Jang Selkun's weak spot. The move was precise and devastating. Jang Selkun immediately felt a sharp pain in his groin, collapsing and clutching himself while screaming in agony. Amin stood calmly, watching Jang Selkun writhe in pain. "I warned you," he said. "I told you that you'd be doing a lot of cursing." After establishing his dominance with a single strike, he turned to the woman and told her to leave, assuring her that he would handle Jang Selkun. She quickly thanked him and fled. Ryumin then swung the scythe down, reminding Jang Selkun that it was now just the two of them. Smiling sinisterly, he said, "Now the real game begins." Jang Selkun lost control and began cursing non-stop. He screamed, "You bastard! I'll kill you! I'll kill you, you son of a bitch!" Ryumin considered his attitude satisfactory. If Jang Selkun had given up too soon, Ryumin would have been disappointed. These remarks only provoked Jang Selkun further. He yelled, calling Ryumin a bastard for daring to laugh at him. With all his strength, he lunged forward, throwing slow and clumsy stabs. Ryumin easily dodged, leaning forward, backward, to the right, and to the left. At most, he used his footwork to avoid the attacks. Jang Selkun was nearly exhausted, gritting his teeth and wondering what was happening. He couldn't believe this guy could dodge all his attacks. Ryumin sidestepped another stab and finally noticed the weapon Jang Selkun was using. Surprised, Ryumin praised him. "I didn't expect you to have Goblin's Dagger. Impressive, but these mediocre skills are boring." With that, Ryumin swung the Reaper's scythe upward, swiftly slicing Jang Selkun's wrist. In less than 2 seconds, Jang Selkun's hand was severed, blood gushing out. Jang Selkun's eyes widened in pain as he screamed. Ryumin watched, tilting his head in boredom, and asked if it hurt. He then added that this was just the warm-up. He hadn't even started the main course yet. But Jang Selkun had reached his limit. He clutched his severed arm, his face pale, and his entire body trembling with uncontrollable fear. Ryumin wasn't done yet. He quickly teleported and swung his scythe, slicing through Jang Selkun's remaining arm. At the same time, he mocked Jang Selkun's exaggerated reaction. The scream of pain echoed through the abandoned building once again. Jang Selkun looked at his bloody stumps, realizing that this wasn't the time for arrogance. He knew he would be killed if this continued. To escape with his life, he decided he had to blind the masked man. He yelled, "Die, you bastard!" His body began to emit light, but this time, it quickly faded. He gasped, "What?" He didn't understand why his ability wasn't working at such a critical moment. Sweat poured down his face, reflecting his growing fear. Ryumin remained calm. He didn't care how bright Jang Selkun tried to get. It was useless. The skill of Dark Knight wouldn't allow any light to exist. Ryumin had anticipated this move and had already activated Dark Knight. Even without it, Ryumin would have cut off his wrists and ankles first. As planned, Ryumin didn't hesitate. He crouched low and then lunged forward, slicing across Jang Selkun's ankle with his scythe. The swift strike sent Jang Selkun crashing backwards, screaming in agony. In one night, he had lost all his limbs. He couldn't comprehend why this was happening. Through his tears, Jang Selkun looked up at Ryumin and cried out, "Hey, you demon! Why are you doing this to me? Why?" Hearing Jang Selkun repeatedly ask why, Ryumin found it irritating. He swung the Reaper's scythe, slashing into Jang Selkun's thigh. When Jang Selkun asked why, Ryumin responded by asking if he knew why people get rid of pests. "It's because they only cause harm." With each statement, Ryumin lifted the scythe and brought it down forcefully. Despite the pain, Jang Selkun didn't beg for mercy. Instead, he glared at Ryumin with hatred. He looked at the masked man with a mixture of pain, fear, and frustration. He muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn it. You psycho?" Hearing himself called a psycho, Ryumin coldly challenged him. He wanted to see how long Jang Selkun could keep that attitude. With that, Ryumin inflicted multiple cuts on his body with the familiar weapon. From the moment he lost his hand, Jang Selkun had no chance to fight back, but he remained arrogant. He never imagined ending up like this. He couldn't understand why this masked man was doing this to him. Regardless of any grudges, he felt this treatment was unfair. Even as a player, or even a normal person, losing both hands and legs was excessively cruel. Jang Selkun considered whether he should just end his suffering by biting his tongue to die. But before he could muster the strength, the Reaper's scythe was already at his throat. Jang Selkun looked up, his face streaked with tears, filled with pain and hatred. But facing him, Ryumin showed no mercy. He looked at Jang Salkun coldly and asked, "What's this? Thinking of biting your tongue to kill yourself? You think I'll just let you go like that?" With those words, Ryumin swung his side down again, striking Jang Salkun back. He collapsed, writhing agony on the ground. But Ryumin remained standing, his gaze icy and unfeeling. He would not let Jang Salkun die until he begged for release. Countless cuts followed, blood splattering everywhere, creating a horrifying scene. This time, Jang Salkun could no longer move. He was in so much pain that he nearly lost consciousness. He knew his fate was sealed. Desperate to end his suffering, he used his last breath to say, "Kill, please." Ryumin calmly put one hand in his pocket, pretending not to hear. He asked, "What did you say?" Jang Salkun desperately begged Ryumin to kill him. Ryumin asked if he was serious. Jang Salkun was in so much pain that even if he could survive, he didn't want to live with a mutilated body. He glanced pleadingly at Ryumin, hoping for a quick death. Seeing this, Ryumin felt somewhat satisfied. He rested the Reaper's scythe on his shoulder and asked if Jang Salkun knew why he was doing this. They were strangers, but not completely. Ryumin called Jang Salkun by name and explained that they had met before. Jang Salkun was shocked that the masked man knew his name. Even though he was near death, he asked if this was about that woman. Ryumin shook his head, saying he had no connection to her. They met because Jang Salkun had kidnapped his brother and threatened him for hidden information. Jang Salkun didn't remember doing that. Ryumin said, "Of course you don't. It's something that will happen in the future, but I'm a regressor, so I know very well. For me, it's already in the past." Ryumin continued, explaining that if he didn't intervene now, Jang Salkun would obtain the internal reflection rune. Jang Salkun had never heard of it. Ryumin revealed that a rune was hidden here and would appear when someone heard the true voice of another person. Jang Salkun didn't understand what the true voice meant. Ryumin explained that it was a voice from the heart, sincere and not deceitful. If he hadn't shown up, Jang Salkun would have raped and threatened the woman, making her plead sincerely for her life. That would have given Jang Salkun the rune, which he would use to commit more crimes. This was proven many times through Ryumin's regressions. Even if not for that, Jang Salkun's 12 previous convictions showed he was a despicable person who deserved to die. Jang Salkun no longer cared about living. He said if Ryumin thought he was dying, he should kill him quickly. Ryumin rejected this idea, saying he wouldn't lay a hand on him. Jang Salkun was desperate. All he wanted was a quick death to end his immense pain. But instead, Ryumin turned the handle of the Reaper's scythe and placed it in Jang Salkun's mouth. Seeing him struggle, Ryumin sat down and calmly observed. He told Jang Salkun that if he wanted him dead, he would have killed him long ago. He'd been talking a lot because he was waiting for Jang Salkun to suffocate on his own. Jang Salkun could only make muffled noises, unable to speak clearly. He had begged for a quick death, as his body was in excruciating pain. He wondered why Ryumin, who supposedly wanted the internal reflection rune and the truth from his heart, was now silencing him. And to address his confusion, Ryumin explained slowly, "Why am I not letting you speak? Because I want to test the internal reflection rune." Jang Salkun was in agony, both physically and mentally, with tears streaming down his face. He could only think, what? Ryumin apologized, saying he had already obtained the internal reflection rune. He noted that Jang Salkun had forgotten about the moment when he sincerely begged for death. Those were words straight from his heart, and the rune reacted to his genuine plea. When that happened, the rune automatically imprinted itself onto Ryumin's body. The internal reflection rune allows the user to read the thoughts of their target. If the user can observe the target, they can even glimpse the target's inner motives. However, the rune's effect only works within a 30-meter range. Since this was Ryumin's first time using it, he wanted to test its capabilities. From what they both experienced, it seemed quite effective. Jang Salkun, having heard enough, pleaded again for Ryumin to kill him. Ryumin refused once more, stating that an easy death would be unfair to his victims. Jang Salkun cursed Ryumin under his breath, but Ryumin didn't react. Shortly after, whether from rage or reaching his limit, Jang Salkun died. Seeing Jang Salkun die with his eyes open, Ryumin stood up and surveyed the scene. There were no witnesses, but he still needed to clean up the mess. Ryumin decided it was a good time to use a new skill he had learned. He quickly activated the Erase Traces skill, which removes all evidence from the scene, including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Ryumin watched as the remnants transformed into a dark mist and vanished. He felt satisfied that everything was in order, thinking it was best not to leave any chaos behind. It took some time, but Ryumin was pleased to have obtained what he wanted. He reminded himself that tomorrow he needed to meet with Ma Kongrak. After solving all the issues, a new day begins. Early in the morning, Ryumin wakes up and starts getting ready, taking more time than usual with his grooming. Seeing his unusually elegant appearance, Ryuan can't help but exclaim, "Whoa!" Hearing his brother's voice, Ryumin turns around. Ryuan catches a close-up of his handsome face and, unable to contain his surprise, covers his mouth and hesitantly asks, "Big bro, are you going on a date today?" Ryumin feels a bit disappointed. He looks into the mirror and continues adjusting his clothes. He can dress like this for work. It doesn't have to be a date. But Ryuan knows that his brother never dresses this formally. Ryumin helplessly explains that it's an important occasion, so he's dressing up. He has a business meeting to attend. Ryuan is stunned. Slowly approaching, he asks, "Are you getting into business?" Ryumin is busy handling his tasks and doesn't respond immediately. Ryuan, feeling a bit anxious, scratches his head and glances away, wondering to himself. He just invested in stocks a few days ago, and now he's getting into business. What if he fails? He's worried his brother will be upset if something goes wrong. Ryumin, with his ability to read thoughts, understands his brother's concerns. He sighs in relief. He didn't expect Ryuan to be worried about him rather than their finances. How sweet. To ease his brother's worries, Ryumin turns to him, smiles confidently, and says that if the meeting goes well, he will tell Ryuan all the details. So, there's no need to worry. He assures Ryuan that he will be fine, and asks, "Right?" Ryujun sees Ryuan awkwardly turned back, then shouted decisively, "I do trust you. If I don't trust you, who else would I trust?" Seeing it was time to go, Ryumin put his phone in his pocket and headed toward the door. He told Ryuan to stay here and wait for him. The outside world was very dangerous now, and it was all because of other people. Ryuan timidly followed behind. He was a bit worried after watching the news, learning that players were using their abilities to commit crimes. He also heard about issues abroad where criminals with powers were escaping from prison. It was frightening. Talking about this, Ryumin quickly became serious. Just as his brother said, even criminals had the chance to become players if they were the right age. Moreover, as players grew stronger, the population decreased each month. It's surprising nothing changed. Eventually, ordinary people might be hunted like animal and treated as slaves when the players reached their peak strength. So, before the world turned into chaos, Ryumin had to become overwhelmingly powerful. He also needed to boost the reputation of Black Scythe. Thinking for a moment, Ryumin reached the front door. Before leaving, he reminded Ryuan to be careful if he had to go out. Ryuan sighed in frustration. His curiosity was growing, and he couldn't wait any longer. But he nagged too much, and his brother pinched his cheek in warning. Ryumin firmly told his brother that he would share everything soon, so he hoped Ryuan wouldn't nag anymore. Instead, he suggested Ryuan stay home and order lunch. Ryumin emphasized that he wanted him to get something more expensive than his usual black bean noodles. Ryuan helplessly agreed, feeling a bit down. "All right, I get it," he said. Ryumin quickly arrived at the grand lobby of a luxurious hotel. Before entering, he stood confidently outside, taking in his surroundings. Just as Ryumin had guessed, Ma Kyung-grok had arranged to meet him here. The current situation felt like a soccer match, where meeting here gave the home team an advantage. Moreover, the place Ma Kyung-grok had chosen for their lunch meeting was officially an Osun Group hotel. But in reality, it was one of Youngwook's hotels. This was top-secret information known only to Ryumin. Believing that only Ma Kyung-grok close relatives might know this, Ryumin thought he could use this information to make himself seem more valuable in Ma Kyung-grok's eye. However, before executing his plan, he needed to present the right image. The more innocent and harmless he appeared, the better. Ryumin quickly walked to the reception desk with a slightly awkward demeanor. He intentionally showed a bit of nervousness in his eyes and stammered, "Hello, I'm here for an appointment. I was told to come to the reception desk." The receptionist smiled at Ryumin and asked if he was referring to the appointment with the chairman of the Shiomama Consulting Company. Ryumin quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, the receptionist stepped out from behind the counter and gestured for Ryumin to follow her to the guest waiting area. She mentioned that he could wait there until the appointment. Feeling a bit shy, he scratched the back of his neck and bowed slightly, saying, "All right, thank you." Ryumin sat down and thought to himself that he had done quite well so far. Now his job was to sit here and look like a country boy who had just arrived in the city. The first step in his act was to look up at the ceiling and admire it, exclaiming, "Wow, that chandelier is so cool." While he was marveling at the chandelier, the key figure arrived. A sophisticated man quickly asked if he was Mr. Ryu. The moment Ryumin had been waiting for finally arrived. He quickly regained his composure and stood up to greet the man in front of him. But as soon as he saw his face, clearly Ryumin froze. The man also looked startled. Sangcho recognized Ryumin. Remembering they had met at the long-term stay hotel, Galleria Forest, Ryumin couldn't deny it and responded with a sound of realization, confirming it was true. They had met when he was handing out rice cakes after moving in. Ryumin then asked if Sangcho was the one who had been with the actress Selo Arin. Sangcho bowed deeply and said, "Yes, I apologize for my behavior last time." Despite his words, Sangcho recalled that encounter and quickly bowed again, apologizing for his rudeness. However, his expression turned sour as he bowed. Sangcho couldn't believe that Ryumin, who looked under 20, was the major shareholder who had invested 280 billion won. It seemed unbelievable. Ryumin, using his ancient language abilities, guessed that Sangcho was skeptical. It made sense. Having so much money at his age was indeed hard to believe. To play his part well, Ryumin scratched his neck awkwardly, trying to show he didn't know what to say in this situation. A moment later, he felt it didn't matter. After all, they weren't close. Plus, he hadn't expected the chairman of Cheonma Consulting Company to live just above him. Noticing a mistake, Sangchul gestured for Ryumin to stop. He quickly clarified that he wasn't the chairman. Seeing the important guest looking confused, Sangchul slowly said, "Sorry for the misunderstanding. It's not proper to introduce myself this late. I'm in Sangchul, the unit head. The chairman will be a bit late, so I came ahead of him." After finishing his explanation, Sangchul motioned that it was time to go inside and wait. Ryumin responded, all right." Unit head Sangchul then led Ryumin to a spacious private dining room. However, Sangchul had some matters to attend to outside, so he politely asked Ryumin to wait there for a moment. With that, Sangchul quickly turned and left, making sure to close the door carefully behind him. Outside the private dining room, and Sangchul's face looked serious. He bowed his head, eyes focused on his phone screen. His fingers moved swiftly across the keyboard, typing each word with care. The message read clearly, "Mr. Chairman, I have met him personally, and there's no way he could have invested that amount on his own. Someone must have guided him. Please be cautious." Ryumin chuckled softly, realizing his guess was spot on. Ma Kyung-grok had cautiously sent Sangchul to scout ahead. For such an important meeting, there was no way someone meticulous like Ma Kyung-grok would coincidentally be late. The sound of the door opening distracted Ryumin. When he looked over, there was Ma Kyung-grok, entering with a confident and elegant demeanor. He quickly spoke first, "Hello. I am Ma Kyung-grok, the chairman of Cheonma Consulting Company." As Ma Kyung-grok approached, he maintained a smile and extended his hand in greeting. Ryumin awkwardly stood up and shook his hand, stammering as he introduced himself. Ma Kyung-grok cheerfully invited Ryumin to sit down. Like a country bumpkin in the city, Ryumin did exactly as he was told. After Ryumin sat, Ma Kyung-grok asked unit head in to sit next to him. Sangchul quickly responded, "Yes." Ryumin hadn't anticipated this. He didn't think Ma Kyung-grok would include Sangchul in the meeting without asking him first. It seemed like Ma Kyung-grok wanted to take control of the situation. Ma Kyung-grok suggested they have lunch before discussing business, saying that a full stomach leads to a clear mind. He had already prepared Korean dishes, hoping they would suit Ryumin's taste. The table was soon beautifully set with various Korean dishes. From ginseng chicken soup and hot pot to traditional side dishes, everything was present. The delicious aroma filled the room, stimulating everyone's appetite. Ryumin couldn't resist the temptation. He showed his enjoyment and ate the dishes enthusiastically. After making sure his act was convincing, he pretended to remember that Ma Kyung-grok was sitting across from him. Looking up, he complimented the food, saying it was delicious. Seeing Ryumin enjoy the meal put Ma Kyung-grok at ease. However, his mind was filled with complex thoughts. Unit head-on was right. This young man was too young to have invested 280 billion won on his own. Even if he had that amount, did he have the guts to do it? Ma Kyung-grok was certain that Ryumin was working with someone. If this was true, he needed to find out who. It could be one of Ma Kyung-grok's subordinates or even his uncle. Such a large sum of money was bound to cause problems, so Ma Kyung-grok told himself he needed to get to the bottom of this. After a flood of thoughts, Ma Kyung-grok put down his chopsticks and looked at Ryumin. He sincerely shared that he was very surprised when he first met Ryumin. Ma Kyung-grok couldn't believe their major shareholder was so young. He wanted to know Ryumin's age. Ryumin paused from drinking his water and replied that he was 20 years old. This number shocked Ma Kyung-grok, the chairman of Cheonma. He thought he had misheard, so he took a moment to regain his composure. Then Ma Kyung-grok awkwardly repeated the number 20 and mentioned that he was 29. He added that it was nice to meet someone close to his age. Ryumin, feeling awkward, responded that he was happy to meet him too. Ma Kyung-grok became more serious, his eyes sharp as he looked at Ryumin. He wanted to know how Ryumin could make such a large amount of money at such a young age. Was he the son of a wealthy family? Ryumin didn't expect someone as scheming as Ma Kyung-grok to be so straightforward. Ryumin smiled and waved his hand, assuring that the information was completely wrong. He was just an ordinary student, but everything changed a few months ago. Curiosity was written all over Ma Kyung-grok's face as he asked what had happened during that time. Ryumin asked Ma Kyung-grok if he had been following the recent news. Ma Kyung-grok, though he had some guesses, hesitantly asked what Ryumin meant. Ryumin mentioned a recent news story about someone who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a billionaire. Of course, Ma Kyung-grok knew about this story. Seeing his reaction, Ryumin confidently smiled and revealed that the lottery winner was him. This news left Ma Kyung-grok stunned, and he couldn't help but blurt out, asking if it was really true. "Are you the lottery winner who was on the news a few months ago?" Ryumin confirmed yes, that was him. However, Ma Kyung-grok still had questions. The total prize was only about 60 billion won. He was very curious about how Ryo Min managed to grow that amount to 280 billion won. Ryo Min candidly shared that he had invested the money in Bitcoin, which quickly increased his wealth. Ma Kyung-grok couldn't believe what he was hearing. This wasn't the answer he had expected. He didn't think it could be so easy for a young guy like Ryo Min to get lucky and make so much money. Yet, Ryo Min's innocent expression didn't show any signs of deceit, leaving Ma Kyung-grok even more astonished. He thought Ryo Min was truly unbelievable. But what made him invest 60 billion won in Bitcoin? This wasn't something even Ma Kyung-grok thought he could do. Sang-chul, sitting next to him, was equally shocked. He figured Ryo Min must be extremely lucky. However, Ryo Min insisted that what happened wasn't due to luck. Sang-chul suddenly remembered an article mentioning that the lottery winner had said the numbers came to him in a dream. If that wasn't luck, then what was it? Ryo Min became serious and revealed that he had never dreamed of those numbers. Ma Kyung-grok and Sang-chul both fell silent, waiting for his explanation. They wondered if it wasn't luck or a dream, how did Ryo Min know those numbers? Ryo Min realized this was his one chance to gain Ma Kyung-grok's acceptance and possibly win him over. He shed the innocent facade he had maintained earlier, lowered his voice, and told them this was the first time he was sharing this secret. He hadn't relied on luck or anything like that. His success came from an ancient language that could predict the future. Hearing this, both Ma Kyung-grok and Sang-chul were stunned, unable to believe their ears. Ryo Min continued, explaining that the ancient language he mentioned allowed its user to see events years ahead. In other words, he was a prophet with the ability to see the future. This revelation left Ma Kyung-grok and Sang-chul stunned. They both stayed silent for a long time, trying to process the information. Ma Kyung-grok was so skeptical that he questioned what he had just heard. A prophet. What nonsense was this kid talking about? Despite the flood of questions in his mind, Ma Kyung-grok asked if Ryo Min was being serious. Ryo Min crossed his arms and confidently stated that he had no reason to deceive them. His assured and unwavering attitude drew Ma Kyung-grok in, and even though he still had doubts, he began to half believe that Ryo Min had won the lottery by using the ancient language to see the future. To further solidify the truth, Ryo Min reaffirmed his claim. He explained that this was also why he invested in Bitcoin to grow his wealth. With the ability to see the future, he confidently invested all his money in cryptocurrency. Ma Kyung-grok, captivated by Ryo Min's confidence and certainty, placed a hand on his chest and politely expressed his wish. If Ryo Min didn't mind, he wanted him to prove it right here. He asked Ryo Min to predict what he would do next. This was too easy for Ryo Min since he could read Ma Kyung-grok's thoughts. However, to avoid any risk, he decided to set limits on his ability. Ryo Min quickly reverted to his naive demeanor. He looked apologetic and said he couldn't freely use this power. The ancient language activated spontaneously and wasn't under his control. Ma Kyung-grok was now fully convinced by Ryo Min's words. He understood that it made sense for the ancient language's future predicting ability to have limitations. A thought crossed his mind. He then asked Ryo Min about the 280 billion won investment in their company. Ryo Min quickly replied, saying he knew Chioma Consulting Company would grow significantly in the future, which is why he invested in it. Curious, Ma Kyung-grok asked how significant this growth would be. Ryo Min explained that within 6 months, the company could make it to the Kospi index without any issues. This information made Ma Kyung-grok extremely happy, as Kospi is the Korea Composite Stock Price Index. Even though it was a prediction, Ma Kyung-grok hoped it would come true. This achievement would earn him recognition from his father and potentially the chairman's seat on the board. Realizing he was showing too much emotion, Ma Kyung-grok composed himself. He couldn't let an unverified prediction make him overly excited. Ryo Min then mentioned that to achieve this success, Ma Kyung-grok would need to change the entire business model. Hearing this, unit head was startled and immediately questioned it. Change our business model? How? But before he could finish, Sang-chul slammed his hand on the table. He thought the request was outrageous. He angrily said, "You want us to change our business model now? You might as well ask us to change the company's name." Faced with his subordinate anger, Ma Kyung-grok sternly demanded that he stop the rude behavior. Ryo Min remained calm and explained that since the business model would change, the name couldn't stay the same. Sang-chul stood up abruptly, shouting, "What?" He asked if Ryo Min was being serious. Ryo Min didn't have time for jokes. He believed that both Ma Kyung-grok and Sang-chul, being experienced players, should understand that revealing his ancient language ability was risky and disadvantageous for him. Before coming here, Ryo Min had considered this issue, but decided to disclose his secret to them. As the major shareholder and future business partner, he did this to help the company grow. Given his statements and the 280 billion won investment, he felt he had enough reason to be serious with him. Furthermore, Ryo Min told Ma Kyung-grok directly that if he wanted the company to succeed, he had to cooperate with him. Sang-chul, not wanting the chairman to be manipulated, immediately asked, "Mr. Chairman, do you believe what he's saying?" Ma Kyung-grok was genuinely unsure of what move to make. He was torn between trusting Rumin and maintaining his own stance. His mind was racing with numerous thoughts and calculations. At this point, Rumin sighed in frustration. He was visibly disappointed that ManhwaCapped didn't believe in his abilities. Sangshul, unfazed by the major shareholder's feelings, bluntly stated, "To be honest, I don't believe it." Rumin then addressed Unit Hedden. "Have you ever wondered why I moved right below the penthouse? Don't tell me you think it's a coincidence." Sangshul was startled, his face quickly turning pale. Surprise and confusion were written all over his face as he struggled to process Rumin's words. ManhwaCapped, unaware of this, immediately asked what Rumin was talking about. "What about the apartment below Unit Hedden?" he inquired. Sangshul awkwardly explained, "Mr. Chairman, about 2 months ago, Rumin moved into the floor right below actress CEO Erin's penthouse." Rumin confirmed this, and added that it was just a few days after he gained the ancient language ability to foresee the future. ManhwaCapped turned angrily to Sangshul, demanding to know why he was only hearing about this now. Sangshul honestly replied that he didn't think it was important until today since he and Rumin weren't acquainted at the time. ManhwaCapped began to recalibrate his thoughts. If that was in January, it would have been before Rumin invested in Bitcoin. Yet, he moved into a place near someone associated with Chioma Consulting Company. This indicated that unless Rumin could see the future, he couldn't have done that. While Rumin continued eating, ManhwaCapped remained deep in thought. He began to dismiss his initial doubts and wondered if Rumin had known about his support for Sell Erin. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Rumin had used this information to get closer to key figures in the company. Rumin savored his meal at ManhwaCapped's speculation. Everything was unfolding just as he had planned, but it wasn't enough yet. To gain ManhwaCapped's absolute trust, Rumin played his next card. Rumin confidently stated that the hotel where they were having lunch was owned by ManhwaCapped. He added that ManhwaCapped was the eldest son of the Oh-Sung Group and that Chioma Consulting Company was secretly established to gain his father's approval. After laying out these facts, Rumin asked ManhwaCapped if he was correct. ManhwaCapped maintained his composure despite these confidential revelations. However, Unit Hedden couldn't contain himself. He angrily shouted, his face pale, "Who are you? How do you know information that only his family should know?" ManhwaCapped clasped his hands together, confirming that everything Rumin said was entirely accurate. However, if Rumin claimed he knew this through future sight, it wasn't enough to convince him. As Unit Hedden mentioned, all his relatives knew this information. ManhwaCapped openly admitted that he had suspected Rumin might be a third-party agent sent to trap him. He didn't see any reason to trust Rumin, let alone change a thriving business model. ManhwaCapped believed Rumin already knew his thoughts. Despite careful consideration, everything seemed too far-fetched. He couldn't accept changing the entire business model based solely on Rumin's words. ManhwaCapped wanted to believe in Rumin's future-seeing ability. Who wouldn't want to believe if it could help their company grow? However, he found it hard to trust things that couldn't be seen or proven. Nonetheless, he thanked Rumin for investing in their company. He suggested a shareholder meeting to discuss this proposal, with Rumin needing to convince them. With that, ManhwaCapped stood up, politely excusing himself. He said he couldn't be of any further help and would take his leave. Rumin, unhappy with this outcome, lowered his head and coldly said, "Please wait a moment, Chairman." Murian had planned extensively, but he hadn't expected ManhwaCapped to be this cautious. He had considered this scenario before, but didn't think he'd have to use such a significant bait to catch his opponent's attention. Looking ManhwaCapped straight in the eye, Rumin said firmly, "All right then, I'll give you information about Round 4. ManhwaCapped involuntarily asked, "Round 4? A second later, he lost his composure, jolting upright as he asked, "Rumin, do you have information about Round 4? He couldn't hide the surprise and confusion in his eyes. He had never imagined that Rumin would possess such crucial information. Through his future-seeing ability, Rumin had seen everything and knew what tragedies would occur. With a smile, Rumin extended his hand, confident that this information would be enough to prove his abilities. The meeting quickly concluded. Unit Head and Sangshul reflected on his actions and bowed to apologize for his earlier outburst in front of the chairman. ManhwaCapped, looking up from his phone, reassured him that it was all right. He understood that Sangshul's actions were out of concern for him. However, Sangshul still felt uneasy. Having been forgiven, Sangshul mentioned that he had just remembered something important and asked if the chairman wanted to hear it. ManhwaCapped, feeling relaxed, told Sangshul to go ahead. Sangshul, with a serious expression and furrowed brows, shared his deep suspicion of Rumin. He found the idea of Rumin's future seeing ability to be absurd. If Rumin truly had such a power, why wouldn't he keep it to himself and enjoy a luxurious life? Why would he want to help them? This made no sense to Sangshul and heightened his sense of caution. ManhwaCapped didn't think too deeply. He recalled that Rumin had said he wanted to grow with the company and seemed to want to make more money. And Sangshul placed a hand on his chin, his face showing worry and confusion. He wondered why Rumin would do this. If Rumin already had 280 billion won, that was more than enough for him to relax and never have to work again. Ma Kyung-grok sat in his chair, deep in thought. He figured maybe 280 billion won wasn't enough for Rumin. Human greed knows no bounds, and Sang-chul, standing nearby, felt that letting Rumin join the company was still very risky. He couldn't help but doubt the existence of the ancient language Rumin mentioned. Ma Kyung-grok agreed with Sang-chul's concerns but had another thought. If Rumin truly was a prophet who could see the future, they needed to make him an ally. Ma Kyung-grok stood up, gesturing to Sang-chul as he spoke. He explained that if they always had information about the next round and could prepare accordingly, it would bring enormous benefits to the company. If this also helped the company grow, it would be a huge advantage. Sang-chul remained skeptical and asked again if Rumin was truly a prophet. Ma Kyung-grok nodded, saying that they needed to think carefully about this. He added that they just needed to wait and see. Time would prove everything. Although he outwardly maintained a calm and confident demeanor inside, he couldn't stop worrying about what had just happened. After round 4 ended, Rumin was sure that Ma Kyung-grok would believe he was a prophet. But what troubled him was that he had accidentally revealed important information to Ma Kyung-grok. This information was like side quests or ways to climb the rankings, key factors that could determine future success or failure. Rumin had disclosed to Ma Kyung-grok that the task for round 4 wasn't about killing monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre among the players, meaning they couldn't let their guard down at any time. Thinking back, that should be enough to prove he was a prophet. In the future, Rumin was sure their attitude toward him would change. They would treat him well and try to protect him because he was a prophet. Plus, they surely knew that having a prophet on their side was always better than having one on the opposing side. At this moment, Rumin picked up his phone and realized he was now playing the role of a prophet. He wondered if he should continue this act in the future. If he decided to keep it up, the first thing he needed to do was... Switching scenes, Juri was hurriedly looking up at the traffic light. She thought she would be late at this rate. Her anxious mind kept urging time to move faster. Come on. Come on. Turn green already. While waiting, Juri suddenly noticed a red sports car blocking the front of her family's store. She was surprised and wondered, what's with that car? It's blocking the store's entrance. How inconsiderate. Juri felt annoyed by the driver's lack of awareness. But then the car window slowly rolled down, and the driver turned out to be none other than Rumin. From inside the car, his handsome face beaming, Ryu cheerfully called out Juri's name. Juri exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Rumin?" As soon as the traffic light turned green, Juri quickly crossed the street. She hurried towards the car, her eyes fixed on Rumin. So when she got closer, she bent down and asked Rumin if the car was his. Rumin confirmed and apologized for parking in front of her store. He then suggested they take a ride while they talked. Juri hesitated a bit, but eventually agreed. The red sports car zoomed down the street, its engine roaring powerfully. Juri sat inside, her eyes shining with excitement and wonder. She confessed it was her first time riding in such a fancy car. Not just Juri, but Rumin also mentioned it was his first time experiencing the car since he had just bought it. Juri, now curious about the car's price, turned to Rumin and asked how much he spent on it. Rumin coolly replied that it wasn't too much, just around 900 million won. Hearing this, Juri, shocked, her eyes widened in disbelief. 900 million won? She couldn't believe her ears. For such a huge amount, Rumin said it wasn't much. She wondered if he was mistaken. If she had that kind of money, she could open several convenience stores. To Juri, 900 million won was a massive sum, but compared to the money Rumin won from the lottery, it was nothing. He saw it as just a grain of sand in the desert. Juri thought about it and realized he was right. After winning the lottery, Rumin had 60 billion won. This made her feel like they were living in two different worlds. Suddenly, Juri felt shy. This situation seemed more like a date than a casual conversation. The feeling of awkwardness crept into her heart. Unexpectedly, Rumin turned to her with a serious expression and said he had something to confess. This sudden statement startled Juri. She was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Her face turned bright red as she stammered, asking what he wanted to confess. Seeing Juri's confusion, Rumin smiled softly and explained that it wasn't anything strange, so she shouldn't misunderstand. The gentleness in his voice eased Juri's anxiety a bit. She awkwardly tried to hide her embarrassment, but she couldn't shake the feeling of wanting to find a hole to crawl into. Half joking, she said she didn't misunderstand at all. Then, in a shy voice, Juri asked what he wanted to confess. Rumin reminded her of the time he said the lottery numbers came to him in a dream. Yes, that's what Rumin had told her. However, he then confessed that it wasn't true. In reality, Rumin got the information through an ancient language that allowed him to see the future, not through a dream. This ancient language helped him know future events, which is why he could predict the lottery numbers and win. That's why his profession was a prophet. Juri was shocked to hear this. She couldn't believe the truth she had just heard. She exclaimed, "A prophet?" Then, clapping her hands together, she excitedly said, "Wow, that's so cool. Isn't that a special profession?" Rumin was a bit flustered by Juri's reaction. He scratched his head and hesitated, saying it was a possibility. Juri thought having an ancient language that predicted the future was amazing. She thanked Rumin for telling her the truth. However, she acknowledged that even among friends, it must have been difficult for Rumin to share this secret. Rumin didn't see it as a big deal. He pointed out that Juri had also told him her profession was a support role, so it was fair. Juri quickly countered, saying she only revealed her profession, not the ancient language she possessed. She wondered aloud if she should share her ancient language with Rumin. Rumin quickly declined, but Juri didn't mind. She began to talk about the first round when she obtained the protective ancient language. Thanks to it, within a 10-meter radius, she would be covered by a thin protective layer for each person around her. For instance, if there were 5 people, she would have 5 layers of protection. After sharing this, Juri felt much lighter and happier. Rumin felt the same way. But Juri was quite curious about why Rumin suddenly decided to share his secret with her. Like Juri, he found that keeping secrets made him feel a bit uneasy. Besides, Rumin thought that if he didn't confess the truth, Juri wouldn't believe what he was about to say. Noticing Rumin's serious expression, she quickly asked what he wanted to tell her. A bright red sports car zoomed smoothly through the streets, its powerful engine roaring. Rumin didn't hesitate to reveal information about the task for round 4 to Juri. Hearing this, Juri was astonished. Her eyes widened, and she exclaimed, "What? That's the task for round 4. Rumin confirmed and urged Juri to be extremely careful. He told her to stay vigilant, as she couldn't predict what other players might do. Juri replied that she understood. Juri felt a mix of emotions. She was grateful to Rumin for telling her, knowing he did so out of concern for her. Not to mention, Rumin had called her first. She glanced at Rumin, and a flood of thoughts filled her mind. She wondered if Rumin had any feelings for her. After their meeting, Rumin quickly returned home. By then, it was late afternoon, and the soft sunlight painted a peaceful picture. Rumin sat on his bed, staring at his phone screen, reflecting on what had just happened. He couldn't believe that Juri had liked him all this time. This realization left him surprised and a bit confused since he hadn't noticed until now. No wonder Juri always tried to be kind to him. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, Rumin realized this might actually be a good thing. His eyes became sharp and determined. Placing his phone down on the bed, he started thinking about his relationship with Juri. If Juri had feelings for him, it would be easier to make her an ally. Rumin believed that this would also make her trust his prophecies. Ending his thoughts, Rumin reached for the soft pillow. The plush feeling made him feel more relaxed. He quickly lay down on the bed, feeling his fatigue fade away. Today, he had taken care of one important thing. Now it was time to rest. After all, he didn't have much to do this month. Time quietly passed and the city lights shone brightly under the night sky. Skyscrapers glowed, reflecting the city's vibrant, never-sleeping life. It was now 11:55 p.m. on March 31st. Before entering the other world, Rumin decided to prepare thoroughly by buying a special piece of equipment. He opened the virtual system screen and chose an item from the market. The dark gloves. These gloves increased strength by 5 points and agility by 4 points. However, they were only effective at night and were limited to use by those below the normal level. The gloves were shrouded in darkness and could turn invisible, making the weapon being used appear semi-transparent. Rumin carefully examined the stats of the dark gloves, noting that they not only increased strength and agility but also had the option to make weapons invisible, which would be very useful for nighttime missions. He thought to himself that combining these gloves with his Twilight skill would enhance his effectiveness even more. While he was deep in thought about strategies and upcoming plans, Rumin heard a voice calling from behind. He turned to see his younger brother standing at the door. Ruwan walked in and said it was time. Rumin, still sitting on the bed, showed no intention of leaving. Seeing his brother so calm, Ruwan asked if he was confident about conquering this round. Rumina replied that he would only know after trying. Ruwan, clearly uneasy, asked if his brother was really a prophet. He had heard that Rumin had information about round 4. Hearing his brother's question, Rumin explained that having information was one thing, but how he acted on it was another. This vague response made Ruwan even more anxious and fearful. The uncertainty in his brother's words made him feel uneasy. Ruwan then insisted that his brother must survive and come back. This annoyed Rumin, who raised his hand to scold Ruwan for saying such ominous things. He told him that talking like that was bad luck. And with that, Rumin gradually fell asleep, his eyes slowly closing. He knew that round 4 could be a deadly round, but before round 4 began, the players quickly gathered. At that moment, Hong Yongmin stood helplessly, clutching his head and going mad as that damn notification appeared again. His status window reminded him that the system had applied a penalty, permanently reducing all his stats by 50%. Huang Yongmin was in a panic, gritting his teeth, unable to believe this was the result of betraying Zhang Sik. Now, he didn't even have 10 command privileges left. If things continued like this, Hong Yongmin wouldn't survive round 4. The more he thought about it, the closer death seemed. He looked around and realized that those who wanted to steal the regional representative position might target him, not to mention old friends might seek revenge. Hwang Yongmin was at a loss. In his fear and confusion, he looked up and noticed the strange surroundings. Dim light spread everywhere, and shapes floated in the air as if they belonged to another world. Yongmin wondered where they were. He had no idea what the task for round 4 was, and starting in such a weird place made him feel like a lab rat. After a while of frantic moving, he saw the figure of Black Scythe. His face twisted with hatred the moment he saw him. Hwang Yongmin began blaming Black Scythe, convinced he knew everything would turn out this way. Previously, Black Scythe had manipulated him into destroying the relic using up all 10 command privileges. After that, Black Scythe hadn't hesitated to kill the avatar of the punishment god. All of this benefited Black Scythe, making Hwang Yongmin highly suspicious. But he could do nothing. If he were strong enough, he would have smashed that bastard's face already. His helplessness made him even angrier, but he had no other choice. To save himself, he had to swallow his pride and team up with that devil. Hwang Yongmin walked straight up to Rumin, hesitantly calling out, "Hey, Black Scythe." Rumin turned around and asked what was going on. Hwang Yongmin tried to stay calm despite his anxiety and fear. He asked Rumin if their deal from the previous round was still valid. Rumin, looking surprised, asked what deal he was referring to. Hwang Yongmin emphasized that Rumin had promised to protect him if he became Rumin's subordinate. Rumin looked Hwang Yongmin in the eye and replied bluntly and decisively that he no longer needed a subordinate like him. This statement was a hard blow to Yongmin pride. Stunned, he asked again, his voice filled with surprise and disappointment. How can that be? Rumin knew full well that Hwang Yongmin no longer had any command privileges left. What use was a regional representative without command privileges? Rumin's words made Hwang Yongmin feel cornered. Moreover, now that many players had acquired professions, command privileges were almost useless. Rumin's sharp words cut into Hwang Yongmin's pride. He stammered, trying to find an excuse, but felt helpless in the current situation. To Rumin, Hwang Yongmin had no value left. At best, he was just a moving target. Rumin's words were like a cold splash of water to Hwang Yongmin's face, leaving him pale and trembling. He couldn't believe what he was hearing, asking himself, a moving target? Reflexively, he turned around in fear, checking for any nearby threats. Rumin noticed this and reassured him, telling him not to worry too much. According to him, Hwang Yongmin was just a nominal target, so not many people would actually want to kill him. Surprised, Hwang Yongmin asked, "They won't target me." Rumin confidently responded, "You know the fate of players who hold the regional representative title. Everyone understands now that being a regional representative is no bed of roses." Rumin's words emphasized that while the title of regional representative seemed important, it actually came with many burdens and risks. Moreover, as players level up, the number of people they can command decreases. Compared to the risks, it's not worth fighting over. Hwang Yongmin thought to himself, Black Hook is right. If he could, he would also give up the command privileges. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility, and the dangers increase exponentially. At that moment, Celerin and her bodyguard appeared behind Rumin. Both were dressed in expensive, eye-catching outfits. Hwang Yongmin's face twisted with displeasure when he saw them. He wondered to himself why these people were here. However, Celerin completely ignored Yongmin's presence. She smiled brightly and greeted Black Scythe. Rumin heard her and turned around, his face cold and his eyes calm, showing no emotion. Bodyguard also politely placed a hand on his chest and greeted Black Scythe, asking if he remembered them. Rumin quickly replied that of course he did. They were too distinctive to forget. But Rumin wondered why they were approaching him now. Bodyguard glanced at Hwang Yongmin, then bluntly said that Black Scythe he had saved them from the thug standing before him. He wanted to thank Black Scythe again. Hearing himself called a thug, Hwang Yongmin jumped up, angrily asking the bodyguard what he meant by that. But before he could react further, Rumin quickly raised a hand to stop him, making Hwang Yongmin grit his teeth and struggle to control his anger. Rumin coldly stated that one thank you was enough. They didn't need to come to him again. Despite Rumin's blunt and aloof demeanor, the bodyguard explained that they still felt grateful to Black Scythe. Moreover, their company's chairman also wanted to thank him for saving them. He started to say more, but Rumin cut him off, telling him to stop. He didn't want to hear any more and turned away, clearly uninterested. Celerin stepped forward and offered a small item. Though she was nervous, she tried to speak clearly, saying that this was a token of gratitude for Rumin saving them. She hoped this small gift would show her sincere thanks. Rumin quickly realized it was the lowest grade purple magic stone. This gift genuinely surprised him. With a serious and sincere expression, Celerin explained that she felt just saying thank you wasn't enough. Since she said so, Rumin didn't hesitate to accept the purple magic stone from her hand. Rumin appreciated Celerin's thoughtfulness, so he accepted the gift and thanked her. Holding the stone with satisfaction, he thought that since Celerin had given him such a rare item, he had no reason to refuse. When he got back, he would definitely try to create more low-grade magic stones. Cell Erin worriedly wondered if Rumin liked her gift. The more she thought about it, the more she feared that Black Hook might not like the seemingly useless stone. She was anxious that he might be angry with her for giving something so ordinary. Through his ancient language, Rumin sensed that Cell Erin didn't know the true value of the magic stone. It made sense, as if she knew, she certainly wouldn't have given it to him. Yangmin stared intently at the purple magic stone in Rumin's hand. His eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. He realized that he also had a similar stone. Rumin, through his ancient language, was surprised to learn that Huang Yangmin possessed a similar stone. Yangmin tried to recall, and though he wasn't entirely sure, he thought it was called a Black Gold Power Stone. Rumin was equally astonished by this revelation. The Black Gold Power Stone is a rare drop from monsters, with a very low drop rate. It is even harder to find than a magic stone. At this point, actively obtaining one is nearly impossible. Rumin was surprised that Huang Yangmin possessed such a valuable item. He couldn't decide if it was his luck or misfortune. Cell Erin stepped closer and asked Rumin cautiously if he needed a protective shield. Rumin raised an eyebrow in surprise when he heard the word shield. Cell Erin explained that she had leveled up to become a summoner. Cell Erin then shared that she could summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for Rumin if he needed it. A bright smile and confidence shone on her face. Rumin looked at Cell Erin and politely declined her offer. He thanked her for the help but felt it wasn't necessary to use the protective shield. Cell Erin, feeling a bit awkward, turned away and said she understood. She realized she had been too eager and forgotten that Rumin was very strong. To avoid further awkwardness, Erin quickly bowed to Rumin before leaving, wishing him well in the upcoming round. Rumin responded with a short but sincere good luck wish. After they left, Rumin glanced back and saw Huang Yangmin walking away. He felt like he was missing something. Quickly, Rumin called out to Huang Yangmin, telling him to wait. Confused, Huang Yangmin turned back, unsure of what else was happening. Rumin quickly played mind games, warning Yangmin that if he continued this way, he would regret it. Confused, Yangmin didn't understand what Rumin was implying. Rumin reminded him that he was just a moving target with little combat value. Yangmin almost didn't care about that anymore. He remembered Rumin saying that no one would target him. Rumin clarified, saying there wouldn't be many, but not none at all. Besides, the benefits of being a regional representative hadn't completely disappeared. While most people had reached level 10 and acquired professions, some hadn't. This meant there were still targets for command privileges. Yangmin was completely unaware of this and stared blankly at Rumin. Rumin continued, asking him to think about it. Was he sure that out of thousands of players, no one would target him? Feeling uncertain and unprepared, Yangmin quickly asked Rumin what he should do. The fish had taken the bait, and Rumin happily offered to help him, at least to keep him from becoming an easy target. Feeling as if he had been blessed by a benefactor, Yangmin didn't even ask for details before eagerly asking, "Really? If that's the case, then thank." Before Yangmin could finish his sentence, Rumin interrupted, making it clear that he wouldn't help for free. In exchange for his assistance, Rumin wanted something valuable, at least as valuable as the stone Cell Erin had given him. Without hesitation, Yangmin quickly opened the virtual system and said he also had such a stone. It didn't take long for Yangmin to hand over the rare stone, unaware of its true value to Rumin. The Black Gold Power Stone was a solid black item, smooth and shiny on the surface. After a brief examination, Rumin said it was acceptable and asked if Yangmin had any other items. Worried, Yangmin hugged himself, insisting he had nothing else left to give. He pleaded with Rumin not to take his equipment. Rumin, uninterested in old and worn items, reassured him, saying he wouldn't take them even if offered. At this point, Yangmin only cared about his safety. Having given the item to Black Hook, he anxiously asked if Rumin would now help him. Rumin turned away decisively, putting his hands in his pockets, and replied indifferently that he would keep his promise. So Yangmin shouldn't worry anymore. Suddenly, a sinister laugh echoed through the air, and the angel Olive appeared. She hovered in the air, her white wings radiating light that illuminated the entire area. Olive laughed loudly, declaring that everyone had gathered here today. However, she noticed that the number of participants had decreased compared to before. Many people didn't notice this change and were unaware of the reduced numbers. If Olive was right, did this decrease result from conflicts in the real world? Rumin stood there with a cold gaze, glancing around at the others. Honestly, it would have been more surprising if no players had gotten into trouble over the past month. Olive, feeling the warm-up was sufficient, suggested they focus on a more important matter. She then announced the start of the task for round 4. The primary objective of this round was to massacre each other within 3 hours. Currently, all regions combined had a total of 181,906,418 participants. The EDS 45-5 region had 1,042 people, but by the end, only 521 would remain. As of now, the number of players who had completed the task was 0 out of 521. This task was nothing short of a deadly trap, and the players below were in a state of panic. They couldn't understand why such an unreasonable and brutal task was given. In stark contrast to the frightened crowd, Olive was excited. She felt humans were slow to comprehend. As she had said before, they just needed to stab, slash, and kill the players around them. It was very simple. They just needed to act and handle it like hunting monsters. But the players were bewildered, wondering, kill other players, harm each other? This was like digging their own graves. Olive, showing patience, said she would explain a bit more. She stated that the goal of this round was to reduce the number of players by making them kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, she assured them there would be no monsters this time. Facing this round, the players were worried. Without monsters, they couldn't level up and become stronger. The young man couldn't help but ask the angel, wondering if half of them could survive if each person only killed one other player. Hearing this, Olive immediately put a finger to her lips and said, "That's a secret. If I tell you everything, it won't be fun anymore." From below, Ryumin observed, wondering what she was so pleased about. More than anyone, he understood that she was just following orders not to reveal anything from her superiors. The angels were merely messengers in this twisted game. He knew that besides her, there was another game master, who withholding a specific rule indicated she had received orders from this game master. Olive then added that simply killing someone wouldn't complete the task. Like before, only the top 521 ranks would survive. The criteria for the ranking, however, remained a secret. Olive, excited, revealed more. She stated that even the first person to kill wouldn't necessarily rank first. With that, Olive ended her explanation, leaving the remaining time for the players to decide their fate. With these parting words, Olive quickly vanished. The system displayed the remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. The players stood still, shocked by this unprecedented task. They wondered what to do. Was it as simple as killing someone? But how could they kill those they had no quarrel with? They couldn't understand why they had to endure this insane round. Unlike the other players, Hwang Yongmin was excited and sinister when he learned that this round's task was to kill each other. He had been pondering how to exact his revenge, and the game had conveniently provided an opportunity. He had been itching to kill a few enemies. From a distance, Ryumin, through his ancient language, already knew Yongmin's intentions. As he had predicted, Yongmin was thinking about killing his friends. Suddenly, Yongmin remembered something. If other players hesitated to strike, wouldn't this be the perfect opportunity for him? The more he thought about it, the more his smile grew sinister. He believed he would be the champion. He then gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Those bastards, I don't know where you are, but I'll kill every last one of you." While Yongmin was stewing in his grudge, Ryumin suddenly appeared, startling him. Yongmin turned and shouted, "Damn it! You scared the hell out of me!" Realizing something was off, Yongmin calmed down and confusedly asked why Black Scythe had come to see him. Ryumin slowly approached with a cold demeanor. He reminded Yongmin that he had promised to help him avoid becoming a target, and he was there to fulfill that promise. With those words, Ryumin summoned his favorite weapon, the Grim Reaper's scythe, which appeared swiftly in his hand. And before Yongmin could react, Ryumin's scythe sliced through the air, creating a cold and powerful beam of light. Yongmin was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he had just witnessed. He tried to move, but the pain spreading through his body left him unable to respond. Yongmin fell backward, immobilized by Ryumin's sudden and unhesitating attack. In that moment, he still couldn't believe what had just happened. Meanwhile, Ryumin continuously received updates from the virtual system. The current side quest he had received was to eliminate the regional representative within a specific time frame, and now Ryumin had completed the task. His reward was a low-grade mana stone draw ticket, a rare item that randomly provides between 1 to 5 low-grade mana stones. This ticket could only be used starting from the next round, and only by players ranked apprentice or higher. Additionally, it was a time-limited item and its effectiveness depended on the player's luck. Once this round was over, the item would disappear. As Ryumin read the item details, he retracted his Grim Reaper's scythe. He was pleased to have obtained the item he desired. This was the main reason he killed Yongmin, although it wasn't the only one. As Yongmin fell, the entire area descended into chaos. The surrounding players were shocked by the unexpected scene. The death of the regional representative caused a major uproar, especially since the act was carried out by Black Scythe, a well-known player. Not long ago, these same people had aimed for the position of regional representative and wanted to kill Yongmin to achieve their goal. Now, they were horrified and criticized Ryumin, the person who had done what they once desired. One by one, they voiced their condemnation. "Hey, Black Scythe, you can't just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity? You're a murderer." Ryumin faced their accusations head-on. A murderer. They weren't wrong. He had killed Jungso Hyun. It wasn't an accidental act, but part of his plan. He knew the road ahead would be stained with blood. He would have to kill many more people up to round 20, but each life he took had a justified reason. Especially in this round, Ryumin had no choice but to kill to complete the task. It wasn't about liking or disliking it. He and the other players had only one path to follow. Even though they knew this was inevitable, they continued to criticize him. Ryumin could read the myriad thoughts in the crowd. Their schemes and calculations were transparent to him. Some wondered, if everything goes well, can I kill Black Scythe? Others thought, I need to use this opportunity to ruin Black Scythe's reputation. They believed that if they attacked as a group, Black Scythe would be powerless. Above all, they couldn't let Black Scythe become the regional representative. They had to frame him for some crime. Rumin found these thoughts amusing. They believed they could use such lowly schemes against him. Two players approached Rumin with eyes full of anger and hatred. One of them shouted, his voice full of challenge, "You think this is fun? Are you insane? You've done something like this and still dare to..." However, before he could finish his sentence, the system announced that Black Hook had become the new regional representative of the ESC's 45-5 region. The surrounding players were stunned, their minds racing with various thoughts. What? Now Black Scythe is the regional representative. This is like a tiger growing wings. What are we supposed to do now? The players began to feel the pressure and fear of Rumin's sudden rise in power. Rumin stood there, his eyes cold and a smirk full of arrogance on his face. He taunted, "What's the matter? Why aren't you all shouting anymore? Or are you scared now that I'm the regional representative?" Rumin continued to provoke the crowd, sneering, "Ah, I see. If you're afraid of command privileges, you probably haven't changed your profession yet, right?" One person in the crowd quickly retorted with a shaky voice, stammering as he asked Rumin what he was talking about. At that moment, another person pointed at Rumin with a look of surprise. "Hey, look over there. Black Scythe's name has changed color." Rumin glanced back at the people pointing, puzzled. The crowd buzzed with excitement as they noticed his name had indeed changed color. Their reaction grew more intense as they realized only Rumin's name had changed, leaving them bewildered. They couldn't understand why his name alone had transformed. Just as Rumin gradually understood what was happening, he realized that his name had changed from a bright yellow to a vivid red, symbolizing the new power and status he had achieved. In these rounds, once a player killed someone, their nickname would turn red. The more people they killed, the deeper the red became. This color change was a way to distinguish who had committed murder, indicating who had killed the most with the intensity of the red. The intention behind this system was to make players more likely to kill the murderers, feeling less guilty about their actions. However, killing a murderer meant inheriting their status, turning the killer into the next target. This created a vicious cycle of violence. Initially, players might hesitate to kill, but Rumin knew this system would lead to many deaths. He then crossed his arms and sternly asked what they were doing. He was certain they didn't have time to stand around and discuss. Despite hearing criticism and labels from other players, Rumin remained unfazed and unafraid. He pointed out that they couldn't be honest with themselves. They had eagerly wanted to kill the regional representative, and now they were criticizing him for doing what they had desired. Faced with his strong arguments, the two players who had tried to confront him were left speechless. Rumin continued to emphasize that the principle here was simple: kill or be killed. He challenged them, saying, "Don't tell me you've survived this long without understanding this basic rule." He suggested they stop living hypocritically and start facing reality. If their lives were in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to point a knife at the one threatening them. He affirmed that in this world, ruthlessness and decisiveness were key to survival. Moreover, Rumin reminded them that now was not the time to sit idly by. If they felt so anxious, they should argue and decide their next move just as they had voted previously. With that, Rumin turned and walked away, believing that even if he hadn't spoken, they would start fighting eventually. However, if he didn't say it, they might act too late. Without his push, they would waste more time, and fewer than 521 would survive this round. By encouraging them to fight, he was actually helping more people survive. The girl in the crowd realized they couldn't just stand there. She admitted that Black Scythe was right. At least if they were playing the game, they should do something. A man asked her if she had any suggestions, unsure of what to do besides talk. The girl was furious at the man's condescending attitude. She snapped back with an angry expression, "Why are you being so sarcastic? I'm just trying to figure out what we should do." Hearing this, the man suggested, "How about we settle it with one-on-one duels for fairness?" However, another person objected, arguing that fighting to kill each other wasn't fair at all. He added, "And duels. Do you think this is a game? We don't even have enough time." Being reminded of this by a kid felt like an insult to the man, making him unable to control his anger. He clenched his teeth and asked, "What did you just say?" This was the first real conflict, and as it unfolded, many people turned their anxious and curious eyes toward the arguing group. The tense atmosphere made Sel Erin worried. She asked her bodyguard what they should do. "Do we really have to kill people like Black Scythe said?" Her bodyguard straightforwardly confirmed that they would. He believed there was no need to care about the lives of strangers they didn't know. In this world, only the strong had the right to survive. Despite this, Sel Erin still found it hard to believe in the task. She was at a loss for words, not wanting to participate at all. Her bodyguard, however, firmly agreed with Black Scythe's statement. He urged Erin to make a decision. He knew that killing wasn't a pleasant task, but if they didn't do it, they wouldn't survive this round. Erin couldn't accept this so easily. She said he was talking as if she had killed someone before. The bodyguard only wanted to boost her morale. He didn't mean it like that. He was just guessing. The people around them began to talk, casting cautious and scrutinizing glances at each other. Standing next to her bodyguard with her arms crossed, Sel Aaron looked visibly tense. She asked him whom they should kill first. He thought it best to assess the situation and act accordingly. However, the situation was deteriorating rapidly. Arguments broke out among the players as they fought for survival. One young man suggested that they stop behaving like this and quickly decide to kill one person, but talk was cheap. Another person, angry, asked who they should kill. A suggestion was made. Those who have already killed are perfect targets. Let's focus on those whose nicknames have turned red. This proposal quickly elicited strong reactions from the others. One person retorted, "Who gave you the right to decide that? You mean we should kill Black Scythe?" The discussion quickly spread. Upon hearing the suggestion to kill Black Scythe, one person sighed, thinking these people were crazy. How could they possibly kill someone who had reached level 30? Another nearby agreed, betting that even if they all attacked at once, they still couldn't defeat the new regional representative. As the chatter grew, one person raised a hand to signal for silence, reminding them that if Black Scythe overheard, they would all be in trouble. Rumin, who was standing at a distance, didn't miss a single word. Feeling a bit annoyed, he clicked his tongue and thought, "Look at them. Most of them are arguing just as I predicted." The argument continued. Unable to contain himself, a young man interjected, "What are you all talking about? Life is precious, so even if someone is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone." These words quickly gained support. The person standing next to him agreed, saying that if they killed someone, they would become murderers themselves. The one who originally suggested the idea thought they were all crazy. He asked, "So what are we supposed to do? Doesn't someone have to die for us to survive?" His friend tried to calm him down, suggesting they agree to kill all the criminals instead. The argument was far from over. A group of female players joined in, with one of them sarcastically saying that it was impossible to identify the criminals. "What are we going to ask who the criminals are and have them raise their hands? No one is stupid enough to volunteer themselves." These mocking words infuriated the man, who turned and shouted, "Who do you think you are, looking down on others like that? Why don't you come up with a plan yourself, you bitch?" The woman, not intimidated, shouted back, asking why he insulted her. She even threatened to kill him out of anger. Hearing this, the man taunted her, saying if she was so tough, she should come at him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, not even a woman. He boasted that he wouldn't hold back no matter who it was. Seeing the escalating tension, another young man provocatively told them to stop talking and just fight. This successfully provoked the two enraged individuals into a frenzy. The man realized that the short-haired guy had incited them. The woman also thought that those who hide and provoke others are the worst. Angered by the taunts, the man began to use his magic. Rimin watched the chaos unfold and felt a headache coming on. He thought they were all talk and no action. However, he wasn't too worried. He was sure it wouldn't be long before they wouldn't hesitate to cut each other down. At that moment, a young man who was trying to calm the situation noticed something surprising. As he continued to stare, others also began to shift their attention. Miraculously, Young Min, whom everyone thought was dead, woke up and stretched with a long yawn, looking like he had just woken up from a nap instead of having been dead. This miraculous recovery left everyone around utterly shocked. Someone blurted out, "What the hell? How could they believe such a miraculous recovery?" The man they thought was dead was now perfectly fine, without a trace of blood. Rimin, observing from a distance, already knew this hidden rule. In this round, players would revive after 10 minutes of death. Yang Min, preparing to stand up, noticed the bewildered stares of those around him. They looked at him as if he were a ghost. He stood up, confused, trying to piece together his last memory of talking to Black Hook before everything went blank. He couldn't understand what had happened. And the players were astounded. One young man, panicking, thought Hwang Young Min's resurrection was like a divine miracle. The person next to him scoffed, thinking he was overreacting. Clearly, the system had revived him. In a game, there were no gods involved. Realizing that players could revive after dying, the players' fear dissipated. They began to raise their weapons, thinking that as long as they took a life, the system would bring the dead back. Seeing the situation growing more tense, a girl stepped forward and advised everyone to stay calm. She argued that they were merely speculating and had no solid proof that the system would revive them. Therefore, she suggested they shouldn't jump to conclusions and act rashly. However, right after she spoke, a man suddenly approached and delivered a swift, decisive slash to her back. The attack didn't stop there. The man kept stabbing the girl's back with his weapon, screaming furiously, "Why don't you die first, you bitch? Die. Die." Each of his strikes was decisive and ruthless, causing the surrounding people to panic. After finishing his assault, he stood there, breathing heavily, his face showing clear signs of confusion and brutality. He stared intently at the girl's motionless body, as if to ensure her last breath had been taken. This horrifying scene left the onlookers speechless, frozen in terror. Not satisfied, he continued to scream wildly, demanding the girl to come back to life, convinced that they needed to fight again. Witnessing such merciless slaughter, even in death, the players were utterly terrified. This level of brutality was beyond their imagination, making everyone shudder. A young man with a pale face murmured that the girl couldn't possibly come back to life. However, another player nearby advised against jumping to conclusions, suggesting they wait because he believed she wouldn't resurrect immediately. Thanks to this reminder, the brown-haired youth remembered that Hwang Yong-min had also revived after 10 minutes. Once understanding the situation, the guy in the blue shirt raised his hand and shouted, "Hey everyone, why don't we wait for her to revive?" With this suggestion, the other players quickly agreed. Just as they anticipated, 10 minutes later, a brilliant golden light enveloped the girl's body. Her wounds healed miraculously fast. In an instant, she was fully recovered and began to push herself up, bending to sit up. After coming back to life, she felt as if she had just awakened from a long sleep. She raised her hands and stretched, leaving those around her stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes as they witnessed her miraculous revival. But then, she suddenly remembered the events that had just occurred. The memories of the fierce battle and the brutal attack that had brought her down came flooding back. She started to get angry, preparing to stand up while reaching out to find out which one of the bastards had attacked her. To answer that question, the player who had attacked her earlier rushed out at an incredible speed. He aggressively swung his sharp weapon, boldly declaring, "It was me, you bitch." However, before his attack could even land, another player dashed in like lightning, swinging his sword directly at him. After taking a life, the man turned back with a confident look. He smirked and asked if they could come back to life after 10 minutes. This question seemed to ignite the tension, making the atmosphere thick with unease. The players could only express their confusion, none daring to answer because they all understood his brutality and decisiveness. Rumin stood on the sidelines, his sharp eyes watching every movement. Even though the ability to revive had been proven, he noticed most players still couldn't easily accept the act of killing. However, people often reveal their madness under pressure. Like the player before them, who attacked another from behind with a who-cares attitude, thinking the game's rules were inevitable. Another player followed suit, swinging his sword and shouting, "Damn it, whatever, I don't care anymore." Thus, one by one, players jumped in to take lives for themselves. Some still couldn't believe this was happening, thinking everyone had gone crazy. After being suddenly attacked, the young man in the blue shirt clutched his stomach in pain and angrily cursed the attacker, calling him a bastard. However, instead of continuing his attack, the attacker chose to apologize. He explained that he had no personal grudge against him and that the killing was just a necessity of the game's rules. In pain and irritated by the explanation, the young man in blue gritted his teeth. He swung his sword in retaliation, determined to make his attacker taste his own medicine. The sudden counterattack startled the other player, but he quickly defended himself. He calmly told his opponent to just die and stop resisting, saying, "You'll revive anyway." No sane person would just stand still to be attacked. The man in blue swung his sword with all his might, shouting defiantly, "Why don't you go die then?" With that, his slash successfully claimed a life. The players continued to clash, relentlessly killing each other, blood splattered everywhere, and cries of pain filled the air. The atmosphere grew oppressive and tense as unrelenting attacks were exchanged. Currently, about 1,000 players were engaged in this savage slaughter. The battlefield was a scene of sheer violence and chaos. After observing for a while, Rumin decided it was time to take action. With cold and determined eyes, he swiftly summoned his weapon. A gigantic scythe appeared, radiating an aura of death and majesty. Rumin's appearance shocked the nearby players, who muttered the words "Black Scythe." The atmosphere seemed to freeze. Without giving them time to react, Rumin swung his scythe with terrifying speed. The blade slashed through the air, creating a bright red streak. The sharp scythe cut through everything in its path, causing blood to spray everywhere. All that remained were echoes of painful screams and bodies lying scattered on the ground. Rumin's involvement quickly drew everyone's attention. Noticing that Rumin was alone, a group of 3 players exchanged glances and signaled to attack. Within moments, they all charged at him, believing this was their chance. Their eyes burned with determination and hope, weapons tightly gripped, ready for the confrontation. However, before they could execute their plan, they were defeated in an instant. Rumin stood firm on the battlefield thanks to his detection ability, making it impossible for anyone to ambush him. Ignoring the fallen attackers, he continued to focus on the aggressive player who had been ruthlessly killing others. With a mad laugh and brutal actions, he continuously shouted, "Die." Each of his slashes carried ferocity and ruthlessness. Looking at the situation, Rumin thought calling round 4 the Blackfire Dragon's round was not an exaggeration. With the devouring rune in hand, this situation was nothing less than a feast for him. His name had now turned deep red, indicating he had killed at least 10 people. Rumin thought to himself that he should add him to his scoreboard. This guy must have resurrected a few times already. After killing another player, he laughed insanely. His savage laughter echoed through the bloody air. He couldn't believe that each time he killed a player, his stats increased. It was a real boon. He knew his stats would increase when killing monsters, but didn't expect killing players to have the same effect. The item he was referring to was the Devouring Rune, which boosted the progress bar each time a player killed an enemy. Once the progress bar was full, the player would receive a random stat. The level of the enemy corresponded to the progress bar's increase. Without stopping, he launched an attack on another player. His decisive and sharp strike left the opponent no time to react, spraying blood everywhere. However, one hit wasn't enough. He had lost all humanity, his eyes flashing with madness as he stabbed his opponent and screamed, "Die! Die!" His shouts echoed through the space like a vicious curse. After claiming another life, his Devourer gauge increased by 3/5. He was quite surprised by how quickly the progress bar filled up. Thinking about it, he wondered if it was because of their high levels. At this moment, he began to form more ambitious thoughts. The last player had the same level as him and significantly boosted his progress bar. So what if he killed the Black Scythe? The progress bar would surely fill up instantly, giving him a random stat. But these plans were easier thought than done. He felt it was too risky, so he turned away and muttered to himself, "Forget it. If I mess with that big shot, who knows what disaster I'll face." After all, he decided it was better to stick to a safer path. He thought it was best to handle the weaker players, accumulating small gains for easier progress. With this new resolve, he advanced toward the weaker players. A crazy smile appeared on his face as he swung his weapon down. He apologized to his victim, insisting he had no grudge, and then immediately delivered a fatal slash. As he pulled his axe from the player lying at his feet, he felt satisfied and thought that this killing spree was an effective stress relief. Meanwhile, the onlookers were horrified by his brutal and inhumane actions. Even though it was just a game, it revealed a glimpse of human nature when faced with power and survival. He suddenly thought of the thug Huang Yongmin, who had hindered his hunting. But it didn't matter, because he knew this round was meant for him, the one with the Devouring Rune. As he enjoyed these thoughts, someone carefully moved from behind and attacked him. He quickly dodged and swung his axe, thinking as he attacked. He told himself that others gained nothing from killing players, but he was different. With every kill, he grew stronger. He continued his assault, his axe striking decisively, finishing his opponent in an instant. His progress bar increased again, which excited him even more. Moreover, his prey kept respawning, offering themselves to him repeatedly. Like the girl in front of him now, this was a golden opportunity. He would be foolish not to take her down quickly. After a while, he wondered how many people he had killed. He realized he needed to kill as many as possible to climb the leaderboard. Feeling satisfied with his kills in this area, he decided to move elsewhere to see if he could continue his rampage. But just as he turned, he encountered the one person he dreaded most. His confident demeanor vanished at the sight. He thought in fear, Black Scythe. Indeed, the person he least wanted to face was the Black Scythe, also known as Rumin. It was time for Rumin to add him to his scoreboard. As Rumin approached, the first thing he did was mark him with the death seal. Whether it was the feel of the mark or sheer terror, his entire body froze. This event left the other players puzzled about what was happening. They didn't understand why the sky suddenly darkened. Along with this strange change in nature, Rumin's scythe became transparent, radiating a terrifying aura of killing intent. Facing these inexplicable phenomena, he knew he had to be extremely cautious. However, his caution couldn't save him. In an instant, Rumin swung his scythe in a sharp arc. The swift slash quickly cut across his neck, ending him decisively and ruthlessly. It was only when his head separated from his body that he realized he was dead. He should have avoided confronting the Black Scythe. Around them, the battle continued relentlessly. Horrified screams echoed everywhere, mixed with the clashing of metal. Players fought each other like wild beasts, completely losing their humanity. Shouts of "die" reverberated through the air, making Huang Yongmin pause to observe. He couldn't believe the scene was unfolding before his eyes. At the same time, he noticed the girl next to him showing signs of healing. Doubtful thoughts flashed through his mind. Has she revived? Is it true that everyone comes back to life after 10 minutes? Seeing the girl gradually regaining her strength, Huang Yongmin began to grasp the situation. He immediately broke into a calculating and cunning smile. Huang Yongmin realized this was his chance to get revenge on those who had stabbed him in the back. His eyes gleamed with determination and malice, and a cold smile spread across his face. He thought that this round was designed for players to kill each other, and he would use this opportunity to eliminate all his enemies. Clenching his fists, he was certain he had found a golden opportunity. He vowed to kill everyone who had betrayed him. Finishing his thoughts, he began scanning the area for Seongyeon. He dashed through the chaotic battlefield, where blood and bodies were scattered everywhere. Yet his determination remained focused solely on finding Seongyeon. After a while, he spotted someone drawing a bow, ready to shoot. He recognized him as Seongyeon. A sinister smile appeared on Youngmin's face. He thought to himself that this guy was such an idiot. Just by looking at him, Youngmin could tell Seongyeon was scared stiff over a minor stat penalty. Seeing Seon preparing to shoot, Hwang Youngmin walked over and called out loudly, pretending they were still on friendly terms. Seongyeon turned around and stuttered in surprise, not expecting to see Hwang Youngmin there. Before Seon could finish his sentence, Youngmin rushed at him with a sinister smile and loudly exclaimed how glad he was to see him again before landing a powerful punch. Hwang Youngmin's strong punch hit Seongyeon with immense force. Seongyeon had no time to react. His body was thrown into the air and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud. Seongyeon groaned, clutching his face in pain from Youngmin's punch. He lay on the ground, his entire body trembling. Meanwhile, Youngmin stepped closer and called out Seongyeon's name with a mocking tone. Youngmin growled, "Didn't you say you'd kill me if we ever met again?" Seongyeon's eyes widened in fear as he looked up at his conqueror. Youngmin's words struck him like a powerful blow, making him realize the hopeless situation he was in. But right now, Seongyeon couldn't fight back. Hwang Youngmin grabbed Seongyeon's face tightly, his other hand raised, ready for another attack. He looked at Seongyeon's terrified expression with excitement and taunted, "Why don't you try killing me then?" Seongyeon couldn't respond, fear and despair evident in his eyes as he saw Youngmin's fist ready to strike again. Youngmin's punches came down relentlessly, one after another. Seongyeon's painful screams echoed all around, and soon he was out of the game. After finishing off his old friend, Hwang Youngmin sighed in relief. He didn't care about Seongyeon's lifeless body, dropping his hands and feeling a twisted sense of pleasure. But the fun wasn't over. He turned, his cold gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield. "Where are the rest of the ones who deserve to die?" he muttered, preparing to continue his brutal hunt and punishment. In an instant, the scene before them looked like a vivid nightmare. Blood stained the space red, bodies piled on top of each other. If hell existed, it would surely look like this. Shouts of "die" echoed across the battlefield, mingling with cries of pain. Shadows darted, and sharp blades created a bloody spectacle that made anyone watching shudder in horror. The place was filled with violence, and people only knew how to hate each other. This made Sel Erin's heartbeat faster with each passing second. The blood on her sword was still warm and sticky on her hand. From a distance, her bodyguard noticed Sel Erin's unusual state. With worried eyes, he asked if she was okay. Sel Erin turned, forcing a smile, and replied that she was fine. She wasn't tired, but her spirits were a bit shaken. Despite her words, the bodyguard could tell Sel Erin was struggling more in this situation. He could endure a bit, but she seemed to be facing a major challenge. If this affected her psychologically and professionally, he would have no face to show the chairman. At that moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Sel Erin's hair from behind and yanked hard. The surprise left her unable to react, her face turning pale. The player facing her, seeing his prey's weakness, shouted aggressively, demanding she die. At that moment, the bodyguard rushed in like a gust of wind. His eyes were as sharp as daggers. He stared straight at the attacker and coldly warned that it wouldn't happen. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword, slashing across the attacker's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Without stopping, he quickly switched the sword from his left hand to his right to deliver another blow. In the next second, his sword pierced the player's shoulder, making him collapse instantly. But the bodyguard didn't finish him off. After subduing his prey, he turned and called out to Erin. Realizing what she had to do next, Sel Erin, panicking, raised her weapon. Although she didn't want to, she bit her lip and made the decision to maintain her ranking. A second later, she quickly lunged forward, stabbing the fallen player with her sword. Unlike the other players, Sel Erin couldn't accept the situation. After taking another life, she fell to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably with fear. The bodyguard saw that if he ordered her, she would obey, but continuing like this wasn't good. Sel Erin quickly tried to calm herself. She turned to ask the bodyguard how much longer they had to fight like this. He thought for a moment and guessed that this round would last at least another hour. This was far too long for Sel Erin to endure. She couldn't even stand to watch them die. Honestly, she didn't understand how people could kill each other like this. Sel Erin's weak demeanor made the bodyguard grit his teeth in restraint. He thought she was far too fragile. It seemed she had been overly protected. Though these thoughts ran through his mind, the bodyguard showed concern outwardly. He told her that if she was tired, she should rest, noting that she had already killed around 50 people. Sel Aaron wasn't sure and hesitantly agreed, saying it seemed like that was the case. With that number, the bodyguard believed she had done enough to make it onto the leaderboard and avoid elimination. After saying this, he turned and assured her he would handle the rest. Sel Aaron felt a bit relieved and hesitantly thanked him. However, the bodyguard thought he should be the one thanking Sel Aaron, as he no longer had to provide her with targets. Leaving her behind, he could now focus on his own score. Wasting no time, the bodyguard quickly charged forward, targeting those who were preparing to attack. Time passed, and the system announced the remaining time for the round 001021. Meanwhile, Rumin was still fervently attacking other players to rack up his score. He didn't realize how quickly time had flown by, with only 10 minutes left. He also found that round 4 was quite exhausting. While he was lost in thought, a weak player attempted to attack him from behind. However, thanks to his detection skill, Rumin quickly sensed the impending danger. In a split second, Rumin turned around with sharp eyes. Seeing the small prey, he didn't hesitate and swung his scythe, cutting him down. No matter what, he couldn't let go of the top reward for being the highest ranked in the region. Rumin reminded himself that he had to use every means possible to get stronger and reach round 20. To do that, he had to give his all in each round, seizing every opportunity. In the current round, he continuously attacked, not giving the enemies a moment to counter. The first place reward was irresistible. Moreover, Rumin had no idea how strong the final boss would be. Thus, he needed to bolster and enhance his strength with every passing second. The stronger, the better, Rumin thought as he aggressively charged forward with his scythe in hand. Each step he took was filled with determination, his presence and the scythe embodying death itself. Just seeing Rumin charging, the player in front of him couldn't contain his fear. Tears welled up in his eyes as he stammered the words, "Black Scythe." However, Rumin didn't attack him. He leaped over the player and moved on to find another target. This left the boy staring in confusion, unable to believe that he had just escaped death. Rumin wouldn't kill someone he had already defeated. With his experience, he knew that the ranking in round 4 wasn't just about killing as many people as possible, but about killing as many different players as possible. Rumin understood that even if he killed the same person twice, the system would only count it as one kill. This meant he couldn't waste time repeatedly killing Hwang Yongmin. While he could kill him, time kept ticking, and Rumin wouldn't waste a single second, especially not on something that didn't bring real value. With that thought, he decided to switch targets to new enemies. Meanwhile, Hwang Yongmin was furiously showcasing his strength with powerful punches. He kept muttering, "Die. Die one, you bastard," as he attacked. Hwang Yongmin killed the same 3 friends repeatedly. Just by watching, Rumin knew those guys wouldn't survive this round. After taking one down, Hwang Yongmin turned to Seongen, who had just revived, with a crazed look in his eyes. Like a madman, he was obsessed with the thrill of revenge. As soon as Seongen revived, not even aware of what was happening, Hwang Yongmin rushed in with a powerful punch, telling him to respawn quicker next time. In this situation, dying right after reviving left the players with no chance to earn points for themselves. Time continued to tick down until there was only 1 minute left in the round. In this brief period, Rumin needed to act even faster. Even though he wasn't sure of his current score, he knew that getting a few more kills could never hurt. His goal was to achieve the highest score possible. Rumin quickly scanned the faces of those he had already killed. The one wielding the sword with a savage grin was already taken care of, so was the one hugging the girl. However, when he saw a brown-haired guy, Rumin realized he hadn't killed him before. He figured this would be his first time taking this one's life. With little time left, he decided to finish this guy off with a single strike. As the brown-haired guy turned around, Rumin's scythe was already poised behind him. Not giving his opponent a chance to counterattack, the decisive and powerful slash of the scythe cut through the brown-haired guy's body. After that attack, a light from above began to shine down, signaling the end of round 4. Rumin quickly looked up. Brilliant golden light flooded the space. Pillars of radiant light shone down on each survivor in the arena, enveloping them in a glowing aura. This scene highlighted the brutality of the recent battle, with bodies strewn across the ground. The angel Olive appeared once more from above, wearing a satisfied expression. She asked, "Did you enjoy killing each other?" Olive's innocent and arrogant demeanor made those who had just fought for their lives feel angry and hopeless. They thought she was cruel for asking such a question. Rumin couldn't fathom what was going through her mind to make such a remark. How could killing others be considered a source of enjoyment? Olive descended from above, starting to observe the surroundings. She finally made a mocking comment about the bloodstains left behind as remnants of the recent massacre. She said that this was why the pristine space had become so messy. Olive's words cut deep into the minds of the survivors like a sharp blade. However, she acknowledged that the players had done a great job killing each other. Before checking the results, Olive decided to resurrect those who had died right in front of them. Rumin couldn't help but find Olive's confidence amusing. She spoke as if she were the one actually bringing them back from the dead. In reality, it was just a system capability, not Olive's power. Immediately, beams of brilliant golden light shone down, resurrecting the fallen players. Bodies that seemed beyond recovery were restored with incredible speed. Severed limbs and minor wounds healed quickly. Among them, Seongin also revived. As soon as he realized that Hwang Yongmin had killed him multiple times, Seongin grew furious and repeatedly hit the beam of light, shouting that Hwang Yongmin was a bastard. Jongsik behind him angrily kicked the light and shouted, "Damn you. I'll kill you." However, all their actions were confined within the beam of light created by Olive. The commotion amused Hwang Yongmin. He mocked Seongin, saying he was just slightly better than Jongsik. Moreover, he had no idea what those bastards were saying. After all, he had already beaten them to death and back. The noise made Olive furious. Her eyes and voice darkened. She sternly demanded silence, declaring that if anyone dared to speak, she would make their head blossom. Under this serious threat, Seongin, Jongsik, and even Hwang Yongmin didn't dare utter a word. Just the thought of it made their faces pale. Seeing the situation under control and the atmosphere quiet again, Olive's mood brightened. She clasped her hands together, smiling cheerfully, and announced that since everyone had revived, they would now review the results. But then Olive realized she had forgotten something. Before revealing the results, she had to announce the side mission for this round. This news puzzled the players. They looked at each other in confusion, unaware that round 4 even had a side mission. Olive, with a knowing look, snapped her fingers and casually said, "Of course there's a side mission. Did you really think there wasn't one? Are you all stupid or what?" To clear up the confusion on their bewildered faces, Olive quickly displayed the details of the side mission on the system screen. The side mission for round 4 was to eliminate the regional representative within a set time frame. Players who completed the mission would receive a low-tier mana stone lottery ticket as a reward. Many players couldn't believe what they were seeing and wondered if eliminating the regional representative was really the side mission. Responding to these foolish questions, Olive replied with a disdainful tone, "Yes, you idiots, that was the side mission. And right now, only one person in this area has completed it. That person is none other than Black Scythe." When Olive mentioned this, the players realized that it was Black Scythe who had killed Hwang Yongmin. This revelation caused a huge stir, and all eyes turned to Black Scythe. No one could have guessed that being the regional representative in this round would be beneficial, as the role carried many responsibilities, and no one paid much attention to it. A player in the crowd felt regretful upon learning about the mission's existence. If he had known earlier, he would have killed Hwang Yongmin to complete the side mission and claim the reward. Thanks to this announcement, Hwang Yongmin realized he had died, and not just that, he had died at the hands of Black Scythe. To be sure of what was happening, Hwang Yongmin checked his temporary skills, but the system had updated, showing he had nothing left. His temporary command authority was gone. At this moment, Hwang Yongmin recalled the time he had run after and begged Black Scythe for help. Back then, Black Scythe had promised to assist him so he wouldn't become an easy target. Yet, it was Black Scythe who took the representative position from Hwang Yongmin. Before the situation could calm down, Olive began announcing it was time to review the results of round 4. But then she paused and exclaimed, "Oh right," she figured all the players were curious about how the results were calculated. To avoid any confusion, Olive decided to explain. The ranking for this round would be based on the number of different players each contestant had killed. This meant that even if they killed the same person multiple times, it would only count as one kill. Facing this unexpected announcement, the players below were left speechless and dejected. Some of them were puzzled, wondering if it was about the number of different players and not just killing as many as possible. The foolish questions from these lowly humans made Olive laugh. She shook her head and remarked on how simple-minded everyone here was. A qualifying round couldn't be that simple. But since the match had ended, she would now reveal the results. The total results for round 4 were quickly updated on the virtual system board. Across all regions, first place went to Black Scythe, a level 30 Reaper with 722 kills. Second place belonged to a level 13 Mage nicknamed the Fool, with 521 kills. Third place was taken by Dark Demon, a level 13 Dark Knight, with 433 kill. In the current area ESKS 455, Black Scythe held first place. Second place went to Cute Little Bird, a level 11 Warrior with 211 kills. Third place was in Sanctual, a level 11 Knight, with with 209 kills. As soon as the leaderboard appeared, Olive expressed surprise with an exclamation. Oh, she hadn't expected Black Scythe to be in first place again. Olive couldn't believe that Black Scythe had once more taken the top spot. The surrounding players were astonished, their eyes fixed on Black Scythe. They could hardly believe that Rumin had managed to kill 700 people. This number was staggering, considering there were only about 1,000 of them in total. It meant Rumin had eliminated 70% of the players. Just hearing it sounded crazy. Olive began to clap in response. She was equally surprised that Black Scythe had single-handedly killed 722 players. This was truly impressive. To Olive, such an achievement deserved praise and reward. The reward for Rumin for securing first place was a special mid-tier reward chest. Despite receiving the notification, his face remained cold and emotionless. However, he thought to himself, a mid-tier reward choice ticket. Good, it's about time I upgraded my armor. Currently, Rumin had 3 choices, and he decided to pick the Bloodstained Assassin's armor. This rare armor had a defense stat of 60. It not only increased agility by 4 points, but also boosted attack speed by 5% and added 5 points to speed. Its durability was 600/600. However, this type of item was only for those who had reached a regular level or higher. The deep red armor, when worn by an assassin, sometimes carried the scent of blood. Rumin quickly moved on to the next special reward, where he had to choose again. Option 1 was a 50% stat boost, but it was only valid for round 5. Option 2 was 5,000 gold. The final option was information about round 5. Considering these choices, Rumin thought about the side mission reward for round 5, which was highly valuable. However, the mission was quite difficult. So, given the challenge, the stat boost would be very beneficial for him. After careful consideration, he chose the 50% stat boost for round 5. After a while, Olive asked if they all knew their rankings. She then revealed something extra. Currently, in the ESKS 455 area, there were 30 players tied for 54th place. All those ranked lower would be eliminated. Olive stood before the crowd with a mischievous look and a mysterious smile. She cheerfully announced that it was now time for the elimination process to begin. With a smug expression, Olive laughed arrogantly. As soon as Olive finished speaking, the players instantly felt the danger. A blinding golden light engulfed them, happening so quickly that they were left bewildered and unable to react. One of the players cried out in despair, unable to accept the reality, and begged the angel to wait. If this continued, would they really die? But there was no pause, only screams and cries for help echoing everywhere. They didn't want to die, but the light was destroying them faster and faster. Even so, the hope of survival urged them to plead with the angel for help, asking for just one more chance. Hwang Yongmin stood in the middle of the light, his face frozen in shock and tension. Then he realized he wasn't affected by the light. This realization brought him relief, but also astonishment at his luck. Sel Erin couldn't control her fear. She kept holding her head and covering her ears to block out the cries for help. Meanwhile, the bodyguard quietly observed his surroundings, as he wasn't among those affected. Rumin also struggled with the horrific screams. He tried to close his eyes, hoping the atmosphere would calm down. After a while, the cries for help gradually died down. Rumin opened his eyes and looked around cautiously. At the same time, a notification appeared before them. Round 4 has ended. Across all regions, 90,953,209 people survived. In their area, ESKS 455, only 521 people remained. Shortly, their souls would be transferred back to their bodies in the current dimension. Round 5 would begin at midnight on February 3rd, 2024. Congratulations on surviving, and see you in the next round. Switching scenes to the Imperial Hotel, it was already midnight. Someone's hurried footsteps echoed as they rushed towards a room. This person was none other than unit leader in Sangchul. Upon arrival, he hastily opened the bedroom door and called out loudly, "Sir." The call quickly woke Ma Kyungrak. He grimaced, sluggishly opening his eyes and rubbing his head to shake off the fatigue. After a moment, he recognized the person before him as unit leader An. Ma Kyungrak tiredly rubbed his face, puzzled as to why Sangchul was there. He didn't recall summoning him. And Sangchul, with a serious expression, explained that he couldn't reach Ma Kyungrak and had taken the liberty to barge in, fearing something bad had happened. Ma Kyungrak sat up, assuring that nothing had happened as Sangchul thought. However, Sangchul's expression showed that he seemed to believe Ma Kyungrak might have died in round 4. Seeing this, Ma Kyungrak asked if Sangchul had seen the results. Sangchul admitted, somewhat embarrassed, that he had seen Kyungrak's name on the leaderboard but still couldn't stop worrying. After all, the last round was insane and dangerous. Ma Kyungrok, feeling exhausted, explained that as soon as he returned, he collapsed onto the bed from physical and mental fatigue. And Sangchul felt the same way, knowing that Ma Kyungrok, under the nickname Dark Demon, had taken down 433 people. However, Ma Kyungrok revealed that if they counted repeated kills, the number was likely much higher. Despite his impressive stats and strength, he was only ranked 3rd in the entire region. The more he thought about it, the less he could comprehend what kind of monster Black Scythe was. He wasn't sure if Black Scythe was even human. And Sangchul, equally uncertain, hesitated before asking, "Do you think he could be an active duty Special Forces soldier?" In his view, someone with such skills and courage was rare in South Korea. This curiosity nagged at him, but he couldn't find an answer. Ma Kyungrok became thoughtful. The more he pondered, the more he admired Black Scythe. Regardless of Black Scythe's true identity, Ma Kyungrok felt it would be reassuring to cooperate with him. To find out if that was possible, he decided he needed to consult a seer about Black Scythe soon. Thinking about the prophecy, unit leader An spoke up. He noted that round 4 had played out exactly as the prophecy had predicted, which was truly astonishing. Sangchul admitted that until he witnessed it himself, he still had doubts about Rumin. Ma Kyungrok responded that he had felt the same way. In their last meeting, Rumin had insisted that the mission for round 4 wasn't about hunting monsters but would be a massacre among players. At that time, Ma Kyungrok couldn't believe it and had immediately asked Rumin if there would really be a massacre. Rumin had seriously confirmed, saying it would be a disaster where players needed to kill each other. He had advised Ma Kyungrok to stay vigilant. Recalling this, and Sangchu asked Chairman Massachusetts what they should do next. Just waking up, Ma Kyungrok wasn't sure what unit leader An was referring to. Sangchul quickly mentioned the seer Rumin, wondering if the chairman truly wanted to make him a business partner. This was obvious to Ma Kyungrok. He grabbed his coat and said that Rumin was a major shareholder, holding 31% of the company's shares. He wondered what other choice he had. In reality, the company was practically already in Rumin's hands. Hearing this, and Sangchu urgently asked if Ma Kyungrok planned to follow Rumin's advice and switch industries. Ma Kyungrok felt that no matter what he said, the situation wouldn't change. He realized that if they followed Rumin's guidance, the company could thrive. Moreover, Ma Kyungrok believed they needed to bring Rumin to their side. He began advising Sangchul that now was not the time to underestimate or disregard Rumin. He reminded him not to feel superior just because Rumin was young. Ma Kyungrok emphasized that they needed Rumin on their team and that Sangchul should change his attitude. Even if Sangchul didn't like Rumin, he should flatter him and follow his suggestions. Only by doing this could they reap the benefits from the seer. After his advice, Ma Kyungrok asked Sangchul if he understood. Hearing this, and Sangchu quickly bowed and replied that he would be more cautious when dealing with Rumin from now on. Seeing Sangchu change in attitude, Ma Kyungrok praised him, saying he did well. He then requested Sangchu to call Rumin immediately. Since it was sudden, Sangchul quickly asked what he should say. Ma Kyungrok suggested Sangchul call Rumin with a friendly invitation. To celebrate their survival, they would throw a big party that evening and told Rumin he could bring any family members. Thinking about this, Ma Kyungrok suddenly wondered if they should also invite Sel Aaron to the party. Sangchul was quite surprised and asked if Ma Kyungrok really wanted to invite Sel Aaron. Standing under the sunlight, Ma Kyungrok thought that in times like these, it was good to have a celebrity present to celebrate with them. Early the next morning, Rumin drove and stopped by a cafe. After waiting for a while, he saw his meeting partner arrive. Rumin waved and called out, "Over here." Juri quickly crossed the street, waving back at Rumin. She was surprised to see him looking healthy after round 4. Hearing this, Rumin smiled and said she looked well too. Despite this, Juri still felt quite surprised. She turned to Rumin and asked if he was okay, wondering why he suddenly invited her to lunch. Rumin simply thought they should go out to celebrate successfully passing the round. He told Juri not to worry because he would treat her this time. Juri laughed and said she would take advantage of having a wealthy friend, and of course she would do that if he didn't mind. With that, the two got into the car, and the bright red sports car sped down the empty road. In the car, Juri didn't forget to thank Rumin. She was able to prepare for round 4 thanks to his warning. Hearing this, Rumin asked if she ever thought he might be lying. Juri felt that Rumin would never do that. Besides, lying to someone like her wouldn't benefit him at all. Appreciating her trust, Rumin happily thanked Juri. Juri felt a bit embarrassed. She thought she should be the one thanking him because if he hadn't told her to kill at least 30 players, she would have been dead by now. So she was the one who needed to express gratitude. But Rumin couldn't see why Juri needed to be thankful. Whether he had given her a heads up or not, she would have survived thanks to the protective rune. Plus, he thought Juri was quite skilled. Unlike Cell Aaron, who seemed like a flower protected in a greenhouse, Juri was more like a wildflower growing outside. Ending his thoughts, Rumin parked the car in front of a vintage-style restaurant called Yum. Once the food was served, Rumin reached out and said they should start eating. Juri responded with a thank you and wished him a good meal. Rumin couldn't remember how many times Juri had thanked him already. He felt she was being too polite. Meanwhile, Juri felt anxious and couldn't focus on eating. Just thinking about the recent round 4, she wondered if a killer like her should be doing this. She came because Rumin invited her, but dining peacefully like this felt strange. However, Juri's thoughts were quickly interrupted by Rumin. He knew she still felt guilty, so he asked why she wasn't eating. His question made Juri feel awkward. She hesitated and explained that she didn't feel very well. Rumin went straight to the point, asking if she couldn't eat because she had killed someone. Seeing that Juri couldn't respond, Rumin reassured her. He told her not to overthink it and not to blame herself. He emphasized that she did it just to survive. That's true, but Juri trailed off. Seeing her hesitation, Rumin continued, pointing out that Juri wasn't the only one who had done it. Both he and the other players couldn't avoid it either. But Juri felt that no matter the reason, she had still killed. Not wanting Juri to suffer more, Rumin interrupted, saying that was enough. He didn't want her to keep blaming herself. Rumin looked at Juri seriously and asked, "So what? If the same thing happens in the future, will we just let it be? More importantly, if I didn't wake up, what would happen to my family? Both you and I, and all the other players, have families waiting for us." Juri felt enlightened. She had never thought about it this way and had only been focusing on blaming herself for her actions. Rumin's words made her realize that if her father knew she couldn't wake up anymore, he would be devastated. Just thinking about that made Juri understand that survival was paramount. She had a family, and at the very least she would live for them. She had forgotten about her family and didn't realize they were the reason she held on for so long. Having understood this, Juri regained her spirit and thanked Rumin for comforting her. Rumin smiled and said there was nothing to worry about. At least he had helped her set aside her worries. He thought they had been sad long enough, and now Juri should enjoy the delicious food here to lift her spirits. Juri quickly agreed. After tasting the food, she exclaimed how good it was. She felt all the fatigue from round 4 melt away with each bite. Hearing her say that made Rumin happy too. The atmosphere became warm and light, and they both enjoyed the meal with comfort and joy. When the meal ended, Juri cheerfully said, "Thanks for the meal, Min." Rumin quickly noticed it was the first time Juri had called him without using his full name. Juri realized this and exclaimed, "Oh, really?" She then asked if it was okay to call him that from now on. Rumin smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course, it's fine." He saw that Juri's mood had improved a lot. He wondered if now was the right time to get to the main topic. Holding a cup of coffee, Rumin looked directly at Juri and began to explain the real reason he had invited her today. He wanted to share information about the upcoming round 5. Juri was surprised and asked if Rumin had already predicted the future. "That's right," Rumin explained. "Round 5 will be the toughest one yet. Plus, the regions will be combined." Hearing about the regions merging, Juri couldn't help but ask, surprised, "Does that mean you and I could meet?" "Exactly," Rumin replied. "But it's not just limited to round 5. He didn't reveal everything he knew. They would indeed meet in round 5, but if he said they would be in the same area, Juri would want to meet him even more." However, Rumin couldn't meet Juri while he was still undercover. To do that, he had to get her to follow his plan. Ending his thoughts, Rumin looked directly at Juri and asked her to listen carefully to what he was about to say. As he had revealed, round 5 would be much more difficult, and there was a chance she wouldn't make it. But he was here to tell her that there was only one way to increase her chances of survival. Rumin advised Juri to find Black Scythe and ask for his help. Juri was stunned by this request, speechless. She hadn't expected Rumin to suggest such a thing. Juri, surprised, asked Rumin if Black Scythe was the one who ranked first across all regions. Rumin confirmed, "Yes, it's him." This wasn't something to joke about. Juri, doubtful, pointed to herself and asked, "Do you really want me to ask Black Scythe for help in round 5? Rumin looked her straight in the eye and said that instead of asking for help, it would be more accurate to say she should cooperate with him. To survive round 5, he advised Juri to temporarily ally with Black Scythe. That's the only way she could make it through. Juri still found it hard to believe. Black Scythe was a level 30 player. Would someone like that really agree to cooperate with her? Rumin encouraged Juri, telling her that she had a buff, so he was sure Black Scythe wouldn't refuse. Their relationship would be symbiotic. Juri was unsure but acknowledged that if she could safely get through round 5 with Black Scythe's help, it would be great. Thinking it over, Juri sighed. She was still worried. She doubted that Black Scythe would take her along just because of her small buff. Rumin understood better than anyone that her buff wasn't just small, it was an excellent skill. He saw that Juri was still anxious and reassured her. He affirmed that Black Scythe would be willing to cooperate with her, not just in this round but in future rounds as well. He told her that he had seen this future, so she didn't need to worry. Hearing these words, Juri felt more at ease. She hesitated and asked if it was really true. Then she happily thanked Rumin for sharing such important information with her. Rumin felt that, as friends, this was something he should do. Seeing how Rumin continuously helped her, Juri suddenly remembered something and asked him to hold out his hand. When Rumin did so, Juri said she should give him a gift in return. As she spoke, a surge of energy emerged from her palm, shining brightly. A green light surrounded their hands, creating a magical scene. Juri transferred her power to Rumin as a token of gratitude. Receiving the precious gift, Rumin couldn't hide his happiness and thanked Juri. He had anticipated that she might buff him, knowing her well enough to understand that she didn't like feeling indebted. Meanwhile, Juri felt embarrassed by Rumin's smile. Her cheeks turned red, and her heart beat faster. She felt a strange sensation inside, one she couldn't quite describe. Rumin, on the other hand, was already thinking about trying it out at home. In another scene, the system displayed a notification all stats have increased by 50% due to the blessing skill effect. With the current kill count at 100/100, all stats had also increased by 50% due to the Butcher rune effect. Rumin sat down on the sofa and began to calculate. Thanks to Juri's blessing effect and the additional stats from the Butcher rune after killing 100 monsters, he figured his current stats had increased significantly. To get a clearer picture, Rumin requested the system to display his status window. Observing the numbers, he noticed his luck stat had skyrocketed. He couldn't believe he now had 84 luck points. With such a high luck score, Rumin decided to use his low-tier Magic Stone lottery ticket. This item randomly provided between 1 to 5 Magic Stones and was only usable until the next round, starting from the Apprentice level. If not used before the next round, it would disappear. This item was influenced by the user's luck stat. Looking at the ticket in his hand, Rumin thought that if he were an ordinary person, he might pray to the gods for good items. But he dismissed that idea, thinking it was better to forget about praying to any god. Every time he thought of gods, he remembered the day Olive announced that they would start the 20-round game on the first day of each month. Human souls would be sent to another dimension to play this deadly game. Rumin didn't know who was really in charge, but he was sure a god was behind it. No one else could capture 1.8 billion people and throw them into a death game unless they were a god. The mastermind had to be a god, one who was toying with humanity. The more he thought about it, the angrier Rumin became. If he made it through the final round and could make his wish come true, his wish would be for the god who created this game to die a terrible death. Finishing his thoughts, Rumin decided to use the low-tier Magic Stone lottery ticket. The card in his hand vanished instantly. Shortly after, the system notified him, "Congratulations, you have received 5 low-tier Magic Stones. This includes 2 red Magic Stones and 1 each of blue, pink, and yellow." Rumin was quite surprised by this outcome. He didn't expect to get all 5 stones at once, since the ticket could yield between 1 to 5 stones. Getting the maximum number was unexpected. Rumin realized he had received the best result not by praying but by cursing the gods. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. Clearly, 84 luck points weren't just for show. Having received the items, Rumin quickly began combining them. First, he combined the 2 red low-tier Magic Stones and pressed combine. The system then displayed a successful combination message, indicating he had created a single mid-tier red Magic Stone. Rumin knew that combining Magic Stones of the same color and tier could yield higher tier stones. Along with the Magic Stone he had received from Sel Aaron and the one from the lottery ticket, Rumin managed to obtain a low-tier purple Magic Stone. But he didn't stop there. He decided to combine the Magic Stone with his Assassin's Hood. Upon a successful combination, he gained an additional 2% damage boost. Continuing with the remaining stones, Rumin combined them with other equipment. He gained an additional 2% to the stats of his Shadow Gloves. His Resistance Ring also successfully combined, adding 2 luck points. Rumin decided to remove the blue Magic Stone from his Hunter's Leather armor and combine it with the Blood-Stained Assassin's armor, giving his new armor a 1% damage reduction. In just a short time, Rumin had used all the Magic Stones he had. The investment in those buffs was definitely worth it. Now, he needed to prepare to meet Ma Kyunggruk. Ru Won, after hearing Rumin talk about his investment, looked bewildered. He hesitantly asked, "So the chairman of the company you invested in is the heir to the Osung Group?" Rumin put on his coat and replied, yes. He mentioned that he had been invited to a party as a business partner, and they would be working together in the future. Hearing this, Ru-won panicked, trembling as he asked if he could attend the party. Rumin, while fixing his brother's tie, reassured him. He explained that he had been told he could bring family members, so Ru-won didn't need to worry. As they finished getting ready and stood up, the doorbell rang. Ru-won panicked and exclaimed that they had arrived. Rumin looked at his brother and gently said, let's go. Rumin quickly stepped forward to open the door. Behind him, Ru-won was tense but tried to stay calm. However, when he saw who was at the door, he felt a sense of relief and surprise. It was unit leader An. Seeing Rumin and his brother, Achin bowed and said he was there to escort them. Ru-won recognized An and quickly clung to his brother, stammering that it was the person they had met before. Before he could finish his sentence, and Sang-chu asked who the person behind Rumin was, Rumin replied that it was his younger brother. And Sang-chu quickly bowed and handed his business card to Ru-won. He apologized for not introducing himself earlier and introduced himself as unit leader in Sang-chu. He reminded them that they had met before, which made Ru-won feel awkward as he accepted the card. Sang-chu explained that although he had already apologized to Rumin, he was very sorry for his previous rude behavior. Ru-won, feeling awkward, responded with a surprised ah, and didn't know what else to say. Since it was getting late and Sang-chu thought it was time to head out, he hoped Ru-won would consider the party as an apology and not feel offended. He informed them that the limousine was ready and waiting. Soon, the luxurious limousine stopped in front of Mae Kyung-grok's Imperial Hotel. The Grand Hotel was illuminated with bright lights, and the Imperial Hotel sign sparkled in the night. And Sang-chu led the two brothers inside. Unlike Rumin, Ru-won was still a teenager. Experiencing such opulence for the first time made him very excited. As they entered the lobby of the Imperial Hotel, they were surprised to hear someone exclaim, "Oh, it's shareholder Rumin." The familiar voice belonged to none other than Ma Kyung-grok. He stepped out in a smart suit, his face beaming with excitement, and said he was glad to see Rumin alive. Rumin quickly responded, saying he felt the same. Ma Kyung-grok's gaze then shifted to the shy young man standing behind Rumin. He asked if this was a family member. Rumin introduced his younger brother, Ru-won. Being a warm and hospitable person, Ma Kyung-grok extended his hand, expressing his pleasure at meeting Ru-won. He introduced himself as Ma Kyung-grok, the chairman of the Heavenly Demon Consulting Company. Ru-won felt nervous and confused, but Rumin encouraged him to shake hands with Ma Kyung-grok using his right hand. Following his brother's advice, Ru-won quickly extended his hand and awkwardly greeted Ma Kyung-grok. Seeing that Rumin was skilled and had a younger brother, Ma Kyung-grok couldn't help but ask if his brother was also a player. Ru-won, feeling embarrassed, quickly denied it, blushing. Rumin smiled gently, soothing his brother, and explained to Ma Kyung-grok that Ru-won was only 14 years old. Ma Kyung-grok looked relieved and smiled, saying it was a blessing. If Ru-won had been just a year older, he wouldn't have avoided the deadly game. He added that he was quite envious of Rumin. Hearing this, Rumin just gave a faint smile, not quite understanding what Ma Kyung-grok meant by that statement. The envy in his words seemed rather absurd to him. Not wanting to keep the guests waiting, Ma Kyung-grok quickly pointed the way and politely said, "Please, this way." He mentioned that although it was simple, they had put a lot of effort into preparing the party. As the dining room door opened, they were greeted by an elegant space. The table was neatly set with exquisite dishes. Everything was arranged tidily under warm, golden lighting, creating a cozy and sophisticated atmosphere. The chefs and servers were ready, smiling warmly and exuding professionalism. As soon as he stepped in, Ru-won couldn't hide his amazement. He gasped, "Whoa." Meanwhile, Rumin carefully handed his vest to the server. Seeing Ru-won's expression, Ma Kyung-grok smiled warmly. Noticing that Ru-won seemed hungry, he mentioned that they hadn't prepared much, but it was certainly enough to fill him up. Ma Kyung-grok politely gestured towards the dining table, inviting everyone to sit down. Ru-won felt surprised and confused. He thought to himself that if this wasn't much, then what would be considered a lot? Seeing his brother's hesitation, Rumin called him over. After they sat down, Ma Kyung-grok cheerfully invited everyone to start eating. However, just at that moment, the dining room door opened again. Rumin instinctively turned to look. The sight of the new guest left him stunned. It was Sel-Aron. He had no idea she had also been invited to the party. Seeing Sel-Aron arrive, Ma Kyung-grok quickly stood up and eagerly said, "Ah, you finally made it, Miss Sel-Aron." Sel-Aron, looking a bit flustered, apologized and explained that she was late because she had to attend a colleague's funeral. Ma Kyung-gruk, ever gracious, told her not to worry as they understood her situation. More importantly, he wanted to introduce her to the company's new major shareholder. Following Ma Kyung-gruk's introduction, Sel Erin quickly tucked her hair behind her ear and greeted them, introducing herself as actress Sel Erin. But before she could finish, she recognized the two people in front of her. Sel Erin, shocked, covered her mouth with her hand and exclaimed, "Huh? Aren't you the ones who brought rice cakes when you first moved in?" Rumin gently pulled Ru-won closer to prevent him from showing too much emotion. Then he looked at Sel Erin and confirmed, "Yes, that's us." Hearing his response, Sel Erin expressed her joy at being neighbors with the major shareholder, saying it was wonderful. However, she also noticed that the person in front of her was younger than she was. It was hard to believe someone his age could be a shareholder. Sel Erin wondered if the chairman was playing a joke on her. Opposite them, Ru-won couldn't contain his surprise and confusion. He stammered, asking his brother if that was really Sel Erin. Rumin looked in the direction his brother was pointing and realized Ru-won still didn't know about the connection between Ma Kyung-gruk and Sel Erin. Her unexpected appearance must have been quite a shock for his brother. But then again, this reaction was common, as most people were stunned by Sel Erin's appearance, just like Ru-won, who was now nervously looking to his brother for help. To play his part convincingly, Rumin thought he should also show some interest. At least, he should appear a bit more engaged. Ma Kyung-gruk immediately noticed the change in Rumin's expression, which made him feel as if he had just positioned a chess piece perfectly. He saw Rumin as still very young and thought that even Asir was just like everyone else. Inviting Sel Erin turned out to be a brilliant move. Seeing that the introductions had gone well, Ma Kyung-gruk smiled and politely invited everyone to sit at the dining table. He remarked that they all must be hungry by now and encouraged them to enjoy the meal without any worries. After everyone sat down, the meal quickly began. Initially, there was no conversation as everyone focused on enjoying the exquisite dishes laid out on the table. Ru-won, delighted, ate with his cheeks puffed out and whispered to his brother that the meat was so tender it melted in his mouth. Rumin smiled and encouraged his brother to eat as much as he wanted. After a while, Ma Kyung-gruk asked if the food suited Rumin's taste. He revealed that he had asked the chef to pay special attention to the dishes. The Ru brothers paused their meat exchange. Rumin quickly responded that the food was excellent. Ma Kyung-gruk then turned to Ru-won and asked if he enjoyed the meal as well. Caught off guard by being addressed, Ru-won jumped a little and exclaimed, "Huh?" Oh yes, he quickly explained that it was his first time eating such dishes and that they were really delicious. Ma Kyung-gruk smiled, saying he was pleased to hear that. He recalled that he had personally overseen the preparation of these dishes, making the chefs redo them numerous times. Thankfully, his high standards led to this exceptional result. Ma Kyung-gruk then wondered why Rumin didn't bring any other family members to the party. He was quite surprised that Rumin only brought his younger brother. Rumin gently explained that his brother was his only family since their parents had passed away. Ma Kyung-gruk hadn't expected his question to touch on such a sensitive subject. He stopped cutting his meat and stammered an apology. Deep down, seeing the somber expression on Rumin's face, he berated himself for bringing up painful memories. He couldn't understand why he had asked such a question and now felt he had ruined the atmosphere. While Rumin might not show much emotion, his brother, Ru-won, seemed visibly upset by the mention of their parents. Ma Kyung-gruk thought it best to stay quiet until the mood improved. However, the silence dragged on, even as the main course ended and tea and desserts were served. The usually lively and quick-witted Ma Kyung-gruk felt completely lost. He needed someone to break the tension, and his eyes turned to Sel Erin for help. He tried signaling her with his eyes and a change in demeanor, hoping she could help lighten the atmosphere. But Sel Erin didn't respond, and the continued silence tested Ma Kyung-gruk's patience. In a moment of frustration, he set his teacup down forcefully, the clatter echoing through the tense silence. Immediately after, Ma Kyung-gruk stood up and said, "Ms. Erin, could we have a word in private?" Sel Erin was still confused about what was happening, but she replied quickly. Ma Kyung-gruk and Sel Erin left the room, their footsteps echoing down the long, luxurious hallway of the hotel. As they walked, Ma Kyung-gruk instructed Sel Erin to listen carefully to what he was about to say. Sel Erin politely agreed. Just as she finished speaking, Ma Kyung-gruk suddenly stopped and coldly asked her about the taste of the meal. Sel Erin, with her innocent and honest nature, smiled and said that the food was delicious. Hearing this, Ma Kyung-gruk couldn't contain his frustration. He exhaled sharply and turned to Sel Erin, asking if she thought he had invited her just to enjoy a meal. He had brought her to help lighten the atmosphere. He remarked on her apparent slowness in understanding the situation. Sel Erin, flustered, apologized, explaining that she thought she was just invited to the party. Ma Kyung-gruk felt exasperated and let out another frustrated sigh. Why would he invite her just for dinner? Despite his anger, Ma Kyung-grok tried to control himself. He asked if unit leader An had explained her role to her. Sel Aaron, still confused, replied that she knew Ru Min was a major shareholder. Realizing it was time to be clear, Ma Kyung-grok revealed that Ru Min was not only a major shareholder but also a seer. This revelation shocked Sel Aaron, who stammered in surprise, a seer. Ma Kyung-grok confirmed that Ru Min was a seer. He explained that, as the name suggests, Ru Min's profession was very special. He could see the future. Sel Aaron, still in shock, could only manage a confused exclamation. With this information, Ma Kyung-grok emphasized the importance of making their partner happy. He explained that having prior knowledge of the next round's events, thanks to Ru Min's foresight, would give them a significant advantage. Therefore, he wanted Sel Aaron to use her beautiful face to charm Ru Min, to agree with everything he said, and to smile at him. He clenched his fist and stressed that Sel Aaron must use every means possible to win Ru Min's favor. However, Sel Aaron couldn't do something that went against her conscience. She immediately objected, despite her fear, saying, "With all due respect, I think doing this would." But Ma Kyung-grok didn't give her a chance to refuse. He reminded Sel Aaron that, as the chairman, he had created opportunities for her to succeed in her acting career. Now it was time for her to repay that debt. Moreover, he thought Sel Aaron shouldn't hesitate to use any tactics necessary. He only needed her to make the shareholder Ru Min happy. Feeling the pressure of Ma Kyung-grok's words, Sel Aaron was at a loss for what to say. Seeing her hesitation, Ma Kyung-grok grew impatient and demanded to know why she wasn't responding. Sel Aaron, feeling cornered, reluctantly agreed, saying hesitantly, "I understand." Hearing this, Ma Kyung-grok walked past Sel Aaron and said he would be watching to see if she truly made an effort. Then, he coldly ordered, "Now, let's go." Sel Aaron could only bow her head and respond in a daze, yes. Back at the dinner table, the atmosphere remained extremely tense. Even as the tea and desserts were served, the silence persisted. When Ma Kyung-grok and Sel Aaron returned, he apologized for the delay, citing a work-related discussion. To quickly resolve the tension, Ma Kyung-grok suggested that since everyone had finished their meal, they should move to the next location. After extending the invitation, the guests stood up. To show their respect, Sel Aaron and Ma Kyung-grok stood by the door, ready to lead everyone to the new venue. Following Ma Kyung-grok's orders, Sel Aaron tried to reach out to Ru Min. However, she couldn't bring herself to do it, which frustrated Ma Kyung-grok. He couldn't understand why she hesitated after he had made her tasks clear. At that moment, Ru Won stopped and nervously called out to Sel Aaron. She turned to him, surprised, and asked what was wrong. Gathering all his courage, Ru Won confessed that he was a fan of hers and thought she looked even more beautiful in person. Sel Aaron brightened up and quickly thanked him. Seeing her response, Ru Won boldly asked if she could take a picture with him later. Sel Aaron smiled and agreed, saying it would be her pleasure. This made Ru Won visibly happy, and he enthusiastically said, "Thank you, ma'am." Standing nearby, Ma Kyung-grok quickly noticed that Ru Won seemed more interested than Ru Min. Thinking fast, he decided to adjust his plan. He grabbed his phone and sent a text message to Sel Aaron. Upon receiving the message, Sel Aaron felt conflicted. She knew Ru Won was a genuine fan with innocent intentions, but she had to deceive him to follow Ma Kyung-grok's orders. Despite her heavy heart, she understood she had to comply to maintain her position and opportunities. Ru Min, on the other hand, quickly sensed Sel Aaron's discomfort. She had been acting differently since returning with Ma Kyung-grok. At the same time, Ma Kyung-grok's thoughts were becoming clear. He calculated that if they could win over Ru Won, Ru Min would have no choice but to cooperate. This strategy would make it easier to get information about the next round. When these thoughts concluded, they arrived at the next location. Ma Kyung-grok introduced it as a private room for VVIP guests. He mentioned that in this room, they could order any drinks and light snacks they liked, accompanied by music. As they entered, they saw that the room was elegantly decorated and luxurious. Feeling a bit awkward, Ru Won mentioned that he was still a high school student and couldn't drink alcohol. Ma Kyung-grok waved off his concern, saying it was fine, and that he could have other beverages instead. Ma Kyung-grok quickly ordered unit leader An to call for a special VVIP package and a non-alcoholic drink for Ru Won, ensuring that the young man also felt comfortable and cared for. Unit leader An promptly left to carry out the order. As soon as the door closed, Ru Min told Ma Kyung-grok that he couldn't drink alcohol either. Ma Kyung-grok was surprised, thinking that if Ru Min was of age, he should use the opportunity to try drinking. However, before Ma Kyung-grok could finish his sentence, Ru Min interrupted. He turned to Sel Aaron and asked if she could go outside to take a picture with his younger brother. Sel Aaron was more than willing and quickly agreed. Despite the strange atmosphere, even Ru Won hesitated before leaving. Eventually, the door closed again. At this point, Rumin let his true feelings show. He coldly addressed Ma Kyungrok as Mr. Chairman. Ma Kyungrok felt a chill run down his spine and anxiously asked Rumin what was wrong. With a stern and icy expression, Rumin asked Ma Kyungrok if he thought he was easy to deceive. Ma Kyungrok, unsure of what he had done wrong, tried to stay calm and asked what Rumin meant. Rumin, no longer appearing naive, reminded Ma Kyungrok of his profession as a seer. He recalled telling Ma Kyungrok that he could see the future and asked if Ma Kyungrok really thought he wouldn't know about the conversation between him and actress Sel Erin. Faced with this firm question, Ma Kyungrok was speechless, unable to justify himself. Rumin, having transformed into a different person, criticized Ma Kyungrok for being unprofessional. He stated that under such conditions, it would be difficult to form a business partnership. Looking directly at Ma Kyungrok, Rumin warned that the young chairman shouldn't hide anything from him. Ma Kyungrok was completely shocked. He couldn't believe that Rumin knew about his conversation with Sel Erin. It was hard to believe, making him wonder if Rumin could see the future. Rumin, confident in his knowledge of the situation, continued to attack. She exposed that it was Ma Kyungrok who had instructed Sel Erin to get close to him. Ma Kyungrok was completely caught off guard and tried to hide his confusion. He let out a sigh and apologized if it had made Rumin uncomfortable. He explained that he only wanted Sel Erin to become Rumin's friend. If that was all, Rumin might have let it slide. However, Ma Kyungrok also wanted to use Rumin's younger brother, which crossed the line. Ma Kyungrok was stunned and couldn't believe Rumin knew about this too. He wondered how Rumin could grasp every secret detail, feeling exposed and incredibly anxious. Knowing he couldn't deny it, Ma Kyungrok bowed his head and apologized to Rumin. He admitted that he had made a foolish decision and had forgotten that Rumin was a seer. Ma Kyungrok promised to fix everything that had upset Rumin, trying to salvage the situation before it got worse. Rumin, with a stern face, said he would let it go this time because of Ma Kyungrok's sincere apology. He would pretend he never heard what Ma Kyungrok had told Sel Erin. Ma Kyungrok looked at Rumin stunned, not expecting to be forgiven. In a moment of losing his chairman's composure, he hastily thanked Rumin for giving him another chance. At that moment, Unit Chief An entered and said he had returned. But before he could finish his sentence, he sensed the heavy atmosphere in the room. Ma Kyungrok quickly composed himself, adjusting his emotions and attire. He cleared his throat and asked Sangchul to leave. Usually inseparable, and Sangchul was surprised and asked, "Excuse me." Ma Kyungrok pretended to cough to hide his anxiety. He explained that he had important matters to discuss with a VIP guest and requested that Chief An guide the two visitors to the adjacent room to wait, understanding the situation. And Sangchul quickly complied, turned around, and carefully closed the door behind him. Rumin watched as Sangchul left. Meanwhile, Ma Kyungrok silently berated himself. He had planned to use Sel Erin to ease the tension, but now the situation had worsened. He felt his plans were falling apart and now had to face the consequences of his poor decisions. At that moment, Rumin got straight to the point. He asked Ma Kyungrok if he wanted information about the next round. Ma Kyungrok was taken aback and stammered, "Of course. You even know about this?" Rumin not only knew but had also accepted an invitation to Ma Kyungrok's party to provide information about the 5th round. However, he warned if Ma Kyungrok continued to treat him this way, it would be difficult to share information or cooperate. Feeling the heavy pressure from Rumin's word, Ma Kyungrok sincerely apologized for his mistake and promised to be transparent in the future. He begged Rumin to trust him unconditionally from now on. Seeing the chairman's sincere and fearful expression, Rumin hoped that Ma Kyungrok would no longer hide anything from him. This meant that in the future, Ma Kyungrok must trust him unconditionally. After that, Rumin hoped Ma Kyungrok would stop questioning how the company was run and asked him to convince the other shareholders in the upcoming meeting. Ma Kyungrok didn't hesitate. He quickly said, "Oh sure, I'll do everything I can to control and persuade the other shareholders." Seeing that Ma Kyungrok had taken the bait, Rumin's expression turned serious. He said that if Ma Kyungrok could manage that he would do his best to help him grow the company. For now, he would provide the information about the 5th round that Ma Kyungrok had been eagerly waiting for. The atmosphere improved and Ma Kyungrok looked more cheerful. However, just moments later, when Rumin mentioned the difficulty of the 5th round, Ma Kyungrok was terrified. Rumin explained that the difficulty of the 5th round was the highest compared to all the previous rounds. Seeing Ma Kyungrok's face stiffen, Rumin reassured him that he didn't need to worry. He believed that if anyone could handle it, it would be Ma Kyungrok. Despite still feeling anxious, Ma Kyungrok asked what the task for the 5th round was. Rumin raised his hand and gestured. He revealed that the task this time was to kill 500 orcs, but he warned that it wouldn't be easy. Additionally, the areas would merge together. This had never happened before, and Ma Kyungrak thought he had misheard. He asked in shock, merge the areas. Yes, Rumin explained. Since the number of players has significantly decreased, the separated areas will start merging into one. Ma Kyungrak seemed intrigued and asked if that meant they could meet players from other areas like Black Scythe. Rumin immediately shook his head. He said Ma Kyungrak wouldn't be in the same area as the player named Black Scythe. Ma Kyungrak felt a bit disappointed and hesitantly said, "Oh, I see." Still curious, he asked if Rumin knew Black Scythe's identity. Rumin pretended not to know and replied that he didn't know who Black Scythe was. However, he assured Ma Kyungrak that he would meet him soon. Deep down, Rumin was secretly pleased because they were already meeting. Ma Kyungrak just didn't know it yet. Rumin had one more thing to discuss. He asked if Ma Kyungrak was pursuing someone named Hwang Young-min. Ma Kyungrak was stunned. He couldn't believe Rumin knew about this too. The surprise on his face was evident as he wondered how Rumin could know even this. Seeing Ma Kyungrak repeatedly questioning the obvious, Rumin reminded him that he had already mentioned it before. He said it was useless to hide anything from him. Ma Kyungrak realized that Rumin's ability to foresee the future was beyond imagination. Just as Ma Kyungrak was about to ask more about Hwang Young-min, Rumin suddenly interrupted and asked him to stop the investigation. Ma Kyungrak was surprised and asked why. Rumin closed his eyes and seemed cautious. He believed that if Ma Kyungrak messed with that person, he would suffer significant losses. Hearing this, Ma Kyungrak immediately wanted to know the exact reason. However, Rumin could only reveal so much and he felt he had already said too much. Faced with this information, Ma Kyungrak was speechless. He couldn't fully grasp why Rumin asked him to stop investigating. Rumin, with a cold stare and a slight smile, looked at him. The truth was, there wasn't any real danger to Ma Kyungrak. Rumin just felt that Hwang Young-min was still useful, so he decided to spare his life for now. After some contemplation, Ma Kyungrak finally accepted Rumin's advice. He said he understood and would stop investigating Hwang Young-min. Then, Ma Kyungrak suggested they should resume their unfinished party. He proposed that this time, they avoid drinking alcohol to keep the atmosphere more appropriate. With that, Ma Kyungrak said he would call the others back into the room. As he stepped out, Ma Kyungrak's face fell as if he had descended into 18 levels of hell. He didn't say a word, only expressed his frustration through his eyes and a deep sigh. Phew. I need to unwind tonight, Ma Kyungrak thought to himself. He knew that to survive and advance in this game, maintaining his calm and spirit was crucial. In the pouring rain, a man was running for his life through a narrow alley, breathing heavily. He was not only being chased but had also been slashed, losing one of his arms. Despite the excruciating pain, he kept running through the alleys, his sweat and blood mixing with the rain. Each step felt heavier, but he had no choice but to keep going to stay alive. After a frantic sprint, he suddenly stopped, gasping for breath, as he no longer heard the footsteps behind him. He couldn't tell if it was because of the loud rain or if his pursuer had given up. Scanning his surroundings anxiously, he waited but saw no one. However, moments later, he heard footsteps again from behind. Overwhelmed with fear, he screamed. At that very moment, his pursuer raised a sword. Faced with imminent danger, the man's entire body froze in terror. The pursuer didn't hesitate and swiftly slashed his leg. The sharp blade severed his joints, causing him to collapse in agony. He clutched his injured leg, blood pouring out and mixing with the rain. His screams of pain echoed through the dark night. The attacker was none other than Ma Kyungrak. He stood in the rain with a cold, ruthless gaze. In a threatening voice, he ordered the man to shut up, unless he wanted his tongue cut out. The man writhed on the soaked ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, but he still managed to ask, "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" Ma Kyungrak sheathed his sword. He couldn't believe that a child rapist like this man was still trying to defend himself. "Do you really not know?" he asked. Realizing his crimes were exposed and sensing death approaching, the man panicked and screamed for mercy. "Wait, that happened a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? I've served my time in prison. I'm just an old man now." But Ma Kyungrak's eyes showed no pity. Without letting the man say another word, Ma Kyungrak decisively swung his sword. Blood splattered, and the man's agonizing scream echoed through the rainy night. Finished, Ma Kyungrak warned that if the man didn't want to die slowly and painfully, he should keep his mouth shut. Ma Kyungrak didn't want any more witnesses, as the death toll would rise. Unable to resist, the man could only stare at Ma Kyungrak in terror, tears streaming down his face. Ma Kyungrak thought it was impressive that even at his age, the man wasn't deaf. But regardless, he felt it was unjust for scum like him to still be alive. At that moment, dark rays began emanating from Ma Kyungrak's sword, gradually enveloping the man. The dark light, like invisible blades, pierced through his flesh and veins, causing him unbearable pain. "What is this?" He screamed, feeling as if his soul was being torn apart. He tried to scream, but his cries were filled with despair. This continued until he was completely consumed by the dark light. Mae Kyung-grak stood there, watching the man writhing at his feet. His face showed no emotion, perhaps even a hint of satisfaction. If it weren't for the need to replenish his dark mana, he would have killed this scum immediately, but he had no other choice. To use the Dark Halo, he needed this special type of mana. To maintain his strength, he had to take lives. Without hesitation, he delivered the final blow. A bright flash of light illuminated the bloody scene. In a cold, even tone, he said, "Now you can die." When Ma Kyung-grak killed a person, he gained much more dark mana compared to killing monsters. The dark rays wrapped around the victim's body, devouring it bit by bit. Once all the energy was absorbed, it gradually transformed into dark mana. Kyung-grak then reflected. Perhaps, for someone who enjoyed killing as much as he did, becoming a Dark Knight had been the perfect choice. Each time he eliminated an enemy, he not only felt satisfaction but also felt his power increasing. Plus, getting rid of this trash helped relieve some of his stress. Next, he used his devouring skill to absorb the mana into his sword. At that moment, Ma Kyung-grak realized something. As he had suspected, it couldn't devour a dead body. The Dark Halo only needed to consume the life force of living targets. At that moment, Ma Kyung-grak heard a strange sound behind him, causing him to turn around immediately. His cold, sharp eyes scanned every corner, missing nothing. However, the sound turned out to be just a cat passing by. Ma Kyung-grak sighed in relief but remained vigilant. He reminded himself that there could be no witnesses. He had left no trace. Earlier, he had dragged the man into a dead-end alley, far from prying eyes, and it was now a foggy night. He felt everything had been meticulously planned, leaving no gaps. But there was one person who knew. The seer, Ru-min, who always knew everything. Ma Kyung-grak realized that Ru-min could see this scene through his foresight rune. This meant he knew Ma Kyung-grak was a serial killer, yet still approached and confronted him. Instead of fear, Ma Kyung-grak smiled, finding it amusing. After finishing up, Ma Kyung-grak called Chief On and asked him to come and clean up the mess. 2 weeks passed since the party with Ma Kyung-grak. Ru-min had mostly stayed home, with nothing specific to do. He spent much of his time thinking about the future. But today, he decided that his rest period was over. Ru-min felt it was time to take action. Looking at his phone, he pressed the join button on a website titled, "Players will change the world order of player." This marked the beginning of Ru-min's quest to find one of the 5 ancient runes that could be found in the real world, specifically the replication rune.
More than 1.8 billion people were transported to another world, but after just 3 months, that number had dropped to 90 million. News from GBS News warned of a looming economic collapse as the number of young people continued to decline sharply. Meanwhile, Stream 21 magazine reported that schools across the country were gradually extending their holidays indefinitely. Grief spread like wildfire. Parents and siblings around the world were drowning in sorrow. White chrysanthemums, placed before countless coffins, served as the final farewell to those who had passed away. A young man sat on a chair, his face illuminated by a crimson glow. His expression was cold. He stared at the phone screen while his other hand rested lazily on his knee. Scattered bodies lay around him, blood splattered across the floor. He muttered about how many had already died, even though this was only the 4th round. His gaze flickered with disdain. He saw them as nothing more than fools. Emergency broadcasts kept updating the situation. The death toll among players had surged after entering the 4th round. Surveillance cameras were being destroyed in large numbers, turning the night into a lawless realm. Players began to gather, protesting against the government's control. A forum was created, uniting them under a common cause. At the same time, riots escalated, forcing the public to demand immediate action. A man in uniform stood amidst the chaos. His face was smeared with blood, yet a smile remained. He glanced at his phone, seemingly unfazed by the anarchy unfolding around him. A scoff escaped his lips. He spat out a curse, filled with contempt for those who couldn't adapt to this world. In his mind, if they had become players, they would have done the exact same thing. He stood up, gripping his axe tightly. His eyes burned with scorn. A thought crossed his mind: what was wrong with doing whatever he wanted before dying? To him, all those who acted morally upright were nothing but hypocrites. He kept walking, kicking aside the debris at his feet. He believed that outdated rules were the very chains holding people back. The endless restrictions, don't do this, don't do that, only made him despise them more. His blood-stained hands tightened around the axe, veins bulging with tension. Rage boiled inside him, threatening to erupt at any moment. Unable to hold back any longer, he swung the axe down with force. The ground cracked apart, sending dust flying. Destruction was the only thing that brought him relief. He let out a cold huff as he stared at the wreckage before him. It didn't matter anymore. He wondered if anyone in this world still dared to stand in his way. A twisted smile spread across his face, a flicker of arrogance in his eyes. In his mind, he was superior to all because he was a player. Scanning the blood-soaked room littered with corpses, he lifted his axe with a satisfied grin. He mused over his next target. He opened his palms, staring at his blood-stained fingers, yet he felt nothing. This was the first time he had killed in real life, but his heart remained empty. Perhaps, after surviving the hell of the fourth round, nothing really mattered anymore. Standing amidst the pile of bodies, he placed a hand on his forehead, deep in thought. His gaze shifted to the axe buried in the shattered floor. Muttering to himself, he couldn't help but feel frustrated. Each kill only brought a pitiful reward. As he scanned the blood-soaked room, a realization struck him. Perhaps the rewards were so meager because these people were just ordinary humans, not players. Elsewhere, another player clad in armor stood amidst the chaos of a battlefield. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he recalled the fourth round. To him, it had been the best phase, yet far more efficient than hunting monsters. A system notification appeared, displaying the effects of the absorption rune. Each time he killed an enemy, he accumulated points, and upon reaching a certain threshold, one of his attributes would increase randomly. Stepping slowly toward the door, he surveyed the room filled with corpses. He thought to himself, if possible, he preferred killing players. They provided far more points than ordinary people. Grabbing his phone, he scrolled through the latest news. One headline immediately caught his attention: the Players' Unity forum has been launched. His eyes flickered with interest as he recalled hearing about it. Lowering his gaze to the screen, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. If he joined the forum, gained the players' trust, and then eliminated them one by one, the number of points he could collect would be far greater than killing regular people. His eyes landed on the forum's registration page. The system required personal information including name, address, phone number, level, and game ranking. To prevent non-players from joining, access was granted only through in-person interviews. He frowned at the requirements. Not only did they demand full personal details, but they also insisted on conducting interviews. With a sigh, he found it all incredibly troublesome. Still, he continued scrolling, a calculating glint in his eyes. Annoying as it was, he decided to join. He needed to meet other players just so he could stab them in the back later. His fingers tapped across the keyboard as he filled in the registration form. He was certain no one in that forum would ever suspect his true intentions. Once the registration was complete, he made his way to the interview location. Standing in front of a small house surrounded by quiet greenery, he wondered if this was the place he was supposed to go. He received a message from the interviewer instructing him to go to Hello Cafe in Wabu Yup Namyangju Sian to dress casually. Standing at the entrance, he glanced at the message on his phone once more to confirm the location. Even so, a hint of doubt lingered in his mind. Scanning the empty street, he frowned. It annoyed him to realize he had been summoned to such a remote area, one so isolated that not even a single bus route passed through. As he stepped inside, he gripped the door handle tightly, his gaze ice cold. If the interviewer irritated him, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them on the spot. Looking around, he was slightly surprised. The cafe was more upscale than he had expected. His eyes landed on two customers sitting by the window. He wondered if they were the only ones here. One of them, a man, stood up and studied him carefully before asking if he was the applicant for Puff. He nodded in confirmation and approached the table. The man took another step forward and asked for his in-game alias. With unwavering confidence, he responded, Black Dragon, in the right hand. The man smiled in greeting and introduced himself as the interviewer, known by the alias I Am 30. For a moment, he looked at the man with mild surprise. He asked if the man was a player as well. With a chuckle, the man nodded. Despite his ordinary appearance, he admitted that he was indeed a player and that he had just turned 29 this year. The interviewer gestured for him to follow. Upon reaching the table, the man introduced someone already seated, Aniclimax. Then, turning back, he reintroduced him by his alias, Black Dragon, in the right hand. He instructed them to get acquainted, as they might soon become official members of the forum. He cast a glance at the person in front of him, silently assessing them. To him, this guy looked as fragile as a bean sprout. One punch would probably be enough to take him out. Taking a seat, he greeted indifferently. The other person hesitated before responding. His eyes wandered around the cafe, wondering if this place even managed to stay in business. No customers, no staff in sight. The interviewer smiled, explaining that since the cafe was in such a remote area, it was only natural for it to be empty. That was precisely why they had chosen it as the interview location. He remained skeptical, questioning whether the owner wouldn't be around if they had rented the place. Aniclimax glanced up and explained that the cafe owner was in the kitchen, preparing food. Leaning back in his chair, the interviewer added that although it was a cafe, it also served full meals. He gave a slight nod, signaling his understanding. His gaze drifted toward the ceiling, and that's when he noticed something strange. There wasn't a single security camera in sight. A thought flashed through his mind. If he killed both of them and left immediately, no one would ever know what happened. But he quickly dismissed the idea. Killing them wasn't worth throwing away his chance to join the forum. Turning back to the interviewer, he looked impatient. He wanted to know why the interview hadn't started yet. The interviewer responded calmly, explaining that one more person had yet to arrive. They would wait until that person showed up. He furrowed his brows. So there was another candidate. That meant a total of 3 people were participating in the interview this time. The man in the white shirt glanced out the window. As he casually mentioned that a slight delay wasn't a big deal, his eyes suddenly stopped on something outside. A young man dressed in a black suit was approaching the cafe. The cafe door trembled slightly as someone pushed it open. A soft chime rang through the quiet space. The man in the white shirt quickly stepped forward, his tone slightly cautious as he asked the newcomer, "Are you a puff applicant?" Without hesitation, the young man nodded in confirmation. The man continued his questioning, wanting to know his in-game alias. The moment he heard the name Black Scythe, his expression stiffened. His hand instinctively rose to his lips, as if trying to hide his shock. A few days earlier, a virtual meeting was taking place in a dimly lit room. The glow of a computer screen cast shadows on the face of a man with disheveled hair. His expression was serious as he greeted Yamti when she appeared on the screen. Yamti responded in a composed tone, addressing him as Mr. Chairman. Another voice joined in, welcoming a new participant, Mr. Poring. The man on the screen confirmed that, aside from Jam from Honey, everyone was present. With that, the scheduled meeting for the 4th month, 3rd week officially began. He called out a name, Lost Yak. Lost Yak responded briefly, confirming his attendance. A suited man, maintaining a professional demeanor, asked for an update on the number of forum members who had joined in the past week. A younger man on the screen replied that approximately 2,000 people had registered, an increase from the previous week. He continued explaining that while the number of players was gradually decreasing each month, the number of applicants joining the forum kept rising. A recent article about the for-player forum had caught a lot of attention. The man on the screen inquired about the person responsible for publishing it. Yamti casually raised her hand and admitted that she was the one behind it. Her revelation surprised the others, prompting one of them to ask when she had developed ties with the media industry. With a laugh, Yamti responded that she had only recently established such a connection for precisely this kind of purpose. Returning to the main topic, the man shifted his question to another member, wanting to know how many of the 2,000 new applicants were actually valuable. The person being questioned responded quickly. After filtering out those without a designated class or those below level 10, only around 1,200 remained. The man pressed further, asking how many of them were truly useful. A member adjusted his glasses, pausing for a moment to think before replying that he would provide a more detailed analysis on the matter. Another man pushed up his glasses, his eyes focused on a tablet screen. He stated that the most noteworthy individual was Black Dragon in my right hand from Sector ESK 5455. Despite being just a level 10 warrior, he had managed to rank 3rd in his sector. The man on the screen considered the information carefully. He wondered if the candidate's 3rd place ranking was due to possessing a rune stronger than his actual level suggested. However, another possibility crossed his mind: he might be lying. He remained cautious but acknowledged that if this individual had truly reached that level, he might be qualified for a management position. Meanwhile, the man holding the tablet gave a slight nod, confirming that there was another candidate. This one went by the alias Little Cockle and came from Sector ESKS 1227. Based on his research, this player's rank fluctuated between 4th and 10th in his sector. The man in the black suit smiled as he mentioned that an additional 50 players from their region were ranked in the top 100. He seemed pleased but couldn't hide his surprise at the unexpectedly high number. However, he quickly concluded that they simply didn't have the time to recruit all of them. His gaze then shifted to another person as he asked, "You agree, don't you? I am 30. The man addressed as I am 30 flinched, his hand instinctively moving to his forehead in a moment of hesitation. He couldn't hide his surprise and accidentally muttered aloud. The young man narrowed his eyes at him, his tone turning serious. Resting his hands together, the reflection from his glasses cast an unreadable, authoritative aura. In a firm voice, he questioned the man in the white shirt what had he been doing last night to look so exhausted now. The man in white immediately stiffened, struggling to find words. The man with glasses didn't give him a chance to explain and swiftly issued an order. He demanded that the interviews be completed and that 50 more recruits be secured before the next meeting. If they failed, a higher-ranking candidate would replace him. The man in white swallowed hard, sweat forming on his forehead. Lowering his head, he took a deep breath to regain his composure before responding in a tense voice he understood and would handle everything. The well-dressed man stared at the screen, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. He asked Lost Yak if there had been any signs of Black Scythe. The man on the screen shook his head slightly, confirming that if Black Scythe had made any moves, he would have reported them immediately. The leader nodded, acknowledging that he had expected as much. As he scrolled through the profiles on his screen, a hint of regret flickered in his eyes. If Black Scythe joined, he could immediately be promoted to an important position within the organization. Thinking about it, he sighed softly. The opportunity had yet to present itself. Smiling, the man suggested that Yamti get a journalist to write another article, emphasizing the need to promote the forum and attract Black Scythe. Yamti responded playfully, saying she could make that happen as long as she was paid appropriately. The man assured her with confidence that she would be compensated fairly for her efforts and had nothing to worry about. Satisfied, Yamti flashed a radiant smile and gracefully thanked the chairman. Meanwhile, a man in a blue shirt was reviewing the list of applicants, preparing to wrap up the discussion on new registrations. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He glanced at the screen and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. After a brief hesitation, he spoke up, reporting that a new player had just registered for the forum. The man seated before the screen, calm and composed, his hands interlocked in front of him, asked for the player's identity. The man with glasses responded it was Black Scythe. A stunned silence filled the room. Every member was caught off guard. At the interview location, the player known as IM30 extended a handshake to Black Scythe, greeting him with a friendly smile. "Glad you made it. Tough getting here, wasn't it?" "Yeah, it was," Black Scythe replied. With an awkward chuckle, IM30 apologized. "Sorry about that, but this is the best place to keep things private." He continued, "Anyway, you're actually really good looking. Bet the ladies love you. Here, follow me." Gesturing toward a table, he added, "Have a seat. These two are here for the interview as well." A stocky young man wearing glasses looked visibly nervous, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, the other candidate wearing a pink hoodie and cap bowed politely in greeting. Black Scythe introduced himself. Next, the young man in the pink hoodie introduced himself as Little Cockle. In his mind, Black Scythe scoffed. That guy sure has a weird sense of humor. The man sat frozen, his fists clenched tightly. A single thought echoed in his mind. This guy was Black Scythe, the one who had killed him 5 times. A chill ran down his spine. If they had met in real life before, what kind of grudge did this guy have against him to keep hunting him down like that? The man across from him studied him carefully. His voice was calm but firm as he asked, "What's up? Why aren't you introducing yourself?" His throat felt dry, but he forced himself to speak. With a slight stammer, he finally said his in-game name, Black Flame Dragon, in hand. Outside the window, a man with jet black hair stood with his arms crossed, sharp eyes locked onto the scene inside. He waited for a reaction. He thought the moment he said his name, the other guy would instantly recognize him. But nothing, not a twitch, not a flicker of recognition. Just a blank stare. Doubt started creeping into his mind. Did this guy really not remember him even after killing him 5 times? In another corner, a guy in a pink hoodie sipped his sweet drink, eyes scanning the situation. A thought suddenly hit him. Was I ever that cocky? He was playing a role too. But watching that dude, it felt like seeing a real con artist in action. Outside, a man in a black suit stood still, his cold gaze locked onto the scene. He knew the truth. The guy's real name was Kukuru Bing Bong. Words like scammer, loan shark, fraud, and identity theft floated around him like a criminal resume. This guy wasn't just some random nobody. He was a pro at scamming, willing to pull every trick in the book to make money. Right now, he might not seem like a big deal, but in the future, he'd get his hands on the clone rune, the thing that would make him infamous. Not the good kind of famous, but the kind where people spit his name like a curse. With that power, he'd pull off crimes so smooth that no one could ever trace them back to him. The guy in the pink hoodie watched everything with sharp eyes. A brutal world where even criminals could gain powers from another realm. But still, running into him as planned was a good thing. An idea started forming in his mind. He'd use this guy to get his hands on the clone rune. The man with the briefcase placed it on the table and announced that now that introductions were done, he'd begin verifying personal details. He decided to start with Little Cockle. Hearing that, the guy in the hoodie gave a slight nod, responding with a bored expression. He introduced himself, saying his name was Kim Soon-gyan, 20 years old. He had just graduated high school and wasn't working yet. The man continued scanning the documents, confirming that he was a level 13 assassin. Sung-yan nodded in agreement. Then, the man asked about his regional ranking, emphasizing that he had once placed 4th. Without hesitation, he calmly confirmed it was true. Everything the man just said was a lie, except for the name. Little Cockle was a real account. He was just pretending to be its owner. But he had no other choice. To meet the conditions for getting the clone rune, he had to go through with it. The requirement was crystal clear: commit a murder at the very place where the rune was hidden, all while using someone else's identity. The man stood there, his face emotionless. In the past, this very person had stolen his identity, killed someone, and claimed the clone rune for himself. The interviewer moved on to the next person, calling out Black Flame Dragon. The one being called spoke up, introducing himself as Sim Hung-taek, 16 years old, still in high school. Hearing that, the interviewer chuckled, casually noting that he was the youngest one there. Meanwhile, a disgusted thought flashed through the mind of the observer: a high school kid this rotten already. The guy in the pink hoodie stirred his drink with a spoon, his expression briefly turning cold. He wondered if the interviewer would still be laughing if he knew that Sim Hung-taek had once killed his own classmate. something no ordinary high schooler could ever do. The interviewer kept going, this time turning to Black Flame Dragon. He confirmed that the guy was a level 10 warrior and had once ranked third in his region. Black Flame Dragon nodded, then shot back a question, was he doubting him? The interviewer quickly clarified that it was just part of the process and apologized if it had come off the wrong way. Then his gaze shifted to the next person, Black Scythe. When asked to confirm his identity, the man crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, answering in a calm, steady voice. He introduced himself as Kim In-hong, 28 years old, a fund manager. His tone carried complete confidence as he stated that he had never dropped from the #1 spot in his region and was now level 30. Looking straight at the interviewer, he emphasized that they obviously knew he was part of the Grim Reaper class. So what else was there to verify? The interviewer let out a loud laugh, quickly responding that there was no issue at all before thanking him. The guy in the pink hoodie kept eating his dessert, barely hiding his contempt. A fund manager? More like a scammer. He knew exactly what this guy was doing, using Black Scythe's reputation to borrow money from other players. The interviewer closed the documents, confirming that the identity check was complete. Now, it was time for the real interview. He asked each person to explain why they wanted to join PCW, starting with Little Cockle. The guy in the pink hoodie set his spoon down and answered slowly. He said the world was too dangerous now. Going out alone felt terrifying. He figured that staying with other players might be a safer option. The interviewer nodded and moved on to the next person, Black Flame Dragon in hand. He stayed quiet for a moment, thinking about what to say. Obviously, he couldn't just admit he was here to kill other players. In the end, he decided to repeat Little Cockle's words. He said he felt the same way. He couldn't go to school anymore, and the next rounds were making him anxious. The interviewer turned to Black Scythe, asking why he wanted to join. Arms crossed, he gave a simple answer. He saw a forum and signed up because it made him curious. The interviewer chuckled, responding casually, as if he didn't really care about the answer. Meanwhile, the guy in the pink hoodie kept eating his dessert, thinking that no matter what Black Scythe said, he was going to get accepted anyway. With a satisfied nod, the interviewer remarked that all three answers were decent. Smiling, he announced that they had reached the final part of the interview. His gaze sharpened, voice filled with enthusiasm. He said they had all seen the news. The government had started cracking down on players, even turning against them. In his opinion, the reason was obvious. They were scared because players were stronger than them. His fists clenched, ambition burning in his eyes. He declared that soon the world would belong to the players, and if they all worked together, that day would come much faster. With a sly smile, he continued. He saw no reason for players to follow outdated rules. The government needed to understand players made the rules now, and the only way to prove it was to stand against their laws. The guy in the pink hoodie tightened his grip on the spoon, his voice unsteady as he asked, killing people. Just to prove a point? The interviewer nodded firmly. Exactly. We have to do this to show the government our determination. Black Scythe remained silent, his sharp gaze fixed on the speaker. Then, he spoke up, emphasizing that this would prove one crucial thing: the law had no power over players. The interviewer turned to Little Cockle, asking if he understood now. He swallowed hard, then gave a reluctant nod. Raising a single finger, the interviewer's expression remained calm but loaded with meaning. He declared that anyone who didn't want to take part in the final stage of the interview could leave now. However, he made it clear, walking away meant they could never expect any help from the organization in the future. The guy in the pink hoodie stayed silent for a moment, his mind racing. He understood exactly what the interviewer meant. Anyone who left would be blacklisted. This was just a way to force them into killing, making sure they couldn't walk away from this group later. Both Black Flame Dragon and Black Scythe said nothing. One lowered his head while the other crossed his arms, quietly observing, as if assessing the situation. Under the dim light of the room, the man in white flashed a satisfied smile. He remarked that they all seemed ready, then concluded that they had agreed to the final condition of the interview. A tense-looking man with glasses stuttered, his voice shaky. Wait, what do you mean by proceed? Are you saying we have to kill someone? But there's no one here to kill. The man in white calmly replied that there was no need to worry about that. Despite the tense atmosphere, he let out a faint smirk, his eyes gleaming with calculation. He assured them that he had everything planned out from the start. Outside, under a gloomy sky, raindrops fell silently, adding to the heavy mood. Inside the room, the tension thickened as the man in the white shirt casually suggested that everyone stand up. One of them gave a slight nod, agreeing. As the group prepared to leave, a woman walked in, surprised to see them getting up. She smiled and reminded them that they could stay longer if they wanted, since they had rented the entire place. With a polite smile, the man declined, saying they had urgent matters to attend to. Then, as if it was just an afterthought, he casually asked where the restroom was. The woman pointed toward a hidden corner and told him it was right over there. He nodded in thanks, then, almost as if it just crossed his mind, he asked for a small favor. Curious, she glanced at him and asked what he needed. He held out his car keys, requesting that she bring his car around since he was in a hurry. The woman in the apron, the owner of the place, smiled warmly as she took the car keys. She reassured him that it was no trouble at all. Holding a red umbrella, she stepped outside, weaving through the rain toward the car. The door unlocked with a soft click, breaking the stillness for just a moment. Everything else remained silent, except for the steady sound of raindrops hitting the ground. Under the heavy rain, the woman unlocked the car door, closing her umbrella before getting into the driver's seat. Suddenly, a hand brushed against the back of her neck. Before she could react, a powerful grip tightened around her throat. A muffled gasp escaped her lips, but out in the storm, no one could hear her. Her body jerked violently, legs kicking frantically as her breath was cut off. Her hands clawed weakly at his, but her strength faded with each passing second. Meanwhile, his fingers only clenched tighter. The man in the white shirt watched with a satisfied smile as she slowly collapsed. A quiet chuckle escaped his throat, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Too easy. Little Cockle stared in horror at the scene unfolding before him. He couldn't believe what was happening. His voice shook as he stammered, panic creeping in. Why? Why her? The man standing next to the car merely raised an eyebrow, completely unfazed by his reaction. He didn't bother explaining. Instead, he snapped at them to get in the car, his tone leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, the woman's hands still trembled, but instinctively she clutched at her shirt, as if desperately holding on to a last sliver of hope. Under the pounding rain, the guy in the pink hoodie slowly pieced it together. He lifted his head, staring at the scene before him, heart skipping a beat. The cafe owner, she was the target? Outside, the white car rolled down the tree-lined road, tires slicing through puddles, leaving behind the heavy sound of water splashing in its wake. The rain drizzled down as the group stepped out of the car. The man leading them spoke calmly, announcing that they had arrived and would now begin the final stage of the interview. Without a word, the group followed their footsteps sinking into the rain-soaked ground. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a dark, cold space. Inside, dim light cast long shadows across the floor. The woman lay curled up on the ground, hands bound, her breaths weak and ragged. The man gave a chilling smile, his voice cutting through the silence. It's time. His gaze swept over each of them before he posed the question, his tone completely devoid of emotion. Who will kill her? His eyes landed on Black Scythe. He asked if he wanted to do it. Black Scythe responded without hesitation, saying he was fine with it. The organizer grinned, unsurprised by the answer. A brief silence filled the room before an uncertain voice broke through. The organizer turned, his eyes locking onto Little Cockle, curiosity flickering in his expression. Little Cockle took a deep breath, his voice shaky but firm. He asked if he could be the one to do it. The organizer raised an eyebrow, remarking that he hadn't expected someone who looked so timid to volunteer for something like this. With a shrug, he acted as if it didn't matter to him. Then, turning to Black Scythe, he suggested giving Little Cockle the opportunity instead. Black Scythe stayed silent for a moment before giving a small nod of approval. The air grew heavier as the group slowly moved forward, closing in on the motionless woman on the floor. As Black Scythe walked past, he let out a quiet chuckle, reminding Little Cockle to do a good job since he had just given up his chance. The guy in the hoodie smirked slightly, a flicker of confidence flashing in his eyes. In his mind, he was already thinking about how to use the clone rune to his advantage. Black Scythe froze at those words, his expression shifting to confusion. The word echoed in his mind, rune? Before he could react, the guy in the hoodie moved like lightning, his hand suddenly grabbing Black Scythe's face. The man in the suit barely had time to process what was happening before a surge of blue magical energy exploded, slamming into him with overwhelming force. His body jolted violently from the impact, his eyes widening in shock as he was sent flying backward in an instant. Little Cockle casually lifted his hand, his icy gaze locking onto his opponent. The man in the suit flinched, caught off guard. Before he could even react, an unseen force blasted him backward. From a distance, he struggled to catch his breath, realizing that whatever he was dealing with wasn't normal. The air felt heavier, an eerie mist creeping into the scene. The guy with glasses took a shaky step back, sweat dripping down his forehead. His hands shot up to his head as he stammered, unable to process what was happening. Then, a panicked scream broke through the silence. His eyes widened in pure shock, hands gripping his head as if trying to hold on to his sanity. He shouted about Black Scythe being dead, demanding to know if the person standing before him had completely lost it. Little Cockle let out a sigh, his expression as cold as ever. He muttered something about how the guy was way too loud, sounding more annoyed than anything else. The man trembled, swallowing hard. Something felt off. The look in Little Cockle's eyes wasn't the same. It was sharper, wilder, almost animalistic. A creeping sense of dread crawled up his spine. What the hell was going on? A sudden sound rang out, and the system chimed in. Condition met. You have taken a life while assuming another's identity. Another message popped up confirming the activation condition had been fulfilled. Then, the system dropped another bomb. Hidden rune discovered. Rune of duplication located at this very spot. Before he could even process it, the final system notification sealed his fate. The acquired rune will now be engraved onto the user's body. A golden light wrapped around him as the energy from the rune of duplication slowly merged into his body. Little Cockle smirked, satisfied with his choice. Pretending to be him had definitely paid off. The other guy lost it. He charged forward, screaming, demanding to know why Black Scythe was dead and insisting on an explanation. Little Cockle casually pulled his hood down, his cold gaze sweeping over the panicked man. His response was effortless. Almost bored. The reason was simple. Black Scythe was just an idiot who thought stealing his identity was a good idea. The man froze, his face twisted in confusion. Identity theft? What the hell was he talking about? His trembling hand pointed at the woman lying on the ground, voice cracking with fear. The plan was to take her out, he stammered. So why the hell was Black Scythe the one who got killed? Little Cockle crouched down, his eyes devoid of warmth. He repeated himself, Black Scythe deserved to die. Then, without a second thought, he added that the guy in front of him wasn't any different. With a swift motion, Little Cockle placed a black hat over the woman's head. The man clenched his fists, his face contorted with fury. He took a step forward, his voice thick with anger, demanding Little Cockle repeat what he just said. But before an answer could come, he unsheathed the gleaming golden sword, his eyes burning with rage. He spat out his demand for a clear explanation. Blood sprayed into the air as the blade came down, but not in the way he had expected. A surge of black and crimson energy erupted, coiling around the figure in pink. The wound that should have been fatal was swallowed whole, erased as if it had never existed. He stood there, surrounded by a blood-soaked mist, his cold eyes locked onto his opponent. The power of the rune of duplication pulsed in the air, forming shadowy figures drifting ominously around him. His voice cut through the tension, calm yet dripping with mockery. He repeated his words, but this time he threw the question back. Was there really anything wrong with calling him useless? The man stiffened, his eyes darting to the weapon in front of him. A massive scythe, something that should have belonged to Black Scythe alone. He had never seen anyone wield a weapon like that before. Doubt began creeping into his mind. Something was seriously off. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead as the realization hit. A player using a scythe as their main weapon, there was no way this was a coincidence. Little Cockle lazily wiped the corner of his mouth, his voice dripping with disdain as he repeated himself, Black Scythe was nothing more than a fool who dared to steal his identity. The guy with glasses swallowed hard, his mind racing to piece everything together. The horrifying truth slowly unraveled before him. He was standing face to face with the real Black Scythe. His entire body trembled as he uttered the name, his eyes blown wide with fear. Black Scythe was right in front of him. Little Cockle shrugged, his gaze icy as he let out a casual apology for lying. The man froze, his shaking hands clenching into fists. The worst possible truth sank in. The person before him was never Little Cockle. A chill crawled up his spine, the reality slamming into him like a freight train. This guy was the real Black Scythe. His legs gave out and he dropped to his knees, desperately begging for his life. He scrambled for an excuse, swearing he had no idea, that the act had been too damn convincing. Little Cockle's response was instant, devoid of hesitation. He wasn't in the mood for mercy. The man stiffened, his eyes wide, lips trembling as he tried to form words, but before he could finish his plea, a deadly force tore through his body, ending everything in an instant. Blood pooled across the ground as the man's lifeless body collapsed, drained of all resistance. Little Cockle stood motionless, his scythe dripping red, while the remaining witness could only watch in helpless terror. His boot pressed firmly against the corpse's head, his cold eyes staring down as if the man beneath him was nothing more than garbage. From a distance, a chubby guy with glasses watched in sheer horror. His entire body shook, lips stammering, unable to move a single muscle. Little Cockle turned away, his blood-stained scythe vibrating ever so slightly. He was nothing like anyone the man had ever encountered. He was on a whole different level. The last man standing was frozen in place, sweat rolling down his face. He hadn't even seen the scythe move. Little Cockle stretched out his arms, his voice eerily calm but laced with lethal intent. He reminded the trembling man that there were only two of them left now, and surely he knew what was coming next. He stood there, cold and unwavering. Then, with unsettling composure, he offered the man one last chance if there was anything he wanted to say before it was over. The chubby guy clenched his fists, trying to steady himself. He didn't beg for his life. Instead, there was a question, one that had haunted him for a long time. Little Cockle tilted his head slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto him. He already knew what the man wanted to ask, why he had killed him 5 times during the 4th cycle. The man swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he confirmed Little Cockle's guess. Little Cockle tightened his grip on the scythe, his expression unreadable. His answer was simple. He had once considered him a worthy opponent. The guy's eyes widened, unable to process what he had just heard. He stammered, "Why?" Little Cockle stared straight at him, his tone ice cold. "Out of everyone back then, you were the most skilled. And to make sure no one could stand in his way, he had to eliminate all potential threats early on." The man staggered back a step, his mouth opening as if to respond, but no words came out. Little Cockle tilted his head again, his voice calm, almost indifferent. Was there anything else he wanted to say? His next words carried a quiet finality. Was he ready to die? The chubby guy trembled, summoning every ounce of courage for one last question. Why? Why did he have to die? Little Cockle swung the scythe forward, his cold eyes never leaving his opponent. His voice was flat, emotionless, because he wasn't any better. Then his tone turned sharp, cutting through the air. "Weren't you here to kill that woman?" The man panicked, frantically trying to defend himself. He shook his head, desperate, insisting that he hadn't done anything wrong. But Little Cockle was unmoved. His voice was steady, merciless. He wasn't innocent. He was an accomplice. The tension in the air was suffocating. From a distance, one man let out a shaky breath, but his eyes stayed locked onto the figure ahead, bracing for whatever came next. The chubby man's eyes widened as he stared at Little Cockle. He heard the offer and couldn't hide the flicker of hope igniting inside him. Little Cockle, unmoved, coldly confirmed that, unlike the other worthless ones, this guy's only crime was witnessing everything, and for that he'd get a chance to live. The man stammered, his voice trembling, struggling to believe what he had just heard, but before he could process it, a heavy sound crashed through the air. A black scythe slammed into the ground, radiating an oppressive force that crushed the space around it. Little Cockle's gaze didn't waver. His voice was calm, almost bored, as he gave his command hand over everything. His eyes flicked over the pile of loot in front of him, lips curling slightly. Not bad. Quick mental math told him that if he sold everything at the shop, he could pocket around 2,000 gold. The chubby man grew desperate, insisting he had already given up everything, his axe, his gear, swearing he had nothing of value left. Little Cockle crouched down, plucking 2 glowing crystals from the pile. His voice was cold, cutting through the air as he pointed out that he never said a word about being done. The man stammered again, hesitating. Was he going to take more? But Little Cockle simply shrugged, saying he didn't need them. The guy could keep them. The man hesitated, glancing at the remaining gear. But Little Cockle didn't give him time to think, casually mentioning that none of it could be resold at the shop anyway. The chubby guy clutched a potion in his shaky hands, his voice barely above a whisper. Did he really mean it? Was he really going to let him live? Little Cockle's expression didn't change. His tone was as indifferent as ever. A promise is a promise. Hearing that, the man bowed repeatedly, his voice choked with gratitude. Little Cockle sighed, giving him a tired glance before rolling his eyes. All right, cut it out. This is embarrassing. Little Cockle planted his boot firmly on the corpse beneath him, his voice cold and indifferent. He told the man he could deal with the body however he wanted, and maybe, just maybe, he should try living a little better from now on. The guy swallowed hard, nodding cautiously. Little Cockle crouched down, his gaze locking onto the unconscious woman sprawled on the ground. He was taking her with him. The man standing nearby hesitated, then quickly offered to help. Little Cockle didn't even bother looking up. His answer was blunt no. He didn't trust him, so the best thing the guy could do was get lost. Without another word, the figure in pink lifted the woman and walked away, his steps steady, never once looking back. The guy with glasses just stood there, watching their silhouettes fade into the distance, speechless. Then, a long breath escaped him. He was alive. For a moment, he had been sure it was over, that he'd die without even putting up a fight, but somehow he had made it out. Sure, he had lost some valuable gear, but compared to his life, that was nothing. And yet a strange emptiness settled in his chest. Doubt crept into his mind. Had he really done anything wrong? His teeth clenched as frustration bubbled up. All he did was stand there and watch, yet he had been stripped of everything. The injustice of it made his fists tighten. This wasn't fair. But then, as he lifted his head, his eyes locked onto the fading figure of the pink-clad man carrying the woman away. An uneasy feeling surged within him. Without thinking, he took a step forward, as if instinctively trying to stop something. "Wait," he muttered. But no one was listening. Little Cockle carried the injured woman toward the exit, leaving behind a battlefield drenched in blood and scattered corpses. The chubby man stood behind them, watching their backs disappear into the distance. A thought crept into his mind. Was this his best chance? If he swung his axe at Little Cockle's back, would he actually die? He hesitated. But then, another thought slithered its way in. Killing someone as high-leveled as Little Cockle would give him an insane amount of experience. He could skyrocket to a level he had never even dared to dream of. Greed began to fester inside him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance, maybe the only chance he'd ever get. His grip on the axe tightened, eyes flashing with hesitation and hunger. If he let this moment slip away, he'd regret it forever. Slowly, he crouched down, stepping forward, carefully, deliberately silent. His mind repeated the same desperate prayer over and over again. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Don't notice me. The axe in his hands pulsed with a faint glow, his heartbeat thundering in sync with his racing thoughts. Just a little closer, just a few more steps, then, Little Cockle shifted. The fat man panicked. With a guttural yell, he swung the axe down with everything he had. A brilliant red arc slashed through the air. A heavy, sickening thud echoed as steel met flesh. The body collapsed in front of him. His eyes widened, breath caught in his throat. His grip on the axe trembled as he took in the sight before him. Then, his lips curled into a disbelieving grin. I did it. I killed Black Scythe. That easy, his chest heaved, his breath ragged as he stared at the lifeless body. His fingers dug into the axe handle, then, out of nowhere, he started laughing. And a manic, almost hysterical laughter tore out of him. Black Scythe had died this easily. He ground his teeth together, rage and adrenaline blurring into euphoria. With a wild snarl, he kicked the corpse at his feet over and over again. You should have never turned your back on me. High level. So what? You were just another idiot. Fist-clenched lips twisted into a sneer, he exhaled sharply. Thanks for the free stat points, dumbass. He froze, something felt off. Normally, the system would immediately notify him when his stats increased. But this time, nothing. His jaw clenched, fists tightening as he forced himself to stay calm. Sweat trickled down the sides of his temples. His eyes darted around, scanning his surroundings, pulse hammering in his ears. He muttered under his breath, questioning why the system hadn't responded. Something wasn't right. That unsettling feeling in his gut twisted into full-blown panic. His breath hitched. A sudden chill spread through his entire body. The system wasn't working like it should. This wasn't normal. None of this was normal. Then he stiffened. A terrifying, suffocating, killing intent surged from behind him. His blood ran cold. A low, ominous voice echoed in the darkness, dripping with unspoken menace. Red eyes glowing like dying embers burned into him, freezing him in place. Black Scythe stood right behind him. Expression blank, gaze piercing. The air around them felt like it had stopped moving. An invisible weight pressed down on his shoulders, crushing, paralyzing. He couldn't move. The round man spun around, his face twisted in sheer horror as he locked eyes with Black Scythe still standing there. That same cold, unyielding stare lurked behind the mask. His heartbeat slammed against his ribs, his entire body trembling as reality refused to sink in. This wasn't possible. Black Scythe casually adjusted his hood, his tone dripping with mockery as he stared him down. Why the shock? What, did he just see a ghost? The fat man stumbled back a step, his mouth opening and closing, words failing him. His eyes stretched so wide it felt like they might burst. He had killed him. He had seen the axe land. He had watched the body drop. His mind spun, desperately trying to grasp what was happening. Did this guy have some kind of resurrection ability? The fear took hold, digging deep. His thoughts blurred into one single, spiraling question: what the hell is going on? His feet moved automatically, a slow, hesitant step toward the woman on the ground. Then his breath caught. His body locked up. He scanned her, his eyes darting over every inch. No blood. Not a single drop, his face twisted, sweat pouring down his forehead as the realization crashed into him. Black Scythe's voice cut through the silence, eerily calm. What he had just killed was a copy. The man's breath hitched, his lips quivering as he stammered. A what? Black Scythe continued, his tone unhurried, almost bored. A perfect replica, indistinguishable from the original. That's the power of the rune of duplication. The man was still processing when a blur shifted behind him. A shadow. A presence. Black Scythe stood at his back, his grip on his weapon steady, waiting. From another corner, Black Scythe carefully lifted the unconscious woman, his expression completely unshaken. The fool in front of him was still breathing, sure, but the fight was already over. His eyes flickered toward the glowing gem in his status panel. Even if it wasn't a combat ability, it had just completely deceived his enemy. That alone made it worth it. A smirk ghosted across his lips. That experiment was well worth the effort. The fat man clenched his glowing axe, his face twisted in sheer frustration. He had been played. Completely. Black Scythe tilted his head, pretending to be insulted, as if confused about why he was being treated like the bad guy. Wasn't he the real victim here? That axe swing from earlier had almost split his skull open. The man sneered, his tone dripping with mockery. How could he call himself a victim when he was the one threatening and robbing people first? But he never got the chance to keep talking. A hand clenched around a weapon handle. Dark energy exploded outward. A single, cold command followed: shut up. No hesitation, no warning. The blood-red scythe spun through the air, slicing straight toward its target. The fat man froze. Something invisible clamped around his body. He couldn't move, couldn't react. Panic flooded his wide, terrified eyes as his mind raced to comprehend what was happening. Black Scythe barely spared him a glance, his expression detached. Lifting his glowing scythe, he scoffed. Listening to useless people whine was such a waste of time. Then the scythe came down, too fast for the eye to track. Blood sprayed across the cold floor. The fat man's body collapsed where he stood, his head rolled across the ground, eyes still stretched wide as if he hadn't even processed what had just happened. Eerie green flames consumed the dissolving corpse of the defeated man. The pink-clad figure spoke softly, almost like whispering to himself, commanding the spell to erase all traces. In mere moments, the swirling magical energy expanded, devouring everything in the room. Nothing remained. No blood, no body, no evidence. Black Scythe silently observed, ensuring that no one would ever know this place had been a crime scene. Well, except for one person. His gaze shifted to the woman lying motionless on the floor, a slight nudge from his foot. A calm, almost indifferent voice broke the silence. "You can stop pretending now." He stood over her, his tone completely steady, making it clear trying to deceive a player was a terrible idea. From the way he spoke, it was obvious. He could hear her thoughts. A faint tremor ran through her body before she slowly lifted her head, voice weak as she murmured an apology. Hesitating, she asked if she could remove the blindfold. It was uncomfortable. The man in front of her shook his head. She was to keep it on until he was gone. She could only give a small, resigned nod in response. Black Scythe continued. He'd be leaving soon, but first he had questions. Would she cooperate? A hesitant pause, then she nodded. Standing before her, he got straight to the point. How many people had been at the party? Could she remember their faces? Her head dipped slightly as she answered. 4. One of them was a man in his 40s. She had spoken with him directly, so his face was clear in her memory. The others, though a blur. Black Scythe studied her. She wasn't lying. Satisfied, he exhaled lightly, his voice barely above a whisper. That's all I needed. The woman hesitated, her voice barely above a whisper as she asked, was it over? Was she safe to leave? Black Scythe gave a short nod. She could go home. But he warned her, don't call the police. If she did, they might come back for revenge. She swallowed hard, her voice small as she murmured her understanding. He straightened up, maintaining a safe distance. Then, his final instruction, keep the hood on and only take it off after counting to 60. With that, he turned and walked away. She nodded, voice soft, promising to follow his words. And so she began counting. Her voice grew quieter with each number, her breath unsteady, her chest tight with tension. When she finally reached 60, she yanked the fabric off, gasping for air like waking up from a nightmare. Frantically, she pulled off the black cloth covering her eyes, blinking rapidly. Her heart pounded, she looked around, nothing, empty. Shock settled deep in her bones. This wasn't real. It couldn't be. She scanned the room carefully, taking in every corner, but there was nothing left. No trace of a battle. No trace of anyone. She muttered to herself, dazed as if she had just woken from some surreal dream. In the distance, the golden glow of the rising sun bathed the city skyline, bouncing off the towering buildings. Stepping into the house, the pink-hooded Black Scythe called out, "I'm back." At the sound of his voice, a young boy burst out from another room, excitement flashing across his face. How was today? Then the boy froze. His expression shifted, confusion flickering in his eyes. His gaze landed on the pink hoodie. Frowning, he squinted at the figure in front of him. Then, bluntly, he asked, "Where did you go?" Black Scythe scratched his head, looking kind of awkward at the question. After a brief pause, he just shrugged it off with a vague response, saying he was just out and about. Dude stepped inside lazily, pulling down his hoodie, voice heavy with exhaustion. He groaned about being completely drained. His younger brother stood there, eyebrows furrowed, clearly confused. The younger one stepped closer, curiosity all over his face as he asked where his brother had been. Then, almost as an afterthought, he asked if he'd eaten yet. The older one just shook his head, mumbling that he hadn't. Without missing a beat, the younger brother suggested ordering food, asking if there was anything specific he wanted. He just nodded, telling him to get whatever he felt like. His eyes locked onto the hoodie in his hands, and suddenly all those messed up memories came crashing back. Blood everywhere. The terrified face of the guy who had been killed, it was still burned into his mind. But when he looked down, the hoodie was clean, not a single stain left. Even so, he couldn't bring himself to return it to one. Lost in thought, he flinched when one suddenly popped up out of nowhere, eyeing him with suspicion. One's expression shifted to shock as he saw his brother straight up toss the hoodie away. Panicked, he demanded to know why. The older brother, completely unfazed, just said it was old and promised to get him a new one since he had been wearing it for way too long. One still looked kind of bummed about it, but his brother shut it down real quick, telling him not to worry about it. There was a pause. Then, one hesitated before shaking his head, mumbling under his breath that school was out now, and honestly he had no idea where to go from here. Black Scythe stood there, deep in thought, thinking about one's situation. The dude couldn't even go to school because of guys like Shim Hyung Taik, and stepping outside wasn't really an option either. Being stuck like that? Yeah, that had to suck. Black Scythe cracked a small smile, casually suggesting to One that they should go out tomorrow, just the two of them. A little trip. He asked if One wanted to hit up the amusement park. One's eyes went wide, completely caught off guard by the unexpected offer. The younger one lit up instantly, practically repeating the question in excitement, like he couldn't believe what he'd just heard. He even asked again just to make sure he wasn't imagining it. His brother simply nodded in confirmation. With a grin, the older brother reminded him to eat dinner and get some good sleep so he'd have energy for tomorrow. One, still buzzing with excitement, eagerly agreed. The next morning, they arrived at the amusement park. One's eyes darted around, completely mesmerized by the place. He couldn't help but blurt out how long it had been since they last came here. The two of them strolled through the crowded park, moving at a slow, steady pace. Black Scythe's mind drifted back to the past, thinking about all the tough times that had kept them from coming here before. One, on the other hand, looked around curiously, wondering aloud how this place was still open when so many others had shut down. His brother responded quietly, saying that in times like these, hope was something people still needed. As they talked, One's gaze suddenly locked onto something. A small family had just walked out of a shop, and a little girl skipped ahead, bunny ears bouncing on her head. A weird sense of familiarity washed over him, making him blurt out in surprise. The kid in the black hoodie had a playful glint in his eyes, while his older brother remained serious, seemingly unfazed by his excitement. Without thinking, One grabbed his brother's arm and yanked him forward, practically bouncing with enthusiasm. He shouted that they had to go there first. Black Scythe blinked in surprise, barely processing what was happening. Right in front of them, a store was packed with ridiculously cute panda plushies, the soft glow of the lights making the whole place feel warm and lively. Black Scythe tried on a bear ear headband, adjusted it a bit, then glanced at the person next to him for feedback. One instantly lit up, hyping him up like crazy and insisting that it was an absolute must-buy. His excitement only grew as he looked around the store, geeking out over all the cute stuff. The older guy beside him chuckled, telling him to just grab whatever he liked. Black Scythe turned to his companion and asked what they wanted to do next. Hugging a plush bear tightly, the other grinned ear to ear, saying that since they were already here, they had to go all out and try everything. The two of them ended up on a roller coaster, one with their eyes squeezed shut, bracing for dear life, while the other was screaming their lungs out in pure excitement. Next up, they hit another wild ride. Water splashed down, drenching them both. One burst out laughing, while the other let out a deep sigh, totally defeated. When they spotted a pair of twin pandas playing on a bamboo platform, the younger one's eyes sparkled with excitement. They were completely mesmerized. The older one watched quietly, noticing how much better their mood had become. Yeah, bringing them here was definitely a solid move. Still glued to their phone, the younger one hesitated before asking if it was really okay for the older one to spend time here like this tomorrow. Deep down, they were happy to have them around, but a tiny bit of guilt lingered. Black Scythe reassured them, saying they'd make it back safe and sound just like always. He gave them a heads up that the process would take over 10 hours this time, so if they ended up sleeping too long, no big deal. Hearing that, One immediately looked worried. He asked if a 10-hour trip was dangerous and begged his brother to come back safely. The older one just chuckled, shaking his head. "You're overthinking it, bro." Then, with a gentle smile, he ruffled the younger one's hair, his gaze filled with certainty. He promised he would never leave him behind. Resting a hand on his little brother's shoulder, he reassured him once again. "I'll be back safe and sound, just like always. But this time, it'll take over 10 hours, so you might end up sleeping for a long time." The younger one looked up, still anxious, and asked again if it was really safe. He made him promise to come back no matter what. With another soft laugh, the older one lightly messed up his hair again. "You're worrying too much," he teased. "I'm not going anywhere, all right?" Then, switching gears, he said, "Instead of stressing over it, how about we just enjoy the moment? So, what's next?" After a brief pause, the younger one thought for a moment before suggesting they check out the safari park. Black Scythe immediately agreed. As night fell, the city lights from towering buildings lit up the dark sky. The time was 11:50 p.m., April 30th. Lying in bed, the boy raised a hand to his forehead, feeling a strange heaviness in his chest like something was weighing him down. A notification sound snapped him out of his daze. His eyes drifted toward his phone screen. A familiar name popped up. "Min Julie?" He murmured, staring at it. A new message appeared along with a cute bear sticker. "Hey, it's almost midnight again, but we'll be okay this time. Let's keep pushing forward, you got this. We just need to survive one more day." Black Scythe stared at the screen, noticing that the message was longer than usual. Just from the way it was typed, he could tell she was feeling pretty anxious. As he read through the text, he picked up on the uneasiness hidden between the lines. A faint smirk crossed his lips as he typed out a reply, "Don't worry. From now on, I'll protect you." After hitting send, he placed his phone down on the table. The clock beside it read 11:59 p.m. The dim glow from the screen flickered, casting a soft light on his pensive face. Fingertips brushing against the phone, he muttered under his breath, almost as if reminding himself, all right, then, let's begin. 12 a.m. A brilliant flash of light burst from the phone screen, marking the moment. Blinding streaks of energy engulfed a fiery red expanse. One by one, figures emerged, their bodies radiating an otherworldly power. Their eyes darted around, filled with caution. Step by step, they moved forward like wanderers stepping into an unknown realm. Among them stood a young man clad in striking black and red attire. Swirling flames of energy coiled around him, crackling with intensity. His gaze was ice cold, his movements unwavering as he strode forward without hesitation. One of the newcomers broke the silence, glancing around with a slightly puzzled expression. He wondered aloud if this was really everyone who had been summoned. The person next to him shook their head. Nah, probably just some late arrivals, they guessed. Another person shook their head, figuring the rest were just running late. From a distance, a figure dressed in black spoke up, his deep voice cutting through the air. He reminded them that in the last round, about 500 people had survived. One of the group hesitated, scanning the area before confirming that the number seemed about right. Still, the place felt way emptier than before. The man in black silently observed, comparing the current scene to the 10,000 who had started in the first round. Now, the place felt practically deserted. But he told himself that once the zones merged, this emptiness would fade away. Under the crimson sky, a dazzling entity with radiant wings appeared, exuding an overwhelming aura. Her voice echoed across the space, welcoming the survivors to the 5th round. Down below, the players stood gathered, some tense, others visibly unsettled. A few, despite their injuries, remained sharp, their eyes locked onto the glowing figure hovering above them. She let out a laugh at their silence, playfully mocking their stiff expressions, reminiscing about how wildly they had fought in the previous round. No one responded. Instead, fists clenched, gazes darkened. With a bored shrug, she sighed. All right, fine. I'll stop messing around since you guys are no fun. Then, she got straight to business, announcing that the number of survivors had dropped to 442, down from 521. Her eyes glinted with amusement as she casually noted that some had apparently fought outside the game too. Someone in the crowd muttered, wondering if the number would keep dropping. Another scoffed, stating that it always did. The angel-like entity looked completely unfazed. Whether you fight in the real world or not, she said with a smirk, doesn't change a thing. She tapped her chin, as if deep in thought, then grinned. A game with only 400 people? Kind of boring, don't you think? Then, with a sly smile, she declared that she had a little surprise in store. High above, the angel lounged with a mysterious smile as he casually dropped the two-word phrase regional merger. Down below, the mood instantly took a nosedive. A guy sporting a bandaged arm stepped forward looking all kinds of worried. He wanted a detailed explanation of what exactly this merger meant, while the onlookers buzzed with Whisper's eyes glued to the angel's every move. The angel let out a slow, exasperated sigh and with a dismissive flick of his hand to his lips, made it clear he was totally over having to spell things out. In his eyes, the meaning was obvious, like, come on, just combine all the regions, exactly as the term implies. Hovering in the sky, his voice echoed through the space as he continued. In a calm tone that barely masked his irritation, he explained that, for all those who didn't already know, the country was actually divided into hundreds of regions. The crowd below listened with skeptical stares until he dropped the real kicker: the nation was split into a total of 875 regions. One of the players jumped in shock, blurting out in disbelief upon hearing that number: 875 regions just couldn't be real. The guy next to him was equally stunned, murmuring to himself about how a single country could be split into so many parts. The angel let out a soft laugh, clearly enjoying the reactions below. Shaking his head as if they were all overreacting to nothing major, he remarked in a laid-back tone that this number was actually pretty low compared to other nations. One person in the group fell silent, deep in thought. He recalled that each region originally only housed around 10,000 people, so naturally more populous countries would have even more regions. The idea sounded reasonable until another thought popped into his head. If every region had its own angel. Without missing a beat, he continued his reasoning, asking if that meant there had to be at least a few thousand angels. The surrounding crowd gasped at that revelation. One guy, mangacap, blurted out in astonishment that it actually made perfect sense. Another looked around, clearly confused, wondering if there were really that many angels. The angel chuckled with a mocking glint in his eye. He confirmed that their guess was right: each region had its own designated angel. And honestly, wasn't that just common sense? Shaking his head with a tone dripping with disdain, he mocked them for only now catching on, calling them totally clueless. Then, one person in the crowd raised his hand with a skeptical look on his face, hesitating before asking if this meant that the angel wasn't the one behind this deadly game after all. A question rippled through the crowd, but the angel didn't respond immediately. Instead, she fell silent, lifting a hand to her lips with a subtle, thoughtful gesture. With a slight tilt of her head and a spark of excitement in her eyes, she turned the query back on the inquirer, curious about the reasoning behind his thought. Remaining cool, the guy calmly explained that it was absurd to think tens of thousands of angels would band together solely to create a deadly game. His logic seemed sound too out there to be real. Then, out of nowhere, a massive burst of energy erupted. A blinding halo expanded, engulfing the entire space. As the angel's fiery wings unfurled, mysterious, glowing symbols began to materialize around her, casting a terrifying pressure over everyone present. Moving in closer, the angel's voice dropped to a low, mocking tone. She insinuated that if it turned out the humans were behind the game, maybe she should congratulate them. Her tone quickly shifted to icy as she warned against asking meaningless questions, even hinting with a sly smirk that any human foolish enough to cross a line might just end up with their head exploding on the spot. On the ground, the person stood paralyzed, his whole body shaking with fear. Cold sweat poured down as he quickly bowed his head, stuttering apologies, terrified that any misstep could cost him his life in an instant. The angel sighed, her radiant wings fluttering ever so slightly as she scanned the crowd with a look of pure disdain, muttering that humans were such a nuisance. Meanwhile, an onlooker watching from the sidelines caught a glimpse of understanding in his eyes. He realized that the angel's immediate mockery and annoyance revealed that something truly important had been struck by her reaction. He kept on mulling it over, remembering that the rules strictly forbid any angel from revealing anything about the architect, the mastermind behind all of this. Deep down, he was convinced of one thing: angels, even those who could be taken down by players, could never be behind such a massive, deadly game. Crossing his arms with a look full of contempt, the angel declared that she wasn't about to take any more questions from what she called little worms. Her tone was icy, as if she really didn't have the energy to waste on their endless doubts. Instead, she insisted they focus on surviving. That was their only fate. With a weary sigh, she admitted how pointless it was to waste time on useless chatter. Still, she reminded them that the regional merger was set to kick off as announced, mainly because there were far too few people left alive. Before drifting away, the angel warned them not to overthink things, and as she did, the radiant light from her wings engulfed her, radiating a powerful surge of energy. A blazing feather fell from her, streaks of fiery red tearing across the sky. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and tremors rippled throughout the area. The players stumbled, some backing away in panic. One of them even yelped in shock, clueless about what was happening, while another just stood there, wondering if an earthquake was underway. In an instant, a gigantic wall of light erupted from the ground, its red, magical edges outlining the space. A dazzling halo enveloped the whole area, signaling that the merger process had begun. The walls of light continued to spread, and brilliant magical lines seemed to stitch the space together. The earth trembled even harder as columns of flame burst forth, scorching everything in their path. The intense heat spread all over, marking a change that was totally irreversible. Before the crowd, giant walls of light slowly took shape, stretching high into the sky. The players stood frozen, their eyes glued to the epic scene unfolding before them. They all knew that the regional merger had officially kicked off. They stared in horror at the sight. Some of them backed away in shock, while others collapsed to the ground, totally unable to process what was happening. From afar, a massive vortex of energy exploded into existence, with a series of booming crashes following right behind. A blazing red wave of magic swept across the battlefield, gobbling up everything in its path. The colossal walls of light kept rising, seemingly endless in their reach. They vibrated and emitted ear-splitting sounds, signaling that something totally unprecedented was about to go down. Bright golden beams intertwined to form a web of energy that covered the entire area, while gigantic columns of light began shifting and causing violent tremors. The magical surge swept through, obliterating everything in its wake. In the distance, intricate light structures continued to take shape and merge flawlessly. A deep, resounding boom marked the finalization of the regional merger process. Golden streaks of light enveloped the players' bodies with shimmering energy tendrils swirling around them. Some collapsed from sheer exhaustion, while others stood there, utterly baffled by the unfolding chaos. One person slowly got to their feet, confused and wondering if it was finally over. On the opposite side, a group of complete strangers gradually emerged in the radiant glow. One player stared in disbelief at them, his eyes filled with suspicion as he realized these were people he'd never seen before. A player, clearly rattled, scanned the area as a voice announced that the regional merger was complete. The angel tilted his head, clearly bored by the silent crowd, and mocked them for not even bothering to speak to one another after all. He thought, if you're human, at least try to interact. He kept on teasing, practically daring them to stop gawking and get moving. That's when another angel suddenly appeared, catching one of the players off guard. The poor guy mumbled something about seeing 10 angels soaring overhead, his face a picture of confusion. High above, 10 angels with pristine white wings descended, their presence exuding an undeniable aura of authority. One of these angels stepped forward. addressing the crowd in a calm, measured tone. He stated that the humans had probably already heard the news from their own angel representative and went on to explain that the merger had been forced by the fact that there were far too few survivors. Floating in midair with a confident smile, the angel announced that 10 regions had now merged into one, and that the new region was home to 4,844 survivors. One of the survivors couldn't help but express shock at the revelation of 10 regions coming together, while another pointed out that the actual number was nearly 5,000, making everyone realize that the scale was way bigger than they'd imagined. The angel continued, explaining that other regions were also in the process of merging to boost the survivor count, and emphasized that with every merger, the new region would get a new name. Finally, the angel declared that the current region was to be known as CESKS007 and that everyone here was Korean. One player was totally shocked when he realized everyone was from the same country. Another joked that at least they could all chat with one another, which was pretty clutch given the crazy situation. Soon, someone started wondering if in the future they'd eventually merge with players from other countries. Black Scythe figured out that this regional merge wouldn't be the last one. According to the game rules, whenever the player count drops below 500, their region gets merged with another. And eventually, when the number of Korean players falls under 500, they'll be absorbed into a bigger group with no individual identities left. In the background, mysterious silhouettes stood in the hazy light as a voice echoed in their minds, warning that they were about to face off against foreign players. Black Scythe squinted, thinking to himself that this would probably go down in round 11, but for now, he needed to focus on the mess unfolding before him. Up in the sky, the angels were still hovering, their wings shining bright. One of them announced that a bonus game was coming soon. Standing amid the brilliant light, an angel raised a hand and declared that before the main mission kicked off, they'd host a bonus game to celebrate the merger of the regions. One angel in the crowd wondered how, since every region used to have its own rep, now that they'd merged, what the next step should be. Then a voice from among the angels confirmed that they'd need to appoint a new representative for this new region. A player in the crowd repeated the question in disbelief, clearly baffled by the idea of needing a new regional rep. The angel lifted a finger and, in a calm yet cold tone, emphasized that the game rules this time were super simple. She continued, explaining that the 10 old regional reps would have to step up and fight to the death. Only the last one standing would earn the title of sole rep for the merged region. The crowd started buzzing as the rules sank in. Some people were horrified at the thought of having to eliminate their own, while others couldn't help but grin, thinking this game was about to get wild. One girl smirked, folding her arms and saying it was the perfect chance to see who was really cut out to lead the new region. Another joked about needing popcorn to enjoy the show, clearly not sweating the idea of the impending battle. A man gripped his sword tighter, his face set in a hard scowl as he muttered under his breath, annoyed at those onlookers who'd rather laugh than fight. Meanwhile, another girl frowned, worry etched across her face as she considered the brutal rules killing each other just to pick a leader felt way too harsh. A young guy sighed regretfully, realizing he'd never imagined that vying to be the regional rep would drag him into such a grim mess. Nearby, a blonde dude gave a slight smirk, lost in thought as he wondered if this round would be like the past. Could they be resurrected if they died? Another grumpy man pondered if he could just ditch the role without doing anything at all, while the expressions on the faces around him ranged from tense anxiety to outright concern. In the midst of it all, Black Scythe quietly observed. He realized that while being a regional rep hadn't meant much before, from this round onward, things were about to change big time. A determined fire lit up in his eyes. If he wanted to take control of the situation, he had to win this deathmatch and become the ultimate rep for the merged region. Hovering in the air, an angel spoke in a soothing tone to calm the regional reps, telling them not to worry too much. She then clarified that this deadly battle didn't actually mean they were going to die for real once the fight ended. The eliminated reps would be resurrected. Hearing this, one of the reps let out a relieved sigh and smiled, happy to know they'd get a second chance after the battle. The angel announced, almost tauntingly, that judging by their expressions, none of them thought becoming the sole regional rep was going to be any advantage at all. According to her, the new regional rep role wasn't just about being in charge. It upgraded to a position where the rep could actually exert absolute control over any player with a lower level. Sure, it wouldn't affect their progression, but it meant they could literally boss anyone around in their region. This was like the next level version of command, but with a catch: it only worked 10 times. And if someone managed to take out the current rep, that power would pass on to the victor. With a cryptic smile, the angel made it clear that ruling over your own kind was, in her eyes, pretty damn entertaining. A guy in the crowd muttered in amazement about being able to control anyone with a lower level, while a girl in a black cloak shot a calculating glance, clearly thinking about how she could manipulate whoever she wanted. Nearby, a warrior clenched his fists and narrowed his eyes, wondering if this kind of power would actually hinder his own growth. High above in a blazing red sky, an angel with enormous white wings watched over the scene. With a mysterious grin, she nodded slowly, as if she'd been waiting for this moment all along. She realized that, at long last, the crowd below was getting hyped up by the game. Then the angels announced that they'd be kicking off a bonus game. An orange-haired angel calmly reminded everyone that, since all the regions had merged, they also needed to pick a new representative, a sort of guide for the new unified area. But when the call went out, not a single angel in the circle volunteered. Finally, one angel, hovering against the vivid red sky, admitted with a hint of resignation that she probably shouldn't have even asked, since no one was stepping up for the task. The surrounding angels exchanged quiet chuckles, clearly not surprised by the discussion. One of them teased that if anyone volunteered for the job, it would be pretty weird. Eventually, another angel stepped forward and confirmed that no angel was willing to take on the guide role. And standing in the middle of the circle, one angel raised the question of whether anyone had any cool ideas to decide on the guide's position. One suggestion was to roll a die for a random pick. Another angel, however, wasn't too excited about that option, saying that relying solely on luck might be okay but was just too boring. Then, someone proposed assigning the guide role on a rotating basis to keep things fair. That idea was quickly shot down by another angel, who argued that people at the end of the list might never get stuck with the responsibility. One more angel expressed doubt, wondering if their region would soon merge with another, and finally another asked if there was any option that was both fair and interesting. In the center of the circle, one angel wearing a knowing smile stepped up with a proposal. She suggested that the new representative for the region should be decided through a battle. She went on to add a twist: whoever was responsible for the first human casualty would be punished by having to take on the guide role. One angel commented that Priscilla's idea was actually pretty intriguing, and soon enough, the others started to agree that it wasn't a bad plan at all. Another angel voiced his support for Priscilla's method and then asked if anyone else was on board with this approach. Without missing a beat, the other angels started raising their hands in agreement, all nodding in unison to show their support. One angel even chimed in, backing Priscilla's proposal. Then, suddenly, a voice cut through the chatter. One angel raised a hand, calling for a pause before suggesting a different alternative. Beneath the glow of a vivid red moon, a new voice proposed that instead of zeroing in on who got eliminated first, they should track down the last survivor. The other angels fell silent, their eyes lighting up with interest. Meanwhile, in a far corner, two angels faced off, their expressions turning calculating. One smirked coldly, declaring that the angel in charge of the last surviving human would earn the title of king. Instantly, the atmosphere grew tenser than ever. An angel folded her arms and flashed a knowing smile, declaring that the angel in charge of the last survivor was going to be crowned king. She made it clear that this person would hold ultimate power, forcing all the other angels to toe the line. Another angel, curious as ever, figured that being king meant the rest had to obey without question. He explained further that if the king picked someone to be a guide, that person was basically locked in to follow orders. Meanwhile, two angels exchanged looks, mulling over the fact that if the human they were backing ended up winning, they'd get a slice of the pie too. They got hyped picturing themselves as kings, dishing out orders left and right. One angel even chuckled at the idea of being king. It sounded pretty dope, and he gave major props to Olive for pitching such a slick plan. Then, another angel snorted in disbelief that Olive had the guts to suggest that the winner would become king. Olive fired back with total confidence, insisting she had complete faith in the regional rep. To top it off, a red-haired angel teased everyone by reminding them that his region's rep was no pushover. He was all about how that player always rocked the top spot and never fell from grace. The curly-haired angel let out a low chuckle, clearly dismissing the notion of merely being the top dog in his region. He mocked that the opposition would be totally shocked if they ever found out who his region's rep really was. Suddenly, a shadowy figure wrapped in dark energy appeared. It was his region's representative. The figure radiated an overwhelming power that made anyone watching take a step back. One of the angels stepped up and casually asked if the newcomer was down to join in. Without batting an eye, the figure replied that he had no reason to say no. One by one, the angels gave their nods of approval, convinced that this twist would make the game way more exciting. Each of them was sure that their own regional rep was practically unbeatable. After the deal was sealed, one angel told Olive to head downstairs and break the news. Olive nodded, ready to spread the word without missing a beat. Then an angel spread his wings wide and announced that the bonus round to pick the unified representative was about to kick off. The crowd below lifted their heads, gearing up for the intense battle that was about to go down. With a firm tone echoing through the space, the angel ordered all the regional reps to gather below. A group of people, their faces etched with tension, slowly made their way forward, eyes locked on him. Soon, the rest of the reps stepped up too, worry clearly written on their faces. Meanwhile, Black Scythe moved slowly, his icy stare fixed straight ahead, ready for whatever came next. 10 representatives lined up, each sporting a different vibe of determination. They all knew this battle was the final showdown to crown the unified regional leader. The angel raised his hand with a sly smile as he glanced down at the group. The blazing red glow in the sky bounced off his crisp white robe, hinting that he was about to kick off a seriously intimidating ritual. In a flash, a huge red energy pillar crashed down, sending a few of the reps scrambling backwards in panic. They exchanged startled looks, clueless about what was happening as the ground below started to turn a deep, ominous red. Then, an enormous burst of flame erupted, encircling the 10 representatives in a blazing ring. The intense heat spread quickly, marking the fierce beginning of a life-or-death fight for the ultimate rep title. The fiery circle morphed into a dazzling arena, spotlighting the 10 contenders at its heart. Massive pillars suddenly emerged, creating a robust structure that hoisted the whole arena high into the burning sky. The ground beneath them cracked apart, and the stage, a colossal circle, slowly rose against the backdrop of a fiery red sky. Onlookers could only lift their eyes in awe, amazed at the epic spectacle unfolding before them. Standing firmly on the raised platform, the 10 representatives locked eyes with the challenge ahead, each tightening their grip on their weapons. They all knew that only one of them would emerge as the sole, unified champion. The angel declared that the deathmatch was officially underway, demanding that everyone fight until only one person was left standing. He warned that anyone who left the arena would never be resurrected, forcing everyone to stay in and risk it all. With a booming call to begin, the angel glared down with icy eyes at the soon-to-be combatants. The crowd on the arena floor was tense, clutching their weapons tightly and ready to dive into the brutal fight. Black Scythe channeled his power as dark energy swirled around his weapon, while several others unsheathed their blades, igniting with fierce golden flames. In unison, they prepared for an unyielding battle, their determined gazes locked on one another. A man wielding a gleaming golden axe flashed a confident smile as he faced off against a girl in front of him. He advanced slowly, as if calculating the perfect moment to strike. A guy decked out in leather armor glanced over at the others, quietly figuring that if he could take out the other 9, he'd secure the crown. He smirked, convinced that eliminating his rivals was the fastest route to absolute power. Nearby, a warrior armed with a long spear scanned the scene. Noticing that nobody was eager to make the first move, everyone was on guard. He understood that every person here was a regional rep, meaning their skills were not to be underestimated. Then there was a man oozing self-assurance, believing no one in the arena could outmatch him. He recalled his flawless track record of never losing the top spot in his region, which only pumped up his confidence in his own abilities. He revealed that he owned the Dismantling Rune, which he claimed was like straight-up cheating, a rune that automatically kicks in when your sword stabs an opponent, by breaking them apart from the inside. Without warning, he lunged at someone nearby, his sword piercing through the victim's body as a burst of red light exploded around them. The poor soul screamed in agony before crumpling instantly under the rune's brutal force. Staring at his sword as if it were a living thing, he bragged that it always found the weak spot in his enemies. He was super proud to share that this very power had helped him offload 312 kills during the 4th round. High above, 2 angels wore clear expressions of irritation as they noticed people hesitating, unwilling to start slashing. They hollered down, pushing humanity to jump in and start the carnage, clearly losing their patience. He looked up in surprise at the unusually impatient angels, smirking as he thought to himself that he'd been ready to strike all along, no one's prodding needed. Brimming with arrogance, he was convinced that no one in the arena could top his strength. To him, this was the perfect moment to leave a lasting impression and make sure everyone kept their distance. Slowly he advanced, the sound of his footsteps echoing on the arena floor. With a firm grip on his sword, he made it crystal clear that he intended to strike first to assert his dominance. Standing face to face with 2 other players, his icy gaze swept over them. The 3 remained silent, each mentally preparing for the imminent clash. Then he shouted out that he needed a sacrifice to showcase his superior power. Scanning the scene, he sought out a doomed soul to become his first victim. He pulled out 2 swords, his tone cocky and daring as he challenged anyone bold enough to step up. He vowed to kill on the spot anyone who accepted his challenge. Black Scythe moved in silently, his face calm yet radiating lethal intent. Nearby, a girl edged cautiously, ready to jump in if things spiraled out of control. Clutching his massive scythe, a dark blade streaked with red, like it was soaked in blood. Black Scythe stood still, his icy gaze fixed on his challenger. Then a guy smirked, all hyped up at the thought of finally scoring his first sacrifice. He boldly called Black Scythe his prey, showing off his plan to take him down. He furrowed his brows, staring at the huge scythe and wondering why such a rare weapon had popped up. Even so, he kept his arrogant vibe, dismissing his opponent as nothing more than a stepping stone. The guy chuckled, recalling all the so-called scythes he'd heard about. None of them had ever actually swung a real scythe. He couldn't believe that the person before him was actually wielding this elusive, badass weapon. The title Black Scythe practically screamed at him as the weapon's dark red aura sent chills down his spine. Black Scythe just stood there, eyes locked on his opponent, waiting for him to make a move. Suddenly, the guy's expression turned to shock, his voice trembling as he realized that his opponent's nickname was, in fact, Black Scythe. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he stuttered, stunned to face someone so damn formidable. He tried to brush it off as a mere coincidence of names, but then it hit him. There couldn't be two players with the same moniker. That realization only cranked up his anxiety. Piece by piece, it all clicked: this guy before him was the real deal. The sword in his hand quivered slightly, mirroring his mix of confusion and fear. Muttering to himself, he confirmed that Black Scythe was not only the top-ranked player in the region, but also hit level 30. The sheer gap in power made him shudder, and he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. A white-haired angel tilted her head, wondering why that human was suddenly freaking out. She noted that he had been all cocky just a moment ago, and now he was frozen like he'd seen a ghost. Another angel turned to Priscilla, asking if the dazed guy wasn't supposed to be her region's rep. They all looked surprised, not getting why he was acting so weird. Priscilla kept quiet, her lips pressed tight with thought. She frowned slightly, clearly not pleased with the performance of her chosen rep. She muttered under her breath, wondering what the clueless human was doing standing there so still. Her irritation grew as she realized he was showing such a pathetic display. Glancing down at the arena, she couldn't understand why he wasn't making a move. Meanwhile, the guy still stood facing Black Scythe, his expression blank with pure fear. And other angels started snickering, clearly enjoying the ridiculous, almost tragic scene unfolding. Their muffled laughter filled the air, as if they were eagerly waiting for the next act in this twisted play. Priscilla then turned to Olive, demanding to know why he was laughing so weirdly. She seemed irritated, desperate to figure out what was so entertaining to Olive. Olive chuckled, apologizing but clearly unable to hold back his amusement at the hilarious situation. Running a hand through his hair with a teasing grin, he pointed out the trembling human, comparing him to a blade of grass in front of his region's rep. Priscilla raised an eyebrow, wondering who exactly Olive was referring to as the rep. The man stood frozen in front of the huge scythe, but Olive still figured that the weapon itself wasn't enough to make him freak out that much. He believed there was something else causing the guy's panic beyond just the weapon. Priscilla gritted her teeth and asked Olive if he was suggesting that her regional rep was shaking because of his rep. Olive just shrugged, replying as if the answer was totally obvious. Fuming, Priscilla snapped at Olive to quit the crap, insisting that her rep had held the top spot right from round one. She was dead set on the fact that he couldn't be intimidated by just a giant scythe. Olive smirked provocatively and asked Priscilla if everyone in her region was able to snag the top spot that easily. Priscilla shot back, emphasizing that her rep had been the undisputed leader of her entire region from the start and had never been dethroned. Priscilla was visibly outraged, accusing Olive of lying through his teeth about being the top dog in his region. In a low tone, Olive reminded her that the angels probably knew that name if they'd ever checked the leaderboards. Then, one of the angels suddenly realized that Black Scythe was the name that always popped up whenever the results were announced. He confirmed that Black Scythe was a well-known player, basically untouchable on the rankings. Priscilla silently admitted that if he really was Black Scythe, her regional rep stood no chance. Suddenly, a wave of worry hit her as she fixed her gaze on the arena below. Out of nowhere, Priscilla gasped like she'd just seen something horrifying. Right beside her, Olive squinted, sensing that the tension in the air had spiked. At that moment, a man was struck by a red streak across his chest, blood spattered everywhere as his face turned pale in agony. Black Scythe brought his scythe down, his icy stare locked on the enemy who was quickly crumbling to the ground. As blood dripped onto the floor, it confirmed the swift end of the fallen opponent. Black Scythe stood motionless, his scythe still stained with a dark, grim red around the handle. One of the angels remarked nonchalantly that Priscilla's regional rep had been eliminated. Priscilla fell silent, her face darkening as she realized the person she'd pinned her hopes on had gone down too fast. The man in black and white armor frantically called out for Black Scythe, unable to believe what he was witnessing. The girl standing behind him jumped in shock, not expecting the region's top dog to show up in person. A trembling man worried out loud that even with all their allies, they wouldn't stand a chance against Black Scythe. He was terrified of meeting the same fate as the unlucky guy he'd just seen, especially since he was only level 13, nowhere near matching a level 30 powerhouse. His fears spiked as he saw Black Scythe coming closer, his heart pounding in his chest. The dark silhouette of the scythe grew ever more menacing, radiating a seriously intimidating vibe. In a forced grin, the guy tried to play it cool, acting thrilled to meet the legendary Black Scythe. He even joked that he might cry from happiness. But his eyes betrayed him, flashing clear terror as he desperately tried to curry favor with the strongest player around. The man raised his hand, panic clear on his face, and pleaded for Black Scythe to hold up so they could talk. He slowly backed away, his voice shaking as he hoped to avoid a clash. He quickly put his weapon away, making it clear he wasn't looking for a fight. The girl next to him did the same, both showing they just wanted to negotiate instead of throwing down. Soon, a bunch of others raised their hands too, loudly surrendering they weren't about to go against Black Scythe. They turned to the angels, all pleading for a way out of the battle. One of the angels sighed with disdain at the pathetic display of surrender in the middle of combat. He shouted back, unable to believe they'd throw in the towel so early in the fight. Angrily, the angel snapped that their cowardly capitulation was ruining the fun of the game. His brow furrowed in clear displeasure as things went off script. Another angel, cold and menacing, issued a stark warning. Anyone who kept yapping about surrender would have their head blown off. His steely glare made the onlookers even more terrified. He hammered home that if their heads exploded, there'd be no resurrection. Everyone needed to get it, there was no escape, and they had to keep fighting. A black-haired girl gripped her gleaming golden spear tightly, her face set with tension. Even though she was scared, she was ready for battle, refusing to back down. One guy murmured that there were 8 of them, so maybe they still had a shot at winning. The others nodded in agreement, their weapons flaring to life as they signaled their determination to stick together against the enemy. But realizing that these folks seemed more afraid of the angels than of him, Black Scythe decided to team up and attack. He watched coolly, understanding that they were plotting something with him as their target. Looking at the group with an icy stare and a slight smirk, Black Scythe compared them to ants. No matter how hard they tried, their inherent weakness was clear. He exuded utter contempt and confidence, fully aware of the massive power gap between him and his opponents. One person in the group noticed Black Scythe was smirking in a mocking way and got pissed off, claiming he was just being arrogant because of his higher level. Another member fired up too, reminding everyone that they were all big-name players in their own regions. They all roared out and decided to strike first before getting annihilated. In unison, the group charged forward, weapons held high, banking on their sheer numbers to push back Black Scythe. Together, they surged at him, swinging their blazing weapons straight in his direction. Black Scythe spun his massive scythe, carving out a deadly arc, ready to block every incoming attack. A blazing red slash tore through the air, sending a few foes flying while blood splattered everywhere on the battlefield. Black Scythe, cool and unflappable, watched intently, realizing that his strike had created the perfect gap between him and the enemy pack. Without missing a beat, he swung his scythe in a sweeping dark red arc, cutting down the panicked baddies before they even had a chance to blink. Advancing through a surge of raw energy, his sharp gaze made it crystal clear he wasn't about to back down from any counterattack. A burst of red energy exploded around his body, swirling like lethal chains. With a swift twist, he channeled every ounce of power into a straight, brutal slash aimed at the enemies scrambling to retreat, ending them in a flash. One girl jumped back, her eyes wide with shock as she realized Black Scythe was barreling in with some seriously insane power. The others around her gripped their weapons tighter, though the fear in their eyes said it all. He swung his scythe again, carving out a blazing red cut that ripped through the air and sent 2 foes flying high. Spinning in a deadly aura, he cut them down without giving them a single chance to fight back. In the next split-second move, his swing was so fast it looked like lightning as it slashed right into a man below, triggering a horrifying scream as blood burst out. Black Scythe moved past without a hint of emotion, leaving behind fading streaks of red in the air, a grim signature soaked in the scent of death. Gliding effortlessly past the remaining fighters who were desperately trying to stand their ground, the swirling red around his scythe screamed his absolute dominance. In just a blink, the last of the adversaries were tossed aside, blood splattered everywhere, sealing the deal that the battle was over. The angels gradually descended, all decked out in crisp white robes and glowing wings. They tilted their heads as they observed the scene, clearly shocked that the battle had wrapped up so quickly. One angel muttered under her breath that she never expected things to end so easily and began wondering if Black Scythe had really come out on top. The other angels exchanged looks, silently admitting that no one on the battlefield could stand up to him anymore. Another angel reminded everyone of the unspoken rule. Since Olive was the one in charge of Black Scythe, she was considered the king for the entire merger. With narrowed eyes, she looked around, convinced that this was the established law. The group of angels was taken aback, totally surprised at how effortlessly Olive had grabbed the ultimate power. They shared uneasy glances, silently thinking that this situation could totally upend the order in heaven. One fiery red-haired angel, clearly livid, shouted Olive's name in disbelief. Clenching her fists, she was clearly not down with the idea of bowing to someone newly dubbed king. Another angel pointed directly at Olive with a sharp tone, insisting that she must have planned everything from the start. Olive, with a slight smirk, confirmed it, which only fired up her accuser even more when it became obvious that she had been set up. A few more angels got really heated, loudly accusing Olive of duping them by purposely proposing a scenario that would let Black Scythe win. They shot each other looks full of anger, treating Olive like a traitor for daring to steer everything her way. The red-haired angel cut in, sarcastically remarking that everything happening was too obvious to miss. With a biting tone, she questioned why Olive was even acting surprised about a result that had clearly been prearranged. Calmly, Olive insisted that she had proposed the whole game because she knew she held the upper hand. In return, she challenged them, almost as if reminding everyone why she had started the showdown from the get-go. Olive then shrugged, pointing out that she'd never forced anyone to take a bet. She made it clear that everyone was in on it voluntarily, thinking it was just a fun game, not realizing they were being manipulated. Slowly scanning the room, Olive asked if they were now planning to deny their own decision. With a wry smile, she concluded that it was way too late to change a result that had already been calculated. The red-haired angel roared in anger, clearly ready to attack Olive as she couldn't hold back her rage. Olive simply folded her arms, coolly taunting her opponent as if daring any counter move. Olive sneered that letting angels duke it out in front of humans would totally embarrass them. With a cold laugh, she reminded everyone that if the Archangel ever caught wind of it, the troublemaker would be banished to the bug bag. At the mention of the bug bag, a place that sent shivers down anyone's spine who broke the rules, the red-haired angel shuddered. Grinding her teeth, she realized she couldn't just swing wildly without facing some serious consequences. And one angel, in a state of panic, screamed that they couldn't handle the thought of being exiled to the bug bag. The sheer terror in her voice made it clear she was picturing a nightmare scenario. Calmly, Olive asked if the red-haired angel still wanted to fight after hearing about that brutal punishment. The two stood face to face in silence, both clearly too scared to push their luck any further. Then, Olive declared that she had become the king thanks to Black Scythe's win and appointed Priscilla as the guide for the merged zone. She spoke as if everything was totally under control, leaving no room for anyone to disagree. A worried angel asked Olive how long she intended to drag this out. Olive, nonchalantly, replied that it would end when she was satisfied and then told the angel to get her act together. The red-haired angel flapped her wings and took off, muttering about how she'd risked everything just to end up like this. She sighed softly, still fuming over the situation Olive had orchestrated. Olive then glanced down at the humans below and announced that the representative for the merged zone had finally been decided. With a sly smile, she hinted that everyone should get ready for the next phase under the rule of the new king. The crowd on the battleground looked up in disbelief, still reeling from witnessing the angel's intervention. They whispered among themselves, realizing that Black Scythe was now the top dog in the new zone, his dominance unmistakable. A glowing announcement board flashed in the background, confirming that Black Scythe was officially the representative for Zone CS007. He stood in the middle of the battleground, his blood-smeared scythe a bold testament to his unmatched swagger. Then, a temporary skill window popped up, introducing Absolute Command, a power that lets him issue orders and force others to comply. Black Scythe casually glanced over the usage limits, knowing full well that this power only maxes out when his opponents are at a lower level. A guy in the crowd muttered to himself that it was only natural for Black Scythe to be the rep, considering he'd hit level 30. He resolved to play it smart, hoping for some backup from Black Scythe. The bodies of the defeated lay scattered, while Black Scythe stood coldly in the center of the arena. Watching the scene, the guy grew even more determined not to get on his bad side. The red-haired angel announced that since everything was already decided, the downed players would be resurrected. With a quick scan around, she seemed to be signaling everyone to gear up for the next phase. The angel gently flapped her wings, sending shimmering golden feathers floating down. Holy energy started to spread, preparing to bring the fallen back to life. Golden light engulfed the sprawled corpses, gradually pulling them back from the brink of death. A soft halo seeped into each body, slowly getting them moving again. One man, panting and disoriented on the battleground, suddenly jerked awake from the lingering pain. He clumsily sat up, his face a mix of shock and disbelief as he realized he'd been resurrected. In sheer amazement, the man rubbed his chest, stunned because he clearly remembered having been cut down. The girl beside him shivered too, totally confused about what just went down while they still felt the ache. The red-haired angel turned back and flatly declared that they had all lost, and that Black Scythe was the new rep for the merged zone. She made the announcement as if no further explanation was needed, forcing everyone to accept the outcome. The revived players let out quiet exclamations as they began to understand why they'd woken up despite remembering their defeat. They watched Black Scythe in silence, fully aware of the massive power and status gap that had just been drawn. Then, the red-haired angel stated that since the new representative had been chosen, the temporary authority granted to the resurrected players would be revoked. She swept her gaze across the crowd, a clear reminder of who really held the power. The angel smiled, assuring everyone that there was still a shot at reclaiming the representative title if they had the skills. A few of them glanced down at the arena with a mix of regret and a flicker of hope for a future comeback. She declared that the bonus round was officially over and began guiding everyone into the main mission. Raising her hand, the brilliant light on her wings blazed even brighter, signaling the start of a brand new chapter. A new mission board appeared, hovering before everyone with a burst of golden light. The crowd exchanged looks, understanding that this was the official guide for their next challenge. The mission details were clear: eliminate 300 orcs within 10 hours, with a side task to collect 4 balance stones. Even though a massive number of players joined, not a single one had completed it yet, a fact that sent shivers down their spines. A worried young guy wondered why the goal was set so high and the completion rate so ridiculously low. He was stunned to learn that only about a quarter of the players managed to survive each round, which ramped up the tension even more. The red-haired angel chuckled derisively, dismissing the crowd's complaints about the mission's difficulty. She casually threatened that if they kept whining, she might just lower the survival count even further. A few people fell silent, sharing confused and anxious looks. They knew that complaining wouldn't do any good, it would only tick off the angel more. The red-haired angel explained that the earlier rounds had been way too easy, so this time she'd cooked up a tougher challenge to weed out the weak players. She urged everyone not to get discouraged, stressing that this was when the real fight began. One skeptical girl questioned how killing 300 orcs was even a challenge, considering orcs were just low-tier monsters. She couldn't wrap her head around how a task like this could really scare anyone. Coldly, the red-haired angel replied that they'd soon understand the challenge when facing the horde of orcs and that no further explanation was needed. Placing her hand on her forehead, she made it clear that it was up to them to figure it out. A restless guy asked about the side mission, baffled by why the reward was still cloaked in mystery. He hoped the angel would spill the details, but his eyes betrayed his worry over a potential hidden trap. The red-haired angel explained that while the side mission was fully disclosed, the reward remained a secret. With a cryptic smile, she stirred up a blend of curiosity and unease among everyone below. Black Scythe muttered under his breath that this mysterious reward looked super crucial. Clenching his scythe tight, he showed he was ready to jump into any challenge to snag that edge. Out of nowhere, a glowing blue rune appeared, the balance rune, the bonus for the 5th side mission. Wrapped in an energetic aura around a mysterious stone, it caught everyone's eye because, let's face it, who wouldn't want to harness that kind of power? A voice explained that this was one of the 18 runes you absolutely had to collect, and this reward was reserved for just one person per zone. Black Scythe quickly recognized its importance and knew that he only had one shot at grabbing this power. The narrator continued, pointing out that since the reward was zone-specific, players from other areas could also be in the hunt. This ramped up the competition, forcing everyone to go all out so they wouldn't miss out on the chance. Amid a backdrop littered with corpses, a menacing silhouette materialized, a grim reminder of how brutal this side mission was. The voice confirmed that the challenge to secure this rune was even tougher than the main mission, so anyone dreaming of that power better think twice. Looking over the side mission details, Black Scythe silently acknowledged that even if he completed it, meeting the conditions to actually own the balance rune wouldn't be a walk in the park. He wondered just how many of the gathered players could actually pull it off. The red-haired angel then reiterated the need to collect 4 balance stones, explaining that as soon as they had enough, the mysterious reward would instantly appear. She casually raised her hand, making it clear that one wrong move could mean missing the opportunity entirely. She emphasized that only one person would be entitled to the balance rune. With a steely glare scanning the crowd, the angel silently warned everyone about the fierce competition that was about to break out. A worried guy asked why there were only 4 balance stones in the zone, fearing that if no one managed to collect them all, the side mission would be pointless. A few others shared his unease, realizing that the limited resources were going to make the contest even more cutthroat. He kept mulling it over, convinced that the side mission was doomed if nobody managed to snag all 4 balance stones. The anxiety spread like wildfire, and soon everyone was talking about how they were staring down an impossible problem. The red-haired angel let out a low laugh, assuring them they could get the balance stones by taking them from someone else. With a sly smirk, she practically egged them on, as if daring the mortals to dive into a blood-soaked brawl to hit their target. A dumbfounded guy repeated the idea, killing others to steal the stones, comparing it to the cutthroat battle for the rep position. He shot a bewildered look at his neighbor, shocked at just how brutal the rules had become. The red-haired angel confirmed that they were only allowed to grab balance stones, nothing else. Hovering in midair, her icy tone sent shivers down everyone's spine as they absorbed the harsh reality of the rules. She warned them that unlike the previous rounds, death this time was permanent, no resurrection second chances. The crowd below shuddered, fully grasping that the stakes had skyrocketed. Spreading her wings wide, she declared that she'd laid out all the rules for this round. Looking down at the mass of people, she urged them to kick off their deadly battle immediately. With a wry smile, the angel told everyone to throw everything they had into surviving and snagging the prize. Golden light spilled at her feet like a blazing beacon fueling the upcoming slaughter. A countdown flashed on the board, 09:59:59, reminding everyone they had exactly 10 hours to complete the mission. As the digits ticked down, it was clear that the race to survive had officially begun. Black Scythe glanced up at the swirling portal high above and muttered under his breath about how the angels always managed to piss him off to no end. Squinting his eyes, he seemed to be sizing up whether there were any more obstacles left to deal with. Black Scythe silently vowed to smash through 300 orcs and set a record before he'd even think about helping Minjuli. Clenching his scythe tight, he showed his resolve to crush his goal without any second thoughts. He slowly strode out of the arena without a word, leaving the crowd to feel the intense pressure radiating from each of his steps. Those around him began to back away, still haunted by the aura of power he exuded. They trailed behind his silhouette, too scared to get close and risk angering the strongest guy around. Some people let out a quiet sigh of relief when he left without causing any more trouble. They later admitted in shock that whenever Black Scythe came near, everyone thought they were a goner. One person wondered where he was headed and even suggested that everyone should follow him. As they exchanged glances, a debate sparked: stick with the strongest for safety or go off on their own. One guy got fired up, arguing that tailing Black Scythe would just turn them into his lackeys. He warned the others, clearly rattled by the absolute command power he wielded. Meanwhile, a man in a black jacket countered, insisting that taking action was better than standing around waiting to die, and that Black Scythe had always been the trailblazer, totally deserving of the top spot. He believed that clinging to the strongest was their best shot at survival. Some of the others hesitated, caught between fear and the hope of leaning on Black Scythe. One guy worried that sticking too close might set him off, while the girl next to him suggested keeping a safe distance, though she wasn't sure if that was playing it too safe. A determined dude in a cloak declared that anyone not willing to roll with him could just stay behind, as he was all in for following Black Scythe without a second thought. A fist clenched, he marched off quickly, leaving the rest standing in silent awe. A few, though hesitant, still seemed inclined to follow him quietly from behind. One man crossed his arms in annoyance while another scratched his head, clearly torn as they watched him leave, unsure if they should follow suit. Finally, one guy snapped, "Forget it, we're going to," and started moving forward. The crowd rallied in unison, gearing up to chase after Black Scythe. They buzzed with excitement, confident that he knew the way or had the best plan. Everyone was eager to seize the chance and avoid being left behind in this cutthroat showdown. The shabby tents and rough barricades set up a tiny orc village where a few orcs were just chilling around a bonfire. The whole scene was bathed in a deep, blood-red glow, giving off Major Danger's lurking vibes. Out of nowhere, Black Scythe emerged from between two trees, his icy eyes locked onto the orc who just spotted him. The poor dude freaked out, backing away while clenching his weapon as he could totally feel the lethal aura radiating off Black Scythe. Some folks were hiding behind a bunch of leaves, jaw dropped as they checked out the orc village. They quickly realized that Black Scythe was heading straight inside, and everyone was debating whether or not it was worth the risk to follow him. Then one orc let out a piercing roar, his bloodshot eyes wild as he charged like a maniac. Clenching his sharp teeth, he clearly meant business to tear up anyone who dared intrude. Black Scythe didn't waste a second. He shot forward so fast that he was nothing more than a shadow zipping by. His cold, unyielding gaze zeroed in on the orc's throat, like he was ready to end it all. With one brutal swing of his blazing blade, he sliced through the orc with overwhelming force. In a flash, the orc crumpled to the ground, blood spurting everywhere as undeniable proof that there was no contest. Calmly, Black Scythe strolled through the village gate, leaving the lifeless body dangling as a grim warning to anyone thinking of messing with him. The whole area fell deathly silent, with everyone clearly shaking in fear at the sight of this unstoppable force. Finally, Black Scythe surveyed the orcs huddled around the bonfire, looking like they just snagged a big meal. His eyes narrowed as he noticed they had no clue that their buddies by the gate had already been wiped out. The orcs grumbled and fidgeted with their knives, still buzzing from their raw meat feast, until the frantic shrieks started echoing through the air, a clear sign that they'd finally caught on to the threat and were about to go all in. The biggest orc roared and charged at Black Scythe like a madman, swinging a rusty blade. In a flash, Black Scythe slid into position, his blazing sickle cutting through the air, as if he was about to end the fight in a heartbeat. With a swift spin, Black Scythe swung his red-hot sickle across the massive orc's body, sending blood spraying everywhere. The orc crumpled in excruciating pain, his eyes bulging as he finally realized just how overpowered his enemy was. Black Scythe merely shot a cool, dismissive glance, as if this brutal slaughter was just another day on the job. Clutching his sickle tightly, he was clearly ready for whatever came next. Then, two orcs from behind howled and raised their weapons for a surprise attack. But Black Scythe was lightning fast, spinning his sickle in a deadly arc that stopped them cold. He swung his blade in a blazing red curve, a violent, blood-soaked storm that tore through everything in its path. Every ounce of his strength went into that slash, creating a cut so sharp that the orcs barely had time to react. And a surge of red aura burst forth, shredding the bodies of two orcs standing too close together. Blood splattered everywhere as their corpses hit the ground with choked, ragged roars. Black Scythe strode over the fallen bodies without a backward glance. Each step he took radiated raw power, a clear signal that no enemy could stand in his way. He moved toward a rag hanging over the entrance of a large tent, its surface stained with unmistakable blood. Pausing for a moment, he scanned the area to make sure no foes were left standing. A few red flashes revealed that his recent slashes had ripped through the cloth and any obstacles behind it. Using his sickle to carve a path, he prepared to delve deeper into the orc's hideout. Slowly, he pulled aside the tattered fabric and stepped cautiously into the big tent. Inside, the air still reeked of blood, hinting that the massacre might not have been completely over yet. A small group of people emerged quietly from behind some trees, their eyes wide as they took in the scattered orc corpses lying in front of the tent. They quickly realized that Black Scythe had wiped out every enemy in the area, leaving behind nothing but a gruesome, blood-soaked scene. One guy let out a sigh, comparing these orcs to the gnolls they'd hunted before, claiming they weren't that scary after all. Meanwhile, a blonde girl smirked, convinced that everything looked so effortless simply because Black Scythe was just insanely strong. Another guy warned the group not to get too cocky, reminding everyone to stay alert because not everyone was as badass as Black Scythe. A few of them nodded, admitting there were still plenty of dangers lurking around. One man piped up, saying it was time to track down another orc village to clean out, just like Black Scythe had done. The idea got everyone hyped, and they quickly started hashing out a plan before heading off. The young dude in a cloak snickered under his breath, thinking he'd have to roll with this crew for now. He grinned to himself, already plotting how he'd use them as unwilling allies until he could make his own move. The big guy in the group agreed, declaring that he'd hang back and wait for the perfect moment to take out the enemy. He was all for having more meat shields in the front line. It worked perfectly for him. Suddenly, they spotted another orc village hidden behind the red trees. They rushed to regroup and move in, all pumped up about scoring more kills. Some were shocked to see that this village was way bigger, probably 3 times the size of the last one they'd seen. An orc guard on a tower caught sight of them and let out a massive roar, a shrill warning that echoed across the area. Soon after, an orc wearing a horned cap grabbed a horn, put it to his lips, and blasted a signal as hard as he could. The booming sound reverberated through the blood-red sky, instantly alerting the entire village. Within the village erupted into chaos as orcs scrambled for their weapons. The sight of the dense tents and the horde of orcs promised a brutal showdown, causing the group to pause and rethink their strategy. One guy looked confused, not expecting the orc to rally his crew with that horn blast. A blonde girl muttered that they definitely just walked into a situation way more dangerous than they'd bargained for. Inside the village, a flood of orcs poured out like a tidal wave, their heavy footfalls shaking the entire red forest. They jostled together, screaming wildly as they prepared to welcome the intruders with violence. A mix of massive, intimidating orcs and a few with eerie bone necklaces rushed out the gate. The sight made the group shudder. They quickly realized that this battle was going to be even more intense than they'd imagined. The orcs swarmed in, surrounding the group from every side with no escape in sight. The attackers were visibly terrified as they saw there were way more enemies than they had thought, closing in from all directions. Amid roars and labored breaths, the orcs snarled and waved their weapons, their fiery red eyes locked on the group like they were ready to tear them apart on the spot. A guy muttered a curse, admitting he had totally underestimated the village size. He guessed there were over 50 orcs, which had everyone feeling seriously uneasy about their chances. One dude, looking all confused, asked what they should do next, while another teammate snapped back that there was no choice but to throw caution to the wind and fight. In a flash, the group grabbed their weapons, bracing themselves for the incoming onslaught of snarling orcs. The orcs charged like maniacs, their claws and weapons glinting red in the air. A few of them staggered back, holding their breath against the sheer pressure of dozens of enemies coming at once. Then one guy yelled out, claiming that the orcs were just numbers and not really that scary, before diving headfirst into the fray. He swung his glowing sword with wild abandon, urging everyone to slash their way to an escape. A spiked mace whizzed by with a terrifying screech as it collided with a burst of flames. One orc swung his weapon, determined to crush his foes, but his attack was halted by a shower of sparks. A shining sword sliced straight through an orc's chest, sending a spray of blood and a scream of agony into the air. The orc collapsed instantly, his face contorted in disbelief at how fast the counterattack had come. One of the guys looked on in amazement as he realized these orcs weren't as tough in battle as he'd thought. He got all pumped up, remarking that their attack speed wasn't that intimidating after all, a comment that slowly boosted the group's confidence. That same guy then plunged his sword into a howling orc, delivering a quick, decisive blow before the enemy could even react. Blood exploded from the wound, painting a deep red streak in midair. He grinned smugly, thinking these orcs were a piece of cake. His confidence soared, and for a moment, he forgot to stay on guard. Suddenly, he panicked as he realized his sword was stuck in the still living orc. The creature wasn't completely dead yet. It swung its spiked mace back, threatening a vicious counterattack. The orc slammed its mace straight into the guy's side, causing him to spit out blood and stagger backward. The crash of their impact echoed through the battlefield, making everyone around jump at the sheer brutality of the hit. All around, horrifying chit-chit sounds from the orcs mixed with the angry shouts and curses of the fighters. One of them even launched a fiery attack, while another staggered and howled in pain from a heavy blow. In the midst of the chaos, one fighter got skewered by a spear, blood gushing out as he collapsed among the fierce orcs. The mingled sounds of groans, screams, and curses painted a vivid picture of the battle's raw, chaotic intensity. A desperate guy stared down at his wound, muttering that he'd been taken out by a low-life orc. He crumpled to the ground, his eyes glazing over as he realized his life was slipping away. Another man tried to cry out for help, but the orc's hammer came down too fast, leaving him no chance to escape. His desperate help me was cut off, replaced by the gruesome sound of splattering blood. A vivid red script seemed to appear in the air, a stark emblem of a life just snuffed out. Blood pooled everywhere on the ground, a brutal testament to another casualty in this fierce battle. Black Scythe observed that orc villages with guards were always packed with some seriously tough brutes, so it was best to steer clear. He explained that when an orc blasts that horn, over 50 of them would instantly swarm together enough to crush any unprepared intruder. He warned that anyone daring to charge deep into the village might end up facing over 200 orcs. A full-on frontal assault was practically a suicide mission, unless you had some next-level power. A panoramic view showed sturdy watchtowers and barricades protecting hundreds of orcs lurking inside. The grim ashen scene reeked of death, a chilling preview of the devastation any clash here would bring. Black Scythe zipped past a group of charging orcs, pointing out how much bulkier they were compared to humans. He noted that if a sword got stuck in an orc, pulling it out would be a hell of a struggle. He also warned that orcs had insane durability. Even if pierced, they could still fight back before finally collapsing. With one swift strike, Black Scythe slashed through an enemy, sending blood spraying in that fatal moment. Continuing his rampage at an unbelievable speed, he used his sickle like a blur to avoid getting snagged on his opponents. With cold precision, he swept his blade in a clean arc, neatly taking down every orc that dared block his path. Explaining further, Black Scythe mentioned that because orcs are built to last, the best strategy was to aim straight for the neck to take them out instantly. With pinpoint accuracy, his blazing red slash severed the enemy's neck in an instant, ending their threat in a flash. Black Scythe spun midair, his sickle twisting through a curtain of red blood like a deadly silk ribbon. The orc below never even had time to blink before it caught the full force of the swing. Blood exploded against the sky. Landing with a smooth, almost balletic motion, Black Scythe left a deep, brutal cut on his enemy. Blood poured out, a clear sign that the orc's life had been snuffed out for good. With a casual sideways glance, he maintained his cool amidst the shower of red, his sickle sweeping around like the chilling gust of a death wind, perfectly matching his steely gaze. In his narration, Black Scythe made it clear that all these hardcore moves were only for regular players. None of that applied to someone like him. Fully aware of his own superiority, he strode forward with not an ounce of hesitation. Step by step, with a trail of red energy following his every move, he plunged his sickle straight into a massive orc. In a split second, the creature fell, its blood spattering everywhere. Then, hoisting the orc's body as if it were nothing more than junk, he tossed it aside with a resounding crash, a bold display of his unmatched power. A heads-up flashed on the screen, counting down the remaining time, 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 22 seconds. Black Scythe checked the timer and silently planned his next move to wrap up his mission. The scoreboard soon confirmed it. Black Scythe had taken down 300 orcs, finishing his main objective in under an hour. Out of a total of 1,211 players, he was the only one to pull off this feat. He nodded to himself, confident that he'd secured the top spot and now he could go help Min Julie. Scanning the area, he figured out the fastest route to find her. Min Julie's image flashed through his mind alongside a tracking alert. A slight smile played on his lips as he prepared to monitor her location and continue his journey. Just then, a guy sprinted up asking if Big Bro was hurt, while another sighed in relief saying he thought he was about to die. The newcomer introduced himself as Cho Yongho, the leader of the Young Mountaineers Club. Cho Manji, another crew member, grumbled that he never expected the orcs to be so damn strong. He joked that they looked like a bunch of walking pigs, but their fighting power was nothing to mess with. A girl in the group piped up warning everyone not to underestimate the enemy even if they seemed all clumsy and awkward. The 4 or 5 folks standing around the fallen orcs silently learned the hard lesson: never take anyone lightly in this ruthless world. Cho Yongho turned to Manji and asked how many orcs they'd taken down so far. Manji replied that they'd only killed about 50, which made Yongho frown and call out that their pace was way too slow. Worriedly, Yongho calculated that if 5 people could only kill 50 in an hour, they'd never hit 310 hours. He muttered under his breath that if things kept up like this, they were going to get wiped out. Another member let out a forced laugh, saying wiped out wasn't the right term because in this game, failing the mission basically meant you're dead. He reminded Yongho that in this world, dying equals game over. Yongho threw his hands up in exasperation and grumbled, "Man, looks like we gotta go up against an even bigger village." The other two were split. One thought that was way too dangerous, while the other agreed it was rough having only 3 people against a larger village. They mulled it over, and someone suggested it'd be better if they just cleared out the smaller villages first and then took on the big one. Yongho said that idea was on point and added, "I'm not gonna force you all, but at this rate, my team can't hit 300 kills if everyone just barely dies every time. It's gonna be tough, but we gotta accept the risk." He hesitated for a moment before adding, "Remember this, there's no future on a sinking ship." Black Scythe kept moving through the red forest, his footsteps light but full of power. The branches around him swayed slightly in the air, but he maintained his pace without missing a beat. He looked up and realized that the orc village he'd seen earlier was coming into view. His gaze sharpened as he prepared to make his next move. One of the team members spotted a guard standing at the gate and suggested they circle around to the side. From the watchtower, an orc noticed their group but didn't seem suspicious at all, just continuing to keep an eye on things. Another member pointed to the fence and noticed a gap they could slip through to get into the village. One more person surveyed the area, spotting that there were no patrols nearby and signaled that it was safe. The team sneaked into the orc village, where tents were lined up neatly and the firelight from several bonfires flickered in the quiet night air. They quietly moved through the gap in the fence, getting closer to the heart of the village without being noticed. One of the team members voiced concerns about the number of orcs in each tent, estimating around 5 per tent depending on size. Another person realized there were more orcs than expected and got worried about the situation. The group discussed their approach. They eventually decided to infiltrate each tent and ambush the orcs, believing that catching them off guard would make it easier to take down 5 at a time. They chose to start with the first tent and would move in once they got the signal from the leader. The team was ready, their eyes filled with determination and focus. Each person gripped their weapons tightly, waiting for the signal. They slipped into the tent with quick, precise movements, each person sneaking in like a shadow, preparing for the surprise attack. The group got in position near the tent, ready to act on the leader's signal. They waited tense and alert. As soon as the signal came, they charged in, each movement fast and sharp, weapons raised in the air. But when they stepped inside, a wave of shock and worry spread through the group as the situation was nothing like they'd expected. The group stepped into the tent, only to be immediately surrounded by a gang of orcs, catching them completely off guard. A huge orc swung a weapon with a roar, the ear-piercing sound of his hammer filling the air as he prepared to strike. One of the team members panicked at the overwhelming number of orcs, unsure of what to do. But the leader quickly gave the order to take down one of them first, to regain control of the situation. The leader commanded the group to focus on the orc on the left. Everyone nodded and got ready to attack. The fight kicked off. The team coordinated their attacks on the massive orc, trying to throw him off balance and seize the upper hand with surprise strikes. But the orc fought back fiercely, swinging his weapon with such force that 2 members of the team had to dodge quickly to avoid being hit. They kept going, attacking the giant orc together. Each one was giving their all, trying to bring down this tough enemy. One of the members charged in, swinging his sword with all his strength, aiming for a weak spot on the orc. Finally, the massive orc fell to the ground, and the team turned to face the remaining orcs, ready for the next round. The giant orc roared in fury, his eyes glowing red, like he wanted to swallow up the intruders. His scream echoed, filled with menace. The battle raged on, the orc attacking viciously, but the team was determined, charging forward without fear. Each punch, each sword strike was fast and precise. One member of the group, with a look of sheer determination, rushed at the orc, preparing to face his deadly attack. The giant orc swung his weapon with tremendous force, sending a shockwave through the air, knocking one of the team members hard and leaving him severely injured. The leader shouted in anger when he saw his teammate hurt, calling out Manji's name in worry. Fueled by rage, he charged in, swinging his sword mercilessly, driven to avenge his teammate and take down the orcs. Black Scythe charged in his scythe, sweeping across the orc's body, landing a powerful blow that dropped the beast instantly. The team pressed forward, joining Black Scythe, preparing to face another massive orc rushing at them. When the other orcs saw their comrade fall, they let out an enraged roar, ready to retaliate and defend their village. The group readied their weapons, prepared to take on the remaining orcs. After taking down several of them, the team faced the last few orcs in the tent, with only 8 left standing. The leader was worried, realizing that it might be tough with such a small group going up against so many orcs. One of the team members called for a retreat, saying they couldn't continue the fight. The leader agreed and made the call to pull back. The group quickly made their way to the exit, but the orcs were right behind them, not letting them escape easily. Surrounded, they ran for their lives, trying to shake off the furious orcs chasing them. They dashed outside, but to their surprise, a huge group of orcs was blocking the door. 2 members of the team froze in panic, realizing there were way too many orcs, unsure of what to do next. They stood facing the massive orc group, the sense of hopelessness rising as they realized there was no way out. One of the team members, panicked, asked how many orcs there were, noticing at least a dozen closing in on them. Another member sighed in despair, feeling like the end was near and they wouldn't make it out alive. The leader ordered the team to draw their weapons, ready to fight to the death, despite the overwhelming danger. One member sighed deeply, admitting that there was no way out of this, but thanked his teammates for the fight they had put up. The leader scanned the orcs around them, suspecting they hadn't attacked yet for some reason. He urged the group to think carefully. Someone in the group noticed something odd and pointed out the orcs' expressions, as if they were waiting for something before making their move. The orcs stood there, mocking the group with their laughter, as if taunting them for being so weak. The group, despite feeling hopeless, stood firm, facing the massive number of orcs, refusing to back down. Black Scythe noticed the orcs were laughing at them, as if they considered the group nothing more than easy prey. One of the members, frustrated by the orcs' mockery, felt like a circus animal, like they were nothing but entertainment for the beasts. The leader reminded everyone not to give up, telling them to raise their weapons and fight with everything they had, even if it was just one orc at a time. A member of the team nodded, still anxious, but understanding the situation and preparing his weapon, ready to fight to the end. Another member apologized for letting the group down, but said he was ready to die alongside the leader. The orcs kept growling, like they were ready to charge, not giving the group any chance to escape. The leader ordered the team to focus on one target, telling everyone to work together to take down an orc first. The orcs, still grinning at them, charged forward ready for a brutal fight. The team braced themselves, ready to face the wave of orcs coming their way, feeling the heat of the battle about to explode. The leader once again gave the order to strike at one target, telling everyone to take down the fastest orc to reduce the pressure. One member of the team was taken aback by a strange sign, realizing the orcs were acting in a way that didn't seem normal. He asked the rest of the team why the orcs hadn't attacked yet, feeling like something wasn't right. The leader called for everyone to stop and get ready, suspicious that there was some kind of trap happening right in front of them. 2 massive orcs blocked the way ahead, grinning and sneering, clearly ready to dive into battle. The team stood in a circle, ready to face the remaining 8 orcs, determined not to back down. The leader encouraged the team, noting that there were only 8 orcs left, and ordered a full-on assault ready to finish the fight. With the leader's command, the team charged in aggressively. They were determined to fight to the end, even with the odds stacked against them. After the fight, the team breathed a sigh of relief, realizing they'd taken down the 8 orcs, but the tension still hung in the air. One team member chuckled and thanked the leader for guiding them to victory, admitting that without him, they would have been wiped out. The leader encouraged the group, saying it was the fighting spirit of the entire team that led them to win, not just him alone. Manji, despite his injuries, tried to act tough, insisting his wounds weren't serious and that he could keep going. The leader told Manji to rest and instructed the others to hide while he went to find an escape route. He acknowledged that it would be dangerous, but assured the team not to worry, promising he'd be back soon. The group watched him leave, reminding him to be careful and hoping he'd return safely. As he moved forward, the leader noticed how quiet the air felt with no signs of any orcs around, which struck him as strange. He kept walking, but the sense that something was off made him stop and look around. Confused, he realized something wasn't right and started questioning the situation. His sharp eyes noticed the strange silence, and he realized there were no orcs in sight anymore. Turning around, he was stunned to see the orcs had been wiped out, their bodies scattered around, emitting strange electric pulses. Looking around, he was completely baffled and wondered what had happened to make all the orcs fall. The leader was puzzled, wondering who could have done this, knowing the orcs couldn't have taken each other down. Then he spotted a familiar figure and was shocked to realize it was Black Scythe, who had wiped out all the orcs. Black Scythe saw the leader and curiously asked if the group had made it into the village. The leader was taken aback, realizing Black Scythe knew exactly who he was, though he still couldn't understand how he knew his name. One member recalled Cho Yongho, calling him the king of mercenaries, and felt a bit of admiration. Seeing Cho Yongho, the leader stood tall and confident, ready to face whatever challenge awaited in the next stage of the battle. Black Scythe casually scanned the crew in front of him, a squad of mercenaries, the close combat type. They weren't just armed with a bunch of weapons, they also had skills that were a lot like warriors. But there was one major twist that set them apart. Mercenaries can handle all kinds of weapons, kind of like warriors, and their skills are pretty similar too. The real game changer is that mercenaries need to sign contracts to boost their power. That's why most of them either team up with their buddies or sign on with the mercenary king to level up. And here's the deal, the mercenary king is the only one who can call the shots and lead these mercs through their contracts. Plus, mercenaries even score extra bonuses when they sign with him. There's literally no reason not to. Black Scythe couldn't help but think that the dude known as Cho Yongho was rocking that unique mercenary king status. He never expected to run into Cho Yongho in a place like this. Later on, Cho Yongho flashed a grin and greeted Black Scythe. Black Scythe asked if Cho Yongho recognized him. The red-shirted guy just shrugged and let out a soft chuckle. He glanced down at the body of a soldier who had just crumpled at his feet, and it was clear in his mind who wouldn't know Black Scythe. The guy was always topping the charts, a name that made everyone keep their distance. Cho Yongho couldn't help but think how unexpected it was to run into the Black Scythe, the undefeated champ of the whole region, in a situation like this. Feeling a bit awkward, he cleared his throat and stepped closer, grinning as he greeted him. As he neared, his mind raced with uncertainty. Should he suddenly reach out for a handshake? That might seem way too out there, but if he did nothing, the vibe would just get even more awkward. Meanwhile, Black Scythe silently sized up the man before him. His gaze never wavered, as if he were seriously evaluating his counterpart. Deep down, he knew this wasn't someone who would stab someone in the back. Cho Yongho's eyes were cold, yet there was no hint of deceit or betrayal. The guy in front of him cleared his throat, thinking that to earn the title Mercenary King, one needed not only the muscle but also a kind heart and the mindset of a real leader. Determined to break the ice, Cho Yongho steadied himself to avoid coming off too nervous. He glanced over the scattered orc corpses littering the ground, and then, with an incredulous tone in his mind, wondered if Black Scythe was really the one who took out all those orcs. Standing in the midst of the battlefield, Black Scythe's expression remained unmoved as he simply nodded in confirmation, his reply as cool as ever, "Yeah, that's right." Cho Yongho looked at the orc corpses strewn all over the ground, clearly impressed. He mumbled some praise under his breath, feeling that the outcome was totally worthy of someone topping the leaderboards. After that, he bowed his head in genuine gratitude, knowing full well that if it weren't for the other guy drawing the orc's attention, he might not even be standing there. Black Scythe stayed put, his eyes calm and steady. He glanced at Cho Yongho and coolly let it be known that he hadn't even realized the guy was around. In response, Cho Yongho quietly admitted that while he knew Black Scythe hadn't gone out of his way to help, he still appreciated the backup. Clutching his scythe tightly, Black Scythe calmly advised that once the job was done, Cho Yongho should get his team and leave ASAP since he'd already swept the village clear of orcs. This caught Cho Yongho off guard, and he couldn't hide his amazement how Black Scythe even knew he had teammates with him. He turned to face Black Scythe, a flicker of curiosity lighting up his mind as he wondered what the other was plotting. Soon enough, Cho Yongho's crew showed up, explaining that they had rushed out to find him because they were worried he'd bolt without waiting for them. Cho Yongho snapped back, telling them not to mess around, he'd never leave his teammates behind and bail on them. Meanwhile, Black Scythe scanned the four mercenaries and quietly noted that they had all signed contracts with Cho Yongho. It was clear they were there out of genuine concern, a true testament to the loyalty the Mercenary King had built. Mercenaries were stunned, their mouths agape as they recognized Black Scythe, the top dog of the rankings. And they couldn't help but wonder why someone of his caliber was hanging around here. Standing amidst a pile of orc corpses, Black Scythe casually revealed that he was just here to take it easy and hunt down a few monsters. The mercs shared awkward laughs among themselves, secretly thinking that wiping out hundreds of orcs and calling it taking it easy was something truly impressive. He advised them to bounce early since he'd already cleared out the orcs and warned that a mini-boss was about to show up, one that could be dangerous for anyone still lingering around. With a mix of excitement and respect, the mercenaries said their goodbyes to Black Scythe, she expressing how honored they were to have crossed paths with him and promising to meet again next time. As the group slowly made their way through the smoldering battlefield, the flickering flames casting an eerie glow over the carnage, the devastation only underscored Black Scythe's raw power. At one point, two of the mercs paused and exchanged whispers, questioning if they'd just heard something weird. They held their breath, straining to pinpoint the source of the sound. Black Scythe picked up on their tension and explained to Cho Yongho that the noise was coming from the mini-boss. His casual warning made Cho Yongho jump in surprise. He hadn't expected to run into a boss in a place like this. Suddenly, a gigantic creature emerged against the backdrop of a blazing red sky, radiating a deadly aura and poised to strike at any moment. The two mercs were in sheer panic, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed an orc unlike any they'd ever seen. This one was a beast in every sense, with a menacing build, jet black armor, razor-sharp fangs, and a thunderous roar that shook the very air around them. The creature stepped forward, each stomp sending tremors through the ground as if it was gearing up to unleash a brutal attack. Black Scythe stayed as cool as ever and remarked that the orc warrior had finally made his entrance, his eyes blazing with pure determination. Here he knew in his gut that he hadn't left after wiping out the orc horde because he still had one critical mission to finish. Black Scythe's mind raced to the Balanced Stone side quest. He was fully aware that taking down this beast was the only way to snag it. He figured if he could knock out this orc and the other three bosses scattered across different villages, he'd be done with the quest. And the orc warrior, towering in the center of the battlefield, glared down at the whole crew with pure hostility, clearly ready to jump into a no-holds-barred showdown. Cho Yongho and his team looked totally rattled. One of them even muttered that the orc looked insanely pissed off, while Cho Yongho just gripped his weapon tighter without saying a word. In a burst of panic, Cho Yongho nearly shouted for his team to split before the orc could swing. Then, the orc warrior roared, its eyes blazing red and its razor-sharp fangs bared in a threat to tear everything apart. It swung a massive, powerful strike toward Cho Yongho, unleashing a surge of dark energy that shook the very ground. Cho Yongho looked up in sheer terror, his face twisting as he realized that a deadly hit was coming his way. A violent collision exploded right before his eyes, sending shockwaves through the area and causing his teammates to scream his name in panic. Struggling to keep his footing among the rubble, Cho Yongho took a deep breath, fighting to stay calm against the relentless onslaught. Collapsing to his knees, panting with blood trickling down his forehead, he gritted his teeth, determined to keep his cool despite the pain. Out of nowhere, Black Scythe darted in like lightning, yanking Cho Yongho away from the orc's next savage attack. Cho Yongho hit the ground hard, but luckily wasn't badly hurt. He rolled around a bit before finally mustering the strength to stand up. Black Scythe stepped up and eyed Cho Yongho, who was sitting amid the rubble, then shot him a look that practically asked, "Why are you being so clueless?" Cho Yongho managed a stuttered thanks with a mix of fear and gratitude written all over his face. Black Scythe then glanced at everyone around and ordered them to back off so he could handle the savage orc on his own. He made it clear if they wanted to live, they should get out of there, no ifs, ands, or buts. At that moment, the orc warrior strode in, its massive body casting a giant shadow over both Black Scythe and Cho Yongho, radiating raw, overwhelming power. The beast let out an ear-piercing roar, a sound full of fury and bloodlust that sent chills down everyone's spine. Without missing a beat, Black Scythe lunged forward. In a cold, steady tone, he told the orc to zip it, swinging his scythe in a fiery arc that cut deep into the creature's leg, the force of his strike sending a dazzling red burst through the air. The orc roared in return, its razor-sharp teeth gnashing as its eyes blazed even fiercer with rage. Black Scythe dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding another savage swing that unleashed another wave of red energy. He countered with a brutal slash that made the ground tremble and sent debris flying everywhere. Even as the orc warrior grumbled and advanced relentlessly, Black Scythe kept his guard up, ready for the next onslaught. Dodging yet another searing swing, Black Scythe whipped his blade in a wide arc, stirring up a powerful gust that cut through the tension. He reminded himself that all the damage in the world doesn't mean squat if the enemy can't land a hit, so he stayed nimble, moving quickly to dodge every attack. The orc warrior went berserk, letting out a wild roar as it bared its razor-sharp fangs and its eyes burned red with pure aggression. Black Scythe closed the distance fast, each powerful step whipping up gusts of wind around him. In one smooth, explosive move, his scythe carved a swirling arc through the air, sending shockwaves through the ground and flinging rocks and debris everywhere. Black Scythe then jumped up, scythe in hand, and ordered the beast to cut the roar before he landed the finishing blow. His blade sliced down in a fiery arc that tore through the air, splattering blood and energy as it struck true. Sliding aside with a sharp metallic sound, he left a deep, brutal wound on the orc warrior's body. The beast glared in pain and roared even louder as Black Scythe spun around, readying another lethal strike. With a wide, graceful swing, his scythe sent a red trail slicing deep into the orc's flesh. The creature howled as blood erupted from a shattered piece of its chest armor, exposing a severe injury. Even though it frantically swung its weapon in a desperate bid to counter, Black Scythe landed another devastating blow, sending shards and blood flying, even as the orc struggled to hold on. Black Scythe muttered to himself that the orc's thick hide was the only thing keeping it from collapsing after 2 killer hits. Not wasting any time, he spun his scythe again, determined to finish the fight amid the rubble and chaos. With one final, vicious swing, his flaming arc cut deep into the orc warrior, showering the battlefield with blood and dark energy. The orc let out a piercing scream as its chest was ripped apart, its eyes wide with a mix of madness and terror at the lethal damage inflicted. Then, in a move that caught the beast off guard, Black Scythe threw a sudden kick that pushed the orc back, leaving it no chance to retaliate. Launching himself into the air, he brought his scythe down in a series of brutal, fiery slashes that hammered into the orc's menacing face. Blood and dark energy erupted as the creature's teeth clenched in pain, and it roared in sheer agony. He channeled all his strength, unleashing a flurry of slashes on the orc's body, each strike carving a blazing red streak through the air. In one final, decisive swing, Black Scythe sent the orc's head flying, red blood splattering everywhere. As the crimson energy faded away, the orc's body crumpled into a deep crater on the ground. Standing triumphantly atop the fallen beast, Black Scythe was bathed in the eerie glow of a red-tinted moonlight, exuding the unmistakable aura of a conqueror. Moments later, his system pinged with the victory notification: Orc Warrior defeated, an extra 37.73% XP, she and a hefty load of gold added to his stash. Giant Orc Warrior's body exploded on impact with the ground, cracking the earth in deep fissures as white smoke curled around its remains. Black Scythe stood motionless, his blood-slicked scythe hanging at his side, eyes colder than ice. The mercenary squad backed off, jaws dropping as they witnessed the colossal creature get wiped out. They thought there was no way Black Scythe actually pulled it off. He strolled up to the carcass, boots crunching over shattered armor, gripping the scythe handle tight, time to scoop up his loot and bounce. He paused in the moonlit clearing, scythe planted in the dirt, silhouette bathed in the red glow above. Instantly, his HUD flashed: Orc Warrior down 37.73% XP, 6,000 gold, ring pommel sword, and an orc heart. He snagged a navy blue low-tier magic crystal and the balanced stone next side quest, now 1/4 done. Low-key boss fights were way more lucrative than endless mob grinding. Next pop-up: ring pommel sword stats, epic weapon, 100 attack power, stacks attack speed, durability 100/100. He realized this blade outshone his sickle and figured he'd flip it for extra gold. That floating red orc heart looked gnarly, most would toss it. But the tooltip said it's just a solid stone, not a real heart, totally safe. Fusing its energy into his scythe, the weapon glowed with a weird, vibrant aura, a one-of-a-kind upgrade, and the merc scurried over and bowed, dropping props for handling that monster. Black Scythe tilted his head, mind drifting. He knew he needed a legit story to explain this epic win. Black Scythe pressed his lips together, noting that as soon as he'd wiped out the orcs in the other villages, the sub-bosses had spawned immediately. The mercenaries smiled in relief, finally getting why he'd ordered them to pull back so fast. He tilted his head and said he was finished here and ready to roll. They bowed, thanked him, and wished him safe travels before heading back toward the village. With pumped-up cheers and fist bumps, they vowed to keep the hunt going. Black Scythe strolled off, but then Manji suddenly collapsed. The squad panicked, rushing over to catch him. Gasping for breath, Manji knelt, admitting he couldn't hold on any longer. The leader hurried to pat his shoulder, trying to reignite his grit. Mangi, sweat pouring down his face, admitted he'd pushed himself too far, even though he hated letting the team down. The leader knelt beside him, hand on his shoulder, urging him to hang in there until they'd slain 300 orcs. But Mangi shook his head stubbornly, insisting he wouldn't slow them down and telling them to press on. The leader frowned, then suggested they trap the orcs so Mangi could land the final strike. Still exhausted, Mangi said that even if they hit 300 kills, he was done and the whole squad would be wiped out. He slumped, teammates shouting his name, while Black Scythe watched silently from a distance. Standing alone on the battlefield, Black Scythe was struck by how the future king of mercenaries had just shown a vulnerable side because of one ally. As the mercs gathered around Mangi, tending to him until he stirred, Black Scythe thought maybe these guys really did have each other's backs. Cut to the past, a close friend gently resting a hand on Black Scythe's shoulder, comforting him as he collapsed in a dark room. Black Scythe's black boots stomped into the shattered battlefield, crushing bricks and stone under their tips. He silently closed in on the mercenaries, low-key planning to help. Sunset light stretched long shadows over the cracked ground. He paused just behind the group and offered to check Mangy Wound's cold tone but genuine offer. They huddled around, asking if he could save their buddy, and he gave a curt nod. Tilting his head, he scoped out the deep gash on Mangy's shoulder, knowing it was serious. With a swift gesture, he cast emergency treatment. Blue energy spiraled around the wound, lifting crusted blood until the skin looked brand new. The mercs gawked as Mangy sprang to his feet, completely healed. Black Scythe shrugged and explained that emergency treatment was a shop-bought skill. They remembered seeing it listed for about 20,000 gold and couldn't believe how OP it was. He arched an eyebrow, thinking they totally misunderstood its true rank. Calling more blue magic, he reminded himself the skill really just stopped bleeding and patched light injuries, definitely no bone mending. He recognized emergency treatment as a holy type spell whose healing scales with intelligence. A quick glance at his radiance runing at 123 confirmed that the rune's boost was why the treatment worked so insanely well. Black Scythe rested a hand on Mangy's shoulder, telling him to roll it out. Mangy leaned and spun his arm a few times, then nodded. Shoulder felt solid. Standing tall, Black Scythe warned that this was just a quick fix, push too hard, and the injury would flare back up. Mangy gripped his shoulder, thinking the scar wouldn't slow the squad down. His eyes lit up with determination. He bowed low to Black Scythe, and the rest of the crew lifted their heads behind him, showing their thanks. One by one, 4 mercs saluted, silently grateful for the healing. The last 2 teammates dipped even deeper, sincere in their gratitude. Their leader held out a glinting gold crystal, admitting he wasn't sure what it did but hoping Black Scythe would take it. 2 mercs gawked as a dark red orc heart was passed over. Then the group piled more loot into his arms, urging him to sell it for gold. Caught in the circle of gifts, Black Scythe shook his head. He should politely refuse. They didn't need to go this far. They stuffed the items into his hands anyway, insisting it was the only way to show their thanks. He eyed the random Hall 5 people. Giving at once was nothing to scoff at. A small smirk crossed his face, knowing their goodwill was worth more than the loot. Surrounded by cheers, they promised they'd pay him back for saving Mangy one more day. A teammate patted another's shoulder, and they laughed. Black Scythe realized he'd just earned the future king of mercenaries' crew's respect, a major win for a basic healing spell. Gathering the gifts, his golden rune flared. He nodded, told them he'd see them later, and turned to leave. The mercenaries waved over their shoulders, gratitude shining bright under the blood-red sky. Alone, Black Scythe wandered into a forest of scarlet leaves, wondering if he'd played it right back there. A girl glanced up at her HUD. 8 hours, 55 minutes left. Main quest, still 0-300th orcs. At her lips trembled. If she didn't hit 300, she'd get dropped. Covering her face, she burst into tears, kicking herself for panicking and losing sight of Black Scythe. In the vast arena, she spotted him standing with the regional reps, gearing up for the side match. Her heart pounded. Something felt off. Without warning, a flash of red sword energy sliced across the chest of the rep beside her. Blood spurted everywhere, jaws dropping. Crimson droplets splashed at her boots as Black Scythe stepped over the fallen figure, the tip of his scythe dripping fresh blood. He spun it in a deadly arc. The blazing red wave forced the next rep to dive out of its path. He paused, eyes glowing red hot, scythe trembling before the next strike. She froze, heart racing, surrounded by gore and that icy stare. He inhaled softly, deciding the side match was over. He needed to talk to her right now. She tried to move forward but felt like her legs were frozen solid, even though every instinct told her to approach him. Clenching her eyes shut, she took a deep breath, telling herself not to be scared. He wouldn't hurt her. Peeking open one eye, she convinced herself he wasn't some crazed psychopath attacking strangers. She scanned the arena, whispering, "Where the hell is he hiding now?" She sat across from the guy in the little cafe, steam curling off her hot tea as the sunset bathed the room in crimson light. He laid it out straight. Wiping out 300 orcs wasn't a walk in the park. They're strong and roll deep in packs. With a serious look, he warned her not to rush in alone. Once the zones merge, track down Black Scythe instead of going solo on those orcs. Under the red leaf canopy at dusk, she replayed Min's orders in her mind. Even if you lose contact, wait at least an hour before making any moves. Leaning back against a mossy rock, she reminded herself she'd stuck to that plan, though her gaze drifted off toward the horizon. She tilted her head, panic bubbling up. What if Black Scythe circles back to the starting point and she misses him before time's up? Heart pounding, she pushed the thought away. Standing tall among the scarlet trees, her hair and cloak whipping in the breeze, she squared her shoulders and fixed her eyes on the skyline. She drew in a slow, steady breath, determination flushing her cheeks. No matter what, she would find Black Scythe. She strolled beneath the fiery red canopy, the tall trunks looming overhead in complete silence. Pausing on the trail, she figured Black Scythe must have gone this way. Brushing aside a layer of leaves, her eyes lit up at the weird tracks stamped into the dirt. She peered through the foliage and spotted a cluster of tents and red banners below, probably an orc camp. She thought if this was the place, Black Scythe could be hiding there, but the whole setup looked way too sketchy to approach right now. Suddenly, a massive orc materialized behind a bush, its glowing red eyes cutting through the darkness. She nearly jumped out of her skin, gasping as she gripped her sword's hilt so tight her knuckles turned white. The orc roared and charged, axe raised high. She spun aside just in time, the blade scraping the ground with a loud chuck. Heart pounding, she backed off while the orc lunged again. She didn't want to fight, but quietly whispered the blessed spell. Blue energy burst around her, and a notification popped up. All her stats were boosted by 50%. Spotting the lone orc raising its axe for another strike, she braced herself, blue aura flickering around her hands, ready to turn the tables. She shot up into the air, rocketing straight for the orc's neck. Blue bless energy crackled around her blade, primed for a fatal strike. Her swing missed its mark, the sword only nicking the monster's thigh. She kicked herself, she knew its weak spot was the neck, but her aim was off. Squinting with sweat beading on her forehead, she thought, if I hit the wrong spot, I'm totally getting countered. She raised her sword high again, the glowing aura swirling around the blade, remembering how tough it'd be to pull out if she got stuck. With lightning speed, she lunged forward, ready to finish it with a straight shot to the orc's throat. The orc reared back, its red eyes blazing hostility, fangs gleaming in the sunset glow. It let out a guttural roar, spun its massive body, and swung its axe to block her slash. With one hand, it slammed into the sword's hilt, yanking it aside, metal on flesh screeched in protest. Her heart skipped a beat as her next strike glanced off. No way, she thought, realizing it had dodged. Dropping low, she slashed the glowing blade across the orc's shoulder, the sound cutting through the air. She backed off, breathing hard, relieved she hadn't cut too deep into that thick muscle and could still pull her sword free. The orc raised its heavy axe high, letting out a deafening growl, gearing up for its final blow. Its red-eyed swing carved a massive arc, sending a wave of force that slammed her backward. She wobbled in midair, back-arching, bracing for a brutal crash. The orc slammed its axe down, a burst of red ki blasting her into a flip. She leveled herself, blade glowing green, and spotted a gap in the orc's neck armor. In a heartbeat, she shot forward and drove her sword straight into its throat. The beast let out a deafening roar. She watched the wound glow as the bless aura pulsed around its head, proof her strikes were working. She unleashed a rapid flurry of slashes, arcs of green light carving around its neck. She figured just a few more hits and it'd be over. Suddenly, a surge of red aura flared from the talisman around the orc's neck, its eyes burning with deadly intent, and she tensed. Then the giant orc collapsed, axe skittering away. She leaned aside, sword still shimmering, a shaky grin spreading across her face as she realized she'd just soloed her first orc. Pride bloomed, but she froze, narrowing her eyes at the faint echo of footsteps behind her, surprise and a hint of dread flickering in her gaze. He emerged through the fiery red leaves, scythe casually slung over his shoulder as he walked straight toward her. She blinked twice, heart pounding, wondering if she'd lost her mind. He kept coming, stepping through that crinkling carpet of leaves without a care, and she stood frozen on the path, sword hilt clenched tight. When she realized standing still was a terrible idea, she yelped out loud. He finally stopped, turned with an eyebrow lift, totally calm, and she felt her face heat up. Tentatively, she stepped forward, offered him a nervous grin, and silently dared him to throw down with her. His head tilted, eyes icy as if he was trying to figure out what on earth was going on. She hesitated, cheeks glowing, then blurted out a shaky invite for him to team up. He frowned, asking why he should bother, and she couldn't even form an answer. He glanced back at her, and for a split second, his gaze softened. She traced the spell's symbol in the air, unleashed a wave of blue light, and signaled she was locked and loaded to fight by his side. Black Scythe suddenly felt a glowing green aura wrap around him, his eyes going wide as the blessed power spread through his body. Julie flashed a grin and explained that her bless skill kicked in for 3 hours, boosting his stats by 50%. He pulled up his system interface, watched the buff icon blaze gold, and gave a slow nod, totally sold. He admitted the buff was a real game changer for hunting monsters, then shot her a sideways glance and asked if she'd only teamed up so he could snag that hefty stat boost. Julie laughed and shook her head. She genuinely wanted him at her side for the monster grind. Black Scythe's brow furrowed, hesitation flickering across his face. He pointed out, blunt as ever, that with his domination power he could have turned her into a buff machine, making Julie's cheeks flush at the thought. Earning back to her, he asked if she'd swear not to betray him. Julie pumped a fist and nodded enthusiastically, eyes shining. He reached out his polished black hand and she gripped it firmly, trust sealing the deal. Right then, the system notification blinked up between them, Black Scythe, level 32, Reaper class. She beamed as her interface flared Min Julie, level 13, buffer class, hyping up her own intro. He cocked his head, impressed she'd smashed that orc so fast, then wondered what else she needed. Julie blushed and admitted that was just her first kill. A chibi pop-up teased she'd only bagged one in over an hour, and she laughed it off as a total fluke. He nodded and said time was tight, so he'd team up to speed up their monster grind. Julie looked at him, wide-eyed, stuttering over how they'd actually do that. Without another word, he strode ahead and she slipped in beside him under the red canopy, gearing up for a no-nonsense orc hunt. He barked for her to stay at his side, no trailing behind, so he could cover her blind spots. She nodded and planted herself right next to him, hand on her sword, ready for anything. Silently, Julie followed Black Scythe down the leaf-strewn path, thinking he wasn't nearly as distant as she'd expected. They walked tight together, and she felt relieved she'd listened to Min's advice until a crack of snapping wood behind them made her heart leap. Three massive orc captains suddenly barreled into view, weapons raised and screaming battle cries. Julie skidded to a halt, her eyes widening as she realized they were heading straight for them. Black Scythe tightened his grip on her hand. "Stay here," he murmured, voice calm but steel cold. "I'll handle this." He dropped low, slamming one boot into the cracked earth. In a heartbeat, he shot skyward, draped in a swirling red-black aura. The three orcs froze, confusion flickering in their glowing eyes. Then he dove back down, scythe sweeping in a brutal arc that sliced the air and sent a shockwave rippling out. Landing in their midst, his strike exploded in a burst of crimson light. The nearest orc captain was thrown off his feet, arms flailing as he tumbled across the leaf-strewn ground. The other two orcs panicked, wildly swinging axes and spears to fend him off. One of them glanced up just in time to see Black Scythe hovering above. With a savage roar, the Reaper descended in a lethal crescent swing, cutting deep into the first orc's shoulder, the blade's glow glaring against the autumn leaves. Without missing a beat, he snapped his scythe forward again, a streak of red energy piercing the second orc's chest and making him howl in agony. Julie watched, heart pounding, unable to believe the speed and ruthless precision Black Scythe moved with. In a matter of breaths, the two captains crumpled. The last orc staggered back, shaking with rage, but Black Scythe was already hurtling toward him for the finishing blow. Black Scythe froze in the middle of the carnage. He lifted his scythe, then let it drop, carving a huge arc of red energy through the air. Orc bodies lay scattered everywhere. He swallowed the word kill in his mind, steeling himself to wipe out every last one. Black Scythe stood amid a heap of fallen orcs, folding his scythe and coolly wondering why Julie was just watching. He nudged her to jump into the fight instead of standing still. Julie stepped up to the on her back, hand tight on her sword's hilt, bowed her head in apology for blocking the way. The red-leafed forest around them rustled as she pivoted, bracing for whatever came next. Sliding her blade along the monster's throat, she zeroed in on the tiny gap in its armor. She told herself to move carefully, no surprise attacks this time. With a single, fierce thrust, Julie drove her sword into the orc's skull. Black ichor exploded in every direction as the creature's roar echoed through the crimson woods. She held firm, blade buried in its wound. The system interface popped up, confirming the kill, 2.35% XP and 40 gold. Julie tilted her head to check the stats screen, focus sharpening in her eyes. Her heart pounded when she realized her chest still heaved with adrenaline. A bead of sweat rolled down her forehead as she thought, I can't believe I just pulled that off. Standing alone among the red leaves, Julie felt it all seemed way too easy. She glanced at the dark stain on a nearby trunk, remembering she'd never faced real danger before. She looked over at Black Scythe, his scythe slung over one shoulder, and admired how insanely powerful he was, way beyond what she'd imagined. He turned away and motioned that if she was done, they should move on. Julie practically sprinted to catch up, reminding him she still had two orcs left to kill. Black Scythe led the way, scythe resting on his shoulder, while Julie followed close behind, thrilled to be fighting alongside him. Julie swung her sword in a fierce arc, slicing through an orc's neck. Black blood sprayed as the body collapsed. She stayed steady, ready to finish the job. Stepping over another pile of orc corpses, she thought, hunting with a senior like this is awesome. Who knew it could be so easy? They paused in a clearing of red leaves. Black Scythe glanced at Julie and wondered how many orcs she'd downed so far. Julie raised her hand toward the empty ground and said they'd taken out 52 orcs in just 30 minutes, an insane pace. She followed Black Scythe through the battlefield of broken armor and bodies, thinking her speed was fast compared to most, but not fast enough yet. Black Scythe rested his scythe on his shoulder again, eyed a side path, and mused that circling around to clear every orc would take way too long. Standing at the orc village gate, Black Scythe glanced over at Julie and decided it was best to postpone their assault. He tugged her back behind the tree line to avoid a sudden ambush. They planted their feet firmly at the threshold, Black Scythe gently pulling Julie back. If 50 orcs charged out, there was no way he could guarantee her safety up front. He closed his eyes, hoisting his scythe onto his shoulder, and made up his mind they had to find the orc shaman first and cut off the enemy's power source. Julie peered into the dense orc woods, doing quick mental math. At this rate, it'd take 3 hours to rack up 300 kills. But Black Scythe's expression was stone cold as he aimed to slash that down to just 1 hour. She furrowed her brow in disbelief. 1 hour? He just nodded, serious as ever, and told her they only needed to take out the shaman. Julie looked up, curious, and asked what an orc shaman even looked like. Black Scythe paused and explained that the shaman was the creature with the power to summon the orc horde. They watched as the shaman raised a glowing talisman, green energy spiraling around a totem while orcs poured in. Black Scythe stood back, studying every move. Julie blinked and asked if he planned to keep the shaman alive so it could keep summoning more orcs. She gripped her sword tighter, eyes fixed on the flickering talisman. He gave a cold nod. He would hold the shaman captive until she'd slain 300 orcs. Then, with deliberate calm, he lowered his scythe, ready to protect their target. Julie stepped forward, sword hilt clenched, and asked how he even knew about orc shamans. This was his first real encounter, after all. He nodded again, unfazed, and explained he'd crossed paths with a shaman briefly before meeting her, which was why he understood their magic. Julie offered him a reassuring smile. He didn't need to worry, and then strode confidently into the monster-infested woods beside Black Scythe. He spoke with steady resolve that he'd shoulder all the danger so Julie could stay safe behind him. Julie froze for a split second, eyes wide at how fiercely protective he sounded. He pivoted on his heel and strode confidently into the crimson woods, his scythe slicing through the air. Julie froze her eyes, tracking his retreating figure. A soft smile played on her lips as she realized Black Scythe was way more considerate than she'd first thought. Her chest warmed with relief. She smiled again, thinking first impressions don't always tell the whole story. Side by side, they ventured deeper into the redleaf forest, their boots crunching on the dry foliage. Black Scythe stopped at the forest's edge and pointed toward the orc village gate, announcing they'd arrived. Julie stood before the modest entrance, surprised that such a fearsome warlord would hide out in something so small. With his scythe slung over one shoulder, he explained that if Julie charged in expecting a cakewalk, the wave of summoned orcs would overwhelm her in seconds. He lifted his chin, coolly noting the whole area was just a trap designed to lure players inside. He remembered seeing player corpses stacked at the far end of the village, a brutal sign of how cunning the shaman truly was. Stepping onto the narrow path behind the huts, Black Scythe motioned for Julie to follow, and she figured the shaman was definitely dodging a straight-up face-off. Julie scanned the empty village, pointing out that she couldn't spot a single orc. Black Scythe folded his arms and explained the huts were bait. The real shaman was hiding somewhere in the center. He lifted his scythe, ready to strike at the shaman's likely spot, then pointed at the main building and made it clear the shaman was holed up inside, waiting in the very ambush they'd just walked into. Julie arched an eyebrow, tilting her head to wonder what kind of trap that could be. Black Scythe pivoted again, calmly saying the trap was simple, and braced himself as if daring it to spring. Black Scythe turned to Julie and explained that if anyone accidentally stepped on the trap inside the building, the orc shaman would summon a horde to swarm them. With a stern look, he warned that each time the shaman could call up 10 to 20 orcs at once, and if Julie got caught in the middle, she wouldn't stand a chance. Julie furrowed her brow, anxious, and asked how he planned to keep the orcs at the dying threshold so she could still rack up 300 kills. He stepped closer and whispered the backup plan in her ear, eyes serious. Julie's eyes went wide as she silently asked whether that trick would actually bait the orc shaman. Black Scythe nodded gravely, reassuring her he'd confirmed the plan would work. Julie placed a hand over her heart and flashed a confident smile, insisting she'd handle it solo. Black Scythe paused, surprised, and looked back at her. She frowned, voice sure, explaining that they didn't both need to go in. One person was enough. Clenching her sword's hilt, she added she didn't want to just accept help, at least this part she had to do herself. Black Scythe agreed with a nod, slipping his scythe behind his back and folding his arms. He said he'd wait outside, then turned and walked away. Julie planted her feet on the threshold steps, sword hilt in hand, eyes fixed on the wooden door. She leaned in, unlatched it, and gently pushed it open, determination clear on her face as it clicked. Peeking into the pitch-black room, lit only by a faint, flickering glow, she tried to anticipate her next move. Stepping inside, she placed each foot carefully on the wooden floor, her grip on the sword tight. Her gaze fell on a small red rug laid out before her, and goosebumps rose on her arms as she sensed something was off. Black Scythe stepped in close and placed a hand on Julie's shoulder, pointing down the side hallway. Julie glanced at the plank floor and spotted the narrow red rug running along the corridor, exactly the trap he'd warned her about. He nodded toward the rug and instructed, run straight to the end of that red carpet, then step off. Julie hurried up to the rug's edge, ready. He explained that the orc shaman would think they'd barely triggered the trap and send out small patrols to check it out. Julie squinted, hanging on every word. Ish, with a cold half-smile, Black Scythe added, that's when you pick them off one group at a time. Julie gave him a determined nod, fingers clenching the sword's hilt. She stood poised, heart racing, and reminded herself this was the easy part. Slowly, she stepped back, one foot teasingly clear of the red rug, ready to break contact at any moment. The instant her foot lifted fully, the shaman's talisman light flared on the ceiling, and a surge of green energy whipped through the room, signaling the trap had sprung. The glowing sigil blazed overhead, magic spiraling through the rafters as the shaman materialized in a swirl of smoke, his presence filling the chamber. Julie jumped, face draining of color as she felt the power ignite all at once. She spun on her heel and bolted for the door, determined to clear the trap zone. She fumbled the latch and pushed the door open with a click. Relief flooded her as she stepped back onto solid ground, hand pressed to her chest, heart pounding. Black Scythe stood behind her, eyes flicking with concern. Julie offered him a grin as she dashed down the steps. I hit the carpet's edge exactly like we planned. He gave a satisfied nod. Perfect, you did great. Julie turned to Black Scythe and asked if the orc shaman would really send out patrols. He folded his arms and said nothing, eyes calm. The wooden door creaked open, and a pinkish glow spilled onto the floorboards. 3 orc scouts, one huge brute flanked by 2 smaller ones, lumbered in, weapons at the ready. Without warning, Black Scythe launched himself skyward, spinning his scythe to unleash a red arc of energy around him. Right here, he growled. The blade's shockwave tore through the patrol, carving them into pieces as crimson blood splattered across the courtyard. Black Scythe stopped its arc, and with an icy stare he called, "Come on out." He nodded once, murmuring, his gaze fixed on the shaman's hiding spot beyond the village gate. A torch in the corner guttered in the breeze, casting deep red light over the dried blood on the wood. Julie exhaled, hand on her hip, as she surveyed the shredded orc bodies. Mission 1, complete, she said. Now let's bait that shaman. She crossed her arms, brow furrowed. You think he'll fall for it again? Black Scythe cracked a confident smile. Don't worry, Julie beamed. All right then. She squared her shoulders, ready for whatever came next. Julie and Black Scythe stood in the middle of a sea of orc bodies scattered across the courtyard, the crackle of magic lightning still dancing over the stone. They swept their gazes over the ruined battlefield. Julie let Black Scythe know she'd wiped out all 300 orcs, her voice tinged with both relief and fatigue. She exhaled, eyes sparkling with the thrill of mission accomplished. Black Scythe checked his watch, confirming exactly 1 hour had passed. He gave a satisfied nod and readied himself to push into the orc village. Julie offered him a grateful smile, silently thanking him for making the whole raid feel quick and easy. He then wondered aloud how many levels she'd gained, and Julie couldn't hide her excitement as she revealed she'd just hit level 19. A soft blue glow enveloped her, signaling a brand new skill about to unlock the moment she leveled up. Julie felt her existing abilities surge with power, her eyes lighting up as she recognized the new buff would be a game changer. Meanwhile, Black Scythe furrowed his brow, thinking he needed an even stronger buff to shatter his record against the final boss. He tightened his grip on his scythe, his determined gaze mapping out their next move. Then he promised Julie he'd back her until she reached level 20, noting that once she hit that milestone, cleaning out the orcs would be a total breeze. Julie felt a flutter in her chest, touched by how thoughtful Black Scythe was. She gave a shaky nod, letting him know how much she valued his offer to back her up. Without warning, Black Scythe halted and leaned in, signaling for Julie to look over her shoulder. From the path behind them, a squad of knights marched into view, their jaws dropping at the sea of orc corpses. They whispered among themselves, bewildered by the carnage littering the courtyard. One knight stepped forward, raising his hand in greeting and politely asking Black Scythe what was going on. Black Scythe just furrowed his brow, sizing up the stranger with a silent stare. The knight scratched his head, mumbling that they'd come expecting to hunt orcs and hadn't realized someone else got here first. Julie watched in silence, waiting for Black Scythe's reaction. As the group edged closer, their eyes widened. Nothing about 2 lone figures should account for this massive pile of bodies. 2 knights crossed their arms, eyeing the remains and wondering how a small village could harbor so many orcs. They glanced at Julie, curious who this mysterious girl fighting alongside Black Scythe might be. Julie's heart skipped a beat, struck by how considerate Black Scythe was. She gave a small, grateful nod, her hand brushing the hilt of her sword as she let him know she really appreciated his backing. Suddenly, Black Scythe slammed his scythe's tip into the ground, unleashing a burst of crimson energy that rattled the courtyard stones. He spun on his heel and barked at the approaching knights to clear the way. They were blocking his path. Startled, they shuffled back and mumbled apologies. Two of the knights leaned in close, whispering that they couldn't believe Black Scythe showed up with someone else. Man eyed the blood-red blade on his shoulder with equal parts awe and suspicion. One knight stole a glance at Julie, his brows raised as if wondering whether she was Black Scythe's type, before shaking his head to stop the thought. Black Scythe's gaze froze on the group, his eyes cold as ice. He slammed the scythe into the ground again and growled that they'd better stay back unless they had urgent business. Julie stood by silently, gripping her sword's pommel, stunned that anyone would dare challenge him. A bold knight snapped back, asking why Black Scythe was treating them so harshly, but his voice trembled. Another knight shot him an angry look and raised a fist, declaring that even if Black Scythe was top-ranked, it didn't give him the right to look down on others. Without a word, Black Scythe drove the scythe's blade into the stone one final time, eyes glowing red, and warned the knights to back off if they valued their lives. The group recoiled, their earlier defiance snuffed out in the face of his brutal authority. Julie felt a twinge of unease but stayed grateful for Black Scythe's unwavering support. She gave a small nod, her hand brushing the sword's pommel as she silently thanked him. The knights scrambled back, legs shaking. They stumbled toward the tree line, muttering apologies for interrupting. Once they reached cover, they exchanged determined looks before slipping into the shadows, planning to ambush and spy on Black Scythe and Julie. Standing alone in the courtyard, Black Scythe watched them melt into the forest, guessing their plan to tail him for loot. He set his jaw. He had to beat the boss before anyone snatched the reward. Julie nodded beside him, ready for whatever came next. Black Scythe suggested they keep hunting monsters. Julie gave an eager nod, and together they plunged deeper into the red-leafed woods. Hidden just beyond the clearing, the knights pressed against the underbrush, convinced Black Scythe wouldn't spot them now. One knight whispered, "What's his next move, you think?" Another peered back at the orc corpses and wondered aloud where the heck he'd summoned all these beasts from. The rest quietly hoped to crack the secret of this monster army's origin. One knight crossed his arms and playfully challenged his comrades if they were scared, they could back off. Another cracked a grin and volunteered to lead the stakeout. Step by step, they crept closer to the battlefield, their boots barely disturbing the red leaves. Peeking through a tangle of branches, they swung their attention back to the orc gate. The wooden doors creaked open, and an orc shaman with a hulking bodyguard emerged, shrieking a warning to any intruders. From behind the shaman, Black Scythe and Julie strode into the blood-stained courtyard. Black Scythe dipped low, guiding Julie toward the orc stronghold's entrance. Suddenly, a wave of crimson energy exploded at the gate, rattling the wood. Julie jumped back a step, sword at the ready for the fight ahead. Three massive orcs lunged into the courtyard, their blades and clubs slicing through the air. Julie slipped in behind Black Scythe, her blade gleaming as they prepared to take on the giants together. Black Scythe windmilled his fist, and a swirl of red sword energy rippled out before him. He halted the orc's assault with a lightning-fast counterstrike. The huge orc in front slammed its wooden club down, the impact shattering the air as it barreled toward Black Scythe. He spun his scythe in a full arc, whipping up a crimson vortex that lifted all three orcs off the ground. Riding the momentum, he swung again, cleaving two of them in half midair. Blood sprayed across the courtyard. The remaining big orc's eyes flared bright red, its face twisted in fury and pain as blood dripped down its snout. Black Scythe launched himself skyward and delivered a brutal scythe sweep that sent it skidding across the stones, its chest armor splintering. Behind it, the orc shaman began chanting, summoning a dark red aura that coalesced into a ghostly shield around its massive frame. Under that shield, orc warriors roared, raising their clubs high as they charged at Julie and Black Scythe. Without hesitation, Black Scythe swung his scythe and shattered the shaman's protective barrier, shards of dark energy raining down everywhere. The three knights crouched behind a boulder, exhaling in awe. They silently admitted that one strike from Black Scythe was enough to obliterate an army. Meanwhile, Julie sprinted toward the fallen orc, sword raised for the finishing blow, while Black Scythe stood back, eyes scanning for any more threats. The orc looked up, its red eyes wide with horror, as Julie closed in. Out in the woods, the hidden knights froze when they saw Black Scythe scoop Julie into his arms and sprint away. They whispered in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Grumbling behind the rock, the knights complained that Julie got to dive in and slay monsters like it was nothing, while they'd been trudging through the forest for ages just to find one. Julie pushed the heavy wooden door open and stepped into the pitch-black room, her sword still shimmering with dried blood. The door creaked shut behind her, and she paused at the threshold, taking a deep breath to brace herself for whatever came next. Moments later, she burst back through the doorway, fingers clenched tight around her sword's hilt and eyes flashing with irritation. From their hiding spot, two of the knights exchanged nervous glances. They'd caught on that every time Julie ducked inside, a fresh wave of orcs stampeded out, a clever bait set by the shaman. Out front, Black Scythe swung his scythe in a blur, cleaving two orcs in half as they charged the gate, blood spraying across the courtyard stones. The three knights huddled behind the boulder could hardly believe how many orcs were pouring out of that little house. Whispering, they decided it must be the orc nest itself. No other explanation made sense. They watched, stunned, as Julie and Black Scythe casually blocked each new wave from outside. Suddenly they understood why he'd banished them earlier. They were in the way. Quietly, they plotted to let the pair finish the heavy lifting, then swoop in for the easy bonus kills. Julie glanced up at her level display, her face lighting up as the notification glowed. She let Black Scythe know she just hit level 20, pride ringing in her voice. He nodded and offered a congrats as she announced she'd learned a fresh skill and bumped her bless buff from 50 to 60%. With a grin, she raised her hand and summoned a swirl of emerald energy around her fingertip. Pressing her glowing palm to his shoulder, she watched the green aura ripple out to envelop them both. The system pinged a reminder. All their stats were boosted by 60% for the next 3 hours, courtesy of her upgraded bless. Julie beamed as the azure glow spiraled around her. This new version was going to change the game. A swirl of cerulean energy coiled around Black Scythe's scythe, leaving a ghostly trail of light along the blade. The magic glow washed over them both and pooled onto the ground, signaling that their new buff was fully active. Black Scythe planted his feet, the blue aura crackling around him as if injecting raw power and speed into his body. A system prompt blinked to life. His attack and movement speed were up 60% thanks to Swift with 29 minutes and 59 seconds left on the buff. He shot Julie a nod, impressed by the obvious speed boost, and told her she could hit him with that buff again every half hour. Julie smiled and thanked him, and Black Scythe's eyes flickered with genuine appreciation. Standing, he surveyed the heaps of orc bodies and declared they'd move on to hunt down the orc shaman. Julie asked if there was anything she could do to help, but he shook his head coldly, ordering her to hang back so he could handle the target solo. In a close-up, his eyes glowed a frosty red. He figured those knights were probably teasing them from afar. Julie gave him a confident grin, patted his shoulder, and told him to ignore it. Black Scythe glanced toward the hidden knights behind the boulder, determination hardening his gaze as he wondered how they'd react next. The old wooden house sat silent among the red-leaf trees, its door shut tight like a dare to any intruder. Julie leaned against the wall, peering through the narrow crack to map out the darkness inside. Behind the rock, two knights held their breath as they watched Black Scythe stroll into the house, whispering doubts about what he had planned. With a fierce swing, his scythe carved 2 crimson slashes across the door, then he lunged inside, spinning midair to unleash a shockwave that sent splintered wood flying. 3 orcs stumbled back, struggling to steady themselves on the wreckage, eyes wide as death energy slammed into them. Black Scythe followed up with a straight scythe strike. 2 orcs jumped in, clubs raised to block, but one landed a hefty hit on his side, sending him sprawling onto the floor as a spray of red energy burst outward. The massive orc swung its club, but Black Scythe barely dodged, his red-bladed scythe tearing through the air. He stepped back, eyes icy, ready to strike the moment his boots hit the ground. Julie jumped, her eyes glued to the chaos. She could feel the intense energy building, her heart suddenly pounding. She stared in disbelief as Black Scythe unexpectedly pulled back across the battlefield. Why on earth was he running so far from the fight? She couldn't shake the thought what had happened to him. Leaning sideways, she tried to keep sight of his fading silhouette against the ruined landscape. The 2 knights huddled behind a boulder, freaking out as they saw the orcs give chase to Black Scythe. They whispered to themselves they couldn't believe a legendary assassin was on the run. The orc shaman stomped his foot, a dark energy crack ripping across the ground. He backed up carefully, picking his moment to launch a counterattack. Raising his staff skyward, the shaman's chant echoed as a massive wave of spiritual force poured down. The orcs under his command howled, their sinister battle cry filling the air. Suddenly, the shaman's head jerked forward, teeth bared in a white flash as he let out a deafening scream. Julie rolled under a sweeping strike that deflected the spiritual blast, while Black Scythe jumped back 2 steps to keep his distance. He thrust his staff up again, summoning 2 spiraling pillars of ice shards. With a swift horizontal slash, Black Scythe shattered the ice into countless fragments that sprayed across the ground. 2 towering orcs then emerged, their bodies wreathed in a ghostly blue glow. They growled and charged straight at Julie and Black Scythe. Surrounded, the orcs swung their axes with thunderous thuds. Julie took a quick step back, and Black Scythe crossed his scythe in front of him, bracing for impact. Behind the big rock, the 2 knights whispered and pointed at an unusually large masked orc hanging back from the main group. They exchanged confused glances. Why was this one trailing behind? The masked orc lifted its staff, which flared with an eerie light as the dark aura spread. The knight's eyes widened with worry. They knew this had to be the orc boss. A knight shouted that the orcs weren't resurrecting, they were being summoned. His urgent warning cut through the chaos, and the others drew their swords, bracing for battle. Julie caught whispers through the doorway and trembled when she realized Black Scythe was surrounded by orcs. Determination blazed in her eyes, mixed with a dash of doubt. She took a deep breath, tightened her grip on her sword's hilt, and told herself she had to rush out and help. Mustering every ounce of courage, she stepped out of the shadows and sprinted toward the smoky battlefield. Julie saw Black Scythe trapped in the circle of orcs, yet he stayed calm, spinning his scythe to block incoming blows, his gaze as cool as ever. High above, the orc shaman continued his chant, sending a shockwave of spiritual force crashing down, while the orcs behind him howled and surged forward. From behind a tree, another knight whispered in panic that 10 more orcs were coming from the flank. He urged his comrades to prepare immediately. Black Scythe slipped through a gap in the orc ring, dodging axes in a blur. He pivoted his scythe to catch a horned club strike, then twisted free from the circle. With a sudden leap, he kicked an orc's club away and swung his scythe in a reverse arc, keeping the horde at bay. The knight watching from cover couldn't believe his eyes. Black Scythe's legendary evasions were real. He was a monster on the battlefield. Behind their rock, the knights whispered that the so-called boss orc looked surprisingly vulnerable now. They crouched lower, eyes glued to Black Scythe as he carved through the enemy. One of them raised an eyebrow and smirked coldly, already plotting to steal Black Scythe's glory. He folded his arms, scheming. The 3 knights exchanged quick looks, some worried about being spotted, others noting that Black Scythe was busy with the orcs. They nodded in silent agreement. They'd strike when he was at his most occupied. The 2 knights nodded. One grinned and whispered that if Black Scythe got pissed, they could just claim they'd been helping out. The other slapped his thigh in approval. Quiet as mice, the trio slipped out from behind the boulder, swords at the ready, and sprinted toward the village gate. Their plan? Steal the glory by taking down the boss orc themselves. A wide shot shows them racing over a field of fallen orc bodies straight for the wooden house where the shaman and Black Scythe were locked in battle. They had no clue how dangerous the path ahead really was. Meanwhile, Julie peered through the doorway, her eyes snapping open at the sight of movement in the courtyard. She clenched her sword hilt, zoning in on the 3 knights charging toward the shaman. Staying low, Julie crept outside, every muscle tense. She realized something wasn't right. Those knights were up to no good. Her heart sank when she saw their real target, the shaman who was vulnerable while Black Scythe fought off the orc horde. The thought of betrayal weighed on her. Could her own team really turn on each other? The red leaf trees cast the scene in an eerie quiet, sunset light painting the ground in pinkish hues. Stepping out from behind a tree, Julie bowed her head in thanks toward Black Scythe, grateful for his backup but worried she might be in his way. Black Scythe turned with a small smile. He assured her he'd handled the main threat and told her not to worry. Julie's jaw dropped when he casually added that his priority now was finishing the side mission, not the main one. He looked up coolly and explained he'd already snagged a balance stone. Julie stood frozen as surprise lit up her eyes. She couldn't believe he'd finished the side quest so fast. Black Scythe leaned sideways, his voice cool as he explained he'd snagged a balance stone by taking down an orc warrior and planned to grab more by defeating the bosses ahead. Julie blinked in awe, then gave a small nod, thinking all right to herself. She felt a surge of protectiveness. This shaman fight was meant for him. Peeking at the knights scrambling up the wooden steps, Julie realized they were about to swipe the glory of defeating the shaman before Black Scythe could. Her eyes snapped fierce. In a heartbeat, she bolted from the shadows to stop them. The 3 knights had 1 foot on the platform, their swords raised for an attack. Totally unaware, Julie was charging their way. Suddenly, a black haze exploded outward and Night of Death blazed across the sky as a bone-chilling roar echoed around them. Everyone froze, eyes wide as the inky darkness poured down. Fear constricted their chests. The knights looked up in panic, chaos written on their faces as deathly energy pressed from above, their hands trembling until their swords clattered to the floor. 2 knights stared in horror as the air went pitch black, stunned by the creeping wave of doom. One knight grabbed his buddy's mouth to stifle a scream, yanking him back to avoid facing the horror head-on. Behind the gloom, the shaman's massive silhouette emerged, blood-red eyes blazing a signal that the deadliest threat yet was upon them. His eyes flared scarlet, arcane energy coiled around him like a live wire, an ominous warning of the lethal assault about to erupt. The 3 knights gasped when he spotted them, shouting, "We've been seen," before scattering chaotically toward the courtyard. The shaman raised his staff, and a sickly green wave of spiritual force shot into the ground before exploding upward. Black tendrils of death energy spiraled around the knights as a ring of towering orcs materialized, trapping them in a sea of monsters. The two frontline knights stared in horror at the orc wall closing in, faces drained pale as they realized all escape routes were blocked. Without warning, one orc swung its club into the left knight's shoulder, blood spraying as he howled in agony. The orcs pressed in, axes and clubs crashing down in unison. The three knights screamed in desperation, surrounded by ruthless brutality. Blood dripped onto the stone as one knight collapsed, his body shaking with each ragged breath. He lifted his head to see a massive orc silhouette looming overhead, terror flashing in his eyes. The colossal orc clubbed him again, muscles bulging as it prepared to finish him off, the impact echoing across the battlefield. The wounded knight trembled trying to sit up, lips quivering as he gasped out a weak plea. A sick crack rang out as his shoulder bones shattered, blood spouting red across the ground. The giant orc growled softly, raising its club in a blaze of crimson light, ready to slam down on its writhing prey. All around Black Scythe, bodies of orcs and knights littered the blood-soaked arena. He quietly lowered his scythe, bits of gore and bone fragments clattering on the stone. His breathing remained steady, eyes as icy as ever. In a close-up, Black Scythe's eyes glowed red, proof he'd absorbed the deadly energy and was primed to charge into the next challenge. Black Scythe slipped back behind a boulder, his eyes icy as he watched the shaman step into the open, just as he'd planned, baiting the knights to see what they'd do. He thought to himself that he needed to know whether they'd try to steal his thunder by slaying the shaman first. Sure enough, the three knights charged in and ended up collapsed in a bloody heap, a tragic end for greed-driven fools. Black Scythe smirked internally, figuring they were as good as dead anyway, since they'd wasted time snooping instead of focusing on the real mission. He strolled forward, his scythe vibrating with menace, as the shaman and his orcs backed off wary. Two orcs exchanged startled glances, bewildered that this stranger wasn't running for his life but stepping straight toward them. Axes and clubs whirled overhead, but Black Scythe planted himself in the center, scythed at the ready for their assault. Dark energy pulsed around each orc's chest, red sparks flickering with malevolent intent. Without hesitation, three orcs lunged together, weapons raised to smash down on him. In one fluid motion, Black Scythe spun and unleashed a whirlwind of red scythe energy, shredding every orc in range before they could even swing back. Julie watched in awe from the sidelines, realizing his lightning-fast moves came from combining Bless and Swift, and at night his speed got a 50% boost. A notification blinked above his head, Rune of the Grim Reaper 100% weapon damage when wielding a scythe, 50% night attack speed, and near invisibility when standing still. The ground beneath the shaman cracked apart with a thunderous boom, sending dust and debris flying. Black Scythe flipped through the air, scythe poised high, ready to strike. The shaman raised his staff, magical light flared as his orcs behind him howled in panic. Black Scythe dove the scythe downward, slicing into the shaman's bones. A red magical blood splattered across his skull-like face. Shards of magical aura exploded around the horned mask as it tried to block the blow. Red sparks flickered in the split second of resistance. He twisted forward, cloak and hair streaming behind him, carving the execution blow. The scythe's edge cut clean through the shaman, splintering the aura into crimson shards, and the skeletal body collapsed. Black Scythe landed softly midair, a swirling red trail in his wake, and coolly bid the defeated enemy farewell. Black Scythe hoisted his blade high, unleashing a slash of red light that tore through the sky and ripped the shaman's shadow apart. The ground shook, its magical aura shattering, and the beast's silhouette crumbled into fragments on a gust of dark wind, its only reaction a strangled cry before turning to ash. He sprang upward, cloak billowing behind him, spinning the scythe in a fiery arc that sliced through the lingering dread. His eyes glowed crimson, the knight amplifying every step with uncanny speed and strength. All around him, the blood-stained wooden platform was littered with fallen orc corpses. Standing tall in the center of that shattered battlefield, Black Scythe lowered his weapon. At that moment, the game system chimed in. He'd just slain the orc shaman, earning 37.73% XP, 4,000 gold, and a level up. He'd also snagged a marble of eternal slumber, a mysterious wooden totem, and a low-rank blue mana stone. Then popped a stone of balance. His side quest progress now at 1/4. Holding that new gem, he realized he'd hit level 33 and just scored an OP drop. He pulled up his interface and checked the marble of eternal slumber, an epic necklace that stacks attribute points with each monster kill. Every 100 points accumulated in the gem convert into one attribute, and its durability was a solid 1000/1000. Sounds like this run just got way more lit. He told himself that this necklace worked just like the absorption rune from that black flame dragon he'd fought before. He remembered the chubby guy with glasses, eyes lighting up in pure excitement as he stared at the cracked purple gem floating in midair, sweat dripping down his face, but that grin never fading. Then, Out of nowhere, the necklace shattered into a million shards, its glow snuffed out right in front of him. The marble of eternal slumber exploded apart, its durability plummeting from 1000 to 0 in an instant. A system alert popped up. Durability decreases in proportion to the attribute points gained. He glanced at the golden-hued rune sitting on the ground, thinking to himself that he'd have to wait until round 8 to snag a rune of durability and patch it back up. In his mind's eye, Black Scythe pictured a massive blacksmith hammer pounding down on a blazing gold rune, each strike lighting it up like the sun. He reminded himself that, thanks to this blacksmith, the necklace's durability would be fully restored. With that endless region, Black Scythe couldn't help but smirk. He was certain he could pump his stats up without limits. Julie's voice rang out across the ruined battlefield, worry echoing in every corner. He furrowed his brow, knowing she couldn't lock onto his position, thanks to the rune of the Grim Reaper cloaking him. Glancing up at the ink-black sky, he told himself that before dispelling Night of Death, he had to nail the next step. He looked down at the 2 night corpses lying motionless in the blood-soaked planks, then lowered his scythe and tightened his grip on the handle. With a single pivot, he ghosted across the field, leaving those bodies behind. A pulse of blue killing intent ignited around the knights as Black Scythe silently invoked erase traces, wiping every footprint and drop of blood from the earth. Finally, he whispered undo Night of Death, and just like that, the creepy chill lifted, the malevolent darkness dissolving into nothing. The sky eased from a blazing red back into a normal sunset glow, the battlefield reduced to drifting smoke and heavy silence. Julie looked up, her brow knitting together as the twilight flashed dark, then bright again. She couldn't shake the feeling something wild had just gone down. She sprinted over to where Black Scythe stood unfazed, relief sparking in her eyes when she saw he was okay. He turned, his tone cool and clipped, explaining he'd been busy handling something important. Julie cocked her head and asked if he'd seen anyone else trying to swoop in on that orc shaman. Black Scythe blinked, shook his head. He hadn't spotted a single soul. Julie frowned deeper, fingers tapping her chin as she muttered she could have sworn she heard screams from somewhere else. Knowing it only caused drama if she noticed the bodies, his gaze flickered with a hint of worry. He leaned in and quietly told her to move on to the next boss. Julie nodded without hesitation. Before them lay the ruined village, orc and knight corpses scattered everywhere. Together, they stepped toward the village gate, geared up for whatever came next. 2 orc corpses dangled from a wooden rack, arrows still sticking out of their shoulders, an eerily quiet, deadly tableau. Black Scythe launched himself into the air. Kadia! Swinging his crimson scythe in a razor-sharp arc that cleanly bisected the orc archer, who was in the middle of pulling back another arrow. Red energy swirled on the ground beneath him as he dodged the freshly loosed arrow and followed up with a lethal chop to the second orc's neck, ending the counterattack in a heartbeat. The last orc raised its bow, knocking a soul-piercing arrow. Without missing a beat, Black Scythe spun away, unleashing a whirlwind of red blade energy that shredded the bowstring and sent arrow and bow flying in every direction. Enraged, the final orc roared and charged, axe raised high. Black Scythe met him with a horizontal slash, then a flurry of strikes that tore the beast apart in pieces. The system flashed, Black Scythe defeated an orc archer, gaining 37.73% XP and 4,000 gold. He also picked up agile archer's boots and a rusted arrowhead. Next popped a low-rank green mana stone and another balance stone, his side quest balance stones now at 3/4. Black Scythe hit the interface hotkey, the item window popping up as he planned to inspect his loot. He scrolled to the agile archer's boots, an epic pair of footwear with 60 defense, 1000 durability, and a boost to agility. Black Scythe glanced down at his old astute long boots, 4 agility, 5% movement speed, and gave a satisfied nod. No contest, the new boots were leagues ahead. There was zero reason not to swap them out. He eyed the upgrade screen and thought, if I socket a low-rank green mana stone into these babies, they'd be unstoppable. It hit combine, and the system flashed, combination success. A notification popped up, Agility 4 had been added to his agile archer's boots. Golden sparks danced around his ankles as he looked down at the fresh gear and couldn't help but grin. Now, just one boss stood between him and glory, that brutal high orc. Black Scythe furrowed his brow, remembering there was a timer ticking down once the fight began. 00 blinked at him, reminding him to finish as fast as possible. Scanning the battlefield, he calculated beat it quicker for a sweeter reward. His personal best? A blistering 43 seconds. Time to shatter that record. Black Scythe flashed Julie a grin when she nodded to keep moving. In his head, he figured that with Minjuri's buff on his side, smashing that 43-second record would be a total breeze. They stepped over the scattered orc corpses and broken arrows, and he reminded himself that the faster they pushed, the more XP they'd rack up. As they passed through the village gate, he already had plans to socket a marble of eternal slumber next to jack up his stats even higher. Suddenly, an orc corpse twitched and clutched its weapon, no glitch, just the fight kicking off. A timer popped up, 003041 remaining for this round. Black Scythe let out a calm breath as he strode past the undead orc heap, totally unfazed and mentally gearing up for the final showdown. He straightened up, his scythe glowing red with lethal energy. Sure, he was just one level shy of hitting 40, but time wasn't on his side. The interface showed 9 stats and durability, 1000 on the marble. He couldn't help but smile, no regrets, he'd nailed his goal. Julie asked if he planned to keep farming mobs, but he turned and shook his head. "We're good," he said. She tilted her head, heading straight to the final boss. He faced her, held up 2 fingers like a split path, and pointed one way. "You take the outer ring," he said. "I'll go in." Julie paused for a beat, then squeezed Black Scythe's hand and nodded she'd split off in support from afar. In her mind, she felt a twinge of sadness about the separation, but figured she'd only get in his way if she stuck close. A shiver ran down her spine as she wondered if their brief bond had already grown on her. Black Scythe turned to Julie, silently wondering if she'd cling to him too tightly. He reminded himself that the high orc was deadly. Julie shouldn't be in that fight. Julie flashed him a warm smile, raised her hand, and cast a final buff. Blue energy spiraled around Black Scythe as she thanked him for helping clear the orcs without him. The whole run would have been a nightmare. Hesitantly, she held out a low-rank green mana stone. "I found this while farming orcs," she said softly. "It's not much, but if you need it," Black Scythe shook his head and told her to keep it. The XP he'd earned was enough. He smiled to himself, thinking he'd already picked up 2 stones and that the last one was for Min Jury. His expression darkened for a moment as he realized Julie had no clue he was Min. Quietly, he understood that she truly saw him as her savior. He handed the stone back to Julie with a soft smile. "You helped me plenty, don't think you owe me anything." Julie blinked, looking up at him with wide, puzzled eyes. He gave her a quick nod of thanks for the gift, then turned and strode off, his cold silhouette etched against the purple sunset. "Keep your eyes peeled," he called over his shoulder. Julie stood rooted in place, her gaze tracking Black Scythe's retreating figure as it faded into the dusk. Suddenly, a streak of blue light shot down through the treetops, runes glimmering like magical shuriken. Without hesitation, Black Scythe lunged skyward along the light's path, ready to finish off the last high orc. The system pinged his target's location. The boss was 1,121 meters away. He dashed along the glowing trail, realizing no one had ever beaten this boss before. A cold grin spread across his face. No one in his past had managed it either. The interface zoomed out, showing all 4 bosses on level 5, the massive high orc up front, the other 3 lurking behind. Black Scythe thought, "This guy's so overpowered, those other 3 are just mid-tier minis." He looked out across the empty highlands and thought, 100 level 20s charging and might stand a chance, but it's just me. A shockwave exploded from the impact point, tossing chunks of rock everywhere. Black Scythe hurtled forward, reminding himself he'd died 4 times already, yet that 43-second record still stood unbroken. The system updated his distance to the high orc, 321 meters. Frost crackled along his scythe blade as he dove down at lightning speed. "This time, I'm breaking the record," he vowed, eyes locked on his target. His scythe slammed into the ground, ice and snow shattering in a blast that cracked the frozen earth for dozens of meters. Distance to target, 160 meters. Black Scythe caught sight of the orc bosses, the giant high orc towering in front, 3 lesser brutes flanking behind. He jumped at the scene, stunned by what he saw: another player getting pounded, blood spurting everywhere. The high orc roared, swinging its barbed arm like a hurricane, sending its fallen victim flying. High orc swung his massive club overhead, making the ground quake as he was about to slam someone straight into the dirt. Everyone stood there, totally shook by what he was about to do. One villager collapsed to the ground, pale as a ghost, wondering how things had gone so sideways when just moments ago everything was chill. In the middle of the chaos, another villager's voice trembled as they rallied everyone to team up against the orc horde, urging the rest to join their fight. Then a young guy stepped forward, sword in hand, and announced himself as Lim Junseoki, a level 12 warrior. Next up, a sharp-dressed archer tipped his hat and said he was Brady Pitt, a level 12 bowman. Finally, someone with their face hidden under a hood awkwardly admitted they were a level 13 fighter named Lel Duwai. Why, honestly, they just mashed the keyboard and that's what popped out. At first, this unlikely crew only teamed up because each had their own reasons, but in that moment, their personal goals took a backseat to survival. Before long, the 4 of them fell into a smooth rhythm, moving as one tight-knit squad. Brady Pitt shouted encouragement, telling Lim Junseoki to draw all the orcs' attention his way and locking eyes with fierce determination. Lim Junseoki hefted his sword overhead, yelled to accept the challenge, and sprinted straight into the orc mob, baiting them toward himself. He barreled forward, snarling insults about the orc's grotesque face and swinging his blade in a powerful arc. Their coordinated attacks made it easy to sweep up every smaller orc in the area. Meanwhile, the girl planted her feet, channeled all her strength into her spear's throw, and drove the tip down into the nape of the largest orc's neck, the sickening clang echoing through the clearing. Suddenly, someone's warning call rang out that an ambush was coming from behind, keeping everyone alert to the flanking threat. After 6 grueling hours of tracking and fighting, the team finally paused, chest heaving, as they gazed down the now empty trail. Lim Junseoki couldn't contain his excitement, celebrating that he'd slain 300 orcs. Brady Pitt pumped his fist, bragging about the exact same count. The girl even jumped up and down, cheering that they'd all hit their marks. In that moment, their system pinged to confirm they'd completed the main quest. Lim Junseoki let out a sigh, sounding a bit down as they wrapped up, then asked if they should keep hunting a bit longer. Brady Pitt nodded. He still wanted to hit level 20, so the squad sprinted back into the forest to chase more orcs. Suddenly, the system pinged. They just leveled up to 20, upgrading from apprentice to regular and unlocking the combination feature. Another notification popped up, letting them know they'd learned a fresh skill that'd make orc slaying a total breeze. Brady Pitt smirked and joked that orcs were like mosquitoes. Now he couldn't believe they'd ever had trouble before, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Then the system flashed. We became stronger, signaling their power boost. We piped up, suggesting they target a bigger village next. That's when Lim Junseoki froze, sensing something was off up ahead. Brady Pitt glanced up, slowly lowering his bow as the massive silhouette of a high orc emerged through the crimson leaves. Lim Junseoki shaded his eyes and stared at the giant beast, thinking this had to be a boss. He'd never seen one so huge. Brady Pitt furrowed his brow, nodded, and asked, "Is that the boss?" The girl crossed her arms around the spear, grinning as she said if there were 5 of them, they could totally take it down. Lim Junseoki scratched his head and suggested they split the loot evenly if they managed to defeat the big boss. Brady Pitt cracked a smile, clapped his teammate on the shoulder, and pumped out a cheerful "sounds good." Everyone took a deep breath, eyes locked on the crimson canopy above as they braced for a do-or-die charge against the high orc. With a deafening roar, the high orc hoisted its spiked hammer skyward and slammed it into the ground with earth-shattering force. The impact cracked the battlefield floor, sending a plume of dust sky-high as the team scattered in all directions, eyes wide with shock. Just when they thought they'd outgrown their limits, the system chimed in. "You thought you were strong enough?" The high orc let out a bone-rattling bellow, then swung its barbed club in a deadly arc, and unleashed a wave of searing red energy that split the air. Chunks of the shattered ground flew up as the group was flung apart, stone dust choking the air amid their terrified screams. A second blast of crimson power erupted beneath the high orc's feet, hurling everyone into the sky as more debris rained down. Roaring again, the giant orc charged at the girl, brandishing its club to cut off her only escape route. With a terrifying snarl, the high orc lunged straight for her, ready to crush her under its immense weight. They all inhaled deeply, eyes locked on the fiery red canopy above, bracing themselves for the life or death charge against the towering high orc. With a thunderous roar, the high orc hoisted its spiked hammer high overhead and slammed it into the ground with insane force. The impact shattered the battlefield floor, sending up a massive cloud of dust as the group was blasted in every direction, horror etched on their faces. Just when they thought they'd reached peak power, their system notification glowed ominously. The opponent was not a prey. Clearly, this was no ordinary foe. The high orc wheeled around, its feral gaze locking onto Brady Pitt. It lumbered forward, ready to strike back. An arrow thudded into Brady's chest, spraying crimson as he staggered, panic flickering in his eyes. The beast bellowed again and swung its hammer horizontally, ripping chunks of earth and ruin flying everywhere. Lim Junseoki felt the blow of the hammer smash him backward, blood soaking through his tunic. Brady Pitt surged forward despite the pain, jamming an arrow deep into the orc's shoulder to free his friend. Nearby, the hooded fighter lowered his sword into a battle stance, eyes blazing red, ready to leap in and cover his teammates. As the night sky glowed red with chaos, the system flashed one final grim warning. It was death itself. Lim Junseoki froze against a tree trunk, eyes wide in disbelief at the chaos unfolding. A massive wave of murderous intent swept the ground, blasting the whole squad into the air as terrified screams echoed through the crimson-lit forest. Lim Junseoki let out a chilling scream, "I'm done for," as the high orc roared and brought its hammer crashing down. He clutched his chest, legs trembling, sweat pouring out. There was no way he could dodge it. The high orc sneered, stepping into the circle of light, its enormous shadow stretching across the blood-stained earth. Lim's face drained of color as he muttered, "No." Suddenly the wind howled and Black Scythe dove in like a phantom from above, its red-hot blade trailing crimson energy. The high orc swung its club in a wild arc only to smack empty air. Black Scythe had vanished, landing with deadly poise right in front of the beast. Black Scythe's gaze burned with icy defiance. In a blur, he spun and slashed, the red arc of his scythe slicing through the orc's magical armor. The blow ripped the enchantments apart, shards of glowing runes exploding everywhere. The high orc bellowed in agony, its massive frame crashing to the ground in defeat. Lim Junseoki was panting heavily against a broken tree trunk, staring at Black Scythe amid the wreckage with pure awe and gratitude. And in his head, Black Scythe couldn't believe it either. He never thought one swift strike could take down something that huge. Then the system notifications lit up the sky. They just defeated an elite orc. Right after, another ping let him know he'd hit level 40, upgrading from regular to expert, and the negotiation feature was now unlocked. Black Scythe hoisted his scythe, the red aura of raw power crackling around him as he quietly surveyed the battlefield's remnants. More updates rolled in. The additional damage on Seal of Death had jumped from 120% to 140%. The blade itself glowing deeper crimson as proof. Next, Knight of Death's range doubled from 500 meters to 1,000 suddenly. His reach felt practically endless, the air around him pulsing with that expanded threat zone. And then like a boss drop, he unlocked Moonlight Destruction, a Grim Reaper exclusive skill, the whitish blue light swirling around him in a dazzling display. Finally, the system reminded him that his next skill would unlock at level 60, teasing the even more insane moves to come. Black Scythe cracked a small smile, eyes steely as he realized he'd finally unlocked Moonlight Destruction, the Grim Reaper's signature move. A skill panel popped up, exclusive skill Moonlight Destruction, charge for 1 second to unleash a long-range strike dealing 1,200% damage, the mixing magic and physical, boosted 1.5x at night, 10-minute cooldown, scythe required. He knew banking everything on one Mega Blast was risky if he missed. But Moonlight Destruction had insane area coverage, almost impossible to dodge, so he felt confident aiming it down at the cluster of orcs below. A colossal beam of pale light tore through the sky, blending arcane and brutal force, and sliced the monsters to bits in one clean sweep. In other words, it still hammered through anyone with high physical resistance. As the dust settled, he thought, man, the stuff I've been dealing with so far was a cakewalk, but there'll definitely be tougher freaks down the road. So this move's gonna be clutch. He tapped his inventory to check the next reward, and sure enough the system dinged, "You received Elite Orc Gauntlets." System alerts popped up one after another. They'd snagged the Elite Orc's tooth, a low-tier purple mana stone, and a balance stone. Under the side quest progress, balance stones read 4/4 mission complete. Another ding announced they'd earned the Rune of Balance. He stretched out his hand to catch the loot and thought to himself that this was exactly the haul he'd been gunning for at this stage. The rune glowed briefly before etching itself into his flesh, and suddenly Black Scythe looked more badass than ever. The Rune of Balance lit up before him. Effect: all stats are doubled. When the gap between your lowest and highest stat is less than 10 points, applies only to stats gained through points. Black Scythe kept mulling it over. This rune only really pops off if he levels up all 4 stats evenly, gotta keep that balance. And he thought. Black Scythe glanced at the title section and saw 3 hidden honorary labels: last time Regressed, first ever Angel Slayer, and the one who defied God's punishment, unclean, all marked hidden. Then the stat readout popped up: Strength 27, Intelligence 18, Agility 26, Luck 28, Data Points 0. He smirked, thinking how important it was to keep all those numbers within 10 points of each other so the Rune of Balance would double every stat. Leaning closer, he tapped into the system console. Now that the rune was fused into his flesh, how much had his stats really improved? The screen flickered, and beneath it all, that grim hidden title, the one who defied God's punishment, unclean, glowed for a split second, reminding him just how far he'd come. He watched the stat window blink into view: Strength 374, Intelligence 614, Agility 518, Luck 374, Data Points 0. His jaw dropped. He literally couldn't believe it. Every single one of his stats was over 300. He blinked, then rubbed his eyes like, no way, as the realization hit him full force. Black Scythe zoned in on the fresh stats board glowing before him. The numbers blazed in gold. Strength add 374, Intelligence add 614, Agility add 518, Luck add 374. His eyes widened in surprise and his body went kind of stiff. He muttered to himself that Minjuri's ring buffs and blessings must have boosted his stats, but these numbers still blew past anything he'd imagined. Suddenly, opportunity and power felt like they were wrapped around him, just begging to be claimed. He took a deep breath, sweat still clinging to his skin, and his hand trembled when he reached out to touch the info panel. A radiant gold light swirled around him, his face a mix of shock and swagger, like he was psyching himself up for the next big test. Perched on top of a massive orc skeleton, he scanned the blood-red horizon. He figured the balance rune was the fastest track to leveling up, then remembered the sweet time-based rewards coming his way. The system pinged. He just one-shot the high orc boss in round 5 in a single second, earning a time attack and bonus gold. Then another alert popped up, congratulating him on snagging the maximum 100,000 gold for beating the boss under 10 seconds. He checked the notification, doing the math. Last time he'd only pocketed 23,255 gold after 43 seconds. Now, smashing that record in 1 second felt downright unreal. In his head, he decided he was going to blow through all the common skills he'd never unlocked before with this insane pile of cash. Then, the system flashed one more message. He'd just set a world record, and his achievement would be logged in the Akashic Records. He couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. The system flashed a new message. He'd unlocked a unique item selection as his reward. This golden glow on the interface sparkled so bright he literally froze in place. Furrowing his brow, he stared at the unexpected notification, eyes wide as he tried to process what was happening. But then his gaze sharpened. This was his bonus for smashing the record, and standing before him was a mysterious card just waiting to be picked. He spun around to face the display again, realizing the system had just granted him the chance to choose one unique item. His eyes darted over the text. Could he really grab any one-of-a-kind gear from that list? With a steadying breath, he reached out and let his finger hover over the glowing slot on the screen, ready to lock in his special prize. The UI banner read, "You may pick one of the following," and he paused, staring at the gold-lettered line as if it were a challenge. 8 categories flashed in front of him: weapon, shield, helmet, armor, boots, gloves, necklace, ring, and he ran his finger down the list, weighing his options. He'd probably craft his own weapon back at base, so that choice felt pointless. He needed something else to give him an edge. Without another thought, his finger tapped on the 3rd slot: helmet. A unique helm would be insanely handy, after all. In that moment, with the selection confirmed, he leaned back, a confident grin spreading across his face. He knew that this next-level helmet was about to take his game to a whole new level. Suddenly, shaky footsteps sounded behind him, and a villager crept up, eyes wide with disbelief. He gaped, thinking there was no way that monster had gone down in a single hit. The villager looked up at the massive orc corpse at their feet. Heart-pounding. Black Scythe's power was just unreal. He remembered how 5 level 20 fighters couldn't even scratch it, and cast a wild glance at Black Scythe, confusion and awe mixing in his gaze. The villager shook his head, convinced he ought to be thanking Black Scythe instead of doubting him. Black Scythe turned slowly, his cold, commanding stare making the villager jump. Standing atop the giant orc's bones, his new helmet gleaming in the blood-red light, the crowd could only mutter a shaky. One of the angels appeared overhead, wings spread wide and glowing pure white, calling down to ask if the mission was complete. The villagers stayed silent, eyes locked on the fallen orc, as the angel surveyed the carnage. 10 hours of battle had taken too many lives already. She smiled faintly, thinking she wasn't denying that the orcs were weak, but rather wondering if the survivors had turned on each other. Raising her hand, a halo of light spread out as she prepared to summon the full report of the 10-hour conflict. The angel's pristine white wings unfolded as she leaned forward, waiting for the mission data to load and show everyone's performance. When the round 5 leaderboard popped up, Black Scythe was scorching at the top with a time of 01:06. Every other team was hours behind. So the cold, clinical display laid bare the power gap. A villager froze in place, his jaw dropping at the sight. He couldn't wrap his head around Black Scythe actually being level 40, and he silently registered just how insane that record was. Nearby, a young woman and a guy both watched Black Scythe's cloak fade into the distance, quietly wondering whether slaying 300 orcs in an hour was even possible. Standing there with arms crossed, Black Scythe stared off into the horizon, only one thing on his mind, getting his reward like right now. Suddenly, the system dinged with 2 congratulatory alerts, one for being won in his own region, and another for topping all regions, golden light flooding the info panel. Next, it granted him the choice of a mid-tier golden necklace plus a special reward chest for his overall victory, and a grin stretched across his face. Finally, the system confirmed he'd taken first place in all 5 rounds, crowning him with the message, "Unbelievable achievement," and bestowing his shiny new title. He crossed his arms and stood tall, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He'd finally snagged that title he'd been after. The info panel glowed, revealing his new rank, the one ahead of all others, unlocked by finishing first in every region across all 5 rounds, complete with a sweet 1.5x XP boost. He nodded, thinking that multiplier was exactly why he'd pushed so hard to dominate everywhere. With a flick of his wrist, he popped open his inventory UI and tapped the consumables tab, already gearing up to claim his prize. The system laid out 3 eye-catching necklaces: Skeleton Knight's Necklace, Necklace of the Javai, and Necklace of Strength. Most players might have clicked randomly, but he'd already burned through the other 2, so there was no question in his mind. His finger slammed down on Necklace of the Javai. The item details exploded onto the screen. Epic rarity, add 3 to all stats, add 35% resistance, 1000/1000 durability, and a requirement of regular tier or above. He leaned back and nodded again. Right now, raw power wasn't what he needed. What he really wanted was solid resistance to nasty status effects. He pictured his teammates getting frozen solid or slowly poisoned, and that sealed the deal. The Javai necklace was the smart pick. The Javai necklace gleamed before him, and a bell rang in Black Scythe's mind, a rare 35% resistance boost, exactly what he'd been searching for. He glanced up at the shimmering amulet, already plotting that if he ever outgrew it, he could flip it for a hefty profit. Suddenly the system chimed, "Next up is," and golden sparks danced across the interface, signaling the next special reward pick. 3 glowing icons appeared, a X3 XP buff for round 6, 6,000 gold, or intel on round 6. Black Scythe barely hesitated. He tapped straight for the XP buff. An angel overhead clapped once, drawing every eye skyward. She asked if anyone had checked the rankings, then noted with a hint of surprise that 1,585 challengers had cleared the main quest. Her voice turned grave. Those ranked 1 through 1,212 would now be eliminated. The announcement crashed over the crowd like thunder. Panicked screams erupted as villagers fell to their knees, tears streaming, hands outstretched as they begged the angel for mercy. Blood spattered and crimson sparks flew when the angel's decree was carried out on the unfortunates who hadn't bowed fast enough. Desperate cries of "Save us" echoed through the chaotic scene. High above, the angel smiled a cold, dismissive smile, thinking the survivors' pleas ridiculous, nothing more than the frantic chirps of insects under her wings. Black Scythe cracked a subtle smile, cold eyes flicking back as he wondered if he was any different from the people sprawled below. The angel flipped the round 5 leaderboard and stiffened. Nobody had cleared the side quest. She shrugged, thinking everything was crystal clear, or so she believed. Black Scythe's grin turned mocking, his gaze razor-sharp as he reminded her, "But you forgot one thing someone actually did." With a dramatic flourish, the angel spread her hands and flames roared around her as she proudly declared that humanity would meet again in the next round, her voice echoing through the blood-red sky. A round 5N banner flashed, 19,327,557 survivors worldwide to only 1,211 in Zone C asks 007, then a prompt that they'd soon be warped back to reality, and that round 6 kicked off at midnight on June 1st, 2023. The towering cityscape shimmered in the dying light, the illusion dissolving to reveal the real world. Back in a cozy living room, Black Scythe loosened his shoulders beside a low tea table. His roommate yawned awake, both of them blinking as if they'd just snapped out of a seriously wild dream. He leaned back, shoulders rolling as he settled into the chair, ready to get to work. The combination interface sprang to life, empty slots glowing around him like neon beacons, time to mash ingredients together. First up, he dropped the Grim Reaper scythe into the center slot as the primary component. A surge of blue light flooded the screen. Next, he slotted in an orc heart, the mysterious wooden idol, a rusty arrow, and the high orc's molar into the secondary ingredient slots. He knew that if he nailed this recipe, the Grim Reaper scythe would instantly rank up to epic. Rummaging in his bag, he pulled out the Huang Yongmin Black Diamond, a killer gift from his buddy, and slid it into the formula to crank up the weapon's quality. The interface blinked, combination complete, as a purple aura burst around the newly formed weapon. There it floated, the Death Scythe, crackling with violet lightning across its blade, looking every bit as legendary as its name. The info panel popped up, Death Scythe, unique rank damage, 300, add 10 to all stats, add 10% skill damage, durability, to 3000/3000 requirement, expert tier or above. He nodded, a grin spreading across his face. This was officially him graduating beyond the old Grim Reaper scythe. Suddenly, the shop UI flicked on, the general skills tab was highlighted, and there it was, surrounding search for 20,000 gold. With a decisive tap, he picked surrounding search, and a mini-map materialized, centering on his position so he could scope out the area. Mission ready. The dynamic visual acuity reinforcement icon popped up, and Black Scythe nodded this skill was going to sharpen his vision like nothing else. Next, the basic resistance panel slid in, so he boosted his resistance to abnormal effects by another 15% and smirked at the extra protection. Then hand-to-eye coordination flashed, promising a 20% bump to skill accuracy. With that, he wrapped up his general skill shopping. He peeked at his gold 14,000 left and thought, aside from those epic drops coming in a few days, I'm good. Tilting his head, he mused, yeah, that's enough, and opened up his profile. The status window lit up, Black Scythe, Expert rank, level 40, Grim Reaper class, plus all the secret titles he'd unlocked. He scrolled down the stats tab and skimmed his refreshed numbers post-reset. Strength add 106, Intelligence add 150, Agility add 136, Luck add 106. He flicked through his learned skills list too. Below, the additional skills section showed Shop, Combination, Negotiation, and 2 locked slots waiting at levels 60 and 99. He grinned, totally hyped about those upcoming upgrades. In his head, he figured the buffs from the Balance rune would double up with the Rune of Slaughter, so his power was about to skyrocket. He gave the status panel a quick once-over and thought, alright, I'm as strong as I can get time to handle Ma Jiangrok and then let Huang Yongmin pick up the next mission. Then he tilted his head, suddenly wondering where Huang was at, if the guy was even still alive. With a flick of his finger, he tapped the track Huang Yongmin icon on the UI, eyes narrowing as it zeroed in on his buddy's signal. Black Scythe couldn't help but smirk. If Huang's tracker was still active, it meant the dude was still breathing and still useful. He stared at the screen, reminding himself that this would be the last time he'd ride Huang's coattails for his own ends. His smile went ice cold as he thought, once this is wrapped up, I'm cutting him loose, no regrets.
The day after everyone returned to the real world, the scene now changes to a certain coffee shop. A familiar face appears in this coffee shop. It's Minjuri, looking nervous as if she's waiting for someone. Why did Min ask to see me? Could it be? And then she started to overthink, imagining a scene where Ryumin strokes her hair, stares at Yuri, and says, I miss you. And then, she quickly erased that image by shaking her head repeatedly. What a strange thought. Alright, calm down, stay calm. I can't let it show. That's right. Just then, the coffee shop door opened and it began, and Ryumin slowly walked in. He immediately headed towards Minjuri's location. Oh, you're here. Have you been waiting long? The other girls also turned their gazes towards him. Meanwhile, Minjuri hastily changed her tone as she quickly stood up. Oh, no. Not at all. I just got here a moment ago. Despite the slight change, Minjuri's face was still red and flustered as she suggested, I'll go get us drinks. What would you like? My treat. Feel free to choose anything. And he did indeed reply naturally, I'll have an iced Americano. And get one more for me too. Minjuri hurried off, okay, I'll be right back. After a while of choosing and getting the drinks, the two were sitting opposite each other. He smiled and was the first to speak. Enjoy your coffee, Juri. Minjuri nodded. Okay? As soon as her lips touched the straw, Juri quickly asked herself, why do I feel so shy? Is it because of that weird fantasy I had earlier? Even the shortest moments of silence felt strangely awkward to Juri. And just at that moment, that scene faintly reappeared, to break the silence. Ryumin finally spoke up and asked, so, how was the 5th round? He pretended to scratch his face and turned away, continuing to ask, did you meet Haku as I said? Startled by the question, Juri answered dazedly, yes, just as you said. We met and went hunting together. She then became more cheerful and added to the story, to be honest. I was skeptical that the top-ranked player would team up with me, but when I showed him my abilities, he agreed. The man opposite her also nodded and smiled along. I told you, if he saw your buffs, Haku would want you on his team, Juri added with excitement. Thanks to that, I had a really comfortable hunting experience. I even got 2nd place in the region for the first time and got to relax. Maintaining his expression, he asked further, rank 2. That's amazing. So what reward did you get? Juri then asked, do you want to see it? Without hesitation, Juri took out the item she had received earlier and looked at it. I got a mid-grade rare necklace that increases agility. What do you think? Is it pretty? Ryumin, with sparkling eyes, looked at the item in her hand and replied, wow. It looks amazing. Juri then revealed her prior intention. Here, take it. What do you think? At that, he was taken aback. Huh? Why are you giving it to me? Knowing he would ask this. Juri quickly explained. I got it thanks to your prophecy, so you should have it too. He refused again. Oh no, I don't care about that. Why would you give me a reward you worked so hard for, Juri? Yuri didn't hesitate to add, I didn't have any trouble getting it. Thanks to Haku. I had a very easy hunt. Then a difficult question came from him. So, why don't you give it to Haku? Minjuri said naturally. Do you really think a high-level player like him needs a low-grade necklace like this? In his mind, he knew the answer. Of course, he doesn't need it. But after that exchange, Ryumin waved his hand and politely refused once more. I appreciate your kindness, but I really don't need it. I haven't even reached the normal tier yet. Minjuri was startled again by this statement. Huh? You haven't reached the normal tier yet? Then what level are you at? Ryumin admitted in a voice that sounded like he knew he was lying. I'm at level 19. I struggled to defeat 300 Aurochs in 10 hours. Hearing this, Yuri felt a bit of sympathy. I see. Yuri then took back the item. Although she didn't say it, Yuri's disappointment was clear as she mumbled, well, a prophet isn't really suited for combat. After mulling over those thoughts for a while, a new question was directed at him by Yuri. By the way, Min, how does a prophet fight? He scratched his head again. I have magic, but I'm shy about showing it. But Yuri began to analyze his situation again. Then you don't need an agility necklace. I get it. Since you use magic, you need to increase your intelligence more. He smiled, right? In that case, Yuri will. Yuri suggested taking out the lowest grade red mana stone from her inventory. Instead of giving him a necklace, I'll give you this. I found this while hunting, so please take it. I don't know if it's really any good, but this is my sincerity, so please don't refuse. Riemann knew that Yuri had prepared this with him in mind. He smiled with genuine warmth. He reached out his hand to take it. Thank you for thinking of me. Although it was just a casual remark, it seemed to catch Yuri off guard. I didn't do it with you specifically in mind. I just noticed you've been helping me with information all this time, and I thought I should show my gratitude. Seeing Yuri's flustered reaction, Ryuman found it quite cute. He put the item away, and his next words surprised Yuri even more. I should give Yuri something in return, shouldn't I? Me for me. His next sentence made Yuri freeze up completely. It is, of course, information about the 6th round. For a moment, Yuri looked disappointed, but it was just a fleeting emotion. Yuri then brightened up with a wide smile. If you tell me, I'll be incredibly grateful. He didn't hesitate any longer. All right, then. About the mission in the 6th round. The two exchanged information again, and of course, no one else knew. Just like in the 5th round before, as Riemann's prophecy unfolded, Yuri's eyes gradually widened. So, this round I have to cooperate with Haku again, huh? He added confidently with a raised hand he probably won't refuse. Considering your strength proved its worth in the 5th round, Minjuri began to assess with wide eyes. It seems we'll have a new partnership together. He was startled, a giant sweat drop appearing. That means you'll be happy about it, right? Yuri smiled brightly. Of course, Haku is really good to me. It's great. And then a stream of information was directed straight at him by Yuri. That's right. He's surprisingly considerate and not as scary as I imagined. A bit arrogant, sure, but that's common. When you're the top-ranked player. His eyes looked dazed. Really? Yuri once again gave a positive assessment. He also seems quite insightful. He asked. Insightful, Yuri pondered. It's hard to put into words. What can I say? It feels like he really understands people's hearts. His eyes looked down in Riemann's mind. That's thanks to Jagan. It was obvious, but Yuri, who didn't know about the existence of something like Jagan, found Haku incredibly impressive. Remembering the past, the thrill is indescribable, but I'm far from perfect, after all. I failed 99 times. Although I feel a bit cheated that the final round required a group of 5. Information then appeared. Boss room entry requirement 1 out of 5. To enter the boss's room, at least 5 players are needed. There will probably be more. Back to reality, his eyes were still looking down. Anyway, we have no more chances. We have to make it to the final round, no matter what. Minjuri must come with me, along with that American priest. Seeing him lost in thought for a while, Yuri asked, Min, what are you thinking about? He unconsciously looked over and replied, It's nothing. Don't worry about it. But the questions continued. Are you worried about the next round? He smiled and explained, Well, I'm not really strong, you know. All right. Minjuri comforted him. If the regions merge again, I'll definitely help you. He was dazed again. For free, of course. Confusion formed on Yuri's face. I'm always the one being helped. It makes me feel a bit insecure. In contrast, I haven't been able to help you with anything. But his inner thoughts changed quickly with that statement. You've been more than helpful, Yuri. Thank you. I even defeated a 2-headed orc in just 1 second. He then offered words of comfort. Don't worry. We might see each other again soon. Yuri smiled again. You think so too? A determination became clearer in her then. Let's both do our best until then, fighting. For a brief moment, he was a little embarrassed by her previous words. This is fighting. I wonder how she'll react when she finds out I'm Haku. I'm starting to worry about that. Cheers. Cut to the next day. Starting at the Chiyama company. The assistant who led him to this place bowed and said, Sir, the major shareholder, Mr. Ryuman, has arrived. He entered in a smart suit and glasses. When Mr. Rock saw him arrive, he quickly stood up and greeted him with a smile. Welcome, esteemed major shareholder. As Mr. Rock arranged a seat for him, he said, Please, have a seat here. Manager, bring me 2 cups of chamomile tea. The person who brought him there replied, "Yes, sir." After sending the person next to him to prepare, Ma Kyung-rok turned to talk with him. "Major shareholder. No, profit, was your journey here comfortable?" He replied, "Very much so, and more. Your driver was really kind." Receiving a good response, Ma Kyung-rok was relieved. "Ha, is that so? That's good to hear. If anyone makes you feel uncomfortable in any way, please. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next videos." He replied, "Ah yes." The atmosphere was a bit tense, and Ma Kyung-rok quickly changed his tone. "Have you had anything to eat before coming here? If not, we could have a meal together." But he was cut off. There is something more important than having a meal. At this moment, Manager N returned, with 2 cups of chamomile tea. Ma Kyung-rok opposite him understood his meaning. "Could it be that you've come here to provide us with information about the next round?" He gave a thoughtful smile. He's desperate. The reason Ma Kyung-rok mentioned it is because he's afraid Reeman might not share the information with him this time. He then continued, "Of course, I will also provide information about the 6th round." Just then, and Sang Chien came and placed a cup of tea in front of him. Mak Ingrik was expectant. "Really? I must be very grateful. Thank you so much. As always, you too, sir." But he suddenly interjected, "In return, I want to convene an extraordinary shareholders meeting." He then clasped his hands together. "It's time we talked about business. We need to change the industry and the name of the company." Mark Youngrak's expression turned serious as the topic shifted to business. In fact, business is as important as information about the next round. "How can I help you?" He presented the issue. "At the meeting, I want you to support the project I'm about to propose. Remember, 2 hot teas, as said before, don't object unreasonably," meaning you have to convince the other shareholders. He brought up a new issue for discussion, according to what I've seen in the future. They won't be happy with this decision. Mark Youngrak started to worry and asked, "What kind of business is this anyway?" Looking at his curious opponent, he intentionally pondered first. Looks like he's dying of curiosity, based on that facial expression, and he should be. Hearing me talk about changing industries and still succeeding, just listen. He immediately broke the deadlock. "The business I'm about to launch is..." A confident smile appeared. "An exclusive open social media platform. A change of industry for players." Ma Kyung-rok still seemed confused by his statement. "You mean a sales website?" Reeman nodded in agreement. "That's right. However, there's a significant change. Only players can access it. And instead of regular posts, they will trade in-game items instead of goods." Ma Kyung-rok added. "Another issue. So they can exchange items for cash," he explained. "That's an option for the seller to decide when they list their items. They can choose to trade for real money or exchange items with others." When Mr. Rourke looked at him again, he said, "I understand the idea of exchanging goods. But will players need real money?" He said, "Of course, some players might need cash. Don't you think so? Especially when there aren't many viable options at the moment." Ma Kyung-rok's expression didn't change. "Currently. Does that mean there will be other options in the future?" "Yes." In response to Mark Kyung-rok's question, Matthewman's face lit up with anticipation. He's sharp. As expected, secretly, knowing his opponent wasn't taking this lightly, he smiled. "That's right. I've had a glimpse of the future. Those who have passed level 40 will soon trade in gold instead of cash." Gold. He brought up a major issue for everyone. When a player reaches level 40, the trading function will be unlocked. With this feature, players can exchange gold with each other. As an intermediary, we will build a secure trading system, so we will be able to trade in gold. And of course, charge a commission in cash or gold. Park Kyung-rok frowned in thought, clenching his fist in contemplation. A social e-market for players. This is not a bad idea at all. Currently, the fact that no one has ventured into this field gives it a significant first-mover advantage. If it succeeds, we could establish a monopoly in this area. Despite the optimistic trend, Mark Kyung-rok didn't show it. Caution was still necessary. But will people really use a social market exclusively for players like this? He interjected. We are currently in the 5th round, and players already have a significant amount of items. As you know, items dropped by monsters cannot be sold in regular shops, so players struggle with how to manage them. And on top of that, now that most players have reached level 20, a crafting feature has been introduced, and they will be eager to try out various items for crafting recipes. So what would happen if a website appeared where you could buy those items? As Mr. Rock began to understand more, everyone would flock to it. He concluded, exactly. Now is the perfect time. As Mr. Rock started to pick up his teacup and ponder, if the profit is right, building the system now could be a huge success. We can attract users by advertising in newspapers. We can create an app for players to access easily. An auction system could be an even better addition, perhaps allowing people to list items for free at first. A satisfied smile appeared on Ryumin's face as he observed Ma Kyung-rak's enthusiastic reaction. It seems he's quite interested in the business proposal I'm presenting. Well, since I'm a prophet, it's hard to refuse, and this also benefits me. If I monopolize crafting materials with unknown uses by collecting them, I can easily craft legendary quality items, even god-tier equipment. After a long period of contemplation, Ma Kyung-rak decided to speak to him again about their chosen industry. We have settled on the social market. Now, what about the company name? He smiled and asked back, do you have any ideas? Mr. Rock cleverly turned the issue back to him. Let's not bother with my suggestions, especially at a time like this. We should follow the path laid out by the prophet, after all. Aren't you the major shareholder of our company? He squinted his eyes at this statement. That's right. Ryumin didn't object because what he said was true. He added an idea. How about this? We could name it Ablex for player. A place for players. How does that sound? That sounds good. And it can be shortened to PP. I'm glad you like it. So, hello. How long will it take to develop and go live? An answer for him, faintly. It will take about a month if everything goes smoothly. Ryumin nodded. It will be launched after the 6th round. Yes. And then he brought up the issue that everyone was eagerly waiting for. Speaking of which, I have some information about the 6th round. Ma Kyung-rak leaned forward eagerly, genuinely excited, and Sang Qian, standing right there, began to focus and wait for his words. Finally, Ryumin explained the 6th round in detail, including key points and strategies to consider. And of course, there was no information for us to know beforehand. After absorbing all the information, Kyung-rak looked at him with a meaningful and interested gaze. Faintly, it seems cooperation will be very important in the 6th round. Then Ma Kyung-rak bowed his head and said a few polite words. I understand, thank you, Prophet. He replied, don't mention it, don't mention it. But then Ma Kyung-rak couldn't help but smile to himself. It was a wise decision to keep the Prophet close. It feels like everything is going smoothly because of it, both in the real world and in the other world. He knew very well what the other was thinking, but Kyung-rak quickly changed his expression. Alright, let's proceed with the business plan we discussed today. I will arrange a temporary shareholders meeting as soon as possible to pass the resolutions. Mr. Ryumin, could you personally attend and introduce this business idea? Thank you. The two began to make an agreement. Okay, that's fine. I understand. We will contact you when the meeting's schedule is set. When Mr. Rook then turned to the other person, Chief In, please escort the Prophet back home. In the meantime, please visit Sel Arin's house and share the information we just received from the Prophet. Understood, sir. Save me. So Chief In walked ahead, with him behind as Mr. Rock offered his hand. Shall we go, Prophet? A few days later, he was sitting on his bed looking at his phone. Today is the day an epic grade item appears. I could already see it. He then opened his system panel. Shop, check today's item. And then he noticed an important item. Here it is, the Wanderer's Torn Lower Robe. Its information appeared specifically and in detail. Today's item, Wanderer's Torn Lower Robe. Category, Armor. Grade, Epic. Defense, 1. Effects. Attack speed plus 30%. Movement speed plus 30%. Durability 1000. Usage restriction, normal level or higher. Description, a dirty, tattered robe that cannot perform its original function, but it still has its advantages. Purchase price 20,000 gold. Remaining sale time 23 hours 59 meters 59s. Seeing the long-awaited epic item finally appear, he added a little more evaluation. The defense is terrible, but this is an item with excellent attack and movement speed. His finger pointed to the purchase section. An epic grade item for only 20,000 gold. That's really rare. As he closed the system panel, a smile on his face changed his thoughts. This marks the end of relying on the shop. From now on, I will only buy everything I need from the social market. And by then, blueprint items will be sold at high prices online. With just a blueprint, it can contain the recipe for a specific item. You won't have to blindly combine things to find the recipe. Moreover, since it can be resold to others, it will surely become popular. If I can use that well, I'll be able to attract more traffic to the social market. Of course, before that, I need to smoothly conclude the shareholders meeting tomorrow. He then leaned back on his bed. Congratulations. Cut to the next day at the Chiema consulting session. At the entrance, and Sanchin handed out simple flyers to the attending shareholders. Please take these documents and take your seats in the front. The shareholders who entered quickly glanced at the flyers before setting them aside and focusing. On the stage, he began to speak before everyone. The shareholders meeting is proceeding smoothly. As expected, there were voices of doubt and dissatisfaction. But as I was able to answer questions without any hesitation, the number of questions gradually decreased one by one. In the end, the resolution was passed without any problems. It's done. After finishing his speech, Mark Young-rock approached him. Major shareholder, well done. You handled it very confidently, without a hint of nervousness. He looked over and replied, haha. I practiced various scenarios at home. It seems to have paid off. Is that really so? Mark Young-rock placed his hand on his chest. I will handle the site development and system setup from here. You just need to focus on surviving the next round, sir. Knowing what the other was worried about, he gave a new smile. He's surely worried that he'll lose access to the prophecy if I die. But then an intention came from Mark Young-rock. You must be hungry too. Shall we have lunch together at the hotel? He smiled brightly. Yes, that sounds good. That means the end of everything I have to do today. Now there's only one thing left. How to use Wang Yongmin. He left after that. Let's go. To the regular Sunday meeting of Players Haven Cafe. Hello. Jammy appeared on the video chat screen with a voice full of energy. Hello, Jammy. However, unlike Jammy, the expressions of the others on the screen were not normal at all. Huh? Why is the atmosphere like this? What happened? Porphyrin's face sank. Perhaps you haven't heard the news, Jammy. What news? Her expression also changed after that. We've lost contact with the 30-year-old player and Honey Jam. We haven't heard from them since the 5th round. It seems they didn't survive. Her eyes shifted to the side. Jammy understood, but at the same time, she felt it was strange. No wonder the atmosphere is so heavy. Someone died. But still, isn't it a bit weird? They've mostly only met through video chat. Why are they grieving this much? Her eyes widened as if she had discovered a secret. They're acting. She's pretending to be okay in front of the chairman. The founder of the cafe, known as the chairman, was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the company. It was natural to cater to the emotions of superiors, and the chairman genuinely showed grief every time a player died. She then put her hand to her mouth. Okay, I can't lose in that department. Yes. Jammy activated her womanly tears. Oh no, the 30-year-old player and Honey Jam, both of them. Truly men among men. At that moment, the executives in the chat room all had similar expressions, with tears matching Jammy's. Don't cry, Jammy. If Jammy cries, I feel like I'll cry too. Seeing this scene, Jammy covered her face and changed her expression. Look how united they are at a time like this. Well, humans are cunning, aren't they? Just then, a notification message appeared. The chairman has joined the chat. In the Players Survival Cafe, the chairman logged in, looking at everyone in front of him with surprise. Why is everyone in tears? Seizing the opportunity, Lostyak quickly reported in a sharp tone, Chairman, this is what happened. As expected, the chairman covered his face, showing a sad reaction. Oh, why did this happen? At least it's a trade-off if the others survived. Brothers. His eyes then closed. 2. It seems that things like this keep happening. The number of our executives has dropped to 6. At that moment, another person raised their hand to ask for an opinion. Chairman, could we take this opportunity to recruit new executives? The chairman pondered. I'd like to. But don't we lack suitable talent? The candidates who applied last time haven't even made contact. How can that be? Lostyak, have the interviewees still not made contact? Lostyak replied, yes, sir. I have called them many times, but no one answered. The chairman was indifferent, his eyes shifting. Could it be they didn't survive the 5th round? Good heavens. Lostyak suddenly cut in. Although we don't know about the other 2, Haku is still alive. The chairman listened intently as Lostyak explained his reasoning. Everyone must have seen the results of the 5th round, right? A strong person like that would be completely safe in the game and in real life. Recalling the 5th round rankings when he was at the top, the chairman had more questions. So, why Haku? Why has he been hiding until now even though he applied to join? Lostyak and another person on the screen were also confused about this. I don't know either. I'm wondering if he's trying to trick us. What is it? Porphyrin suddenly seemed to realize something and said, wasn't the opponent not Haku from the beginning? The reason I can't contact him now is because he died in the 5th round. The chairman agreed with this issue. That makes sense because he's an imposter. Another member of the group, Poison Foods, who looked rather lethargic, suddenly spoke up. Well, there's no way a big shot like Haku would want to join a cafe like this. Poison Foods, realizing his slip of the tongue, immediately shut his mouth. However, the chairman's expression turned cold in an unexpected way. While Lostyak and Jamby showed concern, the chairman's voice then rose. Hey Poison Foods, did you just say a cafe like this? Is there something wrong with our cafe? Poison Foods' voice was flustered. There's nothing wrong. The chairman's questioning, along with his coldness, enveloped the meeting. Our cafe plays a pioneering role in this new era by bringing players together through cooperation. It seems there's something that makes you feel dissatisfied. What is it? At this point, Paulsonfoot realized his mistake and stood up, waving his hands. I'm sorry, Chairman. I didn't mean it like that. All mistakes are unforgivable. The chairman immediately made his decision from this moment on. Boys and Foods, I am stripping you of your executive position now. You will be permanently kicked out of the cafe. Boys and Foods was astonished. How so fast? After the chairman's words, he continued. Cooperation to survive in a situation where even our combined strength is not enough. We cannot accept someone who belittles our cafe. Boys and Food tried to salvage the situation, but it seemed too late. From now on, Boys and Pudgeon, you will be on our blacklist. So adapt when a new era comes. At this point, Boys and Food's screen turned off, and a message appeared in the group chat. Chat window manager. Boys and Foods has been kicked from the chat. Member removed without a moment's hesitation. The president returned to his cheerful self and addressed the remaining people now. Since we have removed the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting? The faces of the remaining executives were all tense. Once again, they realized that in this place, the chairman's word was law. Yes. At that moment, Lostyak let out a cry of A and showed clear confusion. The chairman asked, Lostyak, what's wrong? Lostyak intently observed the screen for more information and replied, well, a player just applied, but the player's nickname is that. It's Hukku. The chairman and everyone looked at him with astonishment. Hukku is being used again. As the chairman asked, he began to analyze further. Yes, chairman, but the real name is different from the previous Hukku. The applicant this time is Hwang Yong-min. After thinking for a moment, the chairman made a decision. Let's go visit his house. We're not sure if it's Hukku, but we have no choice but to meet to find out, right? So, we'll go visit his house. The issue continued. But what if he's not? What should we do, chairman? The chairman said in a cold voice, then, what do we do? You will have to pay the price for daring to play a prank on us. Cut to another place. A certain player is sitting in an internet cafe. This person is none other than Ryumin. He sat there in contemplation. Someone has disguised themselves as the mysterious Hukku. And the leaders of PHC can't just sit back and do nothing. My grand plan is to use Hwang Yong-min as bait to lure out the PHC executives. They can use this interview as an excuse to visit his house. I've written down the address and detail for Hwang Yong-min. He then got up from his seat. They recruit members by forcing players to kill people. And the way they alienate and enslave civilians is wrong. Such wrongful acts only divide players and civilians. And in the end, they will lead to destruction. That's why I can't just stand by and watch. It's better to eradicate the root of the problem, the executives, and use the organization myself. One day, PHC will grow into a major force with over 30% of the country's players as members. So instead of destroying the group, it would be more beneficial for me to use it to control the number of players. That's why I applied to join PHC in the first place. Once I use Hwang Yong-min to take down the executives, we'll be able to find a way to help the other executives. Then I will take that chairman's seat. He opened the door and walked out of the place. Moving to a new place, the bell tinkled as someone opened the door and entered. A person with a rather large black bag slowly approached the counter, where the shop owner was engrossed in reading a newspaper. Hearing the approaching footsteps, the counter owner paid attention. Hello. Just as the large bag slammed down on the table, the person who appeared was a bank robber, a stranger wearing a mask to hide his identity. With a sudden, swift movement, his voice was laced with a sharp coldness. Put all the cash you have in this bag if you don't want trouble. The owner hesitated. Confusion was evident, player or not. He saw the counter owner not acting and narrowed his eyes, and at the same time, and in response, his fist slammed down on the counter. Although the punch seemed normal, it sounded like a sledgehammer blow, leaving a lasting impact. Damn it, what are you waiting for? You think this is a joke? Only then did the counter owner realize the truth. He then shakily took the bag to the cash register. The man's voice was urgent again. Hurry up? Do you want your skull crushed? I'll do it right away. The owner quickly took money from the cash register and handed over the bag of money, anxiety clear in his eyes. Here, a sum of money appeared in the bag held out by the owner. He started. He seemed dissatisfied. Is this all you have? The owner quickly explained. Business hasn't been good lately. Ticket sales have been suspended. You see, I sell many items like a convenience store, but the revenue, it's nothing. He suddenly leaned in close to interrogate. I didn't ask you about that. I know you still have a safe inside. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to solve this. His fist was aimed straight at the owner as he yelled, now get it out. Faced with a raised fist, the owner reluctantly ran to get the money from the safe. I'll get it right away. A moment later, the money bag was almost full with stacks of bills still in their wrappers. Seeing this, he accepted it and reached for the bag, thinking, about 10 million won. This seems to be enough. Satisfied, he turned to leave but suddenly turned back. Just try to report this. I'll break out of prison and kill you myself. The owner was completely silent after this incident. In the darkness, He exited the shop he had just robbed. Quickly, he picked a corner and ran off, minimizing the chance of being spotted. And then, having chosen a spot, he began to place his hand on his face covering. Pulling it off, this person was none other than Hwang Yong-min. He checked the contents of the bag. An unconscious smile bloomed on his face. Hey, today was pretty productive. This catch is enough to feed me for a month. Alright, but suddenly he stopped with another worry, a thought taking its place. In the real world, I can manage. But what about the other world? Can I endure and survive the next round? His fist clenched with rage. It's all because of that damn Grim Reaper. Because of him. I lost a friend and my stats were reduced. He shouted in the alley as if he couldn't contain his anger. It's all that bastard's fault. But then he was startled when a cat suddenly jumped out from behind him. As he walked forward, the thought continued. Grim Reaper, that bastard. Don't let me meet you in real life. I'll chop you in half on the spot. To some building, huh? Hwang Yong-min was currently rushing up the stairs, panting. However, to his surprise, someone was casually standing in front of his apartment door. Holding a phone, Hwang Yong-min's reaction was shock. As he got closer, he asked, "Who are you?" The person who appeared was Lostyak. Lostyak also noticed him. Then he asked, "Are you Hwang Yong-min?" Hwang Yong-min looked at the stranger with cautious eyes. He replied. Lostyak then put his phone away. "I assume my guess is correct, given your reaction." But Hwang Yong-min clutched his bag and cut him off. "Who are you? Are you the police?" Lostyak was dazed. "Police?" A friendly smile appeared as if he understood. What? Have you committed some crime?" He hesitated. Lostyak then introduced himself. "I am Lostyak, the interviewer from PHC. You applied for membership this morning, didn't you?" Mr. Grumpy didn't understand what was happening. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What is this nonsense? Catching something, Lostyak asked, "Aren't you Haku?" Hearing that familiar name again, Hwang Yong-min became even more annoyed. "You think I'm Haku? Are you kidding me? And what the hell is PHC?" Lostyak was startled. But then he sighed and realized his mistake. "I apologize for the confusion. I'll take my leave now." But Hwang shouted again. "What the hell? At least tell me what's going on." "Not leaving just yet," Lostyak explained. "It seems someone who knows your information decided to mess with you. Since your name and address match, brought a new surprise." "What? Which bastard did this?" Very quickly there was an answer. "It was me. Thank you." Both Hwang Yong-min and Lostyak turned their heads at the sound of the unexpected voice. In the hallway, a man wearing a mask with a white painted face stood, fully equipped. "I used your name." The coldness of the situation gripped them both. Hwang Yong-min looked at the person who had suddenly appeared and became even more agitated. "Hey, what the hell? Who's this crazy guy standing in front of me?" "You know me, damn it." But his eyes showed a clear coldness. Riemann said, "I know." Confused, Hwang Yong-min questioned, "Who the hell are you?" Instead of answering, Riemann took out the Grim Reaper's scythe from his inventory. "You're asking who I am. Who do you think?" Witnessing the enormous weapon, both Lostyak and Hwang Yong-min were stunned into silence. He interjected to further confirm for the other. "Does this answer your question? A player using a scythe isn't common, especially a scythe as large and fierce as this one. If there's a player who carries such a scythe, there's only one." Lostyak recalled those issues and pieced them together. That ridiculously large scythe, is that the Grim Reaper's scythe? But with that appearance, he's too short. He doesn't even look like he's 170 centimeters tall, and his build is small too. It's completely different from the image of Haku I had imagined. Rather, he seems quite easy to deal with. But Hwang Yong-min, who had actually met Haku before, knew that feeling of fear was returning. "That's Haku. It's really Haku. Today is really a bad day. His physique is different, but his voice and atmosphere are exactly the same. And on top of that, my soul. Those eyes, the gaze seen through the mask is unforgettable." His feet unconsciously took a step back. "It's real. The real person has appeared. Haku has appeared and is standing in front of me in reality. Yes, with a level difference more than double his own." Hwang Yong-min's face grew paler, and countless questions popped into his head. But why is he here? No. More importantly, why is he using my identity? There's no reason for the two of us to do business together anymore, right? In any case, appearing with a weapon in hand is not a good sign. There's no reason for the two of us to do business together anymore, right? Unsure if it was because his hands were sweating or to relieve tension, Hwang Yong-min repeatedly clenched and unclenched his fist. With such strange behavior, Lostyak looked at Hwang Yong-min again and thought, is he trembling because the other person is really Haku? Turning to look at him, but the thought remained. I've never met him in real life. But what if he really is Haku? What's his voice like? A bead of sweat fell as he bit his lip. I'm only level 20. so I'm no match for him. Not letting his opponent think of a way out, Ryman then shifted his gaze to Lostiak. You. Suddenly being discovered, Lostiak was startled. Ryman asked another question. You didn't come here alone, did you? Tell the others to come out. I know they're here. Ostiak was shocked by this event. He even knows there are other executives here. It's not scary. While waiting for Lostiak to speak, the two men hiding in the hallway staircase revealed themselves, Saboru and Poprin. Oh my god, we're caught. How did you know we were here? Unaware of the common presence detection skill, the two tried to approach Ryman, but he raised his black scythe towards them as a warning. Don't come any closer if you don't want to die. Seeing this action, Saboru sneered. Hey, talking so big in that small body? But Poprin reached out his hand to hold him back. Hey, are you Hakuku? At Poprin's question, Ryuman swung his scythe. Looking at this, you should know, right? Because he knew what it was, but Poprin bravely continued. I heard he uses a scythe as his main weapon, but we've never seen Hakuku with our own eyes. So I don't think it's convincing just by looking at the scythe. He retorted. If you don't believe me, why are you asking? But we still want to hear you say it yourself. After thinking it over, there was only one way to confirm his identity. He coldly gave the answer. Alright, I'm Hakuku. Is that enough? When he admitted he was Hakuku, Poprin's expression changed and a status window appeared. The target you are looking at is currently telling the truth. The jargon of truth, so he admitted it's true. Taparu, who was standing next to him, turned to Poprin and asked, What did it say? It said, It's the truth. Poprin's words, Executive Lostiak looked at Hakuku with surprised eyes. I didn't want to believe it, and indeed it is so. Saboru was the only one of the three executives who was trembling, because he had been arrogant when talking to Ryuman a minute ago. It's over. Damn it. My big mouth has ruined everything. What should I do? Should I apologize for my mistake? Oh no. Wait, maybe he didn't hear. He's still just standing there silently, right? Yes. With his legs numb, Saboru, who was observing the situation, was the first to raise his hand to greet him. Still trembling slightly, Hakuku, nice to meet you. But he dismissed it. Now is not the time for greetings. The black scythe was once again pointed at the opponent. You said you wanted to confirm if I'm Hakuku, right? Well then, let's use a skill to confirm. Taparu was stunned. Challenging a level 20 player is just for kids. The intention was very clear. He heard it, damn it, he heard it. There's nothing else. There's no way to escape this situation. No matter what, I have to apologize. He immediately bowed to him. I sincerely apologize for my rudeness earlier, sir. Hakuku. But that didn't make Ryman withdraw his scythe. Apologize? Don't you need to confirm if I'm really Hakuku? The situation was not good. Paul Parin intervened by raising his hand to ask for an opinion. There's no need to show your skills. The verification is complete. He interjected immediately. I just said my name, didn't I, right? Seeing him sheath his weapon, Parin explained. I have a jargon related to that. Alright, but I can't let this go. If he can block my attack, I'll consider that rude behavior as if it never happened. Taporu, hearing this, his body trembled even more, and his face turned pale. He tried to say a few more words while raising a finger. Please, Hakuku, sir, just this once. Let me go. But he gave a signal. Then I'll start, okay, bye. Before Saboru could apologize for his mistake, it happened. Asterisk swish asterisk with a cold sound. Subaru's head fell to the ground as his colleague's head rolled at their feet. Both were shocked and fell to the ground. Dostoevsky felt like screaming, damn it, what's wrong with this monster? He on the side took a few more steps forward with a clear distance. Poprin now had a chilling sensation down his spine. I didn't even see him swing his scythe. Moved by the scene of his colleague's sacrifice, Lostiak couldn't control his emotions and shouted at him, Mr. Grim Reaper, what are you doing? He turned to look at the other and replied, What do you think? I'm proving that I'm really Hakuku, with my own skills. Lostiak clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. I told you there was no need to show your skills. The worry was immediately replaced by a few new thoughts. Surely we came here to recruit him, but a madman who kills without warning, and we're supposed to accept him as an executive. Forget it. Paul Pauling also started with a jumble of his own thoughts. It's too dangerous to make Hako an ally if we can't recruit him to our side. We need to kill him right here and now. The two of them came to a single conclusion, but he's currently at level 40, so it won't be easy. We have to pretend to surrender, make him let his guard down, and ambush him. Remember. But the thoughts of both of them stopped when he let out a long sigh and spoke. How ridiculous. You guys are actually showing your killing intent. You think I wouldn't notice something like that? Poprin, caught, jumped in surprise and corrected his words. Huh? What are you talking about? Ryuman immediately stated the other's intention. You're planning to kill me? Paul Pauling stammered, trying to justify. No way. How could we even think of killing you, Haku? Ryumin coldly voiced the thoughts that had been in the other's mind earlier. You just need to bow your heads, pretend to surrender like this. His gaze shifted to Lostiak, and then ambush me. Am I right? The two couldn't say anything as they were hit right on the mark. Their inner thoughts were read so clearly. Am I right? But then he turned to look at Hwang Yongmin. Do you know why I used Hwang Yongmin's name and address to apply? Because I wanted to lure the executives out. Lostiak heard the confirmation and felt uneasy. Us. What are you going to do? Raising his scythe, he immediately told the other. It's simple. You will all die at my hands. Now then, Porprin in a corner behind had yet to change his expression, especially in urgent situations like this. A thought once again took its place. Let's try to persuade him first. Persuade him, and by some time, that's the only way. Although Ryumin had killed someone, unexpectedly, perhaps they could still talk to resolve it. That was their hope. But just as Poprin was about to speak with that thought in his head, he unintentionally exclaimed like that, give up. Because Lostiak had also become a corpse right before his eyes. Once again, a chill ran down his spine. Paul Pauline Consort now clearly understood the problem. From the very beginning, he was trying to lure us here just to kill us, wasn't he? Fear filled Paul Porin's eyes as he faced the harsh reality. Why? Why do you hold such a grudge against us? You're asking me why. Asterisk his asterisk. Ryumin's scythe touched Poprin's neck. Asking me if I have a grudge when innocent people are killed as a trick for a recruitment test. Hearing him explain the method, Paul Porin couldn't believe it anymore. That how did you know? He suddenly added, especially the executive interviews. You make them personally deal with innocent civilians. Paul Pauling began to justify those issues in a hurry. They're not innocent. They're not innocent civilians. They make remarks that belittle and look down on players. They secretly envy our abilities. Two-faced people like that deserve to die, don't they? But he coldly cut off that justification. And what about you? While being strict with others, you are lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? Paul Poring had great doubts about this issue. You're really annoying. You don't even know who I am. His eyes went blank as he looked at his opponent, blurting out those words and pondering. Why wouldn't I know? I can see through everything with my Jagan of truth. So what? Following that thought, the opponent was immediately cut into by him. His mask was splattered with blood. The thought continued, only scum would kill innocent people. His eyes shifted to the other person in the space. Hwang Yongmin was trembling, looking terrified. Yes, I know. He stood there and added a concluding sentence that made the other even more terrified. No need to be afraid. I'll take you to your friends right away. As Ryumin glanced over, we could see Hwang Yongmin trembling with fear, defeated. He walked straight to his position. Hwang took a step back, his expression serious. How do you know my friends? Ryumin smiled coldly, following his footsteps. Why wouldn't I? Weren't we playmates? To be precise, more accurately, I was dragged around by your group. Ryumin remained the same, looking at Hwang as if asking, what nonsense are you talking about? With many bloodstains from the people he had just killed, Ryumin slowly took off his white mask. You don't know who I am. Leaving his opponent surprised and speechless, a familiar face was revealed. But instead of a murderous intent, there was a smile. It's me, Ryumin, the one you used to bully and discriminate against. You can imagine it, and Hwang Yongmin did just that. What? Ryumin can do that. Two scenes appeared in his mind as if they were overlapping. One was Ryumin cowering like a turtle and being kicked by Hwang himself. You bastard. Didn't I tell you to bring the money? And the other appeared. It was Haku, terrifying everyone as his black scythe cut off people's limbs with overwhelming power. That loser, Ryumin, is actually Haku. Hwang looked up again, even after rubbing his eyes. Hwang could still clearly recognize the person who had taken off the mask in front of him. As Ryumin, are they the same person? No way. Remember? Seeing his opponent start to tremble because of what he had done before, he added a probing question. You don't believe this, do you? That I am Haku. Closing his eyes and putting away the mask, Ryumin continued the old story. I understand. Just last year, I was the one who was beaten to a pulp by you. The more he looked at reality, the more Hwang didn't want to believe it had happened. His face turned pale, and his voice gradually lost its composure. You, what? Have you been toying with me all this time? Why were you acting like such a loser? Don't do that. Hearing his opponent's words, he was a little surprised. Ryumin posed a difficult question in return. What are you talking about? Since when have I acted like a fool, however? It's still. Ryumin's black scythe swung in a circle, cutting off one of his arms. The bag and countless banknotes met the same fate, being cut and scattered. Pain spread throughout his body, and Hwang collapsed in the hallway from the impact. He stood still, holding the scythe forward, and explained. Hearing someone like you call me a loser really pisses me off. Wang's screams echoed throughout the area, but he didn't want him to act like that. Silence unless you want your tongue cut out. Wang Yongmin tried to hold back his tears and endure the pain, blood seeping from the gash. But he didn't want his opponent to die so easily. Good. Be good now. I'll give you first aid. Ryumin raised his hand and performed first aid. The jade green ancient characters then moved towards Huang. The bleeding stopped and the cut healed as if new. While Wang Yonglin didn't understand what he was planning to do, the answer came quickly. What? You've lost an arm already, but it doesn't really matter. You'll be dead soon anyway. Shocked and with everything becoming too surprising, Wang Yongmin tried to suppress the trembling in his body and voiced his suspicion. Are you really the Ryumin I used to know? Ryumin. Ryomin shook his head slightly, then looked with a cold gaze. No, the Ryomin you knew is gone. Then he slowly raised his black scythe, like an executioner about to take a prisoner's head. Farewell. Hello. At the critical moment, Wang Yongmin shouted in a desperate voice. Wait a minute, Min. I bullied you a lot, didn't I? I was wrong. I really regret it. Please don't kill me. The moving scythe stopped in midair because of that. He coldly kept his eyes on Huang. Are you sure? As Ryumin listened, Wang nodded. Wang Yongmin saw a glimmer of hope. If I speak well, I might be able to save my life. With that thought, Wang Yongmin chose his words more carefully, right? Because killing me won't benefit you in any way, will it? Instead, why don't you use me instead? Anyway, sheathing his scythe, he asked, use you? How Wang hurriedly chose his words to continue. I can be your exclusive servant. If I have to crawl, I'll crawl. If I have to run, I'll run. I'll do whatever you ask. Errands, being bait while hunting, or whatever you want. That's probably right. At these words, Ryumin put his hand to his chin, as if preparing to think. Wang's eyes opposite him were filled with expectation. But in just a brief moment, he shattered the other's dream. No, it's still not good enough. Huh? You're still thinking about stabbing me in the back, aren't you? The whole story about being a servant is just to buy time to kill me. Wang was sweating profusely. What are you talking about? Why would I have that thought? Wang acted surprised, but inside he was terrified. Damn it, who is this bastard? How does he know? Is he just guessing? Wang Yongmin would be the one who never knew his thoughts were being. Read now what? Ryumin's voice slowly echoed, a mongrel dog trying to bite its master. I can't have something like that near me. Once again, he raised his scythe high. Your usefulness has ended here. Continue. The unfavorable situation returned. Urgency was clear on Wang's face. Wait, please. Give me a reason. Asterisk swish asterisk. His scythe swept across Wang's neck swiftly and cleanly. His words officially ended there. His body no longer able to control itself. Wang fell to one side. The banknotes from before continued to scatter across the hallway. Looking at this trivial and meaningless death, Ryumin felt a little regretful. I really did give you a chance in the previous regression round. Don't miss what happened in your life. At the time when I didn't have Jagan, I was cleverly deceived by Huang Yongmin's forked tongue and let him live. And what was the result? A stab in the back. Of course, back then I was an easy target for bullying. This is the end of a special relationship. He looked at the opponent's corpse and said a few last words. Goodbye, bastard. His eyes narrowed further. Our long and terrible relationship ends here. This is the last time I have to see his cursed face. He tried lightly after that, waving his hand. First, I need to clean this place up. Erasing the traces, Wang's body was covered first and used to mix. And he didn't forget to miss the other three bodies. The four bodies completely disappeared using the erase traces skill. No witnesses and no one detected his presence. Putting away his scythe and skill, he smiled gently, so beautiful and clean. Now, should I go to his house? Ryumi quickly disappeared into the darkness. As the scene changed, a message appeared. Jamie has joined the Saba chat room. An emergency meeting was held and Jamie appeared on the screen, waving to everyone. It's a pleasure to meet you, Chairman. Seeing she was present, T-Hein greeted her back. Oh, Jamie, you're here. Looking at the screen with only 3 people present, Jamie felt a little uneasy. I guess the interview with Haku is over. But where are our other executives? Can we meet again? The chairman sighed before answering. The executives are dead. They went to interview the opponent and were killed. Jamie was startled and looked back at the screen. You could do such a terrible thing today. She immediately remembered someone in fear. Could it be? Although Quinn quickly covered his face, he seemed to nod and guess. That's right, Haku. He's hunting down our cafe's members. Jamie waved her hand to the side, her voice gradually becoming more rush. So Saboru, Yogmaten, and Boberington, you mean all of them died at the hands of the same person? I don't believe it. T.Wing confirmed. That's right. But why? What did they do wrong? The chairman answered this question immediately. Does a murderer need a reason? Maybe just to satisfy himself. Or maybe he hates that we're gaining influence. After listening to the chairman, Jamie understood to some extent. There are always people with deep-seated personalities who try to steal someone else's bread. If it looks bigger, was it because of envy and jealousy that he acted? Jamie completely changed her image of Hakuku. If that's the case, then we must kill Hakuku. Her hand then tapped the table. So the request to join the cafe was just a trap to lure out the executives. The result was confirmed once again by the chairman. That's right. Jamie started to run her hands through her hair because of this. I was even looking forward to meeting Hakuku. But it turns out he's a psychopath who's hostile to us. Luckily, I haven't accepted him into our ranks yet, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Speaking of this, the chairman also became vague. Really, my head might also be taken by that Hakuku. The chairman's expression was not good, perhaps due to losing so many executives. New orders were also given. From now on, Hakuku is our enemy. We must find him and avenge our fallen members. Although she said that, Jamie still felt that something was not right. But are we sure that it wasn't an imposter, and that it was Hakuku himself? The chairman gave Jam a reason. There's a witness. Please explain to Jamie. Lostiak miraculously appeared on the screen after being killed by him earlier. Yes, chairman. The meeting was left with only 3, and Lostiak explained the situation of facing Hakuku. Time passed, and the chairman opened his mouth to end it. Well then, see you at the next regular meeting. The took turns responding. Yes, chairman. Goodbye, sir. A message appeared on the chat. The chairman has left the chat room. After the chairman left, Lostiak also said goodbye to the other person. See you later, Jamie. She now looked even more worried. Yes, you must have had a hard time today because of the unfortunate incident. So please take care of yourself and rest. Nodding, Lostiak replied softly. Yes, thank you. He then typed on the keyboard. Alright. After finishing that conversation, what? Lostiak has left the screen. The screen went off. Lostiak on the black screen had his thoughts appear again. Luckily, it seems they didn't notice, then take off the helmet. After that, his face rippled like waves and returned to its original unmarred form. It wasn't the previously soaked face, but Raimin himself. Making himself look cute, he continued, just as I thought, acting really suits me. Going back a little further in time, he was now smiling at the system panel in front of him. Thinking, in the 5th round, the Assassin's Mask was chosen as the limited combat reward. If there's a unique reward I need right now, this is the best item. Detailed information was added. Assassin's Mask. Category. Helmet. Type. Unique. Defense. 1. Effect. Mimic the appearance of a player you have killed by memorizing. From the start of the disguise, face, skin color, voice, and even physique change completely. Durability 3000 3000ths. Usage restriction. Expert level or higher. Description. A thin, transparent mask favored by assassins with a 99% success rate, accompanying assassins can achieve. It is said that no one knows his true face. Although this is an item with almost 0 defense, being able to change the appearance of a player you've killed is a huge advantage. There's no easier assassination than betrayal from an ally. He turned to one side with a new idea. To be honest, I want to kill the chairman and then transform into him. But the assassin's mask doesn't work on him, because the chairman is not a player, he's an NPC. The head of the player group is not a player. Isn't that ironic? He left and walked away immediately after. Also, there's a cunning player named Jamdi who is very close to him. At my current level, I have no way to counter her skills until I find a countermeasure. I will avoid contact with the executives in the next phase. I will faithfully carry out my role as Lostiak through video chat and monitor the situation. The door was opened. He then left the place. They probably won't try to find Lostiak until the next meeting. In the meantime, I should probably restore the durability of this eternal slumber stone. Looking at the distant place, he had a new plan for himself. I think I should travel abroad. There's nothing worth it. Moving to a wooden house in a forest in England. A movie. A certain person is continuously swinging a hammer for his blacksmithing work. After finishing the work of removing impurities, the iron bar was immediately immersed in water for rapid cooling. As soon as it was taken out of the water, it clearly showed the shape of a long dagger. The sizzling sound along with the steam created by the water vapor was thick. When the blade was confirmed to be in good condition, this person proceeded to sharpen the blade with a sharpening wheel turned by a machine. So Daniel held up his creation and admired it with a bright smile. It's all done. Despite creating a satisfactory work, he sighed with a bit of unhappiness. As he placed the dagger on the table, he explained the reason. What's the use of making it? It doesn't even sell. Ever since those damn angels appeared, my customer base has decreased significantly. Holding out the dagger to admire it once more, he became even more worried for himself. I've managed to get by, but now I've really reached my limit. My bank account is also empty. Should I start looking for another job right now? I wish I didn't have to. My dream is to continue my blacksmithing career for as long as possible. Is there any way to make that happen? Just then, as if he remembered something, he immediately smiled brightly. On second thought, they said they would grant me a wish when I reached the 20th round. What was it? To nurture that dream of his. He then made himself look cute with both hands slamming down on the table with a new idea. Yes, I can't give up on the blacksmithing profession. What's the best thing about being young? It's that a man must have passion. You can't have passion. He decided to brush aside his sadness and move forward. I will overcome the final round and fulfill my dream right now. Even in the other world, I was also granted the blacksmith profession. It's like fate. Although the blacksmith profession is not suitable for combat, I can still do it now. The weapon's attack power skill increases by 150% due to the effect of weapon polishing. Because I acquired the weapon polishing skill when I reached level 20, I was able to easily defeat an orc. A huge determination was created by him. Let's try to reach the 20th round. As high as his confidence was, he was just as disappointed next. That's one thing. But money is still money. I don't even have the money to buy materials right now. His eyes looked to the distance. I can't do anything else. I'll take a break for a while to save enough money to buy materials. When I have money, I will return to the hut and start over as a hobby of mine. He began to rearrange everything. First, let's find a job after coming down from the mountain. Okay. Just then, the familiar figure of Riemann suddenly appeared outside the house. Daniel inside seemed to have noticed someone else there through the sound of footsteps, and turned around. The handsome Riemann, carrying a large bag with one hand in his pocket, casually walked in. Daniel began to observe a young man, Asian. It's rare for someone to come to this place. Seeing him stop at the door, he immediately asked consecutive questions. What's wrong? Are you lost? Without answering the others to questions, Riemann smiled and raised a hand in front of him instead of speaking. Zaso Daniel, right? You're famous as a young blacksmith. Hearing him speak fluent English and knowing his name, Zaso was startled for a moment. He then straightened up and asked once more, Who are you? Riemann had his confirmation. Based on your reaction, I must have come to the right place. Vaso tried to search his memory to see if he was in it. The question was raised even more at this time. Where did you hear about me? I didn't hear it anywhere. I saw it. Riemann placed his hand on his chest, a reason to further convince the other. I am a prophet. I can see the future. At that moment, Vassal was a bit confused by this, a prophet. That's a meaningless thing to say on our first meeting, isn't it? But he suddenly interrupted. Level 21. Profession is blacksmith. Area name is CEUKO08. Instead of answering, he stood there stunned once more. Thoughts quickly took over his mind. Even if he could guess the level and profession, he could also tell the name of the area. Could he really? Vaso began to gradually believe it. His fist clenched and a quick exchange was established between the two. Can you really see the future? Yes, I've never heard of a profession called prophet. Ryuman smiled and explained. It's rare, so that's understandable. You might not know, but it's a unique type. Only one person can have it. Prophet is one of those types. After those words, the suspicion grew even more in him. Why would such a great person come here? Hearing that the other person's words didn't seem to have a good impression of him, Riemann then smiled wryly and said, Calm down, Zaso. I came here to make a deal with you. Just repair an item with your repair skill, and if you do, I will provide you with useful information. He asked cautiously, perhaps out of curiosity. He spoke confidently, so the other wouldn't have to think too much. It's information about the 6th round. His face suddenly widened at that. The 6th round. As a businessman, Vassal was always cautious and carefully observed the other's words. This time, he couldn't help but be wary of these words. If I know about the next round in advance, it will definitely help me get through it. But repairing an item to get information about the 6th round, isn't this reward too big? Ratsu decided to ask again to confirm one more time. Are you really going to give me information about the 6th round, just for me to restore the durability of an item? You don't want anything else. Ryumin looked at Zasho's confused face in front of him. A thought also followed. That's very much like Zasho. If he had accepted it easily, I would have been disappointed. When in doubt, don't deceive. First, you need to open your mind and proceed with the correct method. Ryumin smiled and began another story. To be frank, I want to get closer to you. Hurry up. Smelling something dangerous, he froze for a second time, his voice stuttering. What are you talking about? Once again, he interjected, bringing Zaso back to reality. I have seen the future. You reached the pinnacle as a blacksmith and survived until the 15th round, without anyone else's help. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, Riemann sadly added, but that's where it ends. There's no future for you beyond that. It's a tragic thing. But a smile appeared on his face again. But I can help you if you join me. You will not only grow faster, but also surpass the 15th round. And continue with the blacksmithing profession, your lifelong dream. Vaso truly couldn't believe that even Ryuman knew his biggest secret. After sensing that even his desires were guessed, his perception of Ryuman changed greatly. What do you want from me? He slowly replied, nothing big, just that we can help each other. Knowing Vassal opposite was in deep thought, Ryuman gave him time to choose while adding a few new thoughts of his own. Vassal is the only blacksmith who can survive until the 15th round. Being able to maintain a good relationship with such talents will be very helpful in many aspects. He stared blankly at the hesitation. It seems he has a lot to think about. Want me to help you make a decision? Ryuman had studied English over and over again for situations like this. He smiled and spoke fluently. My request is not much. You just need to repair my equipment when necessary and perform a few skills with me. In return, I will provide you with information about the next rounds, if you can. If you can do that, you can gain advantages that you would normally miss and grow stronger quickly. Right? The offer got better and better, making Zaso even more suspicious. It's an offer I don't even have to think about. But can I trust someone like this? If you look at what he says, he seems like an honest person, but it's still better to be cautious. After a series of thoughts, Jacha slowly took off his gloves and came up with a compromise. I appreciate you valuing me, but I'm still not sure, so I will decide whether to continue the deal or not after seeing the results of the 6th round. Ryuman smiled confidently at that decision. Do whatever you feel comfortable with. I'm not asking you to sign a contract either. Just like Ma Gyeongjok, once you confirm the prophecy with your own eyes, you have no choice but to join in. Well then, let me fix the item for you first. Then I can get the information about the 6th round from you. Understood. Having secured that initial deal, Ryuman immediately took out the soul stone from his inventory. Its information was once again specified. Stone of Eternal Rest, type, necklace, grade, epic. Effect, +1 to a random stat per monster kill, loses 1 durability per kill. Every 100 random stat points are converted to a stat point. Durability, 1/1000th. Requirements, normal level or higher. Description, a necklace with a dull gray bead. It is said that this bead will imprison the souls of the slain. Ryuman knew the item only had 1 durability left, so it was really difficult. But with Zasho's help, he was sure this would be no problem at all. Here, after receiving the necklace, Vassal immediately cast the skill without needing to look at the item's information. In a short time, Vassal held out the item in front. It's all repaired. Ryuman received the item and observed it, then started to check the information again. Durability has reached 1000 out of 1000. The remaining information is the same as before. Holding the item in his hand and observing it without taking his eyes off, Ryuman smiled more confidently. Good, now I can stack it again. Alright, sharing the same expression as him, Vassal formed a new judgment. I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it looks pretty nice and quite good. It seems like he's trying to continue using it, even while improving its durability. But I don't know. But this thought was unexpectedly read completely by Ryuman. He looked back and focused more on the other person. According to what you said, it seems you didn't know anything about that item. I have that as your privacy and didn't intentionally read it. Interesting. Returning the item to his system, the two then exchanged more words. Thank you. Thanks to you. The durability has been fully restored. Now, you can tell me the information about the 6th round, right? Of course, the mission of the 6th round is go. Ryuman announced a lot of advanced information to the other party. Reflecting on those words, Rousseau began to cross his arms with much confusion and things to do. If what you just said is true, then it's better for me to gather strong allies. Ryuman also tried for that decision. Yes, I guess that would help, because after all, those monsters are very strong. Having gotten the information he needed, Vassal also felt it ended here. A problem was then brought back to him, so our deal ends here. Ryuman was silent for a moment, but then broke it immediately. Perhaps, could you sell me an item? Is black iron powder? You have it, don't you? It's hard to get. Essel was always skeptical, but this time he was amazed again. He can even guess what I have. The fact that he can know what I possess makes the prophecy even more unbelievable. But he's not the only one surprised. Ryuman once again asked for his opinion. So how about selling me that black iron powder? I guess you're planning to find a job to cover material cost. I'll pay you handsomely. This wasn't a prophecy, but Ryuman reading the other's thoughts. He froze on the spot. He even knows I was planning to get a job to cover expenses. It's unbelievable. In that instant, Vassal returned with his exchange. Truly, amazing. Now I believe it. That you are a prophet. To be honest, I have nothing to do for you. I suspected you might have used some trick. I sincerely apologize. Riemann smiled and waved his hand as if not paying attention to those words. No need to apologize. I just spoke about the future as I saw it, and whether you believe it or not is up to you. Following these words, it seems Aso had a major shift in believing him more. Although he pondered deeply, he had a new decision. I will give you that black iron powder. Riemann was stunned right there. Huh? And the explanation was added by him. I feel like I've received much more from you than what I've done. A black pyramid-shaped bag was taken out by him. I'm not that ungrateful or heartless. Take it. The information was then specified again. Black iron powder. Category: miscellaneous. Description: black iron powder. A faint magical power can be felt from it. Not black iron powder. Not believing the other would just give it to him, Riemann was stunned for a long while. He's giving me this rare item for free. Black iron powder is the main ingredient for crafting god tier items. And he doesn't seem to know that it's very hard to find until you enter the 11th round. Which means it's possible. By this point, he knew he had to be ashamed of such kindness. I'm the one who needs to thank him. Although I know what I need to do, and must do. But Riemann wanted to ask the other's opinion again. Are you sure you can give this to me? Vassal shook his head and replied quickly, I'm fine, to be honest. I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, the prophet, can know its true value. Besides being talented and intelligent before, Vaso now had a deep understanding, and he turned that into his thoughts. If you look at the exact request, it must be something quite important, but I won't be curious about it. I've already received help. It would be very greedy if I asked for something new. Vaso had gathered all the important and necessary elements. Before, he only lacked luck, but now he had it when Riemann officially set foot in this place, and even added a squinting smile. You have a good personality. Seeing Riemann's dangerously smiling face, Vassal showed more question marks of doubt than before. As planned from the beginning, Riemann then threw his rather large black bag towards Vaso in front. Here, open it. Suddenly having something thrown at him, Vaso subconsciously caught it and froze for the next episode. Another episode. As requested, he opened the bag, and inside were countless stacks of bills with Queen Elizabeth's picture on them. Another volume. Riemann then explained to him what it was. A total of 20,000 British pounds. I would feel bad accepting that item for free. What is it? That could have covered many of your expenses, right? Russell didn't hesitate to answer. Of course, if estimated currently, 20,000 British pounds is equivalent to more than 37 million won. Landlord Riemann has thus successfully added a new member, and Juk SX was moved to the verge of tears. With this much, I won't have to worry about finding another job. However, how could a huge mountain of money just fall from the sky? The two then measured their cuteness, and he pulled the bag shut. Forget it. They were all cold and serious. He was confused and voiced his worries. But can I take so much money? Riemann confidently explained because the other had faced reality too late. It's worth that much, so you can take it without any worries. And of course, I'm not giving it to you for any materials. At this point, he couldn't think of anything else. Then. It's not me either. Unable to let the other guess on his own, Riemann became serious again and extended a hand in invitation. Open an overseas stock account. Invest about half of the money I gave you in Korean stocks. Thank you. The two began to go into more detail on this matter. Korean stocks. The company's name is Player Place. I'm not forcing you to do this, but it's a company that will soon explode. If you invest, you will never have to worry about material cost again. And the rest, whether you believe me or not, is up to your decision. Kussel was no longer as hesitant as before. He made his choice with full confidence. Since it's the prophet's advice, I will believe it. Moreover, it's money I earn without effort. From outside the window, the two shook hands for the new plans ahead. Well then, I wish you luck in the next round. Oh, can I leave my number with you? Of course. Daniel took out his phone to save the number, but forgot something. He raised his head and asked Riemann directly. I forgot to ask your name since you appeared. What's your name? Riemann put both hands in his trouser pockets and replied with a short, polite answer. Just call me Mr. Ryu. Time cannot be stopped, and that day still came as usual. June 1st at midnight. A place like a desert will be the next location to face. As time went on, Riemann, dressed in slightly nice but torn robes, was once again summoned into the game world. The other players then appeared around him one by one. Not being summoned to a place like before, from lush green to a special yellow, the discussion continued among everyone. Why is this round all dust and sand? Have we been summoned to a wasteland? This time, what kind of crazy mission could bring us to a place like this? Turning on his tracking skill, Riemann added a few new thoughts. The next round is the cooperation round. I need to find someone to work with. The first person I need to find is Minjuri. To be honest, besides Minjuri, I don't really need anyone else. But I need 3 more people to form a team of 5. Just then he suddenly looked to the side when someone called his nickname, Haku. Minjuri had spotted his location and immediately waved and ran over with a smile. As soon as she got close to him, Minjuri kept that smile and asked him right away, "It's so good to see you here. How have you been lately?" He first greeted her back. "Has it been that long since we last met?" Minjuri said. Minjuri of the present laughed brightly, and she was no longer as scared as before. It's already been a month since we last met. However, their conversation inadvertently caught everyone's attention, and so, the thoughts continued to build on each other. Who is that woman? Who could talk so comfortably with the person ranked first? Is it Minjuri? Is she a high-ranking person suitable for Haku? Think about it. Thinking back on it, I think she was ranked second in the results of the last round. I'm a little jealous. Having another high-ranking person in the ranks, it's nothing. Not paying attention to people's expressions or actions. The two walked together and had small exchanges in the previous round. "Were you the one who defeated the final boss?" He replied coldly. "Yes, amazing." Knowing he was very strong, Minjuri still voiced her question. "There was so little time. But you were able to solve it so quickly. Did you manage to collect all the balance stones too?" Knowing what she was about to ask next, he cut her off. "Yes, I did. But I'm not telling you what the reward is." Minjuri pouted at those words. "How did you know?" "I was about to ask." He replied concisely. "I can tell just by looking." Although she wanted to ask, Minjuri expressed her feelings instead. "I've felt this for a long time." "Haku, you really have a deep insight." He stopped, looked at Minjuri, and seemed unable to say another word. Standing beside him, feeling him stop and stare at her after she said those words, Minjuri's face turned red and her heart began to race. "Hey Minjuri, what did you just say?" "So embarrassing. I can't let the atmosphere get any worse." Minjuri decided to take a step back and bowed her head quickly, saying loudly, "That was embarrassing, wasn't it? I'm sorry for that." Ryumin didn't mind. "There's nothing to be sorry about." Minjuri also realized this. You're right." To make up for those words, he gave a smile anyway. "Thank you for the compliment." Minjuri smiled along. A new thought came to her. Sometimes he's kind. Other times he's cold and charismatic. He's really an interesting person. And then she started talking again. "But, Haku, you?" However, the story was forced to stop. Because Sel Aizen and Insanchin, who were standing nearby, saw both of them. Haku and who is that woman? Immediately, the two of them approached Ryumin's position, and Sangchi sent a greeting. Long time no see, Haku." Meanwhile, Seo Jin was a little flustered. "Hello, Haku." Unable to hide her curiosity any longer, Sel Aizen asked him a new question. "Is this person your companion?" Hearing the other's words as if referring to her, Minjuri paid attention. However, Ryumin looked over and replied with a cold voice. "I don't have any reason to answer that question due I'd seen him being so cold to her." Seo Jin broke out in a sweat. "Yes, that's right, but then she got confused remembering his earlier smile. You were smiling so comfortably just now. But to me it wasn't a question." Cutting off her thought, he immediately asked a question in return. "Anyway, what did you guys come to find me for?" Being asked so quickly, Seo Aizen still hadn't regained her composure to answer him. Actually, Vin. Ryumin on the side knew the reason, but pretended not to, and thought, "She must have come here because I predicted she would join the team with Haku, right?" But then this awkward problem of Seo Jin was immediately replaced by Sangchian's words after consideration. "Yes, Haku. To be honest, we want to team up with you, now." With a killer face, he squinted his eyes and questioned back, "Team up, you guys with me?" With his words, Ryuman made Sangchian as confused as Seo Jin before. "I know. We're just in the way, however. We'll do our best to avoid causing you any more trouble. Welcome." In the opponent's expectation, Ryumin held back. "I should probably pretend to be a little worried. To be honest, these two are just to fill the required number of people in a team. But what if I let these two into my team instead of the others? Ma Qian would have a better impression of Haku." Seeing Ryumin looking clearly flustered, and Sangchian became even more impatient and started to make a suggestion. "I won't ask you to join us for free. I currently have information about the 6th round. If you can let us join the same team, I'd be happy to share that information with you." His eyes narrowed a little more at the other's decisiveness. "Information? Trading information with me? I guess I need to see what it's like." Ryumin crossed his arms and replied with 3 basic words. "Not necessary. With just this." And Sangchian, who had no way of knowing that he was the one who said that information, looked at him with a confused expression. Not necessary. Wouldn't knowing the information of the 6th round in advance be more useful? Ryumin then gave his reason for the other to understand. I can handle things my own way. I have no intention of relying on any unreliable information. And Sang-Chien was confused. But it was amazing. However, Ryumin didn't give his opponent time to think. The questions came one after another. Where did you get that information? Who provided this source? Being questioned so quickly. And Sang-Chien was startled and couldn't give a clear answer. Hummy, that is. His opponent stammering brought him a few new questions. Can't say. Even if I let you join the same team. Before the continuous problems arose. And Sang-Chien, who was previously confused, bowed his head deeply. I'm sorry. Satisfied with this result created by the opponent himself, Ryumin unconsciously had some new thoughts for himself. Not telling me about the prophet. You seem more tight-lipped than I thought. Not bad. Alright. On the other hand, then Sang-Chien looked sad. Then I guess. However, his words were suddenly cut off. I'll let you both join my group. And Sang-Chien quickly changed his mood to surprise, as if he didn't believe the statement. What? The man still crossed his arms and explained once more to the other about this new decision. Because you didn't reveal the source of the information, it makes me think it's a reliable source. I don't like people who can't keep their mouths shut. Manjuri added her own surprise at his behavior. And Sang-Chien took another breath, a thought flashing through his mind as he silently celebrated his correct decision. Thank goodness. If I had mentioned the prophet just now, I would have been judged poorly and noticed by the other person instead. Reacting quickly to this matter, perhaps Sel Azen was the one who did better. She bowed her head and said, Thank you, Hukgu. It was because of this that Sang-Chien reacted in time, and bowed even deeper. Really, thank you for accepting us into the same team. Knowing that everyone was still curious about Manjuri next to him. Without hesitation, he immediately introduced her to the others. This is the buffer I signed a contract with to join the group. Vague about his introduction, the two were dazed and asked themselves a contract. And what's a buffer? How did they meet? Although they had that thought, they still had to get acquainted. Sel Azen came closer and extended a hand to introduce herself. Hello, I'm Sel Azen. Nice to meet you. Manjuri responded in kind. Yes, I'm Manjuri. However, Manjuri blushed a little and seemed to remember the name and blurted out afterwards. Wait a minute, you're not really the actress Sel Azen, are you? You just changed your face to look like her, right? At this quick question, Sel Azen easily handled it and replied quickly. No, this is my real face, she said. Getting the result, Manjuri jumped up and down and grabbed Seo Agen's hands. I really like. Oh my destiny. You are. This is my dad's favorite TV series. And you are his favorite actress in that show. Being praised, Seo Jin was a bit embarrassed. Really? Thank you for loving me. While the two seemed to have gotten closer. And Sang-Chien on the side paid more attention to him and said, So, are you really okay with me not providing information about that 6th round? With that same cold demeanor, he said, I don't need it. Don't bother me with that. I don't want to be indebted to anyone. And Sang-Chien was a little disheartened by this. If you say so. From disappointed, and Sang-Chien became even more so as he drew a line like a knife. I just wanted to repay you by providing information. If there's an action contrary to the strategy, then I'll suggest a little something to him. Feeling unfamiliar with the lack of knowledge just now, and Sang-Chien then approached Manjuri and made an exchange. Manjuri, your profession is a buffer. What does that mean? At this question, Manjuri immediately cleared up the confusion. It's a class that creates stat buffs for others, and I will apply it to everyone later. Seeing Manjuri's bright smile and her answer, Seo Jin, in the same mood, placed her hand on her chest and added, I also have something similar to a buff. I can perform a summon. It's a fairy spirit. It can add a protective shield. Manjuri's eyes lit up. Wow, a spirit. Seo Jin smiled and replied, I'll show you later. Feeling useless and ignored for having nothing, and Sang-Chien was completely stunned. Unable to let himself get lost, and Sang-Chien immediately intervened. He bowed towards Manjuri. My name is Sang-Chien. A thought was added internally. I think I should at least introduce myself. Manjuri looked over in surprise. Nice to meet you. Soon after, their conversation turned to Ryumin, who was staring off into the distance. I notice you seem to have known Hukgu for a while. And Sang-Chien dazedly recalled an old story. Yes. Hukgu once saved both of our lives. Looking at him again, Manjuri's good impression of him increased. Saving people in danger. As expected, my judgment of people is not wrong. Just then, yellow feathers appeared from the sky and fell down. The angel Priscilla appeared after a flash of light. With her smile directed at everyone, she began to speak to all. Hello, everyone. Have you all rested enough in the past month? Observing and counting the number of people present, Priscilla analyzed with satisfaction. This round has 1,010 participants. A perfect number. Her wings spread out further after that. Well then, let's get straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, a notification window slowly appeared before their eyes. Detailed information was specified. Round 6, main mission, defeat a boss within 6 hours. All regions, participants, 1612, 0590, achievers, 08,060,195. Applicable region, CESK 007. Participants, 1010, achievers, 0505. Limseka Haiwuki Ko Thung Tin Mgi Hyenra. And CC Nanvoltain Gemgi Ngui Leon Tacha Lui Neumann Valko Chuyen Hai. Kaiji Ki. Himbai Mat Tantramev. Kui King. Mat Kombos Kung Kazud Hyamri Sao. Lam Sao Chung Tako Da Timantio Dit GGC Tantrum Ko Sichel. Priscilla Nguyen Tiamthan Ban Tang Ko. Mat Launia Kabiti Du TCM Haiwu. A new satisfied smile was created. You wouldn't expect us to do it in a solo match, would you? Right. Don't worry. Anyway, you guys can't do it on your own. Everyone had more questions. Can't beat it. Then what should we do? Priscilla immediately solved that problem. Of course, you guys have to do it together. That's why we need to prepare for some things. A finger was gently raised with that familiar smile, a party system. A party is a system that allows people to form groups and cooperate with each other. You need a full 5 people to form a party, and once you're in a party, each of you in the party will be recognized as an ally and cannot cause any damage to each other. The people below accordingly had a new perspective. So we can't fight each other anymore. I don't need to worry about being backstabbed during the fight with the boss anymore. Seeing the crowd understand so quickly, Priscilla showed new satisfaction. Of course, attacks from other parties or monsters still have an effect. It's just that members within a party cannot deal damage to each other. When in a party, experience and gold will be divided equally among members, regardless of who deals the finishing blow. However, if they are more than 100 meters apart, they will not share in the reward. Each time there was a new idea, everyone would discuss it. Experience and gold are divided equally. What about items? Spreading her hands wide, Priscilla once again explained in detail. Item drops are based on contribution rate. For example, if 2 people contribute 70% and 30% during a hunt, then they will have a corresponding chance of receiving the items. A new problem was raised by a player, so even with a small contribution, you can still get items with just luck. Priscilla answered accurately. Even with just 1%, you can get an item if you're lucky, although the probability is very low. Waving her finger, Priscilla seemed to remember something else. Oh, and also, the contribution rate is calculated by the system based on all factors overall. Dealing high damage is counted more. But it's not just based on damage. Even someone who only uses buffs will be counted as having contributed. He looked over at a surprised player with his arms crossed nearby. Wow, a support player can do the same thing. It would be great if I were that type too. He understood this rule clearly. His eyes turned even redder. Thanks to that, players who can't participate directly in combat can also receive high contribution points. Recalling Priscilla's words, if you are not in a party, you will not be able to complete this mission. If you have formed a party, you will immediately pass this qualifying round. If you kill the boss, this applies to all members of the party. A girl was surprised. All 5 of them. Looking around at everyone here, a new note was made. There are a total of 101 bosses, meaning only 505 participants in the boss hunt will pass this round. Her hand was raised again, and a few new feathers fell. The explanation about the party ends here. See, the mission isn't difficult at all, just kill a boss. It's so simple. He stood below with his arms crossed and commented in his heart as always with them. Everything is simple. And sang flashed once more and Priscilla gradually finished her instructions. Alright then, everyone, your best to defeat that boss. Oh. And there's no side mission this round, although it was detailed enough to do the mission. Some people showed their dissatisfaction, damn it, and you call it easy? A boss is a boss. For its reasons, it definitely can't be easy. But there was no other way. Everyone's first job was to form a team. Information panels appeared one after another. To create a party, everyone must hold hands and shout form party in unison. If not in a party, the mission progress will not be counted. Remember that. The remaining time of this round until the end, 5 hours 59 meters 59s. Form a party now. Ryman's group currently has 4. Both surprised and worried, and Sang Qian thought to himself, just as the prophet said, the 6th round is a mission that requires a party of 5. It's so difficult. Luckily, I followed the prophet's words and followed Hukgu from the beginning. The problem was voiced instead of his thoughts. Haku, can we form a party now? He suddenly cut him off. Wait, a party needs 5 people. We're still missing 1 person. Joe Aizen and Minjuri were both flustered. So, who should we choose as the last one? And Sanshin knew he didn't need to worry about this and said, let the strongest person in our team, Haku, decide. He'll do it. He slowly fell silent as if waiting for someone to appear here. It would be nice if that person were nearby. Placing his hand on his chin, Ryman continued his previous thought. If that's the case, then I can pretend to choose randomly and gently insert him in. While he was lost in his own thoughts, the others were concerned with finding teammates. First, I have to form a party. If I'm not in a party, even if I kill the boss, it won't count. So it has to be 5 people in the same team. Among them, some found teammates. Excuse me. Do you want to team up with me? What's your level? Another person directly raised their hand and shouted, level 20 warrior. Does anyone want to form a party? But some people stared at Ryman's back and nurtured their own desires. If I join a party, it has to be Haku's party. So one person mustered up the courage to approach him from behind, bowing slightly. This person then smiled and spoke. Hello, Hook. Could you consider joining our party? Could you? Coldly, without turning back, he answered curtly. No, get lost. Confusion immediately set in. Yes, they shuffled back with sad faces, but above all, those words directly created a sense of shame for everyone. He told us to get lost without even pretending to think. How humiliating, damn it, no chance of leeching off Haku. The idea has been conveyed, but Ryumin didn't care about those fools. In the past, I would have accepted anyone to make up the numbers, but this round, I have to recruit people with the potential to grow with me. Anyway, it seems like I attract a bunch of strangers every round. Yes, and some others still hadn't given up hope as they approached him. Hey, Haku. However, the opponent still received the same result as the others. Don't bother me, get lost. A few more times. Since I'm a girl, another player smiled and said immediately after, can I join your party? He closed his eyes and stood there, not interested. The first people who had hope now had a feeling of disgust towards him. What the? Is it so hard to let one person into the party? Damn it, so stingy. At least hear me out first. The 2-person party from before suddenly noticed the other people around him. How the people standing next to HC joined the party? Lucky for them, they're practically guaranteed to survive. It wasn't just the others who were confused. His party member and Sang Qian was also equally confused as he stared at him intently. I wonder who he will choose for the final position. Looking in another direction, the anxiety increased. If only Chairman Ma were here, then I would nominate him for the party. Minjuri similarly considered someone. If Ryumin were here, he would definitely fight for the last spot. What a pity. At the moment, when everyone didn't know what to do next, a person with a familiar voice approached them all. Haku. Although this person seemed a bit familiar as they approached, and Sanshin still compared this person to the previous ones. Who is it again? Another one of those nobodies? However, this time Ryumin paid attention to this person unexpectedly. When he realized it was George Onghua, he completely changed. While George Onghua smiled and extended a hand towards him. It's good to see you again, Haku. A smile in return. Ryumin took the outstretched hand. Great, you're still safe. I thought you were eliminated in the 5th round. George Onghua laughed out loud at that. Don't underestimate me so much. The smile gradually became more complete with a brighter radiance. Watching you fight back then motivated me to quickly finish my hunt. Is that so? Anyway, thank you. Because of you, this friend also survived. Du Zhongho turned around and looked for someone, calling out a name, Manki. Like a flash of lightning, Manki immediately appeared next to Giorgio Moro and bowed deeply to Ryumin, saying, Haku, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. It's thanks to you that I was able to survive. Feeling the clear sincerity, he asked a question to break the ice. You, with that body, could kill 300 of them? Choi Manji was startled and bowed again, replying, it's all thanks to you, Haku. You are my savior. Stopping the greetings here, Ryumin unexpectedly received another question. Haku, are you looking for a party? Knowing he had misspoken, which made him look strange, Du Jiangho quickly waved his hands and explained in more detail. Don't worry. We didn't come to ask to join. We've already formed a party. Ryumin maintained a normal expression and confirmed the statement in his thoughts. I know they have a party. On everyone's wrist was a golden chain, a symbol of connection. Cutting off his thoughts, he directly addressed the issue. I didn't think much of it either. But why did you guys come to see me? He asked with a smile. Partly to greet you, partly to make a suggestion. A suggestion. Du Zhongho was so excited he didn't hide anything. How about our party and you cooperate? We're not aiming for experience or items. If a boss appears, we'll let you go first. Everyone in Jo Jongho's group was very expectant. However, Ryumin didn't say a single word about this matter. That's why Jong was confused. We just want to lend a hand. You don't need to be so vigilant, really. Ryumin could read the other's thoughts and knew the truth. He made his decision immediately. I refuse. His voice was immediately awkward, and then he couldn't stop stammering and asked him back, Huh? Why? Because we'll get in your way. He shook his head in protest and said, No, I just don't like unnecessary trouble. Thanks for the offer, but I'm fine. Ryumin spoke to clear up the misunderstanding, but they felt let down. That's a shame. I wanted to help. He cut off the bad feeling. If I really need help, I'll ask myself. Immediately, Du Songho regained his confidence. Are you serious? One side was happy, the other dazed. The two of them just casually replied back and forth. So promise us you'll call if you need help. All right, promise. I told you I know. I don't know why, but the whole group bowed deeply again. Du Jongho at the head added. Then we'll take our leave. If you need help, just call us anytime. As they left, and Sang Qian reminded him, Hukgu, it's time for you to decide. Who will you choose for the last position? Ryumin suddenly turned to one side with a cold gaze and said, I've decided. His finger unhesitatingly pointed straight in one direction. Everyone was startled and looked in the direction he was pointing. As he pointed, a person completely covered up, with their back to everyone, was startled when he spoke to them. Hey, you in the robe. The request was immediately established here. This person then turned around, completely covered but revealing black hair, a small figure, and hunched shoulders. It was a young man who was not strong at all. When he reached a safe distance, Ryumin directly interrogated, You've been following me for a while, haven't you? Stammering at his coldness, yes. He asked again, why? Already flustered, this person lacked confidence. He bowed his head and slowly said for his hasty answer, Because I want to be in a party with you. Hukgu. As a procedure, he immediately set up an exchange of normal questions, level and class. Level 23, Dark Mage. The answer was given. He pretended to think. Whatever. Turning back to look at the teammates behind him, a new decision was made. He will be the last one. Quickly, the boy was confused by the quick result. Minjuri and Seo Ajin were equally surprised, while Sang Qian stood at the back, dazed. What? His eyes narrowed slightly, and his previous days merged into his own thoughts. Rejecting everyone to choose such a weak person. Once again, everyone focused on their new, slightly shaky member. He, on the other hand, gave a mysterious smile. His nickname is Nabanojin, if it doesn't hurt. It's nothing. One day, this guy will found a cult that worships Hukgu as a god. His hand reached out. He will become my most fervent follower. Building a connection early on will be very useful later. The young man shook hands and Ryumin instructed everyone. Well then, we'll form the party like this. Everyone, hands on. As soon as everyone placed their hands on, a golden light of connection was born. Party formed. A bracelet was carved by the previous golden light onto everyone's wrist. It didn't take long. The golden links were all perfectly connected. However, the new guy in the team had some kind of wrong expression, impossible. Hukgu chose me. Hey, what's with this expression? Is something wrong with him? This is not good. Just as the joy was short-lived, a tragic past came flooding back to the fifth member of the team. For me, the one everyone turned their backs on. Hey, Held Seahawk. From the first year of high school, I became what is called the puppet of the violent bullies. A group of 3 tall guys surrounded him. You bastard. What are you looking at so sneakily? Oh, I wasn't looking. This bastard is really scary. My heart is pounding like crazy. There's no reason to bully. I just look easy to them. From taunting, they turn to threats. Friends should live in harmony, right? Don't forget to bring money. Hear what we're saying. You little brat. You don't seem to have any weight. Goodbye. His face was pale, as if from severe lack of sleep. His body was already trembling, and he stammered. I'm sorry, I live with my grandmother, so I don't have money to give. They immediately exclaimed, What? Let's go. Whether you steal or do whatever, you have to bring money. You fool, if you don't, you'll see what we do to you. Because of you, we've all become beggars because we're out of money. When your grandma dies, you want to be buried with her. Once his self-esteem was touched, Healthy Siak became as if he had lost his mind. And with all his might, he swung his fist, ready to punch his opponent. You bastards. And a natural thing. The result was incredibly tragic. See you again. Tao Ti Seok was beaten to a pulp and lay there in a heap, moaning. It hurts, help, help. His body trembled, tears streamed down his face, and his mouth was bloody. Healthy Siak wished. Like others, I want to die. I think it would be more comfortable, but no. But if I leave, what will happen to my grandmother? My grandmother has had to endure so much because of me. I promised to earn a lot of money to give her a more comfortable life, right? That's right, I have to endure. I have to try to endure. With the sole purpose of being filial to my grandmother, I tried my best for the next 3 years, and finally got the results right before my eyes. Bengal high school students have achieved high scores on the CSAT exam. We will cheer for everyone. This is what we want to let everyone know. But with the appearance of the angel, a new major disaster occurred. It's hard to find a decent part-time job, let alone provide a more luxurious place to stay, right? I wasn't about the second round of competition. He opened the door and entered his house as usual. I'm home, however. An unfriendly voice was suddenly added to the room. Oh. RT Siak is back. The 83 bullies this time also attacked his grandmother. They even had provocative smiles. Didn't I tell you? I'll bury you with your grandmother. Healthy Siak was stunned on the spot. But once again, Healthy Siak gradually lost his mind. Grandma, ha. Two packs of instant noodles immediately fell to the floor. A purple-black energy formed around Healthy Siak, and weapons immediately appeared. Red arrow, black arrow, up. In turn, 2 attacks pierced one side of the red-shirted man's face and the blue-shirted man's shoulder. The red-shirted man, hit in the eye, foamed at the mouth and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no. What the hell is this? The spot where the arrow hit is rotting. What is this?" The remaining yellow-shirted man took out his sword, his weapon pale and trembling with fear. "Damn it, don't touch this bastard. You've changed your profession." In a flash, he had defeated all 3. He knelt there, covering his breathless grandmother with a blanket. Perhaps since then, I have built a wall between myself and everyone else, and have started to stutter when talking to her, and I have decided to enter the final round and use my wish to save my grandmother. A summary information board appeared. I also did it in this round. Round 3 competition results. All regions. Rank 1. Huckle Cup 30 Reaper, 3,631 kills. Rank 2. Dumb Idiot Cup 13 Shaman, 982 kills. Rank 3. Heavenly Demon Cup 13 Dark Knight, 963 kills. SS35 to 1 region. First place, Nobeno Gen LV.11 WMAGE 721 kills. Second place, Furifis from Iungan LV.11 Warrior, 535 kills. Third place LV.11 Assassin, 81 kills from that job change. I've never lost the number 1 spot in my region. However, there's always a higher mountain. After the first region merge, Rimi directly took action and eliminated all the representatives. All of this did not escape Healthy Ko's observation. His eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what was happening before him. Defeating all 9 representatives of each region in the blink of an eye. If only I could do something like that, I could have saved my grandmother. I thank you all. I wondered why he could get strong so quickly. I wanted to meet him at least once. Back to reality, Ryumin, representing all the members of the group, was the first to speak. Nabanozen, Hikari. Healthy Ziak unconsciously replied, yes. He immediately made a request. We've formed a party now. Introduce yourself. Healthy Ziak was a little dazed and pushed aside one side of his hood. The self-introduction began. I am a level 23 Dark Mage. My skills are Dark Arrow and Dark Chains. Healthy Ziak was surprised at himself. Huh? I usually stutter a lot when I talk in front of others, but strangely, I don't feel nervous at all right now. Is it because I feel a sense of confidence in front of HQ? Or is it because I want to leave a good impression on him? After the introduction, Ryumin looked over at Minyuri and said, then let's go hunt. Minyuri smiled and waved. I'll buff everyone. A green seal immediately appeared on Insangqian first. My skill. Skill, Blessing. All stats increased by 60%. Duration of Blessing skill, 2 hours 59 meters 59s. Next is a jade green color for Cell Aaron. Skill, Godspeed. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60%. Duration of Godspeed skill, 2 hours 59 meters 59s. Immediately, the 3 of them fell into a state of shock on the spot. What is this? My stats increased by 60%. Attack and movement speed also increased by 60%. Is this a system error? At this point, and Sanshin had to look at Minjuri with different eyes. So that's why Haku is with Minjuri. How you're amazing, the supporter, praised. Minjuri's nose rose with a proud smile. Her, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Seo Aaron was a little awkward. And then I also realized I have skills. I'll use summons to buff everyone too. When cast, 2 cute fairies were revealed before everyone's eyes, as they watched them fly around with the golden light surrounding them. Minjuri and Healthy Seox took turns expressing their amazement. Wow, is this a spirit? They're so cute. Hug me. Holding them in her arms, Cell Aaron smiled and explained in detail. Before, They only knew how to create shields and had no combat ability. But when I reached level 20, I was able to summon two, and they started using attack magic. Selaren's hand condensed something more, and what else? Can also summon a golem upon reaching level 20. Manjuri looked at the large lump of earth with wide, admiring eyes. Wow. Zhao Aaron smiled again and said, the golem doesn't have a buff, but it will attract the attention of monsters. Manjuri still hadn't lost her admiration. A support and a tank. How wonderful. However, why did Aaron want to receive praise directly from Ryuman more? Why? Haku. I'm also very useful, aren't I? Ryuman was indifferent as if it was normal. It's all done. Ryuman led everyone away. Let's go. Aaron helplessly sighed and walked alongside. Meanwhile, Healthy Ziok had a new thought. A buffer, a summoner, I have to contribute to. At the start of the mission, both Ryuman and Healthy Ziok led the scouting party. Just then, both of them felt a sudden loud sound in a fixed direction, not at all surprising. Without hesitation, Healthy Ziok immediately ran to that location. From afar, out of the tall stone pillars, Healthy Ziok had reached a wider area, where a group of players were fighting a yellow centaur-like monster with a spear. A bright smile appeared on the faces of the team members. Found the boss so easily? Attack now. Following the slogan, the two of them charged straight at the monster in front of them. However, the monster suddenly swung its spear and a player's sword was knocked away. On the offensive, the two were forced to retreat. This guy is no joke. Split up and attack. A female player who was at the back of the monster's flank asked, how do we take it down? The player in the pink round shirt swung his sword and replied, if we attack it from behind. You know. But it seems that Ryuman was not happy with this. Hilti, standing next to him, also noticed something. The player in the pink robe was kicked straight in the stomach by the monster's hind leg. According to the inertia of being thrown, his body tumbled several times continuously on the ground. When he stopped, a teammate immediately ran over and shouted, Bin Princess, my brother. He on this side had a bit of analysis on the recent issue. Attacking a horse from behind. How foolish. It's nothing. Unable to stop the attack, the female player then threw short swords forward. The archers on the side also coordinated with their arrows. The weapons in turn embedded themselves in the monster's chest, causing it to cry out in agony. The two outside waited for the group in front to cheer. It's time, die. You bastard. Healthy Ziok was dazed. What? What is it? After a series of attacks, the large monster in front had toppled over. The crowd of players accordingly cheered with excitement. We won. We got first place. We finally completed the mission with first place. That's it. According to Tiziak, standing next to him, he looked at him with a pale face and thought, impossible, first place, was it stolen? At this moment, the happy voices of the group of players in front were still echoing. Finally, we've completed the mission in first place. This round was easier than I thought. Healthy Seahawk was overthinking with no way out. While I was being careless and before I could realize anything, could it be that I really lost the first place, my friend? His gaze shifted to him. Haku, you must be very disappointed for not getting first place. Why is he so unusually calm? Just then he said. When Healthy Ziok didn't understand what was happening, a member of the team in front had a big suspicion. Did everyone receive the mission completion message except for me? Another person was similarly startled and quickly checked their message. No. Why isn't it appearing on my end? Don't tell me, Rip. Ryu. Min on the side crossed his arms and looked at their helplessness. So finally someone has realized it. The centaur we just killed. That's not the final boss. The final boss is us. The real final boss is the Minotaur. To defeat the Minotaur, you need at least 20 level 20 players. That means, you need at least for teams of 5 to have a chance of winning against it. Read volume 5. That's the trap of this round. It's designed to make people mistakenly think it looks like a group of 5 can defeat a boss. The problem that arose in the Angel's statement was revealed. Once in a party, as long as you can defeat the final boss of this round, the members of the group will pass immediately. But she never said that 5 people could actually defeat the boss. Those damn angels know how to pretend to make things look different. I can't go around talking about this outside either. So for now I just have to watch. Looking is nothing. Looking over at Healthy Seahawks, dejected and regretful, he stood there helplessly without explaining to his opponent, except for Healthy Seahawks, who knows nothing about the prophecy. Don't miss it. While the others were all very calm. The calmness he was talking about was the confusion of all 3 of them and of us. Ignoring the slightly creepy atmosphere, he cleared his throat as a signal. Maybe I really have to put on a bit of an act. Hey. A handsome face with deep thoughts, considering the reactions of the other teams. The thing just now wasn't the final boss. The real final boss is somewhere else out there. Well then, Let me tell everyone about our plan from now on. We'll temporarily put aside defeating the final boss and proceed to farm the surrounding centos to level up. Until the time limit is reached and it ends, everyone seemed surprised by his decision. With his overthinking nature, Healthy Zeok said what everyone needed at that moment. Huh? Why? Do you know? His eyes narrowed as he explained. It takes 5 level 20 players to kill a centaur. And that's just a normal monster. So to be able to fight the final boss, you'll need at least 3 or 4 teams to have a chance of defeating it. We'll get there. We don't know how strong it is, so rushing headlong into fighting the boss is not a wise decision. There might be more traps waiting for us there. And what if we defeat the boss early and get stuck in a pillar of light? Then we would have wasted the remaining time for nothing. Hunting monsters first and observing the situation seems and certainly is a better choice. Let's begin. From the first meeting until now, and Sang-Qian has been continuously amazed by his accurate judgments. To be able to figure out the strategy on his own without even hearing the prophecy. I really didn't think Haku could have such deep insight. However, Healthy Zeok standing next to him still hadn't adjusted his mentality well. He was still obsessed. But if you wait to fight the boss like that, you might lose the first place. Are you okay with that? Dyuman gave his opponent a satisfactory answer. No problem. Even without the first place reward, the experience we gained from 6 hours of hunting is enough to compensate. Moreover, first place might not even be measured by who killed it first at this point. And Sanshin was speechless. How could he find the right path without the prophecy? What Sanshin was thinking was exactly like being able to escape a maze on your first try, without ever going the wrong way. It's really true. No matter what, the 2 girls in the group still had their own worries. So, shall we go hunting together? Shouldn't we think of a simple strategy first? But he denied it. No, that's not necessary. I will be the only one to kill the monsters. The group was stunned by the decision and immediately said in unison. Huh? Aaron thought she had misheard and asked for confirmation again. Hokuku, are you really going to fight alone? And then she analyzed his previous senses again. Even the monsters that need a group of 5 to defeat. Tao Di Seok was stunned by the weight of his decision. But if it was Hokuku, he was probably the only one needed to be okay. He confirmed to reassure everyone. That's right. You all don't need to do anything. I will be the one to kill the monsters. Feeling that he was not being reasonable, and Sang-Qian immediately asked for his opinion. So, what should we do? And it was true that he intended for everyone to do nothing. Just follow me and get experience and gold. Consider it being carried, it's still okay. A new problem arose, but all the items that drop based on contribution will belong to me. In return, you get gold and don't have to take risks. How about it? A deal. He offered a deal for everyone to choose. And because this deal was so good, no one refused. If so, I agree. We do too. We'll do as you say, Hakuku. When everything went his way, he smiled and took out his black, slightly reddish scythe. Good choice. You won't regret it. Next, he turned his back to everyone. Well then, let's go. Bye. 321 from the position he had just stood, only 4 people remained. And while everyone was still trying to understand, he had accelerated and moved away. Thank you. The group was like a gun that had just fired a bullet. The bullet had flown off while the gun was left stunned. Reacting the fastest, and Sang-Qian immediately commanded everyone. Quick, follow him. Ryuman kept rushing forward, not thinking that the remaining members, even with rockets attached, would have no way of keeping up. And although everyone was buffed with the effective switch, the distance was not narrowed at all. At this point, both Aaron and Minjuri had asked themselves some big questions. How can he go so fast? What's his agility stat? And why can't he go fast? And Healthy Seox, who thought he was relatively fast, but at this level was no different from a cat compared to a cheetah. As the thought ended, Healthy Seox had fixed his gaze in one direction. A finger pointed out and marked for all. Over there. At this time, Ryuman had also changed his position, directly confronting the first seno of the new mission Flash. He disappeared from his moving position. In the next 0.3 seconds, he had landed in another place, leaving a familiar slash on the neck of the Sentu, which most of the monsters who fought him had. And just as the Senda toppled over on the spot, the people behind also caught up. Because they were happy, a round of applause overwhelmed their minds. At this point, they looked at him as more than just a scary monster. Just now, what just happened? No one could have thought that a centaur monster could be killed with just one blow. Amazing. Despite having many thoughts, Ryuman still ran straight to the next target, and opposite him now. Two blind bags were rushing towards his position, probably. Temporarily trained with the first blind bag, he stopped, bent down, and raised his scythe behind him. A semicircular scythe slash was unleashed, aiming for the legs of the charging monster. He spun the scythe in a reverse semicircle, At the same time, the monster lost its balance. The blind bag opened, and somehow, the monster's head fell right where the scythe was waiting. The scythe went through. The monster fell, and the blind bag was empty again. He then went to the remaining blind bag, not waiting like before. This time, he directly jumped up high. It was a horse, and when it saw something rushing towards it, it would use its front legs to jump up. He took advantage of that and placed his foot on it. A similar scythe attack was launched. In a super full move, its neck received a critical hit from him. The falling ice key also marked the end of the process, and the system panel updated the information. Sentu has been defeated. Triple experience buff is active. The effect is done. Title effect: experience increased by 1.5 times, experience plus 0.89%, gold plus 60. The system provided another result. Number of monsters defeated, 170 to 100s. Effect of the slaughter gem, all stats plus 100%. He temporarily stopped hunting and killing and assessed his satisfaction. 172 in 30 minutes. That's not a bad pace. There are a total of 200 centaurs active on the battlefield. At this rate, I might even monopolize all of them in 6 hours, of course. Except for a few that other teams have already killed. After he stopped, everyone once again had a chance to catch up with him. And the characteristic of being in the same team with him was clearly painted by everyone. That is, even without doing anything, you get exhausted. His face, however, showed no emotion as he looked at them in this state. I'm dying. Come on. Unable to let everyone feel awkward, he smiled and a suggestion was made. If you're tired, you can rest for a bit. Finally getting a rest, Manjuri and Healthy Ziok felt a sense of relief. Really? Thank you so much. Without waiting for anything else, everyone collapsed. Healthy Ziok was even worse, having lain down completely. Only Insangqian was able to stand firm and his complaint was revealed. Just running after you is tiring enough. Let's go back. Fanning himself with his arm, Sel Aaron added a bit of analysis. I thought a distance of 100 meters was enough, but it turns out it wasn't. His face flushed. Healthy Ziok weakly said, not understanding what was going on. What do you mean? Not paying them any mind. Manjuri smiled again and gave him a compliment. Hukku, you're really incredible. Your hunting speed is unbelievable. You probably don't even know. At this compliment, he immediately asked a mischievous question. Does that mean you're not satisfied? Minjuri's embarrassment was clear when he asked that. No, that's not it. Just by following you, I can level up, so how can I hate it? With the eyes of a defeated Pokemon, Healthy Ziok stood up trembling and gave him a thumbs up. The one who works harder than us is you, Hukku. He crossed his arms and replied nonchalantly, looking at you, I'd think you were the one suffering. While everyone was happily chatting with each other, another group of people was approaching. And to be more precise, this was a group of more than 5 people in a party. Because of this, everyone's attention immediately shifted in that direction. What's that? Someone is coming towards us. As everyone stood up, the mysterious group of people had come closer. A player from the group of 20 stepped forward to greet everyone. Hello, Hukku. It's a pleasure to see you here. He indifferently crossed his arms and asked the other, alright, what happened? The other person smiled and replied, it's nothing. We're recruiting a team to hunt the final boss. I'd like to invite you to join our group. I refuse. Without letting the other person say more, he cut him off coldly. But the teammate behind him seemed a bit nervous, while the person who was rejected was quite dumbfounded, not believing he was rejected so quickly. Yes, what? Hawaii? Regaining his composure, he looked in another direction. Hukku, I don't know if you know or not, but the final boss in this round is not an easy opponent. Digging stones. Do you see that one that looks like a buffalo over there? In the direction this player pointed, a rather strong-looking Minotaur was wandering around. That's the boss we need to catch. And it's also an incredibly formidable creature that's not easily bullied. Actually, another team has already challenged it, and they were all wiped out. Turning to look at him as if he had the upper hand. When I realized that, I understood immediately. The teams need to cooperate. Still with a cold demeanor, he said in a cold voice, you guys do it yourselves. Don't drag us into it. Seeing him glare, this player became as flustered as the first time he was rejected. But wouldn't it be better if we helped each other? I'll give you priority, especially if you get the last hit first, so please consider it. Unlike last time, Ryuman was genuinely angry after that statement. Don't make me repeat myself a third time. The aura emanating from a level 40 made the level 20 player Tepsu feel uneasy and run away. I understand. I sincerely apologize to you. When he returned, not as expected, they began to have some exchanges with each other. I couldn't do it. I'm out of options. Did you say you would let him get the first kill? I said that, but he still refused. I told him we had to do it ourselves. However, when things got out of hand, a few questions kept popping up. Why? Even Hokuku needs to catch the boss, right? Could it be that he's afraid of that boss? I think we have no choice but to try this challenge ourselves, right? That's right. We have to try it ourselves first. Minotaur, a large creature 6 meters tall, walked and made a noise. It could be a cow or a buffalo carrying an axe, walking back and forth like a human. A group of many teams chose to approach it by walking quietly behind it. To be more precise, they were swallowing their saliva, and fear had taken over. Yeah, it looks bigger when we get closer to it. Hey, we can win, right? Oh, of course. Now, let's go. After all, we're a group of 20. At this point, the Minotaur, who was moving, started drooling and stopped. And now we can see the people who are drooling. And what was bound to happen, happened. The cow turned around and its gaze locked onto the group of 20. My attention has met his eyes. And astonishment was born from that group of players. To increase the fear of the players, the axe-wielding Minotaur roared and charged at everyone there. The effect was very good as some members had pale faces and directions were also given, damn it. It's running on 2 legs towards us. Despite being covered in fear, the group still had brave members who directly faced the front and charged everyone all up. Kill it, take this, get lost. Unable to miss such a good opportunity, Ryuman picked up a tall mound of earth and jumped on it to observe the situation. How long will it take it down? This is not a game. The Minotaur is not as difficult a boss creature as it appears. Although it accidentally carries a large axe, its attacks are not skillful or fast. Because its movements are quite slow, it's easy to predict and avoid. Realistically speaking, if 20 people rush at you, no matter how good you are, it's still hard to move. However, the Minotaur's strength lies in its endurance and hardness, harder than stone. This was proven by a player trying to inflict a wound on it. It's so big, its skin is really tough. Another player attacked its leg, but the result was the same, the sword is useless. Slashing it doesn't do anything. To deal with it, the first problem Ryuman analyzed was, its skin is very thick. So that's a difficult point, but if you attack it dozens of times, you're bound to hit its weak spot once, and it will be exposed. And in the end, when the Minotaur was hit by that blow, it was also helpless to do anything. A long-range attack was launched by a player with a bow. Each of these arrows flew out and hit the elbow joint, and at this moment, the Minotaur paused for a beat. He on top still observed the battlefield without taking his eyes off it. It's going to take a while. The players still showed their determination. So that big guy was really tough. The archer also had a reminder strategy. Focus on avoiding its attacks as much as possible. But above all, a developing event will bring an advantage to the rest. The player with the large axe focused their mana into the axe, allowing the other to run. Taking a deep breath, the axe tilted and was pulled back in a long arc. Die. You big, fat bastard. After dealing with the opponent, the axe left his hand and formed countless arcs as it flew forward. Also because of this surprise, one of the Minotaur's chest received a deep wound. When the opportunity rose, the others charged forward with their weapons without any hesitation. Charge, its chest is wounded. Everyone, focus your attacks. Now is the time to begin. Relying on the large wound, the first person dealt another blow to the same spot. Another person performed a similar attack with their short swords. However, the wound was lower, and this angered the monster. It roared and locked onto this player. Due to carelessness and having to quickly leave after attacking, this player was grabbed by the Minotaur. This is something I couldn't have realized. And what was bound to happen, happened. A tight squeeze from it broke this person's bones. Being uselessly thrown far away, this inadvertently provoked some other players. The fireball that was formed cannot be wasted. The attack that France substituted for an attack aimed at the target. Taking more heavy damage, the cow stood on the spot, continuously roaring and dying. And that was also its final resistance as it fell to the ground. Amidst the excited voices of the players, I understand. We've finally finished. We're the first group to kill it. Since the boss kill was successful, a pillar of light appeared from the sky and enveloped a player. The movie was self-created. The remaining members of the gate were then also surrounded by a similar pillar of light. Our party survived. The mission window finally shows completed. Good. Although they succeeded in their first coordinated attempt, the members who weren't on the killing team show clear disappointment on their faces, damn it. So, we have to fight again. It seems that after defeating the boss, that light pillar will appear and nothing more can be done. The members in that light circle also confirmed it. But are we going to sit here and wait until time runs out? Probably. It's good to rest. But why do I feel like we're losing an advantage? There's no advantage. Unable to waste any more time, the remaining members also made a new decision. Then let's find another group to team up with. And at this moment, a player noticed something in one direction. That was the position he was standing in. The words unconsciously slipped out. Hakuku, our party. But they extinguished that very intention of theirs and dejectedly left. It's useless to say anything. Everyone had left. He jumped down from above and said, "Luckily, if we had killed the boss early, we would have wasted all the remaining time." Manjuri had a new sense of trust. "That's right. Just as you predicted, Hakuku." Gathering everyone in one place. He then stated his next intention. "We've rested enough. Let's go. Just follow me closely." Once again, the members of the group started running, with him leading and his teammates trailing behind. The goal was singular: track the centaur. Cento. Time quietly and quickly passed, as now there were many pillars of light shining down from the sky. When the team finished, that was when that team could only wait for time to pass. The self-pity gradually revealed itself deeply. I wonder what rank we got. There's no ranking board showing up, so we just have to accept it. Forget it. As long as we kill the boss and survive, it's okay, right? I'll just lie down and rest for the rest of the time. However, in the group, there always has to be one member who gossips about outside matters. Huh? Over there. What is that? What's my side story? Near everyone's position, Ryuman like a gust of wind aimed at a large centaur near him. A sweet slash with his scythe. He had claimed another life in his total hunt. This unbelievable sight caught the eyes of a few people and immediately turned into a new story. Isn't that Haku? He can kill that thing with just one blow. Wow, level 40 is really different. A question arose, but why does he only hunt centaurs and not even bother with the boss? Wouldn't it be better to kill the boss and then rest? A look of contempt also appeared on his face. No, if I go to kill now, I'll only be in the bottom 50. He probably gave up on ranking. Now he's just focusing on grinding to level up. What a pity. I thought he'd be number 1 again. Even Hakuku can't be number 1 forever. Anyway, it's not good. At least he's grinding to level up until the end. While they were just talking, he had already killed another one. And this one was officially the last one when the information board appeared. Target, Centaur. Cannot be found. Current takedown count, 1,921 hundredths. Time remaining before the round ends, 0 hours 20 minutes 43 seconds. There were a total of 2,000. And he knew the rest had been killed by other teams. He sighed and started something new. Looks like I'm finally done killing them all. And as soon as he stopped this action of his, the other members of the team had caught up. Breathing a little hard. Haku, can we rest for a bit? He put his hands on his hips and answered everyone concisely. All right, the hunt is over. Now, it's time for us to hunt the final boss. Manjuri looked at him with a slight haze. The hunt is over? He directed his gaze to the last centaur he had hunted. I used my tracking skill and found that there are no more centaurs on the battlefield. Manjuri finally understood his meaning. There are no centaurs. No less curious than Manjuri before, and Sang-Qian quickly opened his status window. But something urged him to say loudly to the other members, "Oh my god, everyone, check your levels." Following in Sang-Qian's words, the members of the group opened their status windows and were immediately flooded with confusion. My level. Has it already increased this much, to be honest? Ryuman had spent all his time hunting and had almost no time to rest. But occasionally there were a few messages that the level increased, but he didn't pay attention. He then approached Sang-Qian and asked, "How many levels did you gain to have such an expression?" And Sang-Qian answered without hiding anything. "I was at level 20 when I first entered, but now you can see the level has increased. Now it's level 34. Sel Aaron also had the same stat increase. I'm also at level 34. Manjuri, on the other hand, was a little different. I went from level 21 to level 35. Thank you for watching, and see you in the next videos." And he also wanted to see how much he had improved. So everyone has gone up about 13 to 14 levels. And so have I, thank you. My level has increased from 40 to 54. Status window name, Ryuman nickname, Haku rank, professional level, 50 for class. Grim Reaper titles, the last regressor hidden, the first angel punisher hidden, not enough. Not only that, he decided to look at the items that dropped from hunting it. 19 magic stones, 9 common equipment items, and many other miscellaneous items. And there were even the necessary materials for combining god tier equipment. One of those items is the shiny horsetail, category miscellaneous. Description, just as its name suggests, a horsetail that emits a brilliant light. A faint magical power can be felt. While he was focused on the item, Manjuri suddenly exclaimed, it's gold. It's piling up like a mountain. In addition, there were the other teammates. Me too. A whole 115,000 gold. Healthy Zeok's eyes went wide. Since they didn't participate in the battle, all members received the same amount of gold. Calculations immediately started from Sang-Qian. I'm confused because I suddenly have so much money. It's like I'm in a dream. What should I do with this money? Having regressed many times, he knew what was most optimal. He brought out some suggestions by common skills of the shop, and especially remember to buy things like presence detection, enhanced body vision, and basic magic resistance. If you all see something necessary in the special shop corner today, buy it. Healthy Sales decided to follow his advice and open the shopping store, presence detection. However, Manjuri didn't want to do it right now. I'll go shopping later. You can't just let everyone stay here and talk until time runs out. He turned his back and commanded everyone, follow me, we should go hunt the final boss now. Healthy would be startled by his basic mistake. Yes, sir. The wide area observation skill opened, his eyes turning blue with the color of energy. Tribe Minotaur. Once the location was confirmed, accelerating was the next step he took. Like a gust of wind, he continuously observed the surrounding terrain and decided to stop at one location. The giant Minotaur appeared from a distance, but it seemed a few teams had targeted this one, and they also noticed his appearance. The strongest one has appeared, and they simply approached to greet him. Itsuku, please come and join us. The decision was made. Ryumin shook his head without thinking. No, I have no intention of sharing my contribution with another group. Then I will fight the final boss alone. A normal statement from him, but when it reached the ears of those around him, it was a mix of confusion and bewilderment. He wants to take down the boss alone, even if it's Itsuku. Isn't this the Minotaur boss that only 20 people can defeat? Stringing things together. They thought he had the skill and ability equivalent to 20 players above level 20. Proud of their abilities, but their pride did not allow it. Well, looking back, it seems you're bragging a bit, Itsuku. Bragging? Ryuman's eyes turned cold. You underestimate me too much. If you guys can kill it, why can't I? The player was confused by his presentation. But we have the advantage in numbers, don't we? A smile appeared on his face. Numbers won't help you. Saying that is a bit. A bit what? Ryuman ignored that and stepped forward. The members of the group were also surprised. They had never heard that he would charge into battle alone. Wait, despite the restraint from his teammates, he still slowly took a step forward. I'll finish this soon. And precisely because of his unusual movement, the people who had completed the mission changed their emotional expressions in turn. Don't tell me he's going to fight alone. Anyway, I'm getting bored, just in time. It wasn't just them who noticed him, but he also noticed them, his judgment quickening with each thought. Including those inside the pillar. There must be dozens of people watching. If possible, it's better to hide my ultimate special moves. But this could also be the perfect opportunity for me to show them my true strength. If I show them how quickly I can take down the Minotaur, they at least won't look down on me anymore. I'll do it quickly. The final boss's back fell into his line of sight. For his next choice, Ryuman stopped at a specific distance. Therefore, having entered the attack zone, the Minotaur sensed it and quickly looked back. At the same time the monster saw him, the black scythe began to activate. The people in the light column tried to squint to see this new fun. What's he doing? It looks like he's about to use some kind of skill. What a strange posture. Activating his judgment mode, the system only started counting the time. When the distance was close enough to attack the boss, he flipped his wrist upside down. The angle was adjusted according to the Sith's movement, meaning it was still in the preparation stage, and the clock hadn't started yet. And as a simple simulation, the Minotaur let out a loud roar. The large axe was raised high and charged straight towards him, into the attack range now. 3 seconds, he adjusted his ankle to turn forward. 2 seconds, he bent down deeply as the Minotaur jumped high into the air. 1 second, he activated Night of the Dead. Darkness fell, and the bull stopped its action. He knew this was the moment, and energy flowed into his scythe. This is it. Let's begin. A crescent was drawn, a ray of light appearing in the endless darkness. Moon slash cast a brilliant light on the Minotaur's face. Asterisk swish asterisk. The sound of cutting an object was loud, and the light flashed across its neck in the blink of an eye. The thick neck, which was difficult to cut even with 20 swords, was severed by a single black scythe. The square suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of the bull's head falling. Once again, when everyone could hear, it was the sound of the shock as the rest of the body fell. Can you hear it? The players were unconsciously frightened by his performance, their faces turning pale. Look, the Minotaur's head was cut off. Haku killed it with just one blow. They couldn't understand what had just happened. Impossible. He smiled amidst the loud cries of amazement. Impossible. Do you have any idea how high my stats are? This is the end. Please comment Haku below if you want to do next part.